Mingchan, a neglected concubine, marries the exiled prince of Chu on behalf of her legitimate sister. The Prince Shen Shiyun, a paragon of elegance and talent, once shone like the radiant moon, harboring no affection for the woman his family had chosen to humiliate him with. He coldly observes her struggles, her humble pleas for survival, and her uncomplaining care for his needs. Never has he uttered a kind word. 3 years later, vindicated, Shen Shiyun returns to his former glory. The origins of the concubine from the Ming family no longer befit the esteemed title of the prince's wife. Mingchan voluntarily requests to be dismissed. Shen Shiyun gazes at his cautious and dull wife and remarks with indifference, "In light of your years of service, I can accommodate you. Have you thought it through?" Mingchan lowers her gaze, replying, "I hope the prince will grant my wish." Upon hearing of their impending divorce, many come to inquire. A longtime friend remarks, "Since it was a mistake from the start, it is better to end it." A close brother asserts, "You and Sister Chan are indeed incompatible." A rival sneers, "It should have ended long ago." One day, as Shen Shiyun passes a courtyard, he overhears laughter and chatter, reminiscent of what he had once intended as reparations for his former wife. Intrigued by an inexplicable emotion, Shen Shiyun instructs his attendant to knock on the crimson door. The young doorkeeper sizes them up and says, "You must be here to visit our miss, right? Sister Chan has invited her close friends today and cannot receive guests. Tomorrow, she is to play cuju with General Gu, and the day after, the third prince has arranged a boat outing with her. If you wish to queue, it will be 10 days' wait." The boy counts on his fingers, while Shen Shiyun's riding crop has inexplicably snapped in two. Chapter 1. Return to the capital. "Your Highness, we are 30 miles from the capital," reports the head guard, Tang Qing, approaching the carriage. The young man inside lifts the curtain to glimpse the sunset and replies softly, "Thank you for your hard work along the way. Let us find an inn nearby to rest and set off again in the morning." Tang Qing complies, leading over 100 elite guards into a nearby town. Close to the capital, the town bustles with life, and fewer guest rooms remain available. The innkeeper states, "Honored guests, we only have one superior room left. We cannot spare another." Tang Qing frowns. The prince and his wife, of noble stature, must have superior accommodations. Throughout their journey, they have always reserved 2 superior rooms. How is it that upon reaching the capital, they cannot secure even one? Mingchan steps forward, "Then let us book an ordinary room as well." Tang Qing glances at the young man, but seeing his impassive demeanor, he remains uncertain of the situation. Since their first night, the prince and his wife have occupied separate rooms, perhaps confirming some rumors. Shen Shiyun, renowned for his elegance and grace, once favored by the emperor, is the object of admiration among noble women in the capital. No one anticipated that such an ethereal figure would ultimately marry an unremarkable concubine. Observing their interactions, it seems that the prince harbors many reservations about this marriage and his wife. The innkeeper smiles apologetically, "We do have ordinary rooms, but with so many distinguished guests, I fear there won't be enough ordinary rooms or common quarters after we spare one." Finally, the young man speaks, his voice cold and sharp, "No need. We shall make do." Mingchan lowers her eyes, "I shall heed my husband's wishes." Shen Shiyun glances at her submissive demeanor before ascending the staircase. The flickering candlelight casts shadows. Mingchan spreads a quilt on the bed. Shen Shiyun, with a penchant for cleanliness, cannot tolerate using anything not his own. Thus, at every stop, she meticulously prepares his bed and replaces his belongings. After finishing, Mingchan decides to step outside for fresh air. Before she can leave, a languid yet cool voice emanates from behind the screen, "Come help me wash." Reluctantly, Mingchan approaches, taking a towel to assist Shen Shiyun in bathing. Leaning against the tub, Shen Shiyun closes his eyes, exhaustion evident beneath his long lashes. Mingchan focuses intently on wiping his well-defined shoulders and neck. Upon arriving in Qianzhou, Shen Shiyun sustained injuries and fell gravely ill, nearly losing his life. It took a year of recuperation to restore him to health. During that time, he was mere skin and bones, resembling a living corpse, and Mingchan feared he might perish in Qianzhou. Fortunately, he survived, and though still taciturn, he appears significantly revitalized. In the past year, he seems to have become more open-minded, practicing self-defense daily, his physique becoming increasingly toned. Perhaps dissatisfied with her gentle touch, Shen Shiyun instructs, "Use your hands and knead." Mingchan discards the towel and begins to massage his shoulders and arms. Her fingers are slender, with calluses from her labor in Qianzhou, where she tended to household chores and cultivated a small garden for their sustenance. Her hands lack the delicate softness of a noblewoman, often stained with indelible plant sap, resembling those of an ordinary peasant. If one were to find a merit, it might be that they are relatively long and nimble. However, after weeks of travel, her hands have softened, losing their roughness. The absence of calluses alters the sensation of her touch, producing an unexpected stir within him. The dormant dragon beneath the surface begins to stir. Shen Shiyun furrows his brow. The woman beside him remains oblivious, perpetually dense. He cannot fathom why she was chosen as a pawn by the Ming family. Dull and malleable, she does as commanded, yet remains incapable of discerning the emotions of others. It is easy to see why she was deemed the discarded child. Even in matters of affection, she is slow and unresponsive, never knowing how to please. Shen Shiyun quickly suppresses his feelings, emerging from the tub and draping a robe over himself. As he exits, the woman has already left the room. Shen Shiyun is indifferent to her whereabouts. Her presence or absence bears no significance. Having just bathed and not yet feeling drowsy, he retrieves a book to pass the time. After a while, she returns, carrying a plate of pastries. Your Highness, would you like some osmanthus cake? Mingchan inquires. No, he replies curtly, disliking sweets and eating before bed. Yet, Mingchan has a sweet tooth. Even in the most challenging times in Qianzhou, she never deprived herself of good food. Shen Shiyun recalls her previous indulgence, and now, as she snacks late at night, she resembles someone who has never tasted fine delicacies, pondering how her small frame can accommodate so much. With his robe partially open and long hair cascading over his shoulders, Shen Shiyun leans languidly against the headboard, watching the woman devour the pastries, and inexplicable restlessness surges within him once more. Hurry up, finish your meal, take a bath, and go to sleep, he said with a furrowed brow. Mingchan lifted her head, her clear eyes gazing at him in bewilderment. Shen Shiyun despised her current naivety, making him appear as though he were a man on the brink of impatience. Oh, I'll go after I finish eating, she replied, once again burying her head in the pastries, savoring them as if they were the most delectable treats. The Ming family, despite being a prominent household, had raised a daughter so sheltered from the world. Shen Shiyun felt he had squandered too much time on her and turned his attention back to his book. After finishing her meal, Mingchan stepped outside. Shen Shiyun frowned, sensing a drop in the atmosphere within the room. Fortunately, Mingchan returned shortly, stating, Your Highness, there is no hot water left. Shen Shiyun, exhausted from sleepless nights, replied, Make do with what you have. She had taken baths before, so why was she being so particular now? Mingchan hesitated, but the water isn't very hot. May I sleep on the floor? The bedding on the bed was their own, while the inn's linens had been placed in a nearby wardrobe. Mingchan did not possess such fastidiousness. She found the inn's bedding perfectly acceptable. Shen Shiyun's patience seemed to have run its course, as he offered no reply, his gaze heavy upon her. This served as his answer. Mingchan conceded. All right, I will go wash. Shen Shiyun heard the sound of water behind the screen, and the restlessness within him began to rise anew. Perhaps he had truly been holding back for too long. Mingchan soon emerged, fully dressed after her bath. Having spent days in the carriage with little exposure to sunlight, her complexion had lightened considerably, now radiating a delicate rosy hue from the steam. Extinguish the lamp and come here, Shen Shiyun instructed. Mingchan blew out the lamp and settled by the edge of the bed. His tall, warm figure enveloped her completely. Mingchan placed her hand against his heated, firm chest. Your Highness, I have come to visit. The man, caught in a wave of warmth, abruptly withdrew from her. In the darkness, Mingchan let out a barely audible sigh. Her hand was then enveloped in warmth, and Shen Shiyun's cool voice whispered in her ear, Then use your hands. Perhaps the pent-up emotions of recent days had finally found release, for Shen Shiyun surprisingly had a restful night, the first since leaving Qianzhou. He was a light sleeper, needing familiar comforts to fall asleep, yet this was the first time he had struggled through an entire night without rest. Thankfully, they were soon to return to the capital. In the early morning, as the sun began to rise, Tang Qing summoned the guards and set forth for the capital. After 3 years apart, they were finally returning. Chapter 2. The Prince's Mansion. Upon returning to familiar ground, Shen Shiyun did not sit in the carriage as he usually did, but instead rode a magnificent steed at the front of the procession. In stark contrast to Shen Shiyun's spirited demeanor, Mingchan appeared lethargic. Having barely slept the night before, her arms felt heavy, and she dozed off in the carriage. In her drowsy state, she seemed to relive the day she left the capital. She recalled the day's unusually fine weather, sunny and bright after the rain. Crowds filled the streets, not to enjoy the spring scenery, but to witness the spectacle of her and Shen Shiyun's disgrace. Chained and supporting the injured Shen Shiyun, she had been escorted from the city, subjected to a barrage of gossip along the way. Prince Chu truly lives up to his reputation as the most extraordinary gentleman. Even as a prisoner, his remarkable aura cannot be suppressed.
Ha, you women are so shallow.
What does it matter if Shen Shiyun is extraordinary? He has been reduced to a commoner, no longer the Prince of Chu. Exiled to the wilds of Qianzhou, he may never set foot in the capital again. Indeed, even the Ming family dared not marry their legitimate daughter to him. They merely sent a neglected concubine in her stead, as if to repay the initial favor shown by the esteemed Master Ji. I've heard that the Ming family's concubine is the daughter of a slave, a fitting match for a prince reduced to common status. Alas, once the illustrious Prince of Chu, once the dream of countless noble ladies, now reduced to marrying the daughter of a slave, how fickle the world is. The carriage jolted over a pothole, causing Mingchan's head to bump against the wall, finally rousing her from her chaotic dreams. Rubbing her sore forehead, she realized, with a twinge of nostalgia, that she had dreamt of long-ago events. The outside world grew lively. Mingchan lifted the carriage curtain to look outside, realizing they had arrived in the capital, having slept longer than she intended. The surroundings blended with her memories. 3 years had passed, yet the capital remained unchanged. However, the days of peaceful coexistence were likely coming to an end. Prince Chu. It is truly Prince Chu. 3 years apart, and Prince Chu is even more radiant than before. Among the onlookers lining the streets, daring young women whispered, filled with both shyness and awe. Mingchan's gaze followed forward, and she quickly spotted the tall figure of the man on horseback. Standing tall, with a face as radiant as the moon, he exuded an unparalleled nobility. Even the sunlight seemed to shine brighter upon him. He was like a celestial being, a flower on a lofty peak, untouchable. 3 years of exile had transformed him, bestowing upon him a demeanor of calm and restraint. Prince Chu's grievances have been cleared. The emperor's favor towards him has only grown, and his future is boundless. Indeed, the emperor has always favored Prince Chu. He even sent Lord Tang, the commander of the Imperial Guard, to personally greet him. This shows the emperor's esteem for Prince Chu. This has truly benefited the Ming family's illegitimate daughter, a mere daughter of a slave, now transformed into the Princess of Chu, who will not only accompany Prince Chu but also rise alongside him. With Shen Shiyun leading the horsemen ahead, the carriage Mingchan occupied lagged behind. The onlookers, hesitant to speak of Prince Chu in his presence, only began to whisper once the procession had passed, their words reaching Mingchan's ears. She lowered the carriage curtain, shutting out the sour remarks from outside. As they approached Xuanda Gate, Shen Shiyun rode up to the carriage, stating, "You will escort the princess back to the mansion. I must go to the palace to meet the emperor." The coachman complied. Shen Shiyun turned his horse and rode straight toward the palace. Mingchan lifted the curtain slightly, catching a glimpse of his retreating figure. He did not utter a word to her, nor did he even glance in her direction. However, Mingchan seemed accustomed to this and paid it little mind. The carriage turned down a street of moderate length and stopped before a grand entrance. Mingchan alighted and looked up to see a gilded plaque bearing the words Prince Chu's Mansion inscribed in bold, vigorous characters. This was Mingchan's first visit to the prince's mansion. When she and Shen Shiyun had married, the mansion had been sealed by the court, and Shen Shiyun had been confined in a remote place called Shaoyang Courtyard. Their marriage had taken place there, without ceremony, without friends or family, and even Shen Shiyun had not donned wedding attire, as he had been grievously injured at the time. "Miss Ming has returned." A woman emerged from the mansion. Mingchan's gaze shifted from the plaque to the woman. The woman was of similar age, dressed in an elegant embroidered gown, exuding poise and grace, with an air of scholarly refinement. "I am Wu Shuang. Honored to meet you, Miss Ming." The noble consort is concerned that His Highness may have nowhere to rest upon his return, so she specifically instructed me to manage the mansion in preparation for your arrival.
Wu Shuang explained gently.
She was beautiful, with a soft voice and a penchant for smiling, making her readily approachable. Yet the timing of her appearance and her address to Mingchan carried a subtle implication. After all, Mingchan had been with Prince Chu for 3 years, and during his exile in Qianzhou, she had been known to all as Lady Shen. Now that Prince Chu had regained his title and returned to the capital, Mingchan deserved to be called Princess Chu. Xu Fei, the biological mother of Prince Shen Shiyun, is a seasoned figure who has navigated the intricacies of the imperial harem for many years. It is expected that she would possess a fundamental understanding of proper decorum in managing the affairs of the prince's residence. Mingchan regarded Mu Shuang with a calm demeanor. Mu Shuang, in turn, allowed her scrutiny, maintaining a gentle smile that was entirely appropriate. "Thank you for your trouble," Mingchan expressed. "There is no need for such formality, Miss Ming. Serving Her Highness, Xu Fei, and His Highness, the Prince, is my duty." "Let us proceed inside," Mu Shuang replied. The two entered the royal residence, with Mu Shuang guiding Mingchan through a lengthy corridor and past numerous courtyards, ultimately arriving at a secluded courtyard. "This Cui Luo courtyard is tranquil and serene. Please make it your abode, Miss Ming." "I have prepared the space for you," Mu Shuang announced. Mingchan inquired, "Where does His Highness reside?" Mu Shuang answered, "His Highness is in Wen Xian Hall." "And where is Wen Xian Hall located?" Mingchan pressed further. "It is near Tingyu Pavilion, not far from the Hu Xian Pavilion," Mu Shuang explained, adding, "Her Highness mentioned that His Highness has many matters awaiting his attention upon his return to the capital and should not be disturbed casually." This statement implicitly conveyed to Mingchan that she should refrain from frequent visits to the prince. Pondering this, Mingchan remarked, "If His Highness is to remain undisturbed, why not allocate the quiet Cui Luo courtyard for him? Perhaps I should relinquish this peaceful space to him." Her understanding and generosity were commendable, yet Mu Shuang felt a pang of concern. How could Cui Luo courtyard be compared to an Xian hall? Such a humble dwelling would surely lead to her expulsion from the royal residence if it were assigned to the prince. "Miss Ming, you may not be aware, but His Highness enjoys reading and attending to official matters at Tingyu Pavilion. It is best that you reside in Cui Luo courtyard," Mu Shuang asserted, swiftly diverting the topic. "Her Highness indicated that there are numerous trivial affairs within the prince's residence, and since you have no experience managing accounts, any mishap could hinder His Highness." With humility, Mu Shuang continued, "I have learned some skills from Her Highness, and was sent to assist His Highness in managing the inner quarters. If you require anything, do not hesitate to send for me." She wore a smile while discreetly observing Mingchan's reaction. Logically, with the return of the Princess of Chu, the authority over the household should rightfully fall to her. Xu Fei's maneuver was clearly intended to undermine Mingchan, placing her in a position of discomfort. Any woman of higher temperament would likely feel humiliated to the point of tears. Yet, the humble-born daughter of the Ming family appeared oblivious, as if she had not grasped Mu Shuang's insinuations, treating her remarks with indifference. Even if she had understood, what recourse did she have as a newly returned daughter-in-law? Would she dare harbor grievances against Xu Fei? If a confrontation were to arise, Xu Fei would only grow more disdainful of her, and it was uncertain whether the royal residence would continue to accommodate her. Her silent response bore an air of wisdom veiled in simplicity, leaving one to wonder whether it was true sagacity or mere folly. Mu Shuang chose not to dwell on Mingchan's thoughts, summoning several maidens to address her. "Miss Ming, these individuals are now at your service. After your arduous journey, I am sure you must be weary. Please allow them to escort you to rest," she instructed. The maidens complied, yet Mingchan hesitated to enter the room. Mu Shuang, no longer inclined to engage with her, remarked, "His Highness is soon to return, and I must attend to the preparations for his welcome. I bid you farewell, Miss Ming." This series of events had inverted their roles, rendering Mingchan the guest, while Mu Shuang assumed the demeanor of the hostess. Mingchan displayed no sign of anger. Instead, just as Mu Shuang was about to turn away, she said, "I appreciate your efforts, Miss Mu. You are truly considerate, assisting me with the household and encouraging me to voice my needs. I do, in fact, require your assistance on a matter." A sense of foreboding washed over Mu Shuang, who then heard Mingchan boldly declare, "I have indeed endured a taxing journey, attending to His Highness daily. I must trouble you, Miss Mu, to procure some bird's nest and ginseng, as I need to restore my health." Mu Shuang's expression momentarily stiffened. Yet, Mingchan continued, seemingly oblivious, "Also, I require this year's freshly harvested golden thread bird's nest. Inferior quality will yield no benefits. Furthermore, the ginseng must be a 1,000-year variety from Jishan Tang, not too much, just 5 pounds of each will suffice." Mingchan, an uncherished concubine, was wed to the exiled king of Chu in place of her legitimate elder sister. The king, Shen Shiyun, a paragon of elegance and talent, once radiated like the luminous moon in the heavens, holding no fondness for the woman whom the Ming family had chosen to humiliate him. He observed her struggles and humble existence with a detached gaze, noting her unwavering dedication in tending to his needs without a word of complaint. Not a single kind word had ever graced his lips. 3 years later, Shen Shiyun's unjust plight was rectified, and he returned to his former glory. The status of a concubine born of a lesser branch could no longer suffice for the esteemed position of the king's consort. Mingchan voluntarily sought to relinquish her title. Shen Shiyun regarded his meek and unremarkable wife with indifference and remarked, "In consideration of your years of service, I have no intention of casting you aside." "Have you thought this through?" Mingchan remained submissively bowed, replying, "I hope for your understanding, my lord." Upon hearing of his intent to divorce, many came to inquire. A longtime friend commented, "Since it was a mistake from the beginning, it is better to sever ties." A close brother remarked, "You and Sister Chan are indeed ill-suited." A rival exclaimed, "It was long overdue." One day, as Shen Shiyun passed by a courtyard, he overheard laughter and merriment from beyond the wall. A fleeting memory surfaced, reminiscent of what he had once offered to his former wife as compensation. For reasons unknown, he instructed his attendant to knock on the crimson door. The young gatekeeper scrutinized them and said, "You must be here to visit my lady, am I correct? Sister Chan is entertaining her close friends today and is unavailable. Tomorrow, she is to play cuju with General Gu, and the day after, the third prince has invited her for a boat ride on the lake. If you wish to queue, it will be a 10-day wait." The young gatekeeper counted on his fingers, while the riding whip in Shen Shiyun's hand had unknowingly snapped in two. Chapter 1. Return to the capital ***. "Your Highness, we are 30 miles from the capital," reported the head guard, Tang Qing, as he approached the carriage. The young man inside lifted the curtain to glimpse the sunset's afterglow and replied softly, "Thank you all for your hard work. Let us find an inn nearby to rest before setting forth again in the morning." Tang Qing accepted the order and led 100 elite guards into a nearby town. Close to the capital, the town bustled with life, and the limited guest rooms were quickly filling. The innkeeper said, "Esteemed guests, we have but one superior room left and cannot offer a second." Tang Qing furrowed his brow, knowing that the king and his consort deserved the best accommodations. Throughout their journey, they had always reserved 2 superior rooms. How is it that upon reaching the capital, they found themselves unable to secure even one? Mingchan stepped forward, saying, "Then let us book a standard room as well." Tang Qing glanced discreetly at the young man, who remained impassive, leaving him uncertain of the situation. Since the beginning of their journey, the king and his consort had occupied separate rooms, perhaps validating some rumors. The king, Shen Shiyun, a figure of ethereal elegance, had once been the emperor's most favored son, adored by the noble ladies of the capital. No one could have anticipated that such a celestial being would ultimately marry a common-born concubine. Observing their interactions now, it was evident that Shen Shiyun held reservations regarding this union and his consort. The innkeeper, eager to please, added, "Esteemed guests, we do have standard rooms available, but with so many distinguished individuals, I fear that after accommodating you, we may have insufficient lodging left." The young man finally spoke, his voice icy. "That will suffice. We shall make do." Mingchan lowered her gaze, responding, "I shall heed my husband's wishes." Shen Shiyun glanced at her bowed head and ascended the staircase. As the candlelight flickered, Mingchan spread the silk quilt on the bed. Shen Shiyun possessed a fastidious nature, finding it uncomfortable to use anything not belonging to him. Thus, at every stop, Mingchan was obliged to prepare his bedding and replace it with their own belongings. Once finished, Mingchan intended to step outside for some fresh air. However, before she could leave, a languid yet cool voice emerged from behind the screen. "Come here and help me wash." Reluctantly, Mingchan approached the screen and took the towel to assist Shen Shiyun with his bath. Leaning against the tub with his eyes closed, Shen Shiyun appeared weary, an unmistakable hint of fatigue evident beneath his long lashes. Mingchan focused intently on wiping his well-defined shoulders and neck, avoiding any distraction. When they first arrived in Qianzhou, Shen Shiyun had sustained injuries and suffered from the local ailments, nearly losing his life to illness. It took a year of recovery for him to regain his strength. During that time, he had been emaciated, resembling a living corpse, and Mingchan had feared he might perish in Qianzhou. Thankfully, he recovered, though he remained aloof and taciturn, his spirit noticeably improved. In the past year, he seemed to embrace life more fully, practicing self-defense techniques daily, his physique transforming into a more graceful and muscular form. Perhaps finding her ministrations lacking, he commanded, "Use your hands and knead me." Mingchan discarded the towel and began to massage his shoulders and arms. Her fingers were slender, calloused from the labors of managing household affairs, fetching water, cooking, washing clothes, and cleaning. She had taken on all responsibilities herself. She had even cultivated a small garden for vegetables and herbs, which provided for their sustenance. Her hands bore none of the delicate softness of a noble lady, often stained with stubborn plant sap, resembling those of a common village girl. If one were to seek a virtue, perhaps they could say her fingers were long and nimble, adept at labor. However, after this half-month of travel, her hands had softened somewhat, the calluses less pronounced. Perhaps it was the absence of roughness that altered the sensation of her touch upon him. He could distinctly feel the tender skin beneath her nimble fingers as they pressed against him, igniting an inexplicable yearning within. The dormant dragon beneath the waters slowly began to stir. Shen Shiyun frowned slightly, yet the woman remained oblivious. She was always so unperceptive. Without his prompting, she could not fathom another's emotions. It was easy to see why she had been offered as a pawn by the Ming family. Dull and unremarkable, she was easily manipulated, obedient to his every command, yet incapable of discerning intent without verbal cues. Such a person would hardly be endearing in any context. Yet, she conversed easily with the village women in Qianzhou, perhaps indicating a different affinity. "That's enough," Shen Shiyun said, grasping her slender wrist and gently releasing it. Mingchan hesitated, then stepped back. "Allow me to assist you in dressing." "No need." He firmly declined. "You may leave." Mingchan did not linger, and turned to exit. Her near-total obedience pleased him, yet her lack of wit and charm rendered her incapable of any rebellious act. Even her emotions appeared dull and unresponsive. She never knew how to please others. Shen Shiyun soon suppressed the stirring desire within and stepped out of the tub, donning his robe. Upon leaving, he found the woman had already vacated the room. Shen Shiyun felt no concern for her whereabouts. Her presence or absence held little significance. After bathing, he was not yet ready for sleep and retrieved a book to pass the time. After roughly the duration of an incense stick, she returned, bearing a tray of pastries. "Your Highness, would you like some osmanthus cake?" Mingchan inquired. "I do not wish to eat," he replied, disliking sweets and preferring not to indulge before sleep. Yet Mingchan had a penchant for snacks, never depriving herself even during their most challenging days in Qianzhou. He recalled her consuming a fair amount previously, and now, as she indulged in a late-night snack, she resembled someone who had never tasted fine food. He wondered how her petite frame could accommodate so much. Shen Shiyun, his collar partially undone and hair cascading over his shoulders, lounged against the headboard, watching her devour the pastries with singular focus, and the inexplicable yearning within him surged once more. "Hurry and finish your meal, then take a bath and sleep," he said with a furrowed brow. Mingchan looked up, her clear eyes gazing at him in confusion. Shen Shiyun detested her current state of bewilderment and simplicity, making him appear like a man in desperate need. "Oh, I'll go right after I finish eating," she replied, burying her head once more in the delectable pastries, savoring them as if they were the most exquisite delicacies. The Ming family, being a prominent household, had produced such an inexperienced daughter? Shen Shiyun felt he had squandered an inordinate amount of time on her, and thus turned his gaze back to his book. After Mingchan finished her meal, she stepped outside again. Shen Shiyun frowned, sensing a drop in the atmosphere within the room. Fortunately, Mingchan soon returned, saying, "Your Highness, there is no hot water." Shen Shiyun, weary beyond measure from sleepless nights, replied, "Make do with what you have." She had bathed in her own water before, so why was she being so particular now? Mingchan hesitated. "The water isn't very warm. May I sleep on the floor instead?" The bedding on the bed was their own, while the inn's original linens lay forgotten in a nearby wardrobe. Mingchan was not overly fastidious. She believed the bedding was sufficiently clean. Shen Shiyun's patience seemed to have run dry. He offered no response, his gaze dark and steady upon her. That was answer enough. "Very well, I shall go wash," Mingchan conceded. Shen Shiyun heard the sound of water from behind the screen, and the heat within him began to rise. Perhaps he had truly been pent up for far too long. Mingchan soon emerged from her wash, dressed modestly. After days spent in a carriage, she had not seen much sunlight, and her complexion had lightened considerably, now appearing slightly rosy from the steam. "Light the lamp and come here," Shen Shiyun commanded. Mingchan extinguished the lamp and settled onto the edge of the bed. The tall, warm figure enveloped her, cocooning her entirely. Mingchan placed her hand against his warm, solid chest. "Your Highness, I have come with my monthly visitor." The man, caught in a wave of heat, retreated from her. In the darkness, Mingchan let out a barely audible sigh. Soon, her hand was enveloped in warmth, as Shen Shiyun's cool voice whispered near her ear, "Then use your hands." Perhaps the repressed feelings of recent days had found release, for Shen Shiyun experienced an unprecedented good night's sleep last night. It was the first night since leaving Qianzhou that he had fallen into slumber. He was a light sleeper, needing familiar surroundings to rest, yet this was the first time he had struggled through a night without sleep. Thankfully, they would soon return to the capital. As dawn broke, with the sun just rising, Tang Qin gathered the guards and set off for the capital. After 3 years apart, they were finally returning. Chapter 2. The Royal Manor. Upon returning to his homeland, Shen Shiyun did not remain in the carriage as he usually would. Instead, he rode a tall horse at the front of the procession. In contrast to Shen Shiyun's spirited demeanor, Mingchan appeared rather listless. Having had little rest the previous night, her arms felt heavy, and she dozed off in the carriage. In her hazy state, she seemed to revisit the day they had departed the capital. She recalled the weather was remarkably fine that day, sunny after the rain, with the streets bustling with tourists. Yet these tourists were not there to admire the scenery. They had come specifically to witness the spectacle of her and Shen Shiyun's disgrace. She had been shackled, supporting the injured Shen Shiyun as they were escorted out of the city, hearing the whispers that followed them. Prince Chu is indeed the epitome of elegance. Even as a prisoner, his remarkable demeanor cannot be contained.
Ah,
You women are so superficial. What does it matter if Shen Shiyun is handsome? He's been reduced to a commoner, no longer the Prince Chu. Exiled to a remote land like Qianzhou, he may never again set foot in the capital. Indeed, even the Ming family dared not marry their legitimate daughter to him, sending only an insignificant illegitimate daughter in her place, as if to repay the favor shown by Master Ji. I heard that the Ming family's illegitimate daughter was born of a criminal, a fitting match for a prince reduced to a commoner. Alas, the once glorious Prince Chu, once the dream of so many noble women, has now fallen to the status of marrying a criminal's daughter. How unpredictable is life. The carriage jolted over a pothole. Mingchan's had bumped against the carriage wall, pulling her from her disordered dreams. She rubbed her forehead, realizing that familiarity bred anxiety, as she had dreamt of such distant memories. Outside, the commotion grew louder. Mingchan lifted the carriage curtain to glance outside. Realizing they had indeed arrived in the capital, she had slept far longer than intended. The scenery around her mirrored her memories. Despite the passage of 3 years, the capital remained unchanged. However, the days of peaceful tranquility were likely coming to an end. Prince Chu. It truly is Prince Chu. After 3 years, Prince Chu appears even more resplendent than before. Among the crowd lining the streets, bold women murmured, their voices brimming with youthful admiration and awe. Mingchan's gaze followed suit, landing on the tall figure atop a horse ahead. He stood straight, his face luminous as the moon, exuding an air of nobility that even the sunlight cascading upon him seemed to enhance. He was like a celestial being, an unattainable flower upon a high peak. 3 years of exile had transformed him, endowing him with a newfound composure and restraint. The grievances of Prince Chu have finally been resolved. The emperor's favor towards him has deepened, and his future holds boundless possibilities. Indeed, the emperor has always favored Prince Chu, and this time even sent Lord Tang, the commander of the imperial guards, to personally escort him, a testament to the emperor's regard. This truly benefits the Ming family's illegitimate daughter, once a mere criminal's child, now transformed into the Princess of Chu, accompanying Prince Chu, and ascending to greatness. The horseman led by Shen Shiyun rode ahead, while Mingchan's carriage lagged far behind. The onlookers refrained from discussing matters in Prince Chu's presence, only whispering once the procession had passed, which Mingchan overheard. She lowered the curtain, isolating herself from the envious remarks outside. As they reached Xuande Gate, Shen Shiyun rode up to the carriage, saying, "You shall be escorted back to the manor, while I go to the palace to meet the emperor." The coachman nodded in compliance. Shen Shiyun turned his horse and sped towards the palace. Mingchan lifted a corner of the curtain, catching a glimpse of Shen Shiyun's figure disappearing into the distance. He had not uttered a single word to her, nor had he even glanced her way. Yet, Mingchan had long since grown accustomed to this and paid it no mind. The carriage wound its way down a street of moderate length, halting before a grand residence. As Mingchan alighted, she looked up to see an ornate plaque inscribed with the words Chu Wang Fu in bold, powerful characters. This was Mingchan's first visit to the royal manor. When she and Shen Shiyun had wed, the manor had been sealed by the court, and Shen Shiyun had been imprisoned in a secluded place known as Shaoyang Courtyard. Their marriage had taken place there, devoid of ceremony or witnesses, and even Shen Shiyun had not donned bridal attire, for he had been grievously injured at that time. Miss Ming has returned. A woman emerged from the manor. Mingchan's gaze shifted from the plaque to the woman. The woman, of similar age to Mingchan, wore a tasteful embroidered gown, exuding grace and elegance, with an air of scholarly refinement about her. Mu Shuang greets Miss Ming. The noble consort is concerned that the prince may have nowhere to rest upon his return, and has instructed me to manage the manor, so that you both may reside here comfortably.
Mu Shuang explained gently.
She was beautiful, with a soft voice and a propensity for smiling, making her instantly likable to anyone who encountered her. However, the timing of her appearance and her address of Mingchan carried a hint of subtlety. After all, Mingchan had been with Prince Chu for 3 years. During his exile in Qianzhou, she had been known as Lady Shen. Now that Prince Chu had regained his title and returned to the capital, Mingchan was indeed worthy of being addressed as Princess Chu. Xu Fei is the biological mother of Prince Chu, Shen Shiyun, and a seasoned figure who has navigated the intricacies of the imperial harem for many years. As someone tasked with overseeing the affairs of the prince's residence, she should certainly comprehend the fundamental protocols involved. Mingchan regarded Mu Shuang with a calm demeanor. Mu Shuang, in turn, allowed her scrutiny, maintaining a gentle smile that was quite becoming. "Thank you for your trouble," Mingchan remarked. "You are too gracious, Miss Ming. It is my duty to serve Her Highness and His Royal Highness." "Let us proceed inside," Mu Shuang replied. The two entered the royal residence, with Mu Shuang guiding Mingchan through a lengthy corridor and numerous courtyards, ultimately arriving at a secluded courtyard. "This Tsuelua courtyard is tranquil and serene. Miss Ming may reside here, as I have already prepared it," Mu Shuang announced. Mingchan inquired, "Where does His Highness reside?" "His Highness is in the Wenxin Hall," Mu Shuang responded. "And where is the Wenxin Hall located?" Mingchan pressed further. "It is situated near the Tingyu Pavilion, not far from the Lake Heart Pavilion," Mu Shuang explained. Her Highness mentioned that His Highness has many affairs to attend to upon his return to the capital and should not be disturbed unnecessarily. This statement implicitly conveyed to Mingchan that she should refrain from frequent visits to the prince. Contemplating this, Mingchan mused, if His Highness is to remain undisturbed, why not allocate the peaceful Tsuelua courtyard for him? Perhaps I should relinquish it to him instead. Her understanding and generosity were truly commendable. However, Mu Shuang felt a pang of concern. The simplicity of Tsuelua courtyard could never compare to the grandeur of Wenxin Hall. Assigning such a modest abode to His Highness would likely result in her immediate expulsion from the royal residence. "Miss Ming, you may not be aware, but His Highness enjoys visiting the Tingyu Pavilion to read and conduct official business. It would be best for you to remain in Tsuelua courtyard," Mu Shuang stated, swiftly redirecting the conversation without granting Mingchan the opportunity to argue. Her Highness mentioned that the prince's residence is burdened with various trivial matters, and since you have no prior experience in managing accounts, any mistakes could impede His Highness. Mu Shuang, though unworthy, had previously learned some skills from Her Highness, and was thus sent to assist the prince in managing the inner quarters. "If you require anything, Miss Ming, feel free to send for me," she added, observing Mingchan's reaction with a subtle smile. Logically, with the princess returning to the residence, the authority over household management should rightfully fall to her. However, Xu Fei's maneuver was clearly meant to undermine Mingchan, creating an awkward situation for her. Any woman of dignity might have felt humiliated to the point of tears. Yet, this humble-born daughter of the Ming family appeared oblivious, seemingly not comprehending Mu Shuang's insinuations, treating her remarks with indifference. But even if she did understand, what could she do? As a newly returned daughter-in-law, would she dare to express dissatisfaction with Her Highness? If matters escalated, Xu Fei would surely harbor even greater disdain for her, and it would become uncertain whether this royal residence could accommodate her. Her silent demeanor exhibited a certain wisdom, though one could not discern if it stemmed from genuine insight or mere ignorance. Mu Shuang ceased to speculate about Mingchan's thoughts and summoned several maids, addressing Mingchan, "Miss Ming, these individuals will now attend to your needs. After such a long and arduous journey, I believe you must be weary. Allow them to escort you to rest." The maids complied, yet Mingchan did not enter the room. Mu Shuang, having lost interest in her, remarked, "His Highness will be returning shortly. I must attend to preparations for his welcome. Please excuse me, Miss Ming." This entire exchange had inverted the roles, leaving Mingchan feeling more like a guest, while Mu Shuang assumed the demeanor of a hostess. Mingchan exhibited no signs of anger, and just as Mu Shuang was about to turn away, she said, "I appreciate your efforts, Miss Mu. You are truly considerate in assisting me with the household and encouraging me to voice my needs. I do, in fact, have a matter that requires your attention." A sense of foreboding washed over Mu Shuang as she heard Mingchan unabashedly declare, "I have indeed experienced considerable fatigue and hardship during this journey, attending to His Highness daily. I would be grateful if you could procure some bird's nest and ginseng for me, as I must restore my health." Mu Shuang's expression momentarily stiffened. However, Mingchan seemed oblivious, continuing, "Additionally, I require the newly harvested golden silk bird's nest. Anything of inferior quality yields no benefits. As for the ginseng, it must be the Millennium Ginseng from Jishan. I do not need much, just 5 pounds of each will suffice." Chapter 3. Planning for oneself. In this chapter, Mu Shuang's facial muscles twitched as she realized that this illegitimate daughter of the Ming family held herself in too high regard, speaking without consideration of her own worth or the appropriateness of her demands. 5 pounds of this year's golden bird's nest. 5 pounds of Millennium Ginseng from Jishan. She was merely a woman who had stumbled into the position of princess, and even if she were truly a legitimate daughter of the Ming family, she would hardly be deserving of such extravagant gifts. The market price for golden bird's nest ranged from 500 to 1,000 silver per pound, and the Millennium Ginseng was even more valuable. It was absurd for her to openly request such lavish offerings. Even Prince Chu had not dared to be so extravagant. Of course, the royal household was not lacking in wealth, but the Grand Jin dynasty esteemed frugality. The current emperor often exemplified humility and restraint, and thus the ministers and royal family followed suit, avoiding excessive luxury. When Prince Chu fell from grace, the Ming family, fearing association with him might lead to their own downfall, hastily distanced themselves. Yet, due to the kindness shown to them by Prince Chu's maternal grandfather, Grand Tutor Ji, they reluctantly pushed forth their uncherished illegitimate daughter to marry him, fearing the public disgrace of appearing ungrateful. This discarded pawn, thrust forward to bear the brunt of disaster, was a source of lifelong shame for Prince Chu, a veritable insult to his dignity. Did she truly think herself worthy? Absolutely not. Mu Shuang had only just exchanged the customary pleasantries, and to refuse now would be akin to striking her own face. Moreover, with the prince having just returned to the capital, it was ill-timed to deal with this illegitimate daughter of the Ming family. Suppressing her disdain and contempt, Mu Shuang forced a smile and complied. After all, this unrefined daughter of a disgraced family had evidently received no proper upbringing. Her visions so limited that she believed she could indulge in luxury merely upon returning to the capital, foolishly presuming herself to be a noble princess. Yet, such behavior would only hasten her fall from favor. Mu Shuang believed that the noble-hearted Prince Chu would not indulge such a lowly woman. After Mu Shuang departed, Mingchan leisurely entered the room. Observing the chamber, which was hardly larger than her quarters in the Ming residence, Mingchan understood that this princess was indeed poorly regarded. Fortunately, the furnishings were relatively complete, though nothing of quality, and while they were not deplorable, they certainly did not live up to the standards of the Chu royal household. Appearing rather meager in comparison, Mingchan inquired about the names of the maids and instructed them to prepare hot water, as she wished to bathe and rest. Having bathed in the water previously used by Shen Shiyun, she felt unclean and uncomfortable, perhaps due to the chilliness of the water from last night. The servants responsible for cleaning the room had been careless, and it seemed they had been instructed to neglect their duties, leaving many corners dusty. Typically, the servants of the royal household were well trained, so such negligence indicated someone wished for her discomfort or sought to intimidate her. Mingchan casually pointed to a maid and instructed her to thoroughly clean the Buddha bed before sitting down and summoning another maid to massage her shoulders. Having not slept well the previous night and having traveled all day, she felt utterly fatigued, more so than a day spent toiling in the fields of Qianzhou. After waiting for some time without the maid returning with water, she told the maid behind her to stop the massage and check on the others. The maid, Bai He, left and soon encountered Lu Zhu and Xiongyu, who were carrying hot water. "Why did you take so long? The lady in the courtyard is urging us." Bai He snapped. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Zhu and Qianzhou were equally irked, as it was only their first day back and already they were met with impatience. Do you think we wanted to wait? The kitchen is busy preparing for the prince's return. They have no time to spare for us. Lu Zhu retorted. She truly believes herself the mistress of the royal household. Bai He continued, acting all high and mighty, and even complained about how I massaged her. They had expected this illegitimate daughter of the Ming family to be cautious due to her lowly origins, but instead, she seemed indifferent to others' opinions. If the noble concubine Xu truly acknowledged her status, she would not have sent Mu to manage the royal household, one of the maids remarked. Upon returning to Tsuelo courtyard, Mingchan cast a glance and asked, "Why did it take so long to bring back this little water?" Lu Zhu replied, "The household is busy welcoming the prince today. We had to boil this water ourselves." Mingchan pondered for a moment and suggested, "Then let us set up a stove in our courtyard so we need not make unnecessary trips to the kitchen. Is that appropriate?" Lu Zhu questioned. "What is inappropriate about it?" Mingchan countered. "Of course it is. If we cook ourselves, we will have even more work to do. The kitchen has trained chefs. We have never worked there and might not cook to your taste," Lu Zhu explained. After a moment of contemplation, Mingchan decided to have Mu arrange for 2 cooks to come over, as she had previously instructed that they could approach her with any issues. And she assumed Mu would not go back on her word, even regarding 2 cooks. The maids exchanged glances, unable to express their thoughts. This illegitimate princess truly lacked self-awareness. Bai He chimed in, "The kitchen staff is already limited. If we depart, the household may not have enough servants. Then we shall hire 2 from outside. Does the Chu royal household truly lack the means to support 2 cooks?" Mingchan replied, her tone devoid of emotion, making it difficult to discern her feelings. Almost as if she believed her statement to be entirely reasonable, the maids silently exchanged glances, choosing not to respond. Mingchan seemed unconcerned with their thoughts and proceeded to take her bath. The warm water enveloped her, allowing her to finally relax. She could indulge in a truly comfortable wash. Indeed, returning to the capital was anything but peaceful. It seemed that her tranquil days were numbered, and it was time for her to start planning for her future. Chapter 4. This prince will ensure she steps down from her position in the Great Hall of Qianzhou. Shen Shiyun was led in by the eunuch Yang Huaid, where he performed a deep bow before the emperor seated on the dragon throne. Emperor Yanping set aside his brush, walked around the desk, and helped him up. "You have suffered greatly these days. Your son has been reckless and headstrong, falling prey to deceitful individuals, failing to live up to your teachings and expectations. This is the unfilial act of your son," Shen Shiyun confessed, accepting full responsibility without a trace of resentment towards his father. The emperor, moved by his son's humility, felt a twinge of guilt alongside his pride. "You have grown quite a bit during this ordeal, and you are even taller than I am now. I take great comfort in that." 3 years prior, when Shen Shiyun left the capital, he was merely 16, still in the throes of adolescence, slender and delicate. Now, at 19, he had matured into a composed young man, the hardships of the past 3 years having shaped him into a flawless gem rather than breaking him. Emperor Yanping, feeling increasingly constrained by the power struggles among ministers, royal relatives, and intellectual factions, found solace in his son's accomplishments. The two shared a moment of familial warmth, but after this tender exchange, the emperor noticed Shen Shiyun's travel-worn appearance and realized he had come directly to the palace without returning home. As a compassionate father, he patted Shen Shiyun's shoulder and said, "You have had a tiring journey. Go rest for the day and recuperate your energy. I have many matters that require your attention." Shen Shiyun readily accepted this and added, "I wish to see my mother as well. Upon her return, she constantly murmured your name." Shen Shiyun bid farewell to Emperor Yanping and proceeded to Weiyang Palace. After a 3-year separation, the empress was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing her only son again, bursting into tears. In contrast to the empress's fervor, Shen Shiyun appeared remarkably composed. The passing years had aged both Emperor Yanping and the empress, suggesting that life in the imperial city had not been kind. Naturally, had these times of power and influence been more favorable, he might not have returned at all. "Your Highness, today marks your return. You should be joyous. Your tears only serve to sadden the prince," Lady Lu gently advised. The empress's emotions gradually settled, and she ordered a lavish meal to be prepared. Knowing that Prince Chu would return to the capital today, she had arranged a sumptuous feast filled with Shen Shiyun's favorite dishes. You have endured hardship in Qianzhou. You appear to have lost weight. Do eat more to regain your strength, the empress said, serving him some food. Shen Shiyun lowered his gaze at the long-forgotten royal delicacies, his thoughts drifting away. In truth, he had not lost weight over the past 3 years. He had actually grown taller and gained some weight. This was largely due to Mingchan, that woman. She was like a resilient weed, thriving regardless of her circumstances. During their exile in Qianzhou, she initially survived by foraging for herbs and tending to others' ailments. Later, she somehow acquired seeds and cultivated a few acres of land for herbs, managing to live quite comfortably. Moreover, she was particularly fond of food, spending every coin she earned on her appetite, even preferring to wear tattered clothes rather than skimp on her meals. Shen Shiyun could not comprehend such gluttony. However, despite her indulgence, Mingchan had never neglected him. During the year he was bedridden, she spent most of her money on his medicine. Although she did not care much for appearances, she ensured he was always well-dressed, even having more fine garments than she did. At times, Shen Shiyun had entertained the thought of living a simple life with her, but he could not resign himself to such a fate. He had always been diligent, well-versed in literature, and had dreams of becoming a wise ruler, adept in the art of governance. How could he realize his ambitions if he were to remain hidden away in a remote valley? A life of mediocrity was more unbearable than death itself. You have yet to return home? The empress's question pulled Shen Shiyun back from his reverie. No, I have not had the chance, he replied. This was expected by the empress, who continued, You've been away from the capital for 3 years, and your residence has been searched. It no longer resembles its former glory. Although your father has sent someone to oversee matters, time is of the essence, and I fear they may overlook some details. Thus, I've sent a few people to assist with the household. Thank you, mother, Shen Shiyun replied coolly. The empress added, Now that you have returned, there is no one at home to assist you. Let those maids and servants remain to attend to your needs. I have specifically chosen Mu Shuang for you. She is clever, resourceful, and understands propriety, making her suitable for managing the household and preventing any mishaps. The empress did not elaborate on any potential mishaps, but her underlying meaning was clear. A daughter of the Ming family, born of humble origins, would surely lack experience in managing a household, and given her past in Qianzhou, she hardly seemed capable of handling domestic affairs. Shen Shiyun frowned. Whether Mingchan could manage the household was not his primary concern, but he disliked the idea of the empress placing someone in his life. Nonetheless, on this day of their reunion, he did not wish to sour their meeting over trivial matters, so he remained silent. The empress discreetly observed Shen Shiyun's demeanor and served him more of his favorite dishes. 3 years have passed, and now your royal brothers have children of their own. The emperor is quite fond of his grandchildren. You should consider starting a family soon. Otherwise, if you remain childless, it may affect your father and the minister's opinions of you, she said slowly. Shen Shiyun paused, his appetite waning. Perhaps it was the tranquility of his life in Qianzhou, but hearing such matters suddenly troubled him. I understand, but such matters cannot be rushed, he replied. I am aware. The empress nodded slightly. In these years, you have had no one by your side, making the issue of heirs quite challenging. Now that you have returned to the capital, it is time to consider expanding your household. The Lin family has held prominence for generations, and with Lin Xiang's support during your return, they have facilitated many accomplishments. Their eldest daughter is in her prime, cultured, gentle, and the ideal candidate for your marriage. Shen Shiyun set down his chopsticks, entirely losing interest in eating. He paused, frowning. Father has just discussed matters with me, leaving many responsibilities for me to address. If I were to rush into marriage upon my return, it would not only invite criticism but also disappoint my father. With everything starting anew, I must proceed with caution, avoiding any missteps. The matter of a wife can be discussed in due time. The empress felt relieved upon hearing this. She had raised him with care and understood him well. She knew he was a clear-minded individual, aware of his desires and duties from an early age. I am not insisting you marry immediately. I simply wish for you to be aware. Regarding the matter of a wife, I will assist you. However, having no one in your household is not a viable situation. I will arrange for a few concubines to attend to you, ensuring you have someone close by. Shen Shiyun had no objections to the idea of concubines, but the empress's words seemed to disregard Mingchan entirely. He did not harbor strong feelings for her, often feeling more disdain than affection. Yet she had accompanied him for 3 years and was recognized as the princess of Chu. He did not wish to act too harshly. I have already married Mingchan. If I were to marry again, the Lin family's daughter could only be a secondary wife, he stated. The empress furrowed her brows in anger. You and the Ming family's common daughter have no formal marriage contract or ceremony. It does not count as a marriage. She is merely a servant sent to attend to you. Since the Ming family replaced their legitimate daughter with a criminal's daughter, I have developed a deep aversion to them. Shen Shiyun remained unfazed, merely stating, yet she has been with me for 3 years. This is known to all. My relationship with her in the eyes of the world will not change due to your words. The empress understood this as well and said softly, rest assured, my son. I will clear these obstacles for you. A daughter of the Ming family is unworthy of being your wife. I will resolve this issue before you take a proper spouse. With the Lin family support, our path ahead will be much smoother. A flicker of compassion crossed Shen Shiyun's face. Mother, though the Ming family's actions are contemptible, their daughter has committed no wrong. Considering her dedicated service over these 3 years, there is no reason she cannot occupy a place by my side. I hope you can accommodate this. The empress could not help but frown. She saw no reason to keep such a lowly Ming family daughter around. Do you have feelings for her? She asked, her brow furrowed. Shen Shiyun scoffed lightly, without hesitation. How could that be? The empress was perplexed, yet she heard him continue. My father values loyalty. How could I abandon a wife who stood by me in hardship, leaving myself open to public scorn? She may step down from her position, but not at this moment. His tone was resolute, yet devoid of warmth. Chapter 5. A lesson in timeliness. After bathing, Mingchan went to bed. Perhaps due to the recent travels, she had been feeling particularly fatigued, and after a restless night, her weariness was even more pronounced. She slept soundly until late into the night. Upon awakening, the room was dim, with only the soft moonlight filtering through the window. Had it not been for the faint illumination of the moonlight revealing the room's layout, she might have thought herself still in the small mountain village of Qianzhou. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. Mingchan sat up from her bed, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue that might have stemmed from either a prolonged slumber or a chill from last night's bath. As she rose, her body felt achingly weak, and her head was somewhat heavy. In truth, her constitution was rather robust. After all, had it been feeble, she would not have survived into adulthood in the Ming household. Prior to her time in Qianzhou, she rarely fell ill. However, after sustaining an injury there, her health had diminished despite her diligent efforts to recuperate, and she had yet to regain her former vitality. Even now, she felt a lingering chill. Mingchan did not hasten to rise but instead leaned against the headboard, taking her pulse for a moment. The dark night in Qianzhou had a sense of calm ordinariness, whereas the Prince of Chu's residence loomed like an unseen monstrous beast, lurking in the darkness, ready to engulf her at any moment. After a prolonged silence, she sighed softly, mustering her strength to stand. With the aid of the waning moonlight, she navigated to the table's edge and poured herself a cup of lukewarm tea to soothe her throat. Bihua Lingzhu, she called out the names of her 2 maidservants. Yet silence prevailed. Outside the window, all was still. It seemed the servants had received instructions to deliberately make her life difficult. The princess accompanying the Prince of Chu back to the capital, as if they wished for her to willingly relinquish her position. Mingchan understood their intentions well. She stepped out of her chamber, discovering the courtyard devoid of any night watchman. Had she truly been a lady raised in a noble household, with self-respect and propriety, such humiliation and torment would surely have left her despondent. Alas, she was not. She was a concubine's daughter in the Ming family, whose mother had been scorned as a slave, the most abject existence, even lower than the servants. From a young age, her mother had advised her not to grieve over unworthy people or matters, but to strive to survive. Moreover, she had never experienced the life of being attended to. The matriarch of the Ming family despised her, allowing her to fend for herself. Following her exile to Qianzhou with Shen Shiyun, they had struggled for survival. Devoid of any servants to assist them, she had always been the one to serve others. Therefore, those who sought to trouble her through the negligence of the servants had miscalculated. Guided by the moonlight, Mingchan followed the path she had traversed by day. Having eaten only a little before her morning departure, she had not eaten all day and felt the gnawing hunger in her belly, requiring sustenance lest she succumb to dizziness and irritability. Shortly after exiting the courtyard, she discerned the flickering lights of a small building ahead. Several maidservants were seated beneath the eaves, chatting and snacking. Perhaps emboldened by the distance from the Tsuelua courtyard, they had not anticipated her appearance, their voices unabated. I wonder where His Highness will spend the night. I've heard that the princess has arranged for him a bevy of youthful beauties. Although their backgrounds may not rival the esteemed Lin family, they are certainly of scholarly lineage and far superior to the one from Tsuelua courtyard. That one was merely sent by the Ming family under the pretense of marrying the legitimate daughter, yet in reality, she is likely not even worthy of being a mere concubine. I suspect His Highness bears a certain disdain for her. Otherwise, after 3 years together, how could she have failed to conceive? You must know, during those 3 years, she was the only woman by His Highness's side. And now that he returns to the capital, with so many beauties in the rear court, her chance for favor is even less likely. His Highness, of noble lineage and regal presence, surely would not entertain the idea of a concubine born to a criminal family. The Ming family's deceit, substituting a concubine for a legitimate wife, has turned His Highness into a subject of ridicule. He would be loath to allow her to conceive. Only she herself deludes herself into believing she is a princess, utterly shameless. With His Highness returning to the capital, he will undoubtedly gain the Emperor's favor and bask in even greater glory. How could a daughter of a concubine be made a princess? I have heard that the virtuous consort has already chosen a true princess for him, the legitimate daughter of the Lin family. It is no wonder the virtuous consort has sent Miss Mu to manage the prince's household. The one from Tsuelua courtyard is neither a princess, nor has any authority over the inner quarters. She is so despised, yet remains blissfully ignorant. I wonder if she will regret returning to the capital on the day His Highness marries the Lin family's young lady. Regret? I believe she dreams of being a toad wishing to eat swan meat, shamelessly clinging to His Highness. How could she bear to leave? Mistakenly. The maidservants engaged in their lively conversation were abruptly interrupted by a cold voice that startled them into silence. In the dim moonlight stood their mistress, leaning against a flowering tree, observing them with an expression of calm indifference. Upon recognizing her, the maidservants were struck dumb, their seeds and shells spilling from their hands. The woman showed no trace of anger or joy, simply gazing at them with a cool demeanor, correcting them. It is not that I wish to return. Rather, it is your prince who insisted that I accompany him back. The expressions on the maidservants' faces varied between shock and disbelief, as some regarded her with contempt. This woman must be mad. What prince would demand her return? Mingchan, unfazed by their skepticism, continued, "Is this how you typically serve your master?" The maidservants exchanged glances, unsure of Mingchan's intentions. Then she added, "I do not know how you have served others in the past, but under my care, you shall be punished for your misdeeds. I prefer not to resort to violence. Instead, you may strike each other." The maidservants were momentarily taken aback, yet they hesitated to act, instead exchanging furtive glances. Mingchan lacked any powerful backing and was deeply disliked by the virtuous consort. They seemed to have no obligation to heed her commands. Moreover, there were only the maidservants and Mingchan present. Even if she reported them to Miss Mu, they could easily deny any wrongdoing and retaliate against her. As for the prince, with Miss Mu guarding him, it would not be easy for a concubine's daughter from the Ming family to see him. Having reached this conclusion, the maidservants grew bolder. "Miss Ming, you must still be half asleep. It would be best for you to return to bed." Bihua spoke first. Mingchan raised an eyebrow. "I had not intended to resort to violence, but it seems my words carry little weight." With that, she stepped forward slowly. "What are you doing?" Zhu immediately became alert, while Bihua and Qianzhou instinctively retreated. "Miss Ming, we have said nothing and done nothing wrong. You cannot take advantage of your 3 years with the prince to disregard all decorum. On your first day back, you stir up trouble. You will incur the prince and the consort's displeasure," Bihua hastily interjected, though her mind raced with thoughts of the consequences if they clashed with Mingchan. If Miss Mu were to handle the matter, as long as it did not reach the princess' ears, they should escape punishment. However, Qianzhou, being the more timid of the group, exclaimed, "Princess, we are in the wrong. We will no longer gossip carelessly. Please show us mercy this time." Yet Mingchan did not halt her advance. "Too late. Remember to admit your faults earlier next time." With a steely gaze, she swiftly inserted a silver needle into Bihua's brow before she could act. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the prince's residence, echoing through the still night. At the listening rain pavilion by the Mirror Heart Lake, Shen Shiyun was perusing the documents sent by the Ministry of Revenue. A woman, elegantly dressed, entered with a plate of snacks and a cup of tea, gently placing them on the desk. Your Highness works diligently, yet you must also cherish your health. You have traveled for half a month and scarcely paused. Even the strongest of walls cannot withstand such strain. A fragrant aura accompanied her soft voice, enveloping Shen Shiyun. He merely lifted his gaze momentarily to regard the beauty. You are the maid sent by my mother? The woman quickly bowed. I am Mu Shuang, sent by the virtuous consort to attend to your daily needs, fearing you may overexert yourself. Shen Shiyun returned his focus to the documents. I am aware.
You may leave now.
Moreover, when I am attending to official matters, I prefer not to be disturbed by outsiders. Henceforth, unless summoned by me, you are not permitted to enter. The maidservant acknowledged her orders and took 2 steps back, her gaze sweeping over the disarray of scrolls and bookshelves within the room. She spoke. I previously served as a lady-in-waiting in the library. May I have the honor of organizing the bookshelves for you, Your Highness? Shen Shiyun had returned in haste, and the staff at the residence had yet to be fully assembled. The study of Tingyu Pavilion remained in disarray. He glanced at the woman before him, who appeared elegant and composed, neither servile nor arrogant, and adept at seizing opportunities. She indeed seemed quite intelligent. He nodded slightly, not unwilling to offer her this chance to showcase her abilities. You may organize the corner, but do so quietly. The maidservant took her leave to the corner to arrange the books, while Shen Shiyun continued to peruse the scrolls in his hands. The room was enveloped in silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Suddenly, an eerie cry pierced the tranquility, causing Shen Shiyun to frown involuntarily. The sound seemed to emanate from the direction of the backyard, faint yet jarring amidst the quiet of the night. Soon he heard a second, and then a third cry, until it became undeniable. Chapter 6. It seems someone has lost their life. Shen Shiyun set down the scroll in his hand, his brow furrowed. Naturally, the maidservant had heard the sound as well. She discreetly assessed Shen Shiyun before rising and saying, Your Highness, I shall go and investigate. Shen Shiyun, still frowning, responded coldly with a grunt, which served as his acquiescence. The maidservant exited Tingyu Pavilion, summoning 2 other maidservants to follow her towards the source of the noise. She was currently responsible for the royal courtyard, and such an incident occurring on the very first night of the Chu prince's return was a blatant provocation. The maidservant's expression darkened. This matter would be dealt with severely. Otherwise, she feared she would not be able to stand her ground in this royal residence. Having not gone far, she spotted a flustered maidservant racing towards her. She recognized this maidservant as Qianzhou from the Tsuilua courtyard, one she had personally assigned.
Stop.
Why are you running? The maidservant reprimanded coldly. Upon seeing the maidservant, Qianzhou seemed as if she had found a savior, kneeling down abruptly and exclaiming, Miss Mu,
please save me.
Miss Ming has killed someone. The maidservant raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of relief wash over her, even harboring a hint of anticipation. Indeed, the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family lacked both insight and intelligence, eager to make her presence known on her first day back in the capital, causing such a commotion. Was she not merely relying on her 3 years of association with the prince to act with arrogance? Maidservants of Ming's ilk were all too familiar to the maidservant, and without exception, those she had encountered met a dismal fate. Regaining her composure, the maidservant asked, Clarify, why did Miss Ming commit murder? Qianzhou, having run over in haste, was breathless and stammered, I do not know, but I was on duty with Lvzu and Biha when Miss Ming suddenly appeared and stabbed Biha and Lvzu to the ground. Fearing she would harm more people, I took the chance to escape and hurried to inform you, Miss Mu. However, the maidservant was not easily convinced. These maidservants were of questionable character, prone to gossip, and were lazy and envious, each with a history of misdeeds. They had been deliberately selected and assigned to the Tsuilua courtyard by her. There had to be a reason for the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family to take action. But what of it? If the princess were to kill someone on her first day back in the capital, the news alone would suffice to tarnish her reputation. And no amount of effort would earn her a virtuous name. Since the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family sought to slap her in the face and resist her, perhaps she could gift her a grand surprise in return. The maidservant devised a plan in her mind and whispered a few instructions to the 2 accompanying maidservants, who promptly departed. Qianzhou quivered, kneeling on the ground, and after a long while without receiving a response from the maidservant, her anxiety grew. After a considerable time, a soft voice from above commanded, Raise your head. Reluctantly, Qianzhou lifted her gaze to meet the maidservants, who appeared to wear a mask of insincerity. In that moment, she felt crushed, unable to breathe. The maidservant spoke again. I shall ask you once more, why did Miss Ming attempt to kill you? Qianzhou lost all courage to lie and could only reply truthfully. Miss Ming heard Biha and Lulzu speak of the prince's intention to take a new princess, and they remarked that she shamelessly clung to the prince, which enraged Miss Ming. The maidservant scoffed derisively, leaning down to face Qianzhou. Wrong. You did not say such things. Qianzhou was momentarily stunned, as if blanking out. Then she heard the maidservant continue. The princess is merely displeased with the arrangement of concubines by the noble consort. She wishes to monopolize the prince's attention. Do you understand? Qianzhou immediately comprehended, quickly bowing her head and replying, I understand. The princess is unhappy with the noble consort's arrangements and harbors resentment. Upon returning to the residence, she deliberately made things difficult for Miss Mu regarding this year's newly harvested bird's nest and the millennium ginseng from Jishintang. Hearing that the prince has taken a new concubine and would not be visiting the Tsuelua courtyard, the princess seized the opportunity to vent her anger on the maidservants assigned to serve her by the noble consort. Very well, return now. I must inform the prince first. The maidservant rose to her feet. Whether the Chu prince believes it or not is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether he will stand up for this illegitimate princess. Within the Tingyu pavilion, a figure of elegant bearing was diligently attending to his work, seemingly unaffected by the earlier interruption. The maidservant approached respectfully, stating, Your Highness, several maidservants have had a conflict with the princess and have been punished by her. Would you like to go and check? Shen Shiyun paused, not even lifting his head, merely frowning slightly. If they have been punished, there is no need to trouble me further. Although Mingchan is somewhat dull-witted, she is not entirely incapable of resistance. In fact, she resembles a rabbit, seemingly docile and easily bullied, yet when provoked, she can bite back. He had witnessed her struggle in adversity and had seen her hands stained with blood. She was a woman forged in a dark and corrupt environment, as resilient as the most tenacious weeds, requiring no concern from anyone. Furthermore, it was not worth his time and effort. Shen Shiyun continued to sift through the scrolls in front of him, exhibiting no interest in the matter at hand. The maidservant discreetly observed Shen Shiyun, her heart comprehending the situation, and she dutifully returned to organizing the bookshelves. This was, of course, for the best. It seemed that after 3 years of close companionship, the illegitimate princess had not left any significant impression on the Chu prince. However, it was to be expected. Even if the Chu prince were temporarily disheartened, he still possessed the royal blood flowing through his veins, along with unparalleled talent and grace. Such a proud individual could never harbor affection for someone of Mingchan's lowly status, the daughter of a condemned slave. Bringing her back to the capital was likely the Chu prince's final act of consideration for the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family. In the corridor, Mingchan sat leisurely against a beauty's cushion, munching on sunflower seeds. Had it not been for the 2 maidservants groaning in pain on the ground, the scene would have painted a picture of serene tranquility. The 2 hurriedly arriving maidservants exchanged glances at the sight, realizing that this illegitimate princess possessed some means, albeit rather clumsy and resembling a crude brute. Miss Ming, if the maidservants have erred, it is best to let the matrons in your courtyard handle it. There is no need for you to take matters into your own hands, causing unrest throughout the residence at such an hour, one of the matrons remarked. Mingchan replied, This matron does not understand. I have not eaten all day and am too weak to engage in conflict. It was their disobedience that led to this. And as for the matrons you mentioned, I have yet to see them. The matron's expression twitched. How could one be so weak yet still render 2 maidservants nearly lifeless? However, the task assigned to the maidservants was not to argue with this princess. The elder matron stated, Since Miss Ming is dissatisfied with the maidservants assigned by Miss Mu, we shall take them away. Miss Mu will provide you with a response after her inquiry. Mingchan nonchalantly replied, There is no need for a response. Simply tell Miss Mu to give me 100 taels, and I shall purchase my own. The servants of the royal residence have too high an opinion of themselves. I am unworthy of having you serve me. Wang Pozi and Zheng Pozi both wore unsightly expressions, and the Ming family's illegitimate daughter spoke with a sharp tongue. What nonsense, Miss Ming. We have not caused you any distress. We are taking these 2 maidservants with us. As for the topic of Mu Shuang providing money, both old women cleverly sidestepped it, hastily dragging Bai He and Lu Zhu away. Qianzhou returned anxiously. Upon reaching the plum garden, she spotted 2 matrons tugging at something beside Miss Mu. As she contemplated approaching to inquire about the situation with the princess, a sudden sound broke her thoughts.
Wang Mama.
Where are you taking us? My legs hurt so much. Let me walk on my own. The voice was all too familiar. It was Lu Zhu, who served alongside her for the princess. Qianzhou froze momentarily, halting her steps. A strong intuition surged within her. She should not proceed any further. She quickly sought refuge behind a dense thicket. Lu Zhu struggled to rise, while Wang Pozi and Zheng Pozi exchanged knowing glances. I kindly rescued you from Miss Ming. Yet you remain ungrateful. I walk without complaint. Why should you cry of pain? Let me remedy it, and I assure you, the discomfort will vanish swiftly. With that, Wang Pozi produced a silk handkerchief and pressed it over Lu Zhu's mouth. Lu Zhu's eyes widened in terror as she fought desperately. Unfortunately, having been injured by Mingchan previously, she had yet to recover, and with Wang Pozi's formidable physique, she was soon rendered completely still. Nearby, he attempted to escape but was swiftly pinned down by Zheng Pozi, who grasped her neck, silencing her cries for help. Qianzhou, hidden among the bushes, covered her mouth tightly, afraid to make a sound. After the two matrons suffocated by he and Lu Zhu, they continued to drag their lifeless bodies away. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Qianzhou was paralyzed by fear, unable to move for a long while. The night deepened. In the long corridor, Mingchan leaned leisurely against a beautiful recliner, casually munching on the leftover seeds of the maidservants. She seemed to revel in this moment of tranquility. A shadow, disheartened and forlorn, lurked in the archway, silently observing the figure in the corridor, as if waiting for her departure. How long do you intend to hide there? Do you wish for me to invite you out? Qingyu's voice shattered the silence, dousing Qianzhou with a cold splash of water. Having witnessed the Ming family's daughter's methods against Bai He and Lu Zhu, Qianzhou hurried towards the figure seated in the corridor. However, at a distance of 8 or 9 steps from Mingchan, she dared not approach any closer, trembling as she stammered, "What does the princess command?" Mingchan chuckled softly. Why the sudden change to princess? The lightness in her laughter sent shivers down Qiangyu's spine, making her feel that this Miss Ming was utterly inscrutable. Alas, I truly prefer hearing you call me Miss Ming, Mingchan continued, with genuine fondness. Qiangyu's legs weakened, and she fell to her knees, her voice quivering. Please spare me, Your Highness. I shall never dare again. I beseech you to forgive me. I did not ask for your life. Why are you so frightened? Mingchan replied, her tone almost innocent. At that moment, Qianzhou glimpsed a sliver of hope. She had been assigned to Cui Luo courtyard by Miss Mu, who had urged her to return there. If she did not return, where could she possibly go? As long as the princess spared her life, she would serve her with utmost fidelity in the future. Her timid nature, compounded by the recent horrors of witnessing Bai He and Lu Zhu's demise, left her utterly terrified, driven solely by the instinct for survival. Mingchan regarded her with curiosity. Didn't he run away in fright just moments ago? How is it that returning has ignited such loyalty in you? Qianzhou racked her brain. I have come to understand. I was wrong. I should not have been incited by others to speak such foolishness. I shall never dare again. Who incited you? Mingchan inquired. By he and Lu Zhu, Qianzhou stammered. This is your second time admitting fault, and you may soon betray me again. You are capricious. Your remorse is mere theatrics. Do not attempt to deceive me. I will not fall for it a second time. Qianzhou wished to defend herself, but found her words failing her. Mingchan continued, I suspect you encountered something more terrifying than me on your little escapade. Qianzhou gasped, her mind blank. Mingchan proceeded, your pleas for mercy suggest you witnessed someone lose their life. Let me ponder the unfortunate souls, must be Bai He and Lu Zhu, who encouraged you. In that moment, Qianzhou recognized the gravity of her misjudgment. She had underestimated the formidable presence of the princess who accompanied the king back to the capital. In less than 2 days, news of the maidservant's execution will surely spread throughout the capital. Many will come seeking your account, and perhaps even His Highness will inquire personally. A chill enveloped Qianzhou, panic consuming her as she pounded her head in desperation. Please spare me, Your Highness. I saw nothing. I know nothing. I do not know. Mingchan shook her head, unimpressed. You have already sought out Miss Mu. How could you know nothing? Are you attempting to deceive His Highness? Chapter 7. This woman Mingchan certainly knows how to stir trouble. Your servant dares not. Qianzhou was on the brink of collapse. I did not kill anyone. It was not me. Of course. It was not you. It was I who killed them. It was not even the princess who did it. Qianzhou cried. Then who did? Mingchan asked. It was Wang Mama and Xing Mama. For no reason at all. Why would these two matrons kill? I do not know, Qianzhou replied. Truly do not know? Mingchan said, I detest lies above all. Qianzhou stammered, I truly do not know. I only know Miss Mu whispered a few words to them. But I did not hear.
I do not know why.
Oh, it seems Miss Mu wished for their demise. Mingchan's expression shifted to one of realization. What did Miss Mu say to you? As Qianzhou prepared to evade the question, Mingchan emphasized, do not lie to me. Her demeanor remained calm, as if casually discussing the night's moonlit scenery. Yet, Qianzhou felt as though the princess could strike her down with a silver needle at any moment. With no choice, Qianzhou recounted Miss Mu's instructions verbatim. Mingchan expressed sympathy. You have truly been put in a difficult position. No wonder you hesitated to speak the truth to me. Should His Highness question you, do you now know how to respond? Mingchan returned to the grim topic of death. Qianzhou had completely unraveled. The princess did not kill anyone. It was Wang Mama and Xing Mama. They deserved their fate for humiliating the princess. They were killed by Wang Mama and Xing Mama. She trembled, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed by fear. It is truly pitiful, Mingchan remarked. Wang Mama and Xing Mama serve Miss Mu. They are directly appointed by the noble consort. Are you not essentially claiming the consort seeks my life? Your answer will surely lead to your demise. Qianzhou had reached a point of total despair, surrendering any hope of resistance. In her bleak moment, Mingchan added, since you have finally decided to comply, I shall help you this once. If His Highness inquires, you need not speak the truth, simply relay Miss Mu's instructions as directed. Qianzhou raised her bewildered face, utterly devoid of any reasoning or judgment. Your Highness, you do not dislike lies? She could hardly believe Mingchan's words, sensing a web of conspiracy woven within. Mingchan cut to the chase. But the truth may not be believed either. Moreover, she paused, I simply dislike your lies to me. If you wish to deceive others, I will not interfere. Qianzhou thought to herself, this princess is quite eccentric. Surely, she must be mad. Yet, if the princess truly were to bear the blame, she would surely incur His Highness's wrath, and the consort would certainly punish her as well. What could this mad princess possibly gain? Mingchan, indifferent to her thoughts, instructed, remember this? What choice do you have? You can only nod in acquiescence. Once you recall, dry your tears and snot, and fetch me some supper. I am hungry. Mingchan commanded. Qianzhou, as if granted amnesty, fled like the wind. The following day, Shen Shiyun, after completing the morning court session, was summoned by Emperor Yanping to the Hall of Governance to discuss state affairs. The situation within the court had grown more complex than it had been 3 years prior. Natural disasters were frequent, the treasury was depleted, and many sought to profit from the nation's misfortunes. The faction led by the Chancellor Xia had a firm grip on court matters, undermining imperial authority and nearly transforming it into a dictatorship. Recently, bandits had rebelled in Qianzhou, and although Emperor Yanping intended to launch a vigorous crackdown, the civil officials, led by Chancellor Xia, argued for appeasement, claiming the rebels were merely desperate commoners. A morning court session devolved into a protracted argument over these matters. Emperor Yanping tasked Shen Shiyun with investigating the accounts of the Ministry of Revenue, ostensibly to address the corruption left by the former minister, but in truth, he sought to uncover the fish that swam in this murky water. If these fish could not be caught, imperial power would only grow weaker. Shen Shiyun reported the documents he had studied late into the night, yet Emperor Yanping appeared disinterested, stating, I am already aware of this. You must quickly trace the whereabouts of the silver. I await its arrival to restore order. Your son obeys. Shen Shiyun was preparing to take his leave when a clear, youthful voice echoed from outside the hall. Oh, third brother is here too. Accompanying this voice was a young man clad in fine garments, around 15 or 16, who scrutinized Shen Shiyun from head to toe. I heard that Qianzhou is a desolate land, devoid of life. I thought surely third brother must have suffered greatly, yet you seem unchanged, still the striking figure I remember. Appearing quite well fed. Shen Shiyun furrowed his brow slightly, choosing to ignore him. Emperor Yanping scolded sternly, cease this nonsense. The youth retorted, Father, how is that nonsense? What I say is true. Third brother has enjoyed 3 years of freedom, accompanied by beauty, and does not appear to have suffered at all. I even heard that sister-in-law's feelings for third brother run deep. Upon learning of his return, she showered affection on her new concubine, executing 2 maidservants out of anger. Shen Shiyun remained unfazed. Emperor Yanping turned to him. What do you have to say about this? Merely baseless rumors. I spent last night poring over documents until the early hours. How could I be indulging anyone? Shen Shiyun replied, bowing respectfully, his demeanor unyielding. Emperor Yanping nodded. I know you are composed and not one for extravagance, but matters within the inner court must be handled delicately. Do not let it become common knowledge. It is not unusual for a master to manage their servants, yet such a public spectacle tarnishes the royal reputation. Your son will heed your counsel. You may go. Shen Shiyun exited the hall of governance. Inside, the voices of the youth and the emperor could be faintly heard arguing. Father, I will not marry. Nonsense. Marriage is a matter of parental decree, not a game. I do not even like Miss Lin. If I must marry, it should be someone I cherish. It turned out the emperor wished for his seventh son to wed the daughter of the minister Lin, with the Lin family as a backing. Regardless of whether the seventh ascended to the throne, none would dare harm him. Ultimately, being a late-born child, the emperor had many differing sentiments towards his seventh son. The world believed the emperor favored his third son the most. Even after his exile to Qianzhou, he was still summoned back to the capital and entrusted with significant responsibilities. But was this truly the case? Shen Shiyun silently scoffed. The imperial family is devoid of affection. He no longer hoped for such ephemeral sentiments. Yet, traversing through the desolate, lengthy corridors of the palace, he felt an inexplicable weariness. Perhaps it was due to staying up late the previous night. Or maybe it was simply the exhaustion from being away from such chaotic matters for too long, certainly more taxing than the dull days in Qianzhou. Upon exiting the palace, his guard, Xie Changhui, awaited him with a carriage. Your Highness, where to next? Shen Shiyun replied coldly, back to the manor. He had thought the previous night's events inconsequential, but they had evidently stirred the city. That woman, Mingchan, truly knew how to cause him trouble. Chapter 8. Is Miss Mu here to seek retribution? The turmoil surrounding the deaths of two maidservants in the Chu Wangfu had stirred significant unrest.
Mu Xuan.
As the steward of the royal household, had been busy all day. Ultimately, all evidence pointed toward Mingchan of Cui Luo courtyard.
Mu Xuan.
Accompanied by a group of maids and servants, approached Cui Luo courtyard, her brow furrowed. Miss Ming, while it is true that the maidservants were poorly attended to, it is not appropriate for you to execute them so directly. How will others perceive our Chu Wangfu if they learn of this? Are you here to accuse me? Ming Chong had originally intended to leave the residence to procure some items, but she found herself entangled with this group early in the morning, thwarting her plans. I dare not, Mu Shuang replied. However, for the sake of the Shushi Empress and His Highness, I must fulfill my duties diligently, so as not to betray their trust. Miss Mu, indeed, was neither subservient nor overbearing, exuding righteousness. It was no wonder she had earned the Empress's favor. Ming Chong scrutinized her, unable to discern whether it was praise or sarcasm. Regrettably, I did not kill them. I merely taught them a lesson with a silver needle. And they did not lose their lives. Your words are quite amusing, Miss Ming. Those two maidservants only encountered you last night and were solely disciplined by you. If you claim you did not kill them, do you imply they perished of their own accord? Ming Chong turned to the speaker, raising an eyebrow. It happened to be one of the two old maids from the previous night, Granny Wang. Granny Wang, are you not human? Ming Chong inquired. Granny Wang became incensed. What do you mean by that, Miss Ming? I believe I have not offended you, yet you dare to insult me. Ming Chong remained unperturbed, replying calmly. Why is Granny Wang angry? I merely state the facts. Have you forgotten that you and Granny Xing visited last night? Bi Hua and Lzu were taken away by you. Miss Ming, it is true that both Granny Wang and I were sent to inquire about the situation, but we did not take anyone. Moreover, why would we take Bi Hua and Lzu? Granny Xing interjected. Ming Chong understood. It seemed the two matrons were not only forgetful, but also rather muddled in thought. Granny Xing and Granny Wang were turning red with indignation. Mu Shuang, having witnessed Ming Chang's audacity and utter lack of self-awareness, was surprised by her tenacity. Fortunately, His Highness was not present. The majority of those she had brought today were trustworthy individuals. Mu Shuang straightened her face and firmly stated, Miss Ming, the Shushi Empress has acted with kindness, fearing you might not adapt well, and specifically sent Bihua and Ulzu to attend to your needs. Even if their service was lacking, it does not warrant such treatment of their lives. One must consider the master when punishing the dog. How can you expect me to explain this to the Shushi Empress? Ming Chong replied, The Shushi Empress and you, Miss Mu, arranged for servants who defy authority to attend to me. I cannot bear such goodwill. Mu Shuang's face flushed with shame, her heart pained. Miss Ming, how can you so maliciously speculate about the Shushi Empress? If she were to hear this, it would surely break her heart. Even if you have been with His Highness for 3 years, it does not grant you the liberty to defame the Empress. Showing her such disrespect. She was filled with shame and disappointment, yet she suppressed her tears, evoking sympathy from all who witnessed. The servants shook their heads. This illegitimate princess truly lacked decorum, failing to recognize kindness and wielding cruelty. It was a pity that the Shushi Empress and Miss Mu had shown her goodwill. Of course, it was also possible that this princess was deliberately causing trouble in protest against the Shushi Empress's decision to allow Miss Mu to oversee the Wangfu. Yet such tactics were rather beneath her. This unrefined princess only served to highlight Miss Mu's grace and propriety. Granny Wang indignantly warned Miss Ming. Do not think that just because you have been close to His Highness for 3 years, you are his most trusted confidant, beyond anyone's reach. Above you, there is still the Emperor and the Empress who raised His Highness with great effort. Your disrespect towards the Empress today will not go unpunished. Even if His Highness were to arrive, he might not stand by your side. Miss Ming, this is the capital and the Wangfu. It is not a place for your capriciousness. The Chu Wang is a paragon of filial piety and righteousness. How can you so shamelessly insult the Shushi Empress? The old maid also joined the ranks of accusers. Mingchan, unbothered by the opinions and threats of the crowd, defiantly declared, if that is the case, then bind me and take me to the palace to confess. She extended her wrists forward, adopting a posture of submissive acceptance of punishment. However, she remained the official princess of Chu, and although the crowd loathed her deeply, none dared to approach her. Mu Shuang's attempts felt like striking cotton. She could not bring herself to truly confront Mingchan. Just then, a tall figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Mu Shuang's gaze quickly swept past the silhouette at the door without lingering. She reined in her arrogance and, with a heart full of sorrow, spoke, Your Highness, since your return to the residence, I have prided myself on not neglecting you. Why must you be so aggressive? If you believe I have erred, you may straightforwardly point it out. Even if you misunderstand me and scold me, I would bear it without complaint. However, you should not twist the good intentions of Lady Shu into something malicious. Mingchan, unable to leave the palace and with no duties to attend to, patiently played along with their antics. Since Miss Mu is so forthright, I shall speak plainly. Not a single promise you made to me has been fulfilled. I even went without dinner last night. In your eyes, does this not count as neglect? Mingchan spoke with an air of candidness. Mu Shuang bit her lip in grievance, yet held back her emotions. The bystanders, unable to bear the injustice, spoke up in her defense. Miss Ming, you returned yesterday and slept until midnight, missing dinner on your own accord. How can you blame Miss Mu? She is busy attending to His Highness and has no time to cater solely to you. Indeed, Miss Ming truly overestimates her position. Miss Mu, why do you even bother with someone like her? She will only take advantage of your kindness. The crowd voiced their indignation, rallying for Mu Shuang. Yet Mu Shuang self-reproached. Please do not defend me. The fault lies with me. I failed to arrange matters properly, leading to the princess not receiving her dinner in time, which resulted in the deaths of Bai He and Lu Zhu. You are not at fault, Miss Mu. An old maid interjected but suddenly realized her misstep upon meeting Mu Shuang's gaze. She quickly amended. The princess has grievances, and it is natural to seek retribution from her maidservants. However, she should not extend her anger to Lady Shu, misinterpreting her goodwill as malice. It is unworthy to create such a fuss over trivial matters, allowing outsiders to mock our Chu royal household. The princess ought to consider His Highness's feelings. Mingchan observed their heartfelt performance, shifting her gaze to the figure standing at the entrance. Chapter 9. I wish to prove my innocence. Shen Shiyun stood tall, his countenance cold and imposing, radiating a chilling aura. Mu Shuang and the servants respectfully bowed. As Shen Shiyun stepped into the courtyard, his gaze swept over the scene, finally resting on Mingchan. She lowered her eyes, obediently approaching him. Your Highness, what brings you here? If I do not come, the royal household may descend into chaos. Shen Shiyun replied coldly. Mingchan fell silent, lowering her head in submission, embodying a demeanor ready to receive admonishment. Shen Shiyun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his icy gaze fixed on the woman before him. the previously noisy courtyard now silent enough to hear a pin drop. After a moment of tense silence, Mu Shuang knelt and pleaded, "I am incompetent and have failed the orders of the lady and your highness. Please punish me." Yet, Shen Shiyun did not acknowledge her, his gaze remaining fixed on Mingchan. "You are now a royal princess. Why do you bicker with mere servants?" His voice remained calm and collected, devoid of any apparent anger, yet the disdain and arrogance inherent in his demeanor were unmistakable. It was as if he regarded these mundane affairs as beneath him, unworthy of his time. Had it not been mentioned before the emperor today by Shen Shiyun, he would not have bothered to inquire. Mingchan raised her head slightly, weakly retorting, "It is not my intention to quarrel. They came to trouble me first. You previously advised me to be strong and not let others bully me. So Shen Shiyun nearly laughed in exasperation. "Are you implying that this is my fault?" Mingchan did not dare to argue further. "What is there to fear?" Shen Shiyun scoffed. Mingchan lowered her head again, seemingly unwilling to confront him further. Observing her clumsy inability to adapt, a flicker of complexity crossed Shen Shiyun's gaze. He had indeed advised her to maintain her dignity and not to be as pliable as a soft persimmon. Back in Qianzhou, he had watched her bend over backward for trivial gains, failing to retaliate even when wronged. She appeared born to be trampled upon, like the most worthless roadside weed. Her only act of defiance had likely been on a snowy night 2 years prior when she had killed 2 assassins who ambushed him. Since then, he had instructed her to stand up for herself when bullied. She had listened well to his counsel, learning to fight back at times. Yet, her methods were often direct and crude, effective against the unsophisticated villagers of Qianzhou but woefully inadequate against the cunning individuals of the capital who had mastered the art of survival in the inner chambers. Shen Shiyun calmly stated, "Then tell me what transpired." His words were directed at Mingchan, but Mu Shuang felt a tightening in her chest. Realizing she had underestimated the significance of the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family in the eyes of the Chu prince, Mingchan replied, "They insist that Bai He and Lu Zhu are dead because of me, claiming I have wronged them. I have explained that I merely punished them but did not harm them, yet they refuse to believe me." Mu Shuang bit her lip. "Your Highness, I have come at the behest of Lady Xu to oversee the affairs of the royal household, and it is only right that I investigate the incidents that have occurred here and report back. I would never dare to accuse the princess." The old maid chimed in. "Your Highness, Miss Mu has dedicated herself to the royal household, rising early and retiring late. It is only appropriate for her to investigate such matters. Moreover," she paused, seemingly struggling to articulate her thoughts. However, Shen Shiyun remained silent, neither pressing further nor stopping her. After a moment, the old maid continued, "All evidence points to the princess." Miss Mu had no choice but to inquire, "Your Highness, while it is understandable for the princess to punish the maidservants for their negligence, even if she acted in a moment of anger that led to their deaths, it merely reflects their failure to fulfill their duties, a consequence of their own actions. Yet, the princess should not redirect her wrath towards Miss Mu and Lady Xu, falsely accusing Lady Xu of causing the deaths. This is truly hard for me to express." The maidservants knelt throughout the courtyard, awaiting the judgment of the Chu prince. Compared to the emotionally charged performances of Mu Shuang and the old maid, Mingchan appeared remarkably composed, seemingly indifferent to their testimony before His Highness. Shen Shiyun turned his gaze to Mingchan. "Do you have nothing to say?" Having already expended considerable effort in this exchange, Mingchan gently shook her head. "I have said all I wish to say. Repeating myself serves no purpose. Those who choose not to believe will never be convinced." Shen Shiyun snorted in displeasure. "What do you believe I should do? Shouldn't that be for your Highness to decide?" Mingchan's words had barely left her lips when she noticed Shen Shiyun's expression darkening. She hurried to clarify, "Your Highness is astute and meticulous. I dare not presume to guess. However, I am confident you have already formed a judgment. Regardless of how you choose to act, I shall accept it." Her fists clenched tightly, realizing that the Chu prince, known for his deep feelings, would naturally show some leniency towards the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family after 3 years of companionship. Perhaps it was her own impatience that had led her to this point. Mu Shuang's expression darkened as she grasped the implications. "However, it is of no consequence. The witnesses are present, and the report of the tragic fate of the maidservants at the hands of the Princess of Chu has spread. It seems the reputation of the jealous and unkind princess has been firmly established. Moreover, His Highness, the Prince of Chu, is a man of deep contemplation. yet has not reached a conclusion regarding the matter at hand, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. Shen Shiyun was indeed unmoved by Mingchan's flattery. He let out a cold snort before turning to Mu Shuang, inquiring, "What evidence do you possess to assert that the princess is guilty of murder?" "Your Highness," came the response. "The screams from the manor last night were a result of the princess punishing 2 maidservants. This was hardly an unusual occurrence. Both Granny Wang and Granny Zeng went to investigate. The princess, disapproving of their interference, sent them back after confirming her own safety. However, early this morning, the bodies of Bai He and Lu Zhu were discovered near the Cui Luo courtyard. When I questioned Qianzhou, who had come to report the incident last night, she pointed to the princess as the culprit behind their deaths. I was reluctant to believe this, which prompted me to seek the princess for clarification. Unfortunately, this led to a misunderstanding, and the situation has escalated to this point. I, Mu Shuang, am willing to accept all consequences."
Mu Shuang replied.
Shen Shiyun frowned, clearly lacking patience for this delay. Mu Shuang and the 2 elder maids sensed the tension rising again. "Your gaze upon me in this manner. It is as though you believe I am coercing you. Did I not instruct you last night on how to respond? Misstatements could cost you your life," Mingchan interjected. Qianzhou hastily knelt before the prince, trembling, and stammered. Bai He and Lu Zhu claimed that the princess had fallen out of favor, and that your highness intended to take another wife, so the princess punished them, and then they died. Upon uttering this, Qianzhou buried her head deeper, wishing to disappear into the ground, her body shaking as if caught in a tempest. Granny Zeng and Granny Wang secretly sighed in relief, grateful that this timid girl did not betray them. Yet it was clear they had indeed overthought the matter. The status of the Ming family's illegitimate daughter was apparent to all within the prince's residence. Moreover, Mu Shuang represented the esteemed consort Xu. Regardless of the temporary favor bestowed upon the Ming family's daughter, could she ever surpass the consort? The consort was the one who would always retain her influence beside His Highness. The choice of allegiance was one even a fool could discern. Granny Wang looked toward Shen Shiyun, who remained impassive, withholding his sentiments. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, "Your Highness, Qianzhou is a maidservant of the princess and a witness from last night. She cannot falsely accuse her mistress without reason." Mu Shuang only began her investigation after learning of the incident. Shen Shiyun displayed little emotion on his face, his gaze inscrutable as he regarded Mingchan. "What further explanation do you have?" Mingchan replied, "Nothing. I have already said all that I needed." Shen Shiyun appeared displeased with this response. As the master of the residence, he found it unacceptable that he could not maintain control over his subordinates, resulting in such chaos and a loss of dignity. "I acknowledge my fault." Mingchan lowered her head. "What fault do you recognize?" "I have brought shame upon your highness," she replied submissively. Shen Shiyun let out a cold snort. "Now that you are aware of your mistake, you shall be punished with a reduction of your monthly stipend for half a year and confinement to the estate for 1 month. Mingchan's eyes widened in shock at his words. Seeing her reaction, Shen Shiyun understood her contrition was not genuine, recalling her earlier claim that she would accept any punishment without complaint. "What? Do you dare to contest this?" Shen Shiyun raised an eyebrow. Mingchan appeared troubled. "Your Highness, I wish to prove my innocence." Shen Shiyun scrutinized her countenance as if seeking to penetrate her very soul. Mingchan mustered her courage. "I have heard that the officials of the Dali Temple are adept at handling cases. Should we not report this matter to them?" She had not anticipated the prince's harshness, imposing such a severe penalty upon her. Chapter 10. There is a place for you by my side. Upon Mingchan's declaration, Granny Wang felt faint, and Granny Zeng was similarly taken aback. Mu Shuang, however, maintained her composure, recognizing that while Mingchan's words were not without merit, the Dali Temple was a place for serious offenders, and such trifles ought not to be escalated to that level.
Mingchan retorted, "Mu Shuang,
Bai He and Lu Zhu were specifically sent by Consort Xu to serve me. The loss of their lives in my household cannot be deemed a trivial matter. Did you not just express concerns about how to report to Consort Xu? If this case can be resolved, would it not be a fortuitous outcome?" Shen Shiyun observed coldly. Remaining noncommittal, Mu Shuang continued, "Your Highness, you have just returned to the capital, and many eyes are upon you. It would be unwise to stir up unnecessary conflict. Consort Xu's intention in sending individuals to care for the princess was sincere. If the maidservants were unliked, it is merely a matter of fate. Consort Shu would certainly not wish for this minor incident to escalate, as it would tarnish both her reputation and that of the prince's residence. If we can uncover the true culprit and bring them to justice, would that not be a commendable outcome? I believe many will regard our residence as fair and just, never condoning any wrongdoing. Mingchan countered, Your Highness, all evidence currently points to you. If this reaches the Dali Temple, the situation will not remain as simple as it is now. I am not afraid of being a well-documented suspect. What are you afraid of? Is it possible that Granny Zeng feels guilty? Mingchan challenged. Do not slander. Granny Zeng retorted. I merely speak casually. Why must you take offense? Mingchan feigned innocence, retreating a step, while Granny Zeng seethed, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. Throughout this exchange, Shen Shiyun remained an observer, his detached demeanor sowing seeds of uncertainty in the hearts of Mu Shuang and others. However, given the involvement of Consort Shu and the reputation of the prince's residence at stake, should this matter escalate to the Dali Temple, Consort Shu would undoubtedly intervene. Yet, she had only recently emerged from the cold palace. Such a trivial matter requiring her attention would surely incite her ire and lead to stringent accountability. Mu Shuang was resolute in preventing this incident from reaching the Dali Temple. Yet, with Mingchan persistently refusing to relent and the prince's ambiguous stance, Mu Shuang swallowed her anger and addressed the princess. I admit my previous oversight led to Your Highness misunderstanding my intentions. It is said that family matters should remain private. Now that Bai He and Lu Zhu have perished, let us put this matter to rest. I will personally clarify the situation to Consort Shu. And I implore Your Highness to show mercy and not hold grudges against the two elder maids. Truly, as a trusted confidant of Consort Shu, Mu Shuang exhibited remarkable fortitude in her apology. Mingchan glanced at Shen Shiyun, realizing she could pursue this no further, and thus said, I, too, prefer not to quarrel. It is you who have persistently accused me. Since you now acknowledge your faults, I shall grant you forgiveness. Each of you shall bow and apologize. And we will consider this misunderstanding resolved. Granny Wang could scarcely believe her ears.
Yet,
she soon recognized that this illegitimate daughter of the Ming family was no longer the unvalued maid of yore, but rather the nominal princess of Chu. It was entirely reasonable for the esteemed princess to make such a request, even bordering on magnanimous. Granny Wang promptly lowered her head, refraining from uttering another word. His Highness seemed utterly disinterested in the domestic squabble, merely observing with a cold demeanor. Mingchan inquired, Granny Wang, do you have anything else to add? I dare not. Granny Wang replied. Granny Zeng and Granny Wang bit their tongues in silence, bowing respectfully to Mingchan. Mu Shuang, however, did not bow to Mingchan. Instead, she humbly apologized to Shen Shiyun, stating, the occurrence of such an incident in the royal residence is due to my inadequate supervision, which has disappointed both the princess and the prince. I beseech the prince to mete out punishment. Only then did Shen Shiyun, with an expression devoid of emotion, reply, Indeed, there has been negligence on your part. Considering this is your first offense, I shall refrain from pursuing the matter further. Thank you, Your Highness.
You may leave now,
he added. Just as Mu Shuang was about to withdraw, Mingchan unexpectedly spoke up. I wonder when Miss Mu will be able to provide me with what I requested? Mu Shuang paused, taken aback by Mingchan's audacity. Your Highness may need to wait a couple of days. This year's gold-threaded bird's nest and the Millennium Ginseng from Jishan Hall are extraordinary items, and it is somewhat challenging to gather 5 pounds at once. Moreover, she hesitated. The expenses at the royal residence have been considerable lately, and we still need to prepare a welcoming banquet for His Highness. I am uncertain if the remaining treasury would suffice for such a purchase. Shen Shiyun cast a glance at the two women. Mingchan maintained her usual demeanor. If it is truly unavailable, then so be it. However, I should at least have my breakfast, shouldn't I? Mu Shuang was astonished. Your Highness has yet to have breakfast? That is my oversight. I shall arrange it immediately. With that, Mu Shuang departed with her entourage, leaving only Shen Shiyun and Mingchan in the courtyard. Mingchan reverted to her previous dullness, neither inviting Shen Shiyun in for tea nor offering him a seat, remaining as still as a statue. It was as if the sharp-tongued woman from moments ago was but a figment of imagination. Shen Shiyun, too, found himself intrigued, sometimes. Mingchan appeared not to be foolish, yet in most of her interactions with him, she behaved like a mere block of wood, tedious and completely devoid of charm. It is rather amusing, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm, that you claim to accept any punishment I impose without complaint, yet when I issue an order, you seek refuge in the Dali Temple. Do you find pleasure in slapping my face? I would not dare. I have never wished to offend your highness. Mingchan hastily clarified, it is merely that I have run out of money. If I were to be penalized for another 6 months, I fear I would not be able to produce even a single coin. Shen Shiyun scoffed lightly. This was indeed in line with her miserly nature. A dignified princess of Chu, yet she fretted over a few months' worth of salary. How embarrassing it would be if this were to be known. Have I deprived you of food or clothing? Have you allowed your eyes to become fixated on the pursuit of wealth? That is indeed the case. Mingchan muttered under her breath. What did you say? Shen Shiyun inquired. Nothing, Mingchan quickly replied. Shen Shiyun recalled that for the past 3 years, she had indeed lived in poverty while following him, and now that she had regained her title and returned to the capital, her circumstances had begun to improve. Observing her preoccupation with material gain only fueled his irritation. He could not help but ask, what do you intend to do with the gold-threaded bird's nest and millennium ginseng? My health has not been well lately. I wish to nourish myself, Mingchan responded. Is that all? Is there any other purpose for such items besides being used as supplements? She retorted. Shen Shiyun was aware of her ulterior motives, but chose not to confront her directly, merely stating, are you not aware of the value of 5 pounds of gold-threaded bird's nest and millennium ginseng? I assumed the residents had an abundance of such items. Mingchan innocently replied, I thought there was no shortage of these things. Shen Shiyun smiled lightly, his tone calm. Indeed, there is no shortage, but one must take their status into account. The implication was clear. Mingchan's status was not sufficient. Oh, I understand now, Mingchan murmured, lowering her head to conceal her emotions. At that moment, Shen Shiyun found a modicum of pleasure in her docility. You are now the Princess of Chu, and you must always be mindful of your status. Do not behave like a greedy and foolish commoner. I have given you face today, but I do not wish to see a repeat of this incident. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unfeeling. Understood, Mingchan answered softly. In truth, I did not harm them. They claimed you intended to marry the Lin family's daughter as your primary consort, suggesting that I, as the princess, should not exist and would eventually perish. I happened to overhear this and let them strike themselves. They were unwilling, and thus I pricked them with a silver needle. Shen Shiyun remained unfazed, his voice calm as he replied, servants who do not heed their master's commands are subject to rules for discipline. As the mistress, you should not engage in physical altercations with them. Mingchan remained silent, staring at her toes as she quietly inquired, Your Highness, is there any truth to what they said? What truth? About marrying the Lin family's daughter. Mingchan replied, her head bowed. Shen Shiyun could not discern her expression, yet he was aware she felt anxious and heartbroken. Sunlight bathed her head, and a few strands of hair danced softly in the breeze. Shen Shiyun's heart stirred, softening slightly. Although he had other intentions, he still offered her reassurance. As long as you remain well-behaved and do not bring controversy or trouble upon me, there will always be a place for you by my side. However, that place was not the position of primary consort. At last, Mingchan raised her head, her face alight with anticipation and sincerity. Your Highness, if you truly intend to take another as your primary consort, I am willing to voluntarily step down. But could you possibly provide me with a little more money when you do? Chapter 11. Even the greatest favor has its limits. Shen Shiyun looked at her slightly raised face and couldn't help but chuckle. This woman, Mingchan, was truly fixated on money. Do you believe I should acquiesce to your request? Shen Shiyun asked. Mingchan seemed to ponder his words, her dark, shining eyes momentarily dimmed with disappointment. If your highness is unwilling, then let it be, as if I never spoke. But was the crux of the matter truly about unwillingness? Shen Shiyun felt an increasing sense of exasperation. Are you truly in such dire need of money? Since arriving in the capital, I have had no sales of medicinal herbs, and I genuinely have no money left, Mingchan confessed candidly. I will have someone send some to you, but please remember your status. Do not behave like an unrefined country girl. The mistress of the Chu royal residence cannot appear so unrefined, Shen Shiyun admonished. His words were stark and lacked any tenderness. Yet, Mingchan seemed unfazed, displaying no sign of embarrassment or anger, as if she were devoid of self-respect. There was even an undeniable joy bubbling beneath the surface, for he had promised to give her money. Shen Shiyun had never encountered a woman like her, shallow, avaricious, and utterly unfeeling, without a shred of dignity. It seemed that as long as she was given enough money, she would do anything for him, even endure humiliation and degradation. "Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. I understand now," she replied succinctly, though her tone carried an air of dismissal. Seeing the glimmer of delight on her face, Shen Shiyun felt a surge of discomfort. He should not satisfy her so easily with money, allowing her to learn nothing. "What I require is a consort worthy of me. This place is not like Qianzhou. Please remember your status," he warned again. "Understood," Mingchan replied, her head bowed in compliance. The bright sunlight cast a warm glow on her obedient face, rendering her somewhat enchanting. As Shen Shiyun gazed at her, he inexplicably felt that she had suddenly grown more beautiful. He recalled her previously sallow complexion, her face dotted with blemishes, and her often disheveled appearance. She resembled a rustic village girl more than a lady of high standing, lacking even the grace of a modest household maid. Yet the woman standing before him now seemed to have undergone a transformation. Her skin glowed with a hint of radiance, the freckles on her face appeared diminished, and even her eyes seemed to have opened wider, gradually revealing the beauty that her face was meant to possess. Even the fading freckles now bore a unique charm. "Your Highness, do you have any further advice for me?" Mingchan's voice suddenly pulled Shen Shiyun from his reverie. The moment of astonishment felt like a fleeting illusion. Shen Shiyun was momentarily dazed. Mingchan pointed towards the courtyard entrance, smiling obsequiously. "My breakfast has arrived. Would Your Highness care to join me?" "Not at all." Shen Shiyun flatly declined. "Then I shall not disturb Your Highness's work. I bid you farewell," Mingchan said. "Have I indicated that I intend to leave?" Shen Shiyun inquired. Mingchan turned to observe the servants bringing in the breakfast, eagerly seizing a piece of pastry to consume. Shen Shiyun observed the woman's eager demeanor, reminiscent of a famished ghost, and secretly clenched his hand. He must have been bewitched to perceive Mingchan as possessing exceptional beauty. With a turn of his heel, Shen Shiyun departed, his figure vanishing around the corner. Only then did Mingchan set aside the delicacies in her hands and savor her favored meat porridge. In the afternoon, Mu Shuang personally delivered an ornate box to the Cui Luo courtyard. "Your Highness, this is a gift from His Royal Highness for your use," she announced as she presented the box. Although she now referred to Mingchan as Your Highness, her eyes still brimmed with arrogance. "Place it on the table." "I am preoccupied at the moment," Mingchan replied, gazing into the mirror as if uninterested in the presence around her. Mu Shuang pondered the reason behind Mingchan's obsession with her own ordinary face. Even with meticulous adornment, it could not blossom into a flower. Reflecting on how this unremarkable daughter of a concubine had managed to wed the so-called most handsome prince in the capital, Mu Shuang felt a surge of indignation. It was indeed a case of a beautiful flower planted in dung, with Mingchan epitomizing that dung. Countless noble women aspired to grasp the elusive blossom, only for it to be bestowed upon such a lowly concubine's daughter, leaving many to lament the unfairness of it all. Today, she found herself at the mercy of this so-called princess, further fueling her discontent. "Your Highness, it is imperative to count the silver in person to avoid any future claims of shortage," Mu Shuang advised. Mingchan then turned her attention to the stewardess of the estate. "Miss Mu, you are indeed meticulous in your duties. With such carefulness, how is it that the wrongful deaths in our household remain unresolved? If only you would extend some of that diligence elsewhere. Perhaps those two maidens' tragic fates would have been addressed earlier," Mingchan said with a smile.
Mu Shuang tiktenet herfists.
As the daughter of the Ming family had finally dropped her pretense. "Your Highness has not forgotten that those maidens perished for your sake." "I shall report the truth to the noble consort," she replied, her smile tinged with malice. Mingchan feigned distress. "Your words unsettle me, Miss Mu. Yet, what can be done? His Highness refuses to allow me to leave. Perhaps you could persuade him to release me?"
Mu Shuang,
Having sensed the absurdity of Mingchan's words since their first encounter, felt revulsion. Mingchan was certainly flaunting her situation. "Miss Ming, all favors come with an expiration. You must cherish this while you can. One day, you may awaken to find this is merely a fleeting dream," she taunted. Furthermore, did Mingchan truly believe the prince would be reluctant to part with her? The thought was ludicrous. Mu Shuang found herself unable to voice any further sarcasm, allowing Mingchan to linger in her dreams a bit longer. Perhaps when she discovered the meager value of the silver in the ornate box, her reverie would shatter. However, Mu Shuang was mistaken. Even a modest sum of silver would bring Mingchan joy. After laboring to cultivate herbs for a season, she would be hard-pressed to earn even a fraction of that. Mingchan opened the ornate box before her, revealing several hundred taels of silver. She displayed neither elation nor disappointment, simply counting the money with an air of calm before nodding to Mu Shuang, signaling she had verified the amount. Miss Mu, please extend my gratitude to His Highness, Mingchan said. Mu Shuang accepted with a hint of disdain and departed the Cui Luo courtyard. Previously, she had harbored concerns that Prince Chu would show lingering affection for the daughter of the Ming family, but it seemed his attention was limited to this. A few hundred taels of silver were hardly appealing to anyone with discernment. It was likely that this unfavored daughter had never encountered such wealth before. With a newfound sense of equilibrium, Mu Shuang reflected on the recent scandals surrounding the former Minister of Revenue, who had committed suicide amid accusations of embezzlement, leaving chaos in his wake. Upon his return to the capital, Shen Shiyun was immediately summoned by Emperor Yanfeng to the Hall of Governance. After his audience, a eunuch approached with a message. Your Highness, Consort Shu requests your presence for a discussion. Shen Shiyun could surmise the reason for Consort Shu's summons. Though he was disinclined to engage in such matters, as she was his mother, he saw no reason to allow trivialities to sour their relationship and followed the eunuch to the Weiyang Palace. Mother, you summoned me. What urgent matter requires my attention? Shen Shiyun inquired directly, bypassing pleasantries. Is it true that the girl from the Ming family dealt with the individuals I sent? Consort Shu questioned. Regardless, they were but a handful of servants. Their inability to communicate effectively is inconsequential, Shen Shiyun replied. Humph, I find your dismissal troubling. The individuals I dispatched, regardless of their shortcomings, should not have been disposed of in a single night, Consort Shu retorted. Unwilling to waste words on such trivialities, Shen Shiyun stated, the deaths of those two maidens were not caused by Mingchan. While she may lack decorum, she is not a murderer. Surely you are aware of the people you arranged? Are you implying that I bear responsibility for this? Consort Shu exclaimed incredulously. You would blame me for the misdeeds of a concubine's daughter. That is not my intention, mother. I merely wish to maintain my peace without interference from those you have appointed, Shen Shiyun clarified. Consort Shu's expression shifted between sorrow and anger. Lady Lu, sensing the tension, quickly intervened. Your Highness, please do not take offense. The prince holds you in the highest regard. He would not cast blame upon you. Let us not allow such trivial matters to disrupt your relationship. In her wisdom, Lady Lu suggested, since the princess lacks proper conduct, it would be prudent to invite her to the palace for instruction. Your personal guidance would surely yield positive results. Chapter 12. Long time no see. Little Chan only then did Consort Shu regain her composure. Very well, I shall send someone to instruct her. Shen Shiyun, wishing to avoid entangling himself in such inconsequential affairs, remarked, if you have a plan, then please call her to the palace. I have matters to attend to, and must take my leave. Given Mingchan's disposition, some discipline regarding etiquette would serve her well. After all, the capital was not akin to Qianzhou. She could not be permitted to behave like a country bumpkin, for the repercussions would tarnish both her reputation and that of the prince's household. Consort Shu's mood lightened slightly as she nodded in acknowledgement, allowing Shen Shiyun to depart. Mingchan awoke early that day, only to discover a new batch of servants in the courtyard. Perhaps the previous day's commotion had yielded some results, as this group appeared much more diligent, with no signs of neglect. The maidservant attending her morning routine was named Bai He, who appeared both clever and eager. Where is Qianzhou? I haven't seen her, Mingchan casually inquired. Bai He replied, Qianzhou was lazy and neglected her duties. So Miss Mu has sent her away from the estate. What a shame, Mingchan lamented. Bai He paused momentarily, questioning, why do you say that, Your Highness? Would you like to take out your frustrations on her? I can be of service. Am I such a tyrant? Mingchan chuckled. I simply thought she was somewhat obedient, and it would have been pleasant to keep her around. I did not expect someone else to wish for her absence more than I. Bai He laughed awkwardly. Your Highness is truly humorous. After finishing her breakfast, Mingchan prepared to venture out. Having received some silver and jewelry the previous day, she planned to explore the city. Before she could exit the courtyard, Bai He approached eagerly. Where is Your Highness headed? I'm going out to purchase some medicinal herbs, Mingchan replied. What do you need herbs for? Bai He inquired. I had a restless night and wished to make a sachet for calming my spirit, Mingchan explained. Your Highness is skilled in the art of medicine? Bai He seemed intrigued. Mingchan glanced at her. I learned some from local barefoot doctors while in Qianzhou. Bai He remarked, I've heard that Qianzhou is remote and desolate, yet there are doctors who possess medical knowledge. Just because it is remote does not mean it is devoid of people. The locals have their own collection of traditional remedies, Mingchan replied. Are the herbs you seek based on these traditional remedies? I find that quite fascinating and would love to learn from you, Bai he said with an innocent demeanor. Mingchan remarked, then you shall first pay a tuition fee of 100 taels, and I shall impart my knowledge with utmost diligence. Bai He's smile froze upon her face. At last, the incessant chatter in Mingchan's ears ceased as she stepped out of the Cui Luo courtyard. Bai He hastily followed, saying, My lady, allow me to accompany you. The world outside is fraught with danger. Should anything befall you, I would find it difficult to justify. Mingchan made no attempt to deter her. If you wish to come, then come, she replied. The two of them arrived at an apothecary in the city where Mingchan collected various herbs and then proceeded to a perfumery to purchase some fragrances. Just as she contemplated visiting the silver shop, an unexpected summons called her back. My lady, we must return to the manor at once. Someone from the palace has arrived. Puzzled, Mingchan returned home only to find that indeed someone from the Weiyang Palace had come. Miss Ming, the Empress Dowager requests your presence, the eunuch announced in a high-pitched voice. So the day has finally arrived, Mingchan mused. May I inquire what the Empress Dowager desires of me? She asked. The eunuch replied, I am merely the messenger. I do not know the Empress Dowager's intentions. Realizing she could extract no further information, Mingchan quickly gathered her things and accompanied the eunuch into the palace. This was her first visit to the palace, a place she had never imagined she would ever enter. They say that once you step through the palace gates, the depth resembles that of the sea. Mingchan gazed at the towering walls, feeling an inexplicable sense of entrapment, as if she were confined within a cage. The eunuch guided her to Weiyang Palace, where inside, a graceful woman adorned with a phoenix crown sipped tea from a jade cup, hardly acknowledging her presence. Mingchan recognized her as the Empress Dowager, the mother of the Chu Wang. Your Grace, Mingchan greeted with a bow. Suddenly, the sound of the jade cup being slammed onto the table broke the silence. The woman coldly inquired, Is this how you present yourself to me? Confused, Mingchan replied earnestly, I am unaware of my transgressions. I humbly ask for your Grace's guidance. Kneel, the Empress Dowager commanded. Obediently, Mingchan knelt. To be in the presence of His Highness and yet lack proper decorum, did the Ming family not instruct you? The Empress Dowager chastised. Your Grace, my mother passed away early, and indeed, no one has taught me, Mingchan confessed. Now you choose to be obedient. Since you lack proper upbringing, you shall come to the palace daily to learn etiquette, lest you embarrass the Chu Wang's residence, the Empress Dowager decreed. With that, she instructed Mama Lu to take Mingchan under her wing for proper instruction. Mingchan complied without a word of complaint, displaying no excess emotion. As if she were merely a doll, subject to the whims of others. Her willingness to cooperate left the Empress Dowager without an opportunity to chastise her severely. Consequently, Mama Lu was left to devise various methods of discipline. From walking, speaking, eating, to bowing, every action had to adhere strictly to the rules of propriety. Any misstep could result in punishment from the matron. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager sat aside, indulging in snacks and tea while overseeing the proceedings throughout the day. It became apparent to the Empress Dowager that this daughter of the Ming family, though seemingly clumsy, learned swiftly. She was not as ignorant as she pretended to be. Compliant and receptive to correction, Mingchan provided no opportunity for the Empress Dowager to impose harsh punishment. As the lessons progressed, even Mama Lu grew weary, while Mingchan appeared to possess boundless energy. The Empress Dowager soon realized that this method of dealing with the Ming family daughter was ineffective. Having been neglected in her own household, she must have endured considerable hardship and labor. The rules of servitude were not beyond her comprehension. She simply chose not to abide by them. Such a person resembled the most humble of weeds, vibrant and resilient. As the rain began to fall, the Empress Dowager, feeling fatigued, declared, Let us conclude for today. These rules cannot be disregarded. You must remember them well. Mingchan respectfully acknowledged her command. Tomorrow, at the hour of the rooster, come to the palace to pay your respects. Following that, you shall begin your lessons in music, chess, literature, and art. The Chu Wang's household cannot be led by an illiterate. Mingchan acquiesced and bid farewell to the Empress Dowager. As she departed from the palace, Mingchan felt as though her legs no longer belonged to her. The intricate rules constraining women were utterly exhausting. The rain intensified, and without an umbrella, she hurried back. After running for a short while, she could no longer maintain her pace and slowed down. Let it rain, she thought. Whether I run or walk, I will be soaked. Who knows when this day will end? She placed her hand on her abdomen, feeling a moment of hesitation. The rain fell like a net, ensnaring her within its grasp. Suddenly, an umbrella appeared above her head, shielding her from the pouring rain. Mingchan turned to see a refined, scholarly face. The owner of the umbrella had deep, yet gentle eyes, and his light brown irises reflected her astonished and disheveled expression. "It has been a while, Miss Xiaochan," he greeted warmly. Chapter 13. A long-awaited reunion, young Master Xia? Mingchan stammered, her eyes sparkling with recognition. "It is rare for you to remember me. I am but jesting." Miss Xiaochan, Xia roared and smiled softly. "Your literary talent and lofty aspirations, along with your gentle and humble demeanor, are not easily forgotten." Mingchan, feeling a bit flustered, momentarily paused before continuing. "Moreover, I sincerely compliment you." However, she then felt it was inappropriate to say more and fell silent. Xia roared chuckled, pleased to learn that he had left such a good impression on Miss Xiaochan. "You need not belittle yourself, for you are indeed remarkable," Mingchan replied. Xia roared and shifted the umbrella closer to her. "Why are you walking alone in the rain, Miss Xiaochan?" "I had some matters to attend to today and did not anticipate the rain," she responded. "Come, I shall escort you home," he offered, not pressing for further details. As if they were long-time friends reuniting on the street. Mingchan felt a bit shy and said, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I am nearly home. So you need not trouble yourself." Xia roared and shook his head. "Miss Xiaochan and I have grown distant." Mingchan was at a loss for words. She was already married to another and found it difficult to interact with Xia roared and as she once did. "How have you been, young Master Xia?" she managed to ask. "Neither particularly well nor poorly. Life simply continues," he replied. "I am now serving in the court. Yet I find that there exists an insurmountable chasm between ideals and reality." Mingchan reflected for a moment and earnestly replied, "It matters not. I believe with your talent and determination, you will surely bridge that gap and realize your ambitions." Xia roared, upon hearing her sincere words, could not help but smile. "I shall take your well wishes to heart, Miss Xiaochan. And what of you? Are you faring well? I now reside in a spacious courtyard. With caretakers attending to my daily needs, life is much improved compared to before," she answered. However, Xia roared and merely gazed at her silently, offering no further response. "Young Master Xia, your clothes are damp," Mingchan pointed out. "It matters not," he replied, glancing ahead. "Let us find a tavern to wait until the rain subsides." "Very well," Mingchan agreed, following Xia roared and to a nearby tavern. He ordered several dishes and a jug of wine, and they settled into a private room by the window to await the rain cessation. "The perilla cakes here are quite good. Do give them a try," Xia roared and suggested, pushing a plate of snacks toward her. "Thank you, young Master Xia. You remember that I enjoy perilla cakes," Mingchan smiled, her eyes brightening as she took a small bite. She had spent the day learning etiquette at Weiyang Palace, missing her lunch entirely. For a lady of noble birth must not eat heartily or excessively. Xia roared and sat across from her, resting his elbow on the table, supporting his chin as he quietly observed her. Mingchan felt his gaze and grew slightly uncomfortable. "Young Master Xia, will you not eat?" she inquired. "I had my meal in the East Palace earlier," he replied. "Then why order so many dishes?" she asked. "It is of no consequence. Take your time enjoying your meal," he answered gently. "Young Master Xia, you are truly kind, far surpassing the brutish fellows in my household." Mingchan smiled lightly, abandoning any pretense of politeness, and bent her head to eat. Her demeanor was elegant, yet imbued with a delightful enjoyment, as if she were savoring the exquisite flavors of the dishes before her. Observing her partake in her meal was itself a form of indulgence, one that could significantly whet anyone's appetite. Xia roared, absorbed in pouring himself a cup of wine, sensed a change. The young lady Chan was not quite the same as before. Mingchan lifted her gaze, her clear eyes reflecting confusion as she looked at him, unaware of what Xia roared meant by different. People inevitably change, and indeed, Mr. Xia was not the same as he once was. "Oh, how so?" Xia roared inquired. After swallowing a mouthful of perilla cake, Mingchan pondered before replying. "Mr. Xia has become more sagacious and composed, likely due to a smooth career path that nurtures one's vitality." Upon hearing this, Xiaoran laughed heartily. Young Lady Chan, I have heard many compliments. Yet none are as melodious as yours. I am not flattering you. I speak the truth, Mingchan replied earnestly. Yes, I understand, Xiaoran responded. Seeing him accept her words, Mingchan chose not to elaborate further and returned to her meal. Outside, the rain continued to pour, suggesting it would not cease anytime soon. Aren't you curious about how you have changed, young Lady Chan? Xiaoran asked. In truth, she was not curious. Her most significant change was marrying Shen Shiyun, becoming the somewhat awkward princess of Chu. However, she knew that Mr. Xie's answer would not encompass this. Then where do you believe I have changed, Mr. Xie? Mingchan asked, encouragingly. Xiaoran smiled. The most noticeable change is that your appearance has transformed. Mingchan was taken aback. He continued, perhaps the nourishing climate of Qianzhou has improved your health. You no longer appear as pale and emaciated as before, but rather vibrant and full of life. This is how young Lady Chan ought to look. Is that so? Mingchan felt a twinge of self-consciousness, taking a bite of her pastry.
Mr.
Xie certainly knew how to jest. Nonetheless, Qianzhou was indeed more suitable than the capital. Why do you say that? He queried. Perhaps it is because Qianzhou offers greater freedom. The capital is laden with rules. You know I have always been clumsy and unaware of them, Mingchan stated. You are not clumsy. You are simply genuine. The so-called rules are merely constraints. True friendship requires sincerity, not the rigid hierarchies imposed by etiquette. Is this not what you once taught me, young Lady Chan? Have you forgotten? Xiaoran asked. Mingchan chuckled softly, realizing that a passing remark had been etched in Mr. Xie's memory. The two engaged in a lively conversation, akin to old friends reunited after a long time apart. Mingchan enjoyed a hearty meal at the tavern, while Xiaoran sipped a small pot of wine. They left together only when the rain had lessened. Xiaoran accompanied her to the street behind the Wangfu, but she could not allow him to escort her any further. Should anyone see them, it would not bode well. Mr. Xie, this shall suffice. Thank you for today, Mingchan said. Between us, there is no need for thanks. My home remains in the same alley as before. Should you need anything, you are always welcome, Xiaoran replied. A warm current flowed through Mingchan's heart. Thank you, Mr. Xie. I shall take my leave now. Indeed, he said, watching her enter the back courtyard of the Wangfu, the warmth in his gaze gradually cooling. Once back, Mingchan indulged in a hot bath, a luxury she had not afforded herself in some time, leaving her feet blistered. It seemed that her month-long convalescence had rendered her considerably more delicate. After freshening up, she sat before the vanity, scrutinizing her reflection. It had been a month since she last used medicine, and her complexion indeed appeared much rosier, her features becoming clearer, evoking a faint resemblance to her mother as she remembered her. It seemed she could not afford to cease her treatments, at least not until she had safely departed. However, the medicinal herbs she had purchased today were insufficient, lacking a crucial ingredient. She would need to devise a way to procure it. Shen Shiyun had spent the day at the Ministry of Revenue and returned home well after the hour of view. The paperwork at the ministry was rather convoluted, and after 3 years in Qianzhou, he found himself short on talent. Despite harboring plans, he treaded carefully, each step akin to walking on thin ice. The faction led by Master Xie was brimming with capable individuals, among whom the former top scholar, Xie Ruan, posed the greatest challenge. Today, Xie Ruan had presented him with a formidable conundrum. Upon returning home, Shen Shiyun immediately retreated to his study to continue addressing unfinished affairs. The current political landscape resembled an enormous game of chess. A single misstep could lead to total defeat. Not only he, but also the crown prince, Master Xie, the emperor, and even Shen Shiyun were all players in this intricate game. As the hour of high approached, Shen Shiyun felt a burning sensation in his stomach and instinctively called out, Mingchan. Mu Shuang, waiting outside, hurried in. Your Highness, what is it? Upon seeing Mu Shuang, Shen Shiyun suddenly remembered that he was back in the capital, no longer in the small village of Qianzhou. Bring me some food, he instructed coldly. This servant shall do so at once, Mu Shuang replied promptly. As she left, Shen Shiyun called after her. What is the princess doing? Mu Shuang hesitated before stating, she should be asleep. I heard from a maid in the Cui Luo courtyard that the princess retired at the hour of view. Asleep at the hour of view? He mused, realizing that since returning to the capital, she had grown increasingly carefree. While he toiled late into the night, Mingchan retired early. enjoying the attentions of servants catering to her needs, living quite splendidly. Shen Shiyun felt a simmering frustration. During their time in Qianzhou, Mingchan had known to prepare food and keep the lights burning for him, staying awake with him until the wee hours. Now, back in the capital, they resided in separate chambers, and Mingchan seemed completely unbothered, focusing solely on her own comfort, seemingly forgetting her husband. This woman was not only oblivious, but utterly heartless. "Summon her to me," Shen Shiyun commanded. Chapter 14. The same treatment in return. Mingchan had endured a day of tribulations at the Weiyang Palace and felt quite satisfied after her meal at the tavern on her way back. Tonight, she anticipated a particularly sound sleep. Just as she was drifting into a deep slumber, someone shook her awake. "Princess, wake up." Mingchan opened her eyes to dim light within the room, the outside still cloaked in darkness. The one rousing her was Bai He. "What hour is it?" Mingchan inquired, her body feeling achingly soft, reluctant to rise. Even during her impoverished days in Qianzhou, she had never felt as fatigued as now. Being summoned before dawn to the palace. "It is the hour of high," Bai He replied. "Why disturb my slumber in the middle of the night? Was it not stated that we would go to the palace at the hour of Yin?" Her rest had been interrupted, and Mingchan felt a twinge of annoyance towards Bai He. "No, it is Miss Mu who has arrived. What does she want? I shall not see her." Mingchan was skeptical of Mu Shuang's intentions and closed her eyes again. "Princess, I advise you to rise quickly. His Highness is waiting for you to serve him." Mu Shuang, who had been drinking tea in the outer room, entered. She initially could not fathom why the Chu Wang would insist on having Mingchan serve him, believing herself to be more attractive than Mingchan and of a similar status. If the prince could accept a concubine born of a sinfully lowly background, why would he not even glance her way? Why was she not deemed worthy to serve him closely? However, she was beginning to understand. If this oblivious princess was not given some tasks to occupy her, she might continue to sleep soundly, without a care. Hearing Mu Shuang's somewhat sour words, Mingchan finally sat up, albeit leisurely, propped against the headboard, lazily regarding Mu Shuang. "Isn't Miss Mu always at His Highness's side? Why the need for me?" Mingchan asked bluntly. Mu Shuang's expression revealed her incredulity. She was increasingly convinced that this princess, lacking proper status, possessed a dual nature. In front of the prince, she acted subservient and obedient, but without his presence, she shed the mask of naivety and dullness. It turned out her foolishness was merely an act. The daughter of the Ming family is deliberately provoking and mocking her for not earning His Highness's trust and favor, which is why His Highness specifically summoned her to the Tsuelo courtyard. Mu Shuang contemplated this, her expression growing increasingly grim. However, in reality, her worries were unfounded. Mingchan had just awakened from her slumber, her mind still in a fog, yearning only to return to sleep, with no leisure to ponder the intrigues of the household. Moreover, she was utterly indifferent to whom Shen Shiyun would bestow his affections. "Miss Ming, as you are currently by His Highness's side, occupying the position of princess, you are naturally expected to fulfill the responsibilities of a princess. How can you sleep soundly when His Highness has not yet rested?"
Mu Shuang questioned.
Mingchan replied, "When one is exhausted and drowsy, one naturally can sleep. You, Mu Shuang, must not have encountered such a rival before. If that is the case, I shall report back to His Highness." With that, Mu Shuang stormed out of the Tsuelo courtyard. Bai He, having witnessed the entire scene, was left dumbfounded. "Princess, are you really not going?" Bai He cautiously inquired, secretly assessing Mingchan's expression. Indeed, there were plenty of people to serve His Highness. Why must they disturb the princess's slumber? Was this not a deliberate attempt to prevent her from resting well? Bai He appeared genuinely loyal, maintaining a steadfast defense of her mistress. However, upon closer examination, one could detect an underlying discord in her words. It could be said that this maid was quite adept at sowing discord, particularly between the princess and His Highness. Mingchan chose to disregard her. Slowly rising from the bed, "Help me with my grooming and clothing," she yawned. "Princess, are you truly going?" Bai He asked. "Do you think I should not?" Mingchan countered, gazing at her. Bai He felt a twinge of guilt under her penetrating gaze. "Of course not. I merely thought you had already rejected Miss Mu. Would it not be somewhat embarrassing to go now?" "Why would it be embarrassing?" Mingchan queried, perplexed. "Moreover, what need have I for face?" Bai He found herself momentarily speechless. After all, the princess she served came from humble beginnings, having endured considerable hardship in the Ming family. A person raised in such modest circumstances would hardly concern themselves with pride. She likely had faced far worse indignities, and Mu Shuang's trivial provocations were nothing in her eyes. "Oh, so you truly will not sleep? Will you not be weary when you go to the palace tomorrow? If you lose your composure in front of a noble consort Shu, it might not bode well for you," Bai He fretted. "Sleep now does not guarantee a restful slumber." Mingchan replied. She had followed Shen Shiyun for 3 years and knew him well. If she dared to openly rebuff him, she would not find peace tonight. "Are you not going to fetch my clothes? If you dawdle, Miss Mu's situation will be reported to His Highness," Mingchan remarked in a low tone. Bai He, hearing her nonchalant tone and meeting her deep black eyes, suddenly felt as though she had been seen through. "This servant shall go, at once." Bai He quickly bowed her head and moved to search for garments. After donning her attire, Mingchan simply gathered her hair into a casual bun, securing it with a wooden hairpin as she stepped outside. Bai He hurriedly called after her, "Princess, are you truly leaving like this? I have not even styled your hair." "No need," Mingchan replied as she walked. "By the time this maid takes her time to prepare, His Highness will likely be impatiently seeking to confront me." Bai He had no choice but to run after her, holding a lantern. "Princess, this attire is rather too casual. Is it appropriate to meet His Highness in such disarray?" Mingchan noted that this new maid was particularly talkative. "His Highness does not judge by appearances. Your words are excessive. Remain quiet," Mingchan stated plainly. Bai He awkwardly chuckled and fell silent. As they progressed, Mingchan suddenly realized she was unsure of the exact location of the Listening Rain Pavilion. The palace was vast, and apart from the vicinity of Tsuelua courtyard, she had not ventured elsewhere. Fortunately, there were night watchmen in the palace, and, after some inquiries, she eventually found the Listening Rain Pavilion. Within the study, a man of noble bearing was bent over his work. Mu Shuang entered with her head lowered, greeting him. "Your Highness, forgive me, I was unable to summon the princess." Shen Shiyun set aside his documents and glanced at Mu Shuang. "She refused to come?"
Mu Shuang hesitated.
The princess said. She stammered, and Shen Shiyun, losing his patience, pressed. "What did she say?" Finally, Mu Shuang explained. "The princess stated that there are plenty of people at your highness's side to serve you, and there was no need to specifically wake her. She also remarked that if your highness is tired, you will naturally fall asleep." Upon hearing this, Shen Shiyun displayed little reaction, though his expression darkened slightly. Observing this, Mu Shuang continued, "Your Highness, allow me to express an inappropriate thought, but the princess's behavior is indeed rather selfish. She harbors resentment towards me, which I can endure. Yet she ought not to treat your highness this way. Your highness has shown her such leniency, yet she refuses to attend to you even during your late-night readings. Even if you suffer no indignity, I feel it is unjust on your behalf." Her words carried a genuine sense of grievance, devoid of pretense. "Should your highness go and see?"
Mu Shuang ventured to ask.
"If his highness does not go, it would be for the best, though should he choose to do so. The lazy and disrespectful demeanor of the Ming family's daughter would certainly provide a spectacle." Shen Shiyun narrowed his phoenix eyes, about to speak when a familiar voice rang out from the entrance. "Miss Mu, you truly excel at stirring trouble. When did I ever refuse to serve His Highness? Have I not been the one caring for His Highness's needs for the past 3 years?" Mingchan stormed in, her anger palpable. "Your Highness, I too feel wrong for you. How could Consort Shu send such a maid to you? If they dislike me and hold grievances, that is one matter. But they should not deceive your highness." Mu Shuang felt a sense of familiarity with these words, as Mingchan echoed her previous expressions verbatim. Chapter 15. Your Highness. Pain Shen Shiyun raised an eyebrow, observing the woman who had just entered. He rarely witnessed such a rich and arrogant expression on Mingchan's face. In his memory, she was a submissive figure, or more bluntly, simple and honest. What had evoked this sudden sharpness in her demeanor? Shen Shiyun found himself intrigued. She had mentioned the past 3 years, indicating she held some significance for that period. During those 3 years, she was the sole woman by his side. However, times had changed. He had returned to the capital, and soon there would be an increasing number of women surrounding him. Was this a protest born from the fear of losing favor? He had thought she was entirely indifferent. It seemed that every act of her rebellion was somehow connected to him. During their time in Qianzhou, she had endured humiliation without retaliation, yet she had killed for herself. And now back in the capital, she would vie for his attention against other women. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Shen Shiyun found himself less incensed.
Mushuan.
Feeling the sting of Mingchan's unabashed confrontation, flushed with embarrassment. Your Highness, I have never intended to deceive you. Even if I had 100 times the courage, I would not dare utter a single lie before you. Please see the truth. Shen Shiyun cast a cold glance at Mu Shuang. I will make my own decisions. You may leave. Mu Shuang could not grasp Shen Shiyun's thoughts, but not being reprimanded brought her a sense of relief as she exited the room. Yet, the thought of Shen Shiyun retaining the Ming family's daughter left a shadow in her heart. The daughter of the Ming family had merely taken advantage, remaining by the side of His Highness for 3 years, which had led to the present leniency. Once Mu Shuang departed, only Shen Shiyun and Mingchan remained in the study. Mingchan stood in the center of the room, as still as a statue, reverting to the obedient and simple woman from Qianzhou. Shen Shiyun commanded, "What are you standing there for? Come over and grind ink for me."
Oh.
Mingchan approached him with precision, grinding ink methodically. However, her hasty nature resulted in a subpar mixture, tarnishing the fine Huizhou graphite entrusted to her. Although Shen Shiyun had attempted to instruct her, Mingchan's clumsiness prevented her from embodying the elegance and composure typical of scholars. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Shen Shiyun's gaze as he declared, "That will suffice. Go fetch me something to eat." Mingchan appeared somewhat taken aback. "Your Highness, do you not dislike late-night snacks? What prompts this craving tonight?" Shen Shiyun fixed her with a steady gaze, commanding, "Just do as I say. Spare me the unnecessary chatter." "Understood." Mingchan acquiesced, silencing herself and stepping outside. He awaited her in the courtyard, and at that moment, Mingchan felt a surge of satisfaction at the maid's unwavering presence. "The prince is hungry and desires a late-night snack. Please bring some," Mingchan instructed. He, eager to comply, prepared to leave when Mingchan added, "Bring extra pastries. The prince has worked hard and deserves some comfort food." "Of course. I shall attend to it at once," he replied cheerfully, reveling in the honor of serving the prince. Mingchan, opting not to return indoors, settled onto a stone bench in the courtyard to rest. Her legs ached, and she anticipated standing for an extended period if she re-entered the house. Shen Shiyun, with his boorish demeanor, would likely not allow her to sit comfortably and would find ways to summon her again. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Mingchan soon found herself drowsy. Time slipped away unnoticed until he returned, carrying several food boxes. Upon discovering Mingchan had fallen asleep at the stone table, he gained a newfound perspective of the princess. She softly called out, "Your Highness," but received no response, prompting her to entertain a different thought as she made her way toward the study with the food boxes. Mingchan awoke, noticing Baihe's retreating figure, and followed her. Baihe's heart raced as she approached the study door, only to have the food boxes snatched from her grasp. Turning in shock, she exclaimed, "Your Highness." Mingchan smiled at her, teasing, "Why the guilty expression? What mischief do you suspect?" He quickly defended herself. "I had no intention of disturbing the prince. I simply thought to bring him the late-night snack since you were asleep, and did not respond." "Very well. You may wait in the courtyard," Mingchan instructed before entering the study. She opened the food boxes, pleasantly surprised to find an abundance of sweet pastries and a steaming bowl of bird's nest porridge. Although she did not receive the golden bird's nest she desired, the porridge brought a subtle satisfaction. Shen Shiyun, already feeling the pangs of hunger, frowned at the sight of the overly sweet offerings. "Why are there only pastries?" he inquired. "The kitchen had only these available," Mingchan replied. "Please make do with what you have." Shen Shiyun reluctantly nibbled on a couple of pastries, his brow furrowing as he remarked, "Next time prepare medicinal dishes. My sleep has been rather poor lately." In Mingchan's presence, Shen Shiyun spoke plainly, unencumbered by pretense. Despite her rough upbringing, her medicinal dishes were quite effective and palatable. Yet, since leaving Qianzhou, he had not tasted her culinary creations. The medicinal dishes require specific herbs, and starting tomorrow, I must rise early to pay my respects in the palace and study poetry and etiquette. "I fear I will lack the time to procure herbs or prepare those dishes," Mingchan replied. Shen Shiyun studied her, seemingly searching for signs of insincerity. He could easily surmise her reluctance stemmed from a desire to avoid the tedious rituals of palace life. Her habitual laziness and clumsiness would undoubtedly clash with the stringent expectations imposed upon noble ladies, and she would likely encounter considerable difficulty. However, Shen Shiyun did not wish to provoke discord with the Shu Fei over such trivial matters, so he feigned ignorance of her unspoken plea. After a lengthy pause, he finally said, "The herbs can be entrusted to the servants to purchase. I shall be occupied during the day, so prepare the dishes upon your return from the palace." Mingchan could only acquiesce. The pastries overwhelmed Shen Shiyun, who had little interest in the sweets. Remembering Mingchan's fondness for sugary treats, he invited her to join him. Although they had enjoyed a satisfying dinner, the early hour left him feeling peckish. Mingchan, seizing the opportunity, indulged eagerly. Having finished the late-night snack, Shen Shiyun found no inclination to continue working and decided to leave with Mingchan. As they exited the Tingyu pavilion, Mingchan remarked, "Your Highness, you are busy with state affairs and must be weary. There is no need to trouble yourself escorting me back." With that, she instructed Bai He, "Light the lantern and see the prince back." Just as Bai He was about to comply, she noticed Shen Shiyun's expression darkening. "I shall be staying in your quarters tonight," he declared. Mingchan seemed unfazed, simply acknowledging with a soft "oh." After a brief moment of freshening up, the two retired to bed. Shen Shiyun wrapped his arms around Mingchan from behind, his hands becoming restless. Mingchan winced. "Your Highness, that hurts." At the slightest contact, she reacted, dampening his enthusiasm. Typically, she was tough and unyielding, shedding no tears over injuries, yet in intimate moments, she was overly sensitive. "What is the matter?" Shen Shiyun inquired. "I endured a day of torment in the palace and bear some whip marks," Mingchan replied softly. Shen Shiyun frowned. "Did they strike you?" "The maidservants assigned by the Shu Fei met with misfortune due to me, and thus the lady sought to vent her frustration through me. Please do not take offense," Mingchan explained gently. Shen Shiyun initially considered advising her to endure more lightly, but quickly recognized that such a suggestion would reveal his own desires. He prided himself on not being overly lustful, yet compared to Mingchan's complete disinterest, he found himself growing impatient. With a scowl, Shen Shiyun relented. "Very well. Let us rest." Indeed, Mingchan soon drifted into slumber, while Shen Shiyun felt weary yet acutely awake, a lingering heat simmering within him. He realized it was time to remind the people of Weiyang Palace that, despite his lack of affection for Mingchan, she should not be treated with such disdain. Gazing into the depths of the night, Shen Shiyun succumbed to insomnia once more. Chapter 16. You are quite skilled at borrowing flowers to present to Buddha. When Mingchan awoke, Shen Shiyun had already departed. It must be acknowledged that those destined for greatness possess a certain ruthlessness. Shen Shiyun was no exception. They had returned past midnight, nearly at the brink of dawn. Yet here he was, already gone by early morning. It seemed he had scarcely rested for an hour or two. Mingchan stretched lazily, dismissing thoughts of how long Shen Shiyun had actually slept. If he truly wished for rest, he could do so at any time without fear of interruption. Instead, her thoughts turned to how she would navigate the day ahead. A maidservant brought in water for washing, and Mingchan splashed her face to awaken herself. She settled at her vanity, intending to summon Bai He to help style her hair, only to find Bai He staring at her with a blank expression. Mingchan raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" Your Highness, you seem different," Bai He stammered, feeling her words awkward. "It just feels like you look somewhat different from yesterday." Turning away, Mingchan replied, "You have only known me for a few days. It is natural you may not remember my appearance. Now, fetch me something to eat. Today, I must visit the palace. If I were to faint from hunger, the noble consort would surely blame me." Thus, Bai He reluctantly obeyed and departed. Upon exiting the room, she muttered to herself, "I am not a fool. How could I possibly forget a face?" However, the same visage can evoke different sentiments under varying circumstances. Perhaps last night, the common daughter of the Ming family was graced by the prince's radiance, making her appear enchanting and radiant, akin to a seductive fox spirit. It remains a mystery what kind of enchantment she cast upon His Highness, compelling him to forsake the beautiful concubine of the Jiangxue tower and instead spend the night in this humble and remote Tsuelua courtyard. Bai He pondered enviously. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Bai He casually took some food and left. However, halfway there, she encountered the darkly brooding Mu Shuang. Bai He greeted her respectfully. "Miss Mu." Mu Shuang cast a fleeting glance at her. "What are you doing here?" "I was told by the princess that she must not go hungry and wished to have something to eat, so that she may have the energy to pay her respects to the noble consort later," Bai He replied. Mu Shuang scoffed, a bitter smile forming on her lips. This common daughter of the Ming family truly fancied herself as someone precious. The thought of His Highness choosing to rest in Tsuelua courtyard ignited a flame of jealousy within Mu Shuang. What did you bring? Mu Shuang's gaze swept over the food box Baihe was carrying, her tone somewhat haughty. Baihe opened it for her inspection, revealing only some ordinary fare. I arrived too early. The kitchen staff had not yet prepared everything. Mu Shuang pondered for a moment before asking, what does she like to eat? Baihe looked puzzled, unsure why Mu Shuang would inquire about such matters. After a moment of contemplation, she realized she had no knowledge of what Mingchan favored. Who pays attention to such trivialities in everyday life? Miss Mu, you truly have me at a loss. I have only been by the princess's side for a day or two, and she was not even at the residence yesterday. I truly do not know her preferences. Baihe stated honestly. Last night, she did ask me to bring some desserts for His Highness. Bring desserts for His Highness?
Mu Shuang queried, incredulous.
Indeed. She mentioned that His Highness enjoys sweet foods and instructed me to bring more. Baihe replied. Mu Shuang's expression turned incredulous. This common daughter of the Ming family speaks nonsense, deliberately offering His Highness something he does not like. Very well, since she enjoys sweets, then you should return and fetch more desserts.
Huh.
Now it is Baihe's turn to be perplexed. You want me to go? Yes, go at once. She is your mistress. It is your duty to bring her what she loves. I will wait here for you. Return swiftly. Baihe noticed the cold glint in Mu Shuang's eyes and suddenly felt enlightened. I shall go immediately. After saying this, she took another round in the dining hall, this time with more intention, selecting exquisite and delectable pastries. Upon seeing this, Mu Shuang nodded slightly and signaled to Granny Zeng, who discreetly sprinkled a white powder over the pastries. The powder resembled flour and had no peculiar odor. Once everything was prepared, Granny Zeng returned the food box to Baihe, saying, take it away. You know what to say and what not to say, correct? Rest assured, Miss Mu and Granny, I have seen nothing and will not mention you. Baihe replied cleverly. Very well, this is a reward for you. If you perform well, your reward shall not be meager. Mu Shuang casually handed her a piece of jade as a token of appreciation. Baihe was overjoyed and quickly accepted it with both hands, thanking Mu Shuang profusely for her kindness. Upon returning to Tsuelua courtyard, Mingchan had completed her grooming. Baihe placed the food box on the low table beside the couch and opened it for Mingchan to see. Princess, please come and eat. These pastries are freshly baked this morning. Mingchan approached, glancing over the pastries without rushing to eat, merely asking, why did you take so long? It was still early and the kitchen staff had not finished preparing the pastries, so I had to wait a while to bring you the freshest. Well done. Mingchan replied coolly. Then please eat quickly, lest you arrive late to the palace and incur the noble consort's displeasure. Baihe urged. For some reason, as she looked at the daughter of the Ming family before her, she seemed to revert to her previously unremarkable self, her complexion no longer fair and rosy, but rather dull and even somewhat sallow. Her features appeared altered as well. Could it be that her previous perception was a mere illusion? Baihe began to doubt her own judgment. Mingchan lazily raised her eyelids to glance at her. If I am not anxious, why should you be? Feeling inexplicably guilty. Baihe maintained her composure and replied, I am not anxious. I merely fear that if you arrive late, it would upset the noble consort. You have a point. Mingchan seemed to ponder seriously, then took a clean handkerchief and carefully placed the exquisite pastries upon it, wrapping them meticulously. Princess, why are you wrapping them? Baihe asked. It is getting late. I fear being late will displease the noble consort. These pastries can be eaten on the way. Mingchan replied. Baihe scrutinized her closely, noticing her demeanor was calm and not indicative of having discovered anything amiss, so she acquiesced. If she insisted that Mingchan eat now and go, perhaps this daughter of the Ming family would grow suspicious. Make sure to eat on the way. These pastries are best enjoyed warm. It would be unfortunate if the noble consort discovered you had not eaten, Baihe advised earnestly. Well, it is rare for you to be so diligent, Mingchan remarked. Upon arriving at Weiyang Palace, Mingchan first went to pay her respects to the noble consort. The noble consort sat regally in her position, looking down at Mingchan, who knelt obediently on the ground, ignoring her entirely. Beside her, Granny Lu remarked, Princess, do you see what time it is? Is it customary to arrive so late for a greeting?
Mingchan replied,
Is it not the time of Qin? How dare you retort? The noble consort was on the verge of anger. Seeing this, Mingchan quickly interjected, Your Highness. I intended to bring some pastries from the residence to show my filial piety, but unfortunately, I was delayed. What rare delicacies are found in the palace? Does this consort care for your pastries? The noble consort mocked. Though your highness may not lack for exquisite dishes, I still wish to express my filial affection. If your highness does not appreciate them, I shall refrain from bringing them next time. Seeing her acting coy, the noble consort's ire diminished slightly. Where are the pastries? She inquired. Mingchan presented the carefully wrapped pastries, having taken great care to preserve their condition during the journey. As the handkerchief was unveiled, the sweet aroma of the pastries wafted through the air, causing the others, who had not eaten all night, to involuntarily swallow. Did you make these? The noble consort inquired again. Your highness overestimates me. Had I that skill, I would prepare pastries for you daily, Mingchan replied. These were fetched by my maid from the kitchen. They are quite delightful, and his highness tasted them last night. Whether his highness liked them or not was another matter. But he indeed had eaten them, and she spoke no falsehood. Hearing that Mingchan mentioned Shen Shiyun had also sampled them sparked a flicker of interest in the noble consort. You are quite adept at borrowing flowers to present to the Buddha. I thought you genuinely possessed such filial piety, she scoffed. I am naturally dull and lack talent in the culinary arts. I merely wished to please your highness, but I feared my skills would not meet your standards, resulting in embarrassment rather than delight. At least you are self-aware, the noble consort stated. Today I shall spare you. Should there be a next time, I shall impose a severe punishment. With that, the noble consort casually picked up a piece of pastry and savored it delicately. Mingchan remained unaware of her misstep. She arrived punctually, yet was still reprimanded. It seemed she must arrive even earlier tomorrow. Chapter 17. You disturbed my ears. The chefs at the Chu Wangfu certainly had their merits. The freshly baked pastries were flavorful and delightful, prompting the noble consort to consume several pieces. Mingchan was taken by Granny Lu for a lesson in music. Today, she was to learn the qin. His highness was well-versed in music, particularly fond of the guqin, and how could one harmonize with his highness if one could not even discern the 5 notes? Lu Momo walked alongside, delivering her admonitions. Lord Li has but 10 days for instruction. You must seize this opportunity to master the guqin. At the end of this period, the Empress will personally assess your progress. Is 10 days not too brief? Mingchan questioned. I possess no proficiency in music, nor have I ever touched a guqin. How could I possibly learn it in such a fleeting time? Where there is will, there is a way. If you lack the intention to learn, even a decade would be fruitless. Moreover, Lord Li is a court musician revered by the emperor, his skills unparalleled. With such an exceptional teacher, Miss Ming should not dawdle. Lu Momo insisted fervently. With that spirit, it would be wiser to dedicate yourself to learning from Lord Li. Mingchan understood that leniency was not in their nature, and thus, she steeled herself to learn the guqin under Lord Li's guidance. Though indeed a musician of the court, Lord Li was not as remarkable as Lu Momo portrayed. The court honored propriety, employing hundreds of musicians, and Lord Li was merely one among them, not even a leading figure. Nevertheless, hailing from a scholarly family, he possessed an inherent pride typical of literati, valuing distinctions between noble and base. Given that the gentle consort had requested him to instruct the illegitimate daughter Mingchan, who had fortuitously gained the title of the Princess Consort, he regarded her with a hint of disdain, teaching her without earnestness. Especially after witnessing the consort's treatment of Mingchan, he held her in even lower regard. Lord Li perfunctorily explained a passage to Mingchan, offering no proper demonstration, leaving her to practice alone. With a sigh, Mingchan ventured, Lord Li, I do not understand how to play the note you just mentioned. Could you please guide me once more? I have explained it clearly enough. It is your own distraction that hinders your understanding. No matter how many times I repeat it, you will not remember. The guqin is a soulful instrument. The foolish shall never grasp its essence. Only those who truly love it can comprehend its melodies. If you lack the desire to learn, I cannot teach you, he retorted, sweeping away in disdain. Mingchan was left to navigate the complexities of the instrument alone. The guqin they provided was of dubious origin, poorly crafted, with unrefined strings that left her fingertips stinging without the protection of finger cots. Lu Momo, wielding a ruler, scolded, Miss Ming, it is quite remarkable that you have managed to upset your teacher within a mere half-hour. You have just begun your studies and already seek shortcuts, neglecting to heed his teachings. How can you expect to excel? His Highness, the Prince, is exceptionally talented in all 6 arts. You who know nothing of music, chess, literature, or painting. How do you presume to be worthy of him? Her words were unyielding, and one might think she was reprimanding a palace maid instead. Your Highness, I am acutely aware of my own unworthiness. Perhaps you should find a way to have him dismiss me. Mingchan, now contemplating retreat, spoke. The consort, misunderstanding her intent, retorted angrily, "How dare you use retreat as a tactic? Do you truly believe I would be powerless against you? Your Highness misinterprets my words. I speak sincerely, with consideration for both you and His Highness. There exists a vast chasm between him and me. If you are so concerned, expelling me from the prince's residence would serve us both." The consort's thoughts were laid bare, igniting her embarrassment and fury. She indeed wished for Mingchan's immediate disappearance. Yet she recalled Shen Shiyun's warning. If they hastily expelled Mingchan now, the prince would bear the stigma of being heartless, an indelible mark on his character. The consort was not so foolish. Yet, her suppressed ire swelled within her. Blushing, she stepped forward, seizing the ruler from Lu Momo's grasp, intent on striking Mingchan. But as she lifted her hand, a sharp pain gripped her abdomen, and beads of sweat formed upon her brow. Your Highness. Lu Momo noticed her distress and rushed to support the faltering consort. What troubles you? My stomach. It aches terribly. The consort gasped, her complexion paling.
How could this be?
You were well just moments ago. Lu Momo exclaimed, narrowing her gaze at Mingchan. It is you. How dare you poison the consort? Mingchan quickly defended herself. I am aware of my lowly status and have long sought your approval. I would not dream of harming you. I implore you to see reason. Though the consort was furious, she found some truth in Mingchan's words. A girl of such humble origins, lacking any spirit, would not dare to poison her. Yet, this matter was undoubtedly connected to her. Quickly, assist me to the lavatory. The consort commanded, gritting her teeth, desperately trying to control her body's rebellion. A foul odor emanated from her, leaving the usually dignified consort feeling unprecedented shame. Lu Momo, too apprehensive to meet the consort's gaze, hastily commanded a maid to fetch the physician and help the consort to the lavatory, all while warning Mingchan, kneel here. If anything befalls the consort, even with His Highness's protection, you shall not escape unscathed. Mingchan was forced to kneel, restrained by 2 palace maids. The physician arrived shortly, accompanied by Prince Chu. Upon entering the Weiyang Palace, Shen Shiyun spotted Mingchan kneeling obediently on the ground. He offered her a fleeting glance before instructing the physician to attend to the consort. The physician took her pulse and reported, the consort has mistakenly ingested a laxative, causing her pain. Though not fatal, its potency may lead to a period of weakness. I shall prescribe a remedy for her, to be taken thrice daily. She should see some relief in 3 days. Mingchan, you possess great audacity. I sought to guide you with kindness, and you repay me with resentment and poison. The consort, returning from the lavatory, exclaimed, her hands trembling with rage. In her fury, the pain in her abdomen surged again, accompanied by a humiliating urge. She clenched her fists, her face flushed red, determined not to lose her composure before the physician and her son. I did not poison you. I am innocent, Mingchan asserted. Sensing the situation was precarious, the physician hastily made an excuse. Your Highness's health is of utmost importance. I must prepare the medicine. Shen Shiyun nodded, signaling for the eunuchs to escort the physician away. The commotion in Weiyang Palace seemed far from resolution. Miss Ming, the consort only consumed the pastries you brought this morning. We thought you were genuinely filial. Yet it appears your heart is as malicious as it is deceitful, one of the consort's personal maids remarked. Mingchan ceased to argue. She could not contend against the multitude gathered in Weiyang Palace. Bowing her head, she fell silent. Shen Shiyun regarded her keenly. Do you have anything to say? Mingchan looked up at him. Your Highness, such a blatant act would not only be discovered, but would also incur the consort's wrath. Even I am not foolish enough to resort to such ineptitude. Shen Shiyun's expression remained inscrutable. Where did these pastries come from? I had Lianhua fetch them from the kitchen this morning, Mingchan replied truthfully. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Shiyun addressed his mother. Allow me to take Mingchan back for further investigation. You may leave, but she must remain. The consort was resolute in preventing Shen Shiyun from taking Mingchan away. Having accompanied him for 3 years, Mingchan, despite his indifference, would not be subjected to torment. The consort understood her son well. He would not succumb to familial affection but would not be excessively harsh to those loyal to him. Mingchan looked at Shen Shiyun with appeal. He fell silent for a moment, ultimately conceding to the consort's request and departing Weiyang Palace. Before leaving, he cast a lingering glance at Mingchan. Take care of yourself. Once Shen Shiyun departed, Mingchan was made to kneel outside Weiyang Palace. The sun shone fiercely after the rain, and the early summer heat soon left her feeling parched and desiccated. In the Ministry of Revenue, Shen Shiyun was organizing documents when Chang Hui entered. Your Highness. The individuals associated with the poisoning case have been sent to Weiyang Palace, Chang Hui reported. It was the maid Lianhua from the princess's side and Granny Zeng from Mu Shuang's, with Mu Shuang also implicated. Shen Shiyun did not inquire further, merely responding with a casual hum, seemingly indifferent to the matter at hand. Chang Hui pondered for a moment before adding, the princess is unaware that the pastries are poisoned. She is still being punished by the empress. Shen Shiyun set down his pen and remarked lightly, she has returned to cause trouble repeatedly. It is time she learns a lesson. Yet, on such a scorching day, will the princess, being a woman, be able to endure kneeling under the blazing sun? She has endured the sun and rain in Qianzhou. She is not as fragile as you believe. After a pause, Shen Shiyun glanced at Chang Hui, adding, although she did not partake in the poisoning, it does not absolve her of guilt. I do not believe Mingchan, with her profound knowledge of pharmacology, would fail to recognize such a crude laxative. Chang Hui appeared perplexed, but given His Highness's attitude, he deemed it inappropriate to say more. In Weiyang Palace, Shushi had just taken her medicine, and her condition had improved slightly. However, she still found it hard to swallow her anger. If I must kneel, then I must also practice the guqin. Lu Mama, bring her the guqin, let her continue practicing outside. If she fails to perform well, she shall not be fed. With this, Shushi had completely torn off any pretense. Having lived for half her life, she had never encountered such humiliation and disgrace. Lu Mama handed the guqin to Mingchan, instructing her to kneel and continue playing under the sun. Lying on her couch, Shushi listened to the hoarse and discordant sounds of the guqin from outside, only to feel her irritation grow. Have her play farther away. Do not disturb my rest, Shushi commanded. Thus, Mingchan was sent to a desolate courtyard several courtyards away from Weiyang Palace. Miss Ming, you shall practice the guqin here diligently. Do not leave without the Empress's permission. This palace is unlike the outside world. Wander recklessly, and you may lose your life, warned the maid who had brought her. Before departing and locking the courtyard gate behind her, Mingchan surveyed her surroundings. This place was worlds apart from Weiyang Palace, which was resplendent with ornate beams and exquisite flowers. Here, only wild weeds thrived, and even the locked gate appeared dilapidated. She was astonished to discover such decay within the imperial palace. Curiously, she sat down and began to play the guqin in her arms. After a while, a sharp voice interrupted her. Hey, I finally found you. Which palace are you from? How can you play so poorly? It's positively grating to my ears. Chapter 18. Seeking a master, Mingchan lifted her head and looked toward the source of the voice. Spotting a boy of about 15 or 16 perched on the wall, she smiled slightly, unperturbed, and replied, You listen to my playing for free and still find it unpleasant? If you do not wish to hear it, you are welcome to cover your ears. The boy chuckled. You have quite the spirit. Do you know who I am? Mingchan shook her head. I have no interest in knowing. The boy was taken aback. You're not curious at all? Someone just warned me not to wander or pry, lest I lose my life. I value my life too much to perish out of mere curiosity. Mingchan responded, I have no intention of getting involved with you.
Besides,
if you're discovered here, I will be implicated. So you're worried about implicating me? Rest assured, no one in this palace would dare touch me. The boy spoke with youthful bravado, revealing his bravado in every word. Mingchan had no desire to engage further, stating, I will make sure to disturb your peace. The more she insisted, the more the boy refused to leave, instead choosing to linger. He circled around her, asking, Why are you here playing alone? Who locked that door? None of your business, she replied. Intrigued, the boy said, Tell me, and I'll help you escape. I will not leave with you. If Shushi finds me with a man, the consequences would be far worse. You had a chance, yet you choose not to take it? What are you doing here alone? Practicing the guqin. Your playing is so dreadful. Perhaps you should stop. I've never met anyone who plays worse than I do, he bluntly stated. Mingchan replied, This is my assignment. If I do not perform well, I shall be punished. Then take me as your master, and I shall teach you, the boy proposed. I cannot afford to pay for a master, Mingchan countered. I did not say I required payment. Then you may teach me directly, avoiding the formality of becoming a master. The boy was taken aback by her audacity. You truly know how to negotiate. Do you have any idea how many people wish to be my disciple? Mingchan pretended to consider. Then show me your skills first. If you are truly proficient, I may consider taking you as my master. The boy was clearly irritated. While his skills were not exceptional, they certainly surpassed her haphazard playing. He sat beside Mingchan and casually plucked a few strings.
Ugh.
What a wretched instrument. I nearly cut my fingers, he exclaimed, blowing on his fingertip, which had nearly been hurt. A true master would not complain about their instrument, he said defiantly. Very well. Wait here. I shall demonstrate for you. Incited by her challenge, he bore the pain and reluctantly played a piece, though it was somewhat melodic. His skills could only be described as mediocre.
How was that?
Am I worthy enough to be your teacher? He asked proudly. Your skills are merely passing. There is no emotion, and your technique is immature, Mingchan replied candidly. The boy was infuriated by her blunt assessment. At least I am better than you. That is merely the pot calling the kettle black. If I am to take on a master, they must be capable of guiding me correctly. Learning from you would limit my potential and leave me as a dilettante. You argue even better than I do. If you do not wish to be my disciple, why belittle me so? Truth often stings. If you desire flattery, inform me in advance, and I shall gladly speak falsehoods to please you, Mingchan replied calmly. Very well. You win this round, but you are quite the intriguing person. The boy was not offended by her impolite remarks. Rather, he was eager to engage her in further conversation. However, Mingchan had no intention of continuing, lowering her head to play the guqin. The boy remained beside her, observing her fingers grow red. Does it not hurt your hands? Of course it does, but avoidance is not a solution. I must eventually play, Mingchan answered candidly. After contemplating, the boy declared, Wait here. I shall fetch something for you. With that, he leaped back over the wall, nimble as a cat. Mingchan merely glanced at him before resuming her playing. After a brief interval, the boy reappeared atop the wall. Hey, come help me catch this. Mingchan stood and walked to the base of the wall. Catching the ancient guqin, he tossed her. Then, the boy hopped down with practiced ease. Here, this will alleviate the pain. Apply it to your fingertips. He produced a small box of ointment and offered it to Mingchan. Thank you. She accepted it without hesitation, applying some to her reddened fingertips, and the stinging sensation diminished significantly. This is a finger protector. Wear it while playing to avoid injury from the strings, he added generously. Mingchan took the finger protector, thanked him, and slipped it onto her finger. Now, do not use that broken instrument. Try this one instead. It plays far better, he presented it proudly. Mingchan did not hesitate. Her fingers danced across the strings of the new guqin, producing clear and distant notes, a truly exquisite instrument. How is it? The boy asked eagerly. Quite good. In gratitude for your assistance, I shall play a piece for you, Mingchan offered. You will play for me? The boy looked incredulous, unable to fathom how someone who barely understood the basics could play anything worth listening to. However, the young man felt a twinge of curiosity, convinced that this intriguing palace maid, regardless of her lack of skill, must possess a certain charm. To avoid dampening her enthusiasm, he nodded slightly and said, All right. Go ahead and play. The ethereal and resounding notes flowed forth from Mingchan's fingertips, sometimes clear and pure like a trickling brook, at other times free and gentle like a breeze in March, and at moments deep and profound, starkly contrasting the chaotic sounds from before. After the performance concluded, the young man remained entranced by the lingering melody, struggling to regain his composure. You can play? He asked, regarding Mingchan with a peculiar expression. Of course, she replied confidently. But why did it sound so unrefined earlier? He questioned, perplexed. My music is precious, meant only for close friends, Mingchan explained. Who would have thought you were so particular? So, am I your friend now? The young man inquired. Mingchan did not respond. She returned the precious chain to him, advising, This chain is far too valuable. You should take it back and keep it safe. Did you recognize it as a precious chain? He asked. If you wish to become my apprentice, that could be arranged, she teased. When did I ever say I wanted to be your apprentice? The young man was bewildered by her evasive responses, which only heightened his frustration. Oh, so you didn't mean that? I thought perhaps you felt your skills were lacking and wanted to learn from me. You're taking advantage of me while pretending to be coy, he retorted. Mingchan smiled softly, watching him fume. My requirements are modest. If you bring me some delicious food, I will teach you seriously. Humph, you have quite the audacity. Thinking you can teach me. I am serious. If you are not interested in learning, then so be it, Mingchan replied. The young man, indignant, clutched the chain and turned to leave, but before he could reach the courtyard wall, he returned. What was the name of that piece you just played? It was quite beautiful, something I've never heard before. Shui Diao Ge Tu. When will the bright moon appear? What is that? I've never heard of it, he said, genuinely puzzled. Although he was not fond of reading, such a delightful tune should have been more widely known. Did you compose it? No, it was written by a master. Which master? My skills and knowledge of music theory are reserved for my students, she replied, piqued by his curiosity. The young man gritted his teeth in frustration. Then teach me that piece, and I will trade you this chain. I have no need for your chain. Just bring me some food, Mingchan insisted. Do you not realize how much silver this chain is worth? I do not care how valuable it is. I cannot keep it. It would only bring me trouble. While good food will fill my belly, she stated matter-of-factly. The young man finally understood. Fine, I will bring you something to eat. I want meat, she declared. This was the first time he encountered a woman so unpretentious and straightforward, yet he found her demeanor refreshing. Feeling at ease without the burden of his status demanding special treatment, Mingchan sat in the courtyard while the young man hurriedly fetched a food box. Before long, he returned with a selection of delicacies, placing them on the only relatively clean patch of ground. At this time, the imperial kitchen only offers these dishes. But let us make do. These are quite sumptuous. It is the best meal I have had, Mingchan remarked earnestly, her gaze fixed on him, radiating sincerity. The young man was momentarily taken aback, captivated by the brilliance in her clear, dark eyes, and found himself momentarily lost in thought. Although the palace maid appeared quite ordinary, there was an inexplicable allure about her that drew him in. By the time he regained his senses, Mingchan was already relishing the food with great enthusiasm. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Did you have a difficult life before? Upon uttering the question, he felt foolish. It was quite apparent. Which palace do you belong to? He quickly shifted his inquiry. Mingchan replied, You need not pry into my affairs. If fate allows, you will eventually learn my identity. My matters are not for you to meddle in. Your interference will only complicate my situation further. Let's eat together and not waste this delicious food. The young man felt a pang of discomfort but soon realized that he had only just met this palace maid. He did not even know her name. Why should he inquire so deeply? Observing her enjoy the meal so heartily, seemingly unbothered by her circumstances, he picked up his chopsticks and joined her, eating with a sense of vented frustration. In truth, he was not hungry, having just finished lunch, but he felt a heaviness in his chest. As if sharing a meal was the only remedy. After their meal, Mingchan shared the piece with him, guiding him as he practiced. They spent time together until the hour of the rooster, with dusk settling in, and soon it would be pitch black without any light. Why has no one come to open the door for you yet? You aren't planning to stay here overnight, are you? He asked, concerned. It's fine. I do not believe in ghosts, Mingchan replied. I am worried about you. Mingchan smiled. Thank you. The young man was momentarily taken aback, realizing his earlier concern might have been misplaced. Feeling awkward, he turned away, contemplating for a moment before offering, Perhaps you could climb the wall with me, and I will find you a place to stay. No need, someone is coming. You should leave quickly, Mingchan urged, reminding him. Do not let anyone else know about today's events. Chapter 19. Everything is within her calculations. The young man was pushed to the wall, reluctantly climbing over the top. Will you come again tomorrow? He asked, still feeling unsatisfied. Due to his status, he rarely met anyone with whom he could converse so freely. Mingchan replied, I am uncertain. Where should I look for you? He pressed. There are many aspects of this piece I still do not understand. If fate allows, we shall meet again. I have given you the sheet music. If you truly cannot manage, seek another musician for guidance. Humph. You are being dismissive. It's fine if you do not tell me. I will find out on my own, the young man retorted, prideful. Enough.
Farewell.
Mingchan turned away, returning to her chain and casually putting away her finger picks.
Wait.
You still haven't told me your name, he called out from the wall. You may call me Xiao Chanjie, she replied. I am Xingyi. We shall meet again. He waved at her from atop the wall before leaping down. Not long after Xingyi departed, Lu Mama from Weiyang Palace arrived. Seeing Mingchan still kneeling in the courtyard, playing her qin, she remarked, "Miss Ming, the Empress has inquired about your progress. I fear I shall disappoint Her Majesty. With no one to teach me, I have struggled for quite some time without success." Mingchan replied. This response seemed to align with Lu Mama's expectations. "You are honest. You understand that lying is futile," Lu Mama remarked. "I am simply not skilled at deceit. It is you and the Empress who do not trust me," Mingchan countered. Lu Mama understood the situation she was referring to. Prince Chu had sent someone to the Wang residence to investigate, uncovering the details of the incident. And those responsible for the poisoning had been sent to Weiyang Palace for the Empress to deal with personally. Unfortunately, those individuals had been arranged by the Empress, and Mu Shuang was also a trusted confidant of hers. The motives behind the poisoning were not aimed at the Empress. No one could have anticipated that the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family, who did not consume the poison herself, would inadvertently cause harm to the Empress by borrowing happiness from Weiyang Palace. In handling this matter, the Empress could only reprimand those individuals lightly. However, the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family, the primary culprit, could not be openly punished, as she was entirely unaware of the incident's origins. It would not do to have Mu Shuang, and by he disclosed that the poison was meant for her, yet it inadvertently harmed the Empress. Moreover, this incident should not be publicly broadcasted. If it became known, it would be a loss on all fronts. It is your own actions that drove the teacher away. Who can you blame? The Empress said, "Today I will let it pass. But if you do not learn tomorrow, you shall have a lesson to remember."
Lu Mama warned.
Her demeanor was so imposing that it hardly resembled a conversation with the princess of the Chu Wangfu, more akin to chastising a lowly palace maid newly arrived. Mingchan remained silent. Seeing her rendered speechless, Lady Lu's disdain grew, and she turned away without another word. Once they had departed, Mingchan slowly rose to leave. Thankfully, Shen Shiyun had brought her food today, allowing her to satiate her hunger and muster the energy to return. Otherwise, she would have endured an entire day of starvation. Lady Lu approached concubine Xu to report on Mingchan's situation. Initially, concubine Xu had believed Mingchan to be an inconsequential concubine, unremarkable in appearance and unsatisfactory in character, certainly not the type that Shen Shiyun would favor. However, her conviction wavered. While it was true that the Chu Wang would not favor a princess of such lowly standing, she had underestimated the influence of 3 years of companionship on Shen Shiyun. Shen Shiyun had been nurtured under her watchful eye, cultivated by the Ji family, schooled in the virtues of a gentleman, where morality took precedence. Thus, even if he did not harbor affection for a woman of Mingchan's unremarkable stature, he would not subject her to undue humiliation. In fact, reflecting on the 3 years of her companionship, Shen Shiyun felt a twinge of guilt. Upon returning to the capital, he chose to spend a night in Mingchan's quarters instead of with his beautiful concubines. This thought stirred an inexplicable discomfort within concubine Xu. Mingchan must never conceive the bloodline of the Chu Wang. If she were to become pregnant, the Chu Wang would be even less inclined to dismiss her. Should Mingchan truly bear a son, her status as a princess would be solidified. Who would have thought that this seemingly inconsequential daughter of the Ming family possessed such cunning and capability? Lady Lu, find a way to procure some He Huan incense. Concubine Xu instructed after careful contemplation. Your Highness, what do you require He Huan incense for? Lady Lu asked, puzzled. Although concubine Xu had regained her rank, it seemed the emperor had lost interest in her since her release from the cold palace. He had only made a token visit and had not set foot in Weiyang Palace since. Yet, it was not entirely the emperor's fault, for historically, rulers have been fickle, and during concubine Xu's years of confinement, numerous young and beautiful newcomers had graced the palace. The emperor, ever enamored with novelty, had little recollection of concubine Xu, especially with the enduringly favored Li Fei in his court. Had concubine Xu not been the mother of the Chu Wang, regaining her current status would have been an uphill battle. Lady Lu believed that even if concubine Xu obtained the He Huan incense, it would likely fail to rekindle the emperor's waning affections. Nevertheless, concubine Xu insisted, when I instruct you to go, you shall go. I have my reasons. Lady Lu, not wishing to question further, complied. As she prepared to depart, concubine Xu added, Oh, discreetly allow Miss Su into the palace tomorrow. I have matters to discuss with her.
Misu?
Do you mean the daughter of Minister Su Yuan? Lady Lu inquired. Who else could it be from the Su family? Concubine Xu replied. Lady Lu finally grasped the implication. The Chu Wang, perhaps out of lingering affection or a desire to avoid the concubines arranged by concubine Shu, had not visited their quarters since returning to the capital. This left the concubines unable to vie for his favor. If this stalemate could be broken, a different scenario might unfold. The daughter of the Ming family, already plain in appearance, would surely be overlooked should the prince take a fancy to another beautiful woman. It seems that Chu Wang was indeed a man of sentiment, granting the Ming family daughter unexpected respect, even rejecting the lovely concubines arranged by the lady. Perhaps he was unable to get past some emotional barrier. Before his exile, concubine Shu had contemplated arranging a maid for the Chu Wang, but he had insisted that it was inappropriate to have a multitude of concubines while his formal wife remained unwed.
Consequently,
Concubine Shu acquiesced to his wishes and abandoned the idea. Little did she know that the Chu Wang would maintain such integrity, ultimately favoring an inconsequential and humble daughter of the Ming family. This ordinary-looking maid, devoid of talent and possessing an irksome disposition, was only tolerated by the prince due to his unusual compassion. Lady Lu's thoughts only deepened her animosity towards Mingchan. Yet they overlooked a critical truth. Without the seemingly unremarkable Mingchan, the Chu Wang, despite his unparalleled talents, might have succumbed to despair long ago, reduced to mere bones. Had Mingchan not cared for him so devotedly, he would have perished countless times. Upon returning to the Wangfu, Mingchan found only a few coarse maidservants in the Cui Luo courtyard, yet her devoted maid, Bai He, was conspicuously absent. Bai He was typically diligent, almost glued to her side, monitoring her every move. Today, however, something was amiss. "Where is Bai He?" Mingchan inquired. One of the maids replied, "Does the princess have instructions for Bai He? Unfortunately, she has fallen ill today and may be unable to rise from bed for several days."
Oh,
What affliction has befallen her? Given her dedication, I ought to pay her a visit, Mingchan remarked. The maid chuckled. It is said to be contagious. It might be best for the princess not to visit. It matters not. She is resilient, having endured an epidemic in Qianzhou, Mingchan insisted, determined to see Bai He. After all, she was the one who had made her kneel all day. It was only right to inquire after her well-being. Upon reaching the maid's quarters, Mingchan was met with pained groans. She entered without hesitation. "Bai He, what has happened to you?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Bai He felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. She quickly pulled the covers over herself. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Bai He stammered, attempting to appear calm, but her voice betrayed her unease. "I heard you were unwell, so I came to check on you," Mingchan replied. Upon entering, she saw Bai He lying on the bed, her expression fraught with fear and anxiety. "Thank you, Your Highness. I fear I will be unable to attend to you in the coming days. Do not fret, I shall deduct the corresponding monthly allowance for the days you miss. You may rest as needed, but your health is of paramount importance," Mingchan reassured her. Bai He was taken aback. Unsure if Mingchan was being intentionally cruel or simply lacked the ability to comprehend the situation, still fixated on deducting her wages during such a time of illness. "Your Highness's kindness overwhelms me," Bai He replied, nearly gritting her teeth. Mingchan took her time to sit at the edge of the bed, closing the distance that made Bai He's heart race. Yet Mingchan seemed oblivious to her apprehension, continuing, "Oh, how did you become so suddenly ill? Just this morning, you were vibrant and had prepared so many exquisite pastries, urging me to eat before heading to the palace. Who would have thought that upon my return, you would be bedridden? Truly, life is full of surprises." As Bai He listened to her speak nonchalantly, it felt like the whispers of a demon. The daughter of the Ming family must have known all along. She had purposefully come to settle the score. By mentioning the pastries from this morning, she was undoubtedly aware of their taint and had cunningly altered her plans, taking them away instead. She had been fully aware, deliberately laying a trap that ensnared not just her but also concubine Shu, Miss Mu, and herself in her machinations. Realizing this, Bai He was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though she were plummeting into an icy abyss.
oh,
"Why do you suddenly look so pale?" Mingchan remarked, as if discovering something intriguing. "Let me show you."
no.
"It would be too much trouble for the princess." "Please, Your Highness, return." Bai He thought of the deceased Bai He and Lu Zhu, as well as the rumor of Qianzhou being dispatched from the estate, feeling a sense of impending doom. "Weren't you just saying you wish to learn medicine with me? I shall teach you now," Mingchan declared. She spoke neither hastily nor slowly, exuding an air of calmness that evoked the illusion of a benevolent healer. Baihe struggled to decipher her true intentions, remaining on guard while secretly hoping she was indeed a naive and innocent soul, oblivious to the matter of poisoning. Just as Baihe was engulfed in anxiety, Mingchan's hand rested upon Baihe's blanket. On such a sweltering day, why are you still under the covers? Moreover, sleeping in that position is detrimental to your heart. You might suffocate in your slumber. Allow me to correct your posture, Mingchan stated, abruptly tossing aside the blanket and flipping Baihe onto her side.
The raw,
wounded skin of Baihe's back thudded painfully against the hard floor, eliciting a piercing scream from her lips. Chapter 20. Your Highness's weakness. Oh dear. What ails you? I merely turned you over gently. Why do you scream so? Mingchan inquired, her expression perplexed. Unfortunately, Baihe was too consumed by pain and cold sweat to pay heed to Mingchan's bewilderment. Any lingering thoughts of underestimating this daughter of the Ming family vanished. The truth dawned upon her that this seemingly simple girl was merely feigning ignorance, having orchestrated the entire situation to ensnare her in a meticulously planned trap.
Now,
having received her just desserts, Baihe realized that Mingchan was not finished with her yet. She was intent on delivering further harm. This daughter of the Ming family was not the simpleton she had presumed. Rather, she was a demon masquerading as a naive girl. You seem gravely ill. What affliction causes you such agony? I possess some knowledge of medicine. Allow me to examine you, Mingchan expressed with genuine concern. However, Baihe felt as though her spirit was being drained by her words. Your Highness, I was wrong. Please spare me. Baihe sobbed. You are merely unwell. Where is the wrongdoing in that? Look at you, rambling incoherently due to your illness, Mingchan replied. Baihe, filled with regret, felt the pain in her back render her nearly numb. I am fine, Your Highness. Please leave. I wish to rest, she implored, longing for Mingchan to vacate her presence and restore her solitude. Yet, Mingchan did not broach the subject of the morning's events, and Baihe dared not disclose anything out of fear that her honesty would invite greater retribution. Rest as you wish. I shall give you a massage. I assure you, just one session will suffice. I learned this technique from the countryside of Qianzhou. While it may be painful, it will surely unblock your energy channels and leave you greatly benefited, Mingchan proclaimed, taking a seat by her bedside, seemingly unfazed by the blood stains on the sheets. As if they were invisible to her, Baihe's complexion paled, whiter than a sheet of paper. Before she could beg for mercy, Mingchan's hand pressed firmly on her shoulder. A wave of dull pain surged from Baihe's lacerated back, causing her to scream once more before losing consciousness. Upon hearing the scream, a servant rushed in from the adjacent courtyard, only to find Mingchan seated at Baihe's bedside, blood on her hands, while Baihe lay utterly still. Your maid has been frightened into silence, Your Highness. Have you killed her? The servant's thoughts drifted to the deceased Bihua and Lvzu, rendering her unable to finish her sentence, fearing that speaking would lead to her own demise. Quickly, the frightened maid knelt, trembling and seeking to appease the wrathful princess. Mingchan methodically wiped the blood from her hands with a silk handkerchief before addressing the kneeling servant. Am I truly that terrifying? The maid dared not lift her gaze. Your Highness is not frightening. What did you witness just now? Mingchan questioned. I saw nothing, my lady, the servant replied. Mingchan displayed a hint of satisfaction. While murder is indeed the quickest solution to troubles, I believe in kindness and do not wish to bear the weight of a life taken. I merely came to check on my personal maid's condition. She is gravely ill and has fallen asleep. You must take good care of her. Yes, my lady, the maid affirmed. What is your name? Mingchan inquired again. I am called Qianzhou. Which courtyard do you belong to? I serve in the laundry courtyard, performing chores such as washing and cleaning without a designated mistress, Qianzhou explained. Mingchan nodded slightly. I am currently in need of a maid in my courtyard.
Come and serve me.
However, before you do, I must lay out my rules. I despise deceitful servants. As long as you are honest with me, the position of head maid in the Tsuelua courtyard shall be yours. Qianzhou, who had been trembling with fear just moments ago, now found herself in a state of shock at this unexpected news, unsure whether to feel elated or terrified. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness,
she stammered.
Remember to be an honest person. If you are not truthful with me, you may end up like Baihe, suffering even more gravely. Do you understand? Mingchan cautioned. I understand, Qianzhou hurriedly replied. Of course, I only ask for your honesty. If you possess the skill to deceive others, I will not interfere. But You must never deceive me. Mingchan concluded. Qiyue's mind raced, grasping the situation. The inhabitants of the estate were largely arranged by Miss Mu, with some favored individuals assigned to lighter tasks. Qiyue had been chosen by Mu Shuang, yet she was not a trusted confidant of either Mu Shuang or the noble consort. Lacking the cunning of other maids, she had been relegated to the most laborious tasks of washing and cleaning. Though Qiyue lacked the charm of Baihe and Bihua, she was not foolish. She recognized that this princess, with her precarious status, sought to bolster her own influence to contend with Miss Mu. Despite Miss Mu's ties to the noble consort, the princess also had allies. It was rumored that His Highness had spent the night in the Tsuelua courtyard. Should the princess spare His Highness's offspring, she would secure her place in the royal household, even if His Highness later favored another. Regardless, even if the princess did not conceive, her shared hardships over the past 3 years would likely afford her some protection. Qiyue, currently just a lowly maid, saw an opportunity to ascend to the rank of head maid and had no intention of squandering it. The toil of washing clothes and cleaning was arduous. Her once delicate hands bore the marks of labor, resembling those of an elderly woman, wrinkled and calloused from her work. Come winter, her hands would surely suffer from the biting cold. With so many vying for Miss Mu's favor, Qiyue realized she stood little chance there. Aligning with the princess seemed a more prudent choice, as she was still in a position of legitimacy. As for Miss Mu, though she appeared amiable, she was cunning and manipulative, and aligning with such a person might not bode well for the future. Having come to this realization, Qiyue set aside her earlier fears and followed Mingchan to the Tsuelua courtyard with newfound enthusiasm, eager to demonstrate her sincerity and devotion. Your Highness, why is your knee so swollen? Shall I fetch some ointment for you? Qiyue inquired with genuine concern. In contrast to the duplicitous Baihe, this maid, personally recruited by Mingchan, proved far more useful. Mingchan applied a warm cloth to her knee and replied, I do require some medicinal herbs. Please prepare paper and pen so I can list what I need. Qiyue swiftly procured the requested materials, and Mingchan wrote down the herbs, filling 2 sheets with her elegant script. Go to His Highness to collect some funds. When you have time tomorrow, purchase these herbs, Mingchan instructed. Qiyue was taken aback. Collect silver from His Highness? Shouldn't I go to Miss Mu? Mu Shuang bears ill will towards me and will not part with any money. You will find no funds there, Mingchan stated bluntly. Besides, today's poisoning incident was orchestrated by Mu Shuang. While the noble consort may not cast me aside outright, she certainly will not overlook it. Mu Shuang must be seething with rage at me. Why would she grant me silver? Though Shen Shiyun was somewhat untrustworthy, he would not deny her even the cost of medicine. Upon inquiry from His Highness, you shall inform him that this is to replenish his health. Mingchan added.
Ah?
Is His Highness unwell?
Qiyue asked.
Mingchan casually replied, yes, he suffers from kidney deficiency. Qiyue exclaimed in surprise. No wonder the princess and His Highness have been together for 3 years without offspring. Chapter 21. The most frugal of them all. With this shocking revelation, Qiyue departed from Cui Luo courtyard. So, it turns out His Highness is incapable? No wonder the Jiangshui Tower houses 2 stunning concubines. Yet His Highness has never set foot there. Moreover, Miss Mu Shuang is quite lovely herself, having caught the eye of the noble consort, yet in His Highness's eyes, she remains merely a servant. It is said that His Highness does not allow Mu Shuang to disturb him freely. All these circumstances are indeed traceable. One would not expect such a tall, handsome figure to be nothing more than a silver-plated wax gun. Qiyue could not help but feel a tinge of sympathy for the princess.
Arriving at Ting Yu Pavilion,
Qiyue presented the 2 lists of medicinal herbs written by Mingchan to Shen Shiyun. Shen Shiyun cast a cold glance at her. What does the princess mean by asking you to show these to me? Qiyue, not daring to lift her head or breathe heavily, replied, Your Highness. The princess said these are medicinal herbs meant to replenish your health. Due to their high value, the princess does not possess enough silver. She did not elaborate further, but her meaning was abundantly clear. Shen Shiyun could not suppress a cold laugh. She truly values wealth above all else, not even willing to part with this little sum. Did I not just give her silver not long ago? Has she exhausted it so quickly? Qiyue explained. I only began my duties at Cui Luo courtyard today. The princess did not mention these to me. She merely stated that the herbs are precious and will require considerable funds, and that her private treasury lacks sufficient amounts. Shen Shiyun considered himself not to be a miser, yet when faced with the calculating nature of Mingchan, he found himself unwilling to exhibit generosity. Since returning to the capital, Mingchan had become increasingly audacious, indulging in her own pleasures while devising ways to extract money from him. If it were merely this, Shen Shiyun would not mind providing for her, nor would he be reluctant to do so. However, she ought to fulfill her responsibilities as the princess. Previously, when they were in Qianzhou, she had at least known how to serve him. Now, she only knew how to stir up trouble, disrupting his peace.
Changhui.
Bring her 10 taels of silver, Shen Shiyun commanded. Changhui was taken aback. His Highness was only offering 10 taels? Although 10 taels may be considered a substantial amount to an ordinary household, it would hardly suffice for purchasing precious medicinal herbs. Your Highness, is that not a bit scant?
Changhui inquired.
After all, this was for the princess's medicinal needs, and logically, more should be allocated. His Highness was not known to be stingy. He had never deprived those around him. Of course, this did not imply he mistreated the princess, as he was generally generous and thoughtful, never pinching pennies. If it is insufficient, let Mingchan make up the difference. I will reimburse her later. Shen Shiyun frowned, stating that since she insisted on being meticulous about everything, he need not be courteous with her. Seemingly irked by Mingchan's behavior, Shen Shiyun added, if there are any leftovers, have them returned to me. Both Changhui and Qianzhou were taken aback. His Highness was indeed quite frugal. Luo neither dared to voice their doubts, as Changhui recognized his master's displeasure and obediently led Qianzhou to retrieve the silver. In Chui Luo courtyard, after soaking her feet, Mingchan applied heat to her knees, finally feeling somewhat relieved. At that moment, Qianzhou returned, though her expression was rather awkward. Princess, His Highness only gave me 10 taels of silver. He said if it is insufficient, you should contribute a portion, and he will reimburse you later. If there are any excess funds, he requested they be returned to him. Mingchan was slightly taken aback. When did Shen Shiyun become so miserly? Truly, the most frugal of the frugal, to the extent of being stingy. Very well, then procure a bit more of these herbs and bring my silver box as well. Mingchan instructed. Qianzhou quickly fetched the brocade box containing the silver. Mingchan unlocked it and took out 500 taels, saying, tomorrow, take all of this silver to Jishan Tang and purchase the finest herbs. Do not be frugal, as this is all for His Highness's health. Qianzhou agreed. But after committing, she felt a bit guilty. What if we spend so much, and His Highness refuses to acknowledge it? Given His Highness's reaction today, he likely would not be so generous. Do not concern yourself. Just remember to obtain a receipt from the pharmacy as proof. If His Highness tries to renege, we may have to suffer a little, Mingchan replied. As for what sort of suffering, she did not elaborate. However, Qianzhou believed a person like the princess would not easily come to harm. Although many had previously claimed she was simple and dull, an easy target to manipulate, those who truly interacted with her found those rumors to be false. Early the next morning, Mingchan arrived at Weiyang Palace. She had come early today, but the noble consort did not appear. 2 palace maids tossed her yesterday's zither. Miss Ming, it is your doing that our noble consort is bedridden. You must practice in yesterday's courtyard, one maid said. The Empress Dowager's birthday is approaching, and the noble consort has instructed you not to embarrass her at the celebration. By the way, Miss Ming, do not think of slacking off. Today, at sunset, Lord Li will personally come to assess your zither skills. If you do not perform satisfactorily, you shall spend the night in this courtyard. The palace maid spoke haughtily, shutting the door behind her after tossing Mingchan into the desolate courtyard. Chapter 22. Violence is wrong. Medicine works wonders. Mingchan found a place to sit, unconcerned by the desolation surrounding her, almost at ease with the unfamiliarity. The 2 palace maids exchanged glances through the door crack, unable to suppress their conversation. This Ming family illegitimate daughter truly lacks temperament, even when subjected to such humiliation. She remains unfazed, a mere soft persimmon, one maid remarked. The other replied, it is fortunate she is a silent soft persimmon. Any semblance of dignity, and she would likely be humiliated to death. They conversed openly, oblivious to Mingchan's presence just a door away. Yet Mingchan appeared unfazed, as if she had not heard their words. As dawn broke, a gust of wind swept through, causing the 2 maids to shiver. Let us leave quickly. Several deposed concubines have died here, and we must avoid attracting any unclean spirits. Indeed, the 2 maids felt the chilling atmosphere and locked the door as they prepared to leave. Wait, sisters, could you bring me something to eat? Just as the two maids were about to exit, a calm and clear voice emerged from within. Startled, the maids replied curtly, Miss Ming should reflect on her actions first. Our noble consort suffered from the pastries you delivered yesterday and is still unwell. You still think you deserve a treat until our noble consort recovers. You shall remain hungry. The noble consort had indeed suffered from the pastries Mingchan sent, suffering from stomach troubles all day, and naturally, she would not treat Mingchan kindly. They locked her in, leaving her to starve for an entire day, under the pretense of encouraging her to reflect. In the evening, they would release her to play a piece, and should she falter, the noble consort could impose punishment. The two maids spoke with disdain before turning to leave, their contempt deepening. They believed the Ming family's illegitimate daughter lacked the talent to understand melody, and thus could not possibly perform well. Recalling the dreadful sounds she produced on the zither yesterday, the departing maids nearly burst into laughter. Mingchan, however, did not exhibit any signs of disappointment, as if everything had unfolded according to her expectations. She could once again enjoy her day in leisure. Hey, why are you here so early? She inquired, attempting to adjust the strings of her zither when a head popped up over the wall. Because the early bird catches the worm, she replied. Shen Shiyun was taken aback by her cold jest. Weren't those two palace maids from the Empress Shu's court? So, you are from the Weiyang Palace. Shen Shiyun leaned over the wall, seemingly unwilling to descend. They are rather arrogant. I'll go help you vent your frustrations. The youth wore a face full of righteousness. Wait a moment, Mingchan called out to him. The youth remained perched on the wall, looking down at her from a position of superiority. What? You don't want me to stand up for you? He raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat displeased yet also mocking. Mingchan replied, Violence is not the answer. Upon hearing this, the youth's expression turned sour. If you strike them, the Empress Shu will surely find out. Though you are not afraid of them, you will inevitably attract some unwanted attention. As she spoke, Mingchan pulled a small porcelain vial from her belongings and tossed it to the youth.
Catch. Just sprinkle this on them.
What is this? Shen Shiyun asked, examining it in his palm. Be careful not to touch the powder inside, Mingchan cautioned. It's itching powder. If it accidentally gets on you, you will itch all over for a fortnight before it subsides. Shen Shiyun nearly dropped it in surprise. But the displeasure on his face evaporated. I thought you were just a pushover. I didn't realize you had your methods. I'll go try it and see if it's as effective as you say. Hey, wait a moment. Mingchan's words were left unfinished as the youth vanished from the wall, appearing quite enthusiastic about the endeavor. Don't use too much. The potency is quite strong. Mingchan looked at the empty wall and shrugged her shoulders in resignation. Indeed, young people acted with such fervor. After about half an hour, the youth returned, beaming with excitement and carrying a food container. Wow, your itching powder is truly remarkable. In less than 15 minutes. Those two palace maids were rolling on the ground in agony. So many people gathered to watch the spectacle, and even the imperial physician could not determine the cause. Shen Shiyun exclaimed gleefully. How much did you use? Mingchan inquired. I used it all. By the way, do you have any more? If I encounter more annoying people like them in the future, I'll use this method against them. It's certainly more satisfying than taking action myself. The youth asked eagerly. You are being wasteful, Mingchan replied. I only have that one vial left. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? I thought there wasn't much inside, and fearing it would lose its effect, I just poured it all out. Shen Shiyun retorted. With that one vial, they might not recover for 3 to 5 months, Mingchan warned. It won't be lethal, will it? Shen Shiyun asked. Not at all. It will merely cause them discomfort for half a year, she replied. That's a relief. If they were to die, the Empress Shu would surely make a big fuss out of it. Indeed, Mingchan concurred. Although the two palace maids were insufferably chatty, their crimes did not warrant death. Naturally, Mingchan did not wish to attract excessive trouble over such trivial matters. She already had enough complications to deal with. Where did you acquire this itching powder? Shen Shiyun asked, exhibiting a keen interest in the substance. I made it myself. You made it? Shen Shiyun appeared incredulous. Mingchan opened the food container and revealed an array of delectable pastries. Then you must make me a vial, Shen Shiyun insisted without reservation. As she savored the exquisite palace delicacies, Mingchan replied, I can't make any more. Why not? Shen Shiyun probed, sensing the bait in her words. Eager to hear more. I lack a few necessary ingredients. Which ones? Tell me, and I'll fetch them for you. In a place like the capital, Those ingredients are unavailable. They must be freshly sourced to retain their medicinal properties. Even if you can procure them, it would be in vain, Mingchan explained. Is that so? Then it seems it cannot be made. Although the itching powder is off the table. I might be able to attempt something with similar properties if you're interested. Mingchan proposed, however. You must pay first. Shen Shiyun disregarded the latter part. Fixated on the earlier statement. You understand the art of healing? I know a little, she replied modestly. What is your relationship with the Weiyang Palace? Not only do you play the zither, but you also possess knowledge of healing arts. Will you be attending the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration? How come I've never seen you before? Shen Shiyun's questions multiplied. One question costs 10 taels of silver, Mingchan stated. But I didn't bring any silver with me today, Shen Shiyun protested. Then refrained from asking. Wait, I'll continue teaching you that piece from yesterday. You provide my meals for today, Mingchan proposed. Shen Shiyun readily agreed, recognizing that understanding her connection to the Weiyang Palace would not be overly difficult.
Besides,
there would be ample opportunities for them to meet in the future. The Empress Dowager's birthday was approaching, and Shen Shiyun pondered what gift to present. This piece would serve quite nicely. Thus, the two spent the day in that desolate courtyard. It was only at sunset that someone arrived to open the gate. Mingchan urged Shen Shiyun to climb over the wall and leave. Reluctant, Shen Shiyun was ultimately pushed onto the wall by her. The Empress Shu has fallen ill. I wonder if the other ladies will visit her, Mingchan remarked suddenly. Shen Shiyun was momentarily taken aback. Later, please help me bring some reinforcements to the Weiyang Palace. I may have a dramatic scene to contend with soon.
All right.
It's a simple task, but you must make me some itching powder next time, Shen Shiyun bartered. Agreed. Mingchan replied readily. It seemed that Miss Ming had been faring rather well here, as it was none other than Mama Lu who came to escort her today. Quiet and serene, Mama Lu had spent a day in the palace and had already discerned the pleasures within. Stop trying to play word games with me. The Empress Shu and Lord Li are waiting to assess your progress over the past few days. We shall see if you have practiced diligently when we meet the Empress Shu and Lord Li, Mama Lu admonished. Chapter 23. Another day of successful trials after delivering a stern warning laced with veiled threats, Mama Lu led Mingchan away from the desolate garden. Upon returning to the Weiyang Palace, Mingchan finally laid eyes on the Empress Shu. Compared to her usual spirited and imposing demeanor, today the Empress appeared excessively wan and listless. It was evident that she had not rested well the previous night. Dark circles adorned her eyes, and her complexion appeared pallid from exhaustion. It seemed that Miss Mu's medicine was indeed a potent one. After all, they had aimed to target her. How could they show mercy? Yet, she wondered how Miss Mu was faring, as she had not seen the lady-in-waiting for 2 consecutive days. Have you no manners? Kneel before the Empress.
Mama Liu Chusty said.
Your Majesty, my legs have been kneeling all day yesterday. I cannot do so again today. If I kneel any longer, I may have to spend the night in the palace, Mingchan explained. You dare to talk back? You threaten the Empress? Mama Lu was aware that this commoner from the Ming family lacked cleverness, yet she was astonished by her boldness in arguing back at this critical moment. I would not dare. Mingchan protested. Didn't I kneel all day yesterday? Surely you must know that? Mingchan asked. The Empress Shu, feeling unwell today after suffering from a bout of diarrhea yesterday, was irritated simply by the sight of Mingchan. If you cannot go back, then do not return. The Empress said sharply. Mama Lu, make her kneel and play. No need for you to intervene. I will handle it myself, Mingchan declared. She understood that any resistance at this moment would only bring about disaster, so it was better to comply and reduce her suffering. She played a piece that was the same as the one Li Aoying had performed in front of her yesterday. Though her playing was not perfect, the melody was indistinguishable from that which Li Aoying had taught her the day before. Li Aoying was momentarily taken aback. He had instructed this woman only once, and he had barely elaborated on the details. It was inconceivable for someone without a deep understanding of music to retain such information. Remarkably, she even replicated the mistakes he had deliberately made yesterday with perfect precision. If she had sought assistance from an external source, the piece she played would undoubtedly have been flawless. It was implausible that someone else would teach her to replicate his errors. Who did you learn from? Lord Li inquired sternly. Did I not learn from you, my teacher? Mingchan retorted, her bright, innocent eyes radiating clarity. If there was an outstanding feature on her otherwise ordinary face, it would surely be those pure eyes, resembling an untainted mountain spring, devoid of any impurities. It was a pity that such beautiful eyes were set upon an unremarkable visage. It seemed a tragic waste. "Lordly, is there a problem?" remarked Xu Fei. "A jade that is unpolished cannot become a gem. There is no need for you to be overly courteous to her." Li Aoying pondered for a moment. Xu Fei had no intention of allowing the princess of Chu to shine. Since the princess played incorrectly, let her continue to do so. This was a serendipitous mishap. Regardless of where she had acquired her knowledge or whether she possessed an innate talent for learning, it no longer mattered. Even if Miss Ming managed to pass today through negligence, the essence of music lies in emotion. A lifeless performance is but a hollow echo. "You must practice diligently and never become complacent," Li Aoying lectured, adding, "Furthermore, wearing those finger caps detracts from the aesthetic. Do not wear them again." Miss Ming, unable to endure such trivial hardships, had no right to wear finger caps. It was no wonder she had not mastered her craft after so long. Granny Lu stepped forward, removed the finger caps, and tossed them to the ground. Mingchan tightened her pained, numb hands and then fiercely dragged Granny Lu's hand across the strings of the zither, drawing forth a torrent of blood. "Perhaps Granny Lu should learn for herself," she said defiantly. Granny Lu was incensed and could hardly comprehend the audacity of this common girl daring to act against her in front of Xu Fei. Having served Xu Fei for many years, her loyalty remained steadfast even during Xu Fei's 3 years of confinement in the cold palace. Granny Lu held a status just below Xu Fei in the Weiyang Palace. Their relationship transcended that of mere master and servant, akin to sisters. "Are you rebelling?" Xu Fei shouted in fury. Just as Granny Lu prepared to retaliate, a sultry laugh echoed from outside. "Oh, sister, what a lively scene we have here." Accompanying that enchanting voice was a captivating woman, gracefully entering with several young beauties in tow. "Xu Fei, what has happened? Your complexion is rather alarming," she inquired. Her intentions unclear. Whether she referred to Xu Fei's pallor or her sour expression, only the speaker understood the true meaning. Xu Fei clenched her fists, her gaze icy as she regarded the approaching horde of concubines. During her 3 years of exile, many young and beautiful maidens had flocked to Yanping Emperor's side. Even though she had regained her title as Xu Fei, the emperor's affection for her had waned, merely extending her the courtesy due to the influence of the Chu prince and the Ji family. The years spent in the cold palace had altered Xu Fei's once celebrated demeanor. Deprived of her beauty's maintenance, she no longer held the same advantages over her peers. The decline of a beauty is a sorrowful affair. Xu Fei was no longer young or enchanting. Compared to these youthful vixens, she often felt pangs of jealousy and nostalgia. Yet, the mother of the Rui prince, Li Fei, though only a few years younger, remained youthful and captivating, enjoying the emperor's favor longer than any other. Leading the group was the very Li Fei she found most distasteful. With Li Fei present, Granny Lu could no longer compel Mingchan to kneel and had to step aside. "Oh, this young beauty seems unfamiliar. What transgression has she committed to incite such wrath for my sister?" Li Fei scrutinized Mingchan, addressing the visibly displeased Xu Fei. As for Granny Lu, her bloodied fingers went unnoticed by Li Fei. Xu Fei could not discern whether Li Fei was being deliberately provocative or simply ignorant. How could one so plain as Mingchan be deemed beautiful? It was surely intentional mockery, a derision of the Chu prince's fate of being wed to such a lowly commoner. Among the numerous princesses, Mingchan was undoubtedly the least presentable. Not only was her status inferior, but her temperament and appearance also paled in comparison to her peers. More infuriating was the fact that this base-born girl occupied the rightful position of the Chu prince as primary wife, a truth known to all. "This is a matter of Weiyang Palace. Is Li Fei overstepping her bounds?" Xu Fei retorted curtly. "I merely noticed my sister's distress, fearing she may fall ill from such anger, and sought to inquire and offer comfort." Li Fei sweetly called her sister, inciting Xu Fei's ire. In the past, Xu Fei would have vied for the title of sister, regarding it as a mark of respect. Now, when Li Fei addressed her thus, it felt like a mockery. Li Fei was mocking her age. Having long enjoyed the emperor's favor, Xu Fei did not believe Li Fei was unaware of Mingchan's status. Her network within the palace was extensive, and she was undoubtedly here to witness the spectacle. "You need not concern yourself. I will handle my own affairs." "Please take your leave," Xu Fei declared, her tone decidedly ungracious. "Xu Fei, I heard you were unwell, and with all sincerity, I invited our sisters to visit you. If you cannot appreciate that, why scowl at us? One of the young concubines accompanying Li Fei chimed in. Indeed, Xu Fei, Li Fei has not wronged you. She came out of kindness. Why must you assume ill intentions? The others echoed, eager to side with Li Fei. For years, Li Fei had been the favored one in the harem, never openly displaying jealousy and often uplifting lower-ranked concubines, thus garnering a positive reputation among them. In contrast, Xu Fei, hailing from a distinguished family as the daughter of the once prominent Ji Taifu, had enjoyed great favor during her father's lifetime. However, her lofty status had made her proud and disdainful of those aspiring to ascend. After the Chu prince's exile and the decline of the Ji family, Xu Fei was cast into the cold palace, her temperament increasingly sensitive and peculiar. Now, even restored to her position, her disposition had become sharper and more volatile, constantly striving to assert her superiority as proof of her nobility. Witnessing these lesser concubines daring to challenge her on behalf of Li Fei, Xu Fei felt an unprecedented humiliation and fury, declaring, "If I am indeed petty, it is no concern of yours." As soon as she uttered those words, a wave of pain surged through her abdomen. She could not allow them to witness her disgrace. Otherwise, word would spread throughout the palace, leading to intolerable repercussions. What would the emperor think of her? Xu Fei could not afford to linger, urgently requesting Granny Lu's assistance to depart. She was desperate. She needed to relieve herself. Once Xu Fei and Granny Lu exited, Mingchan finally rose and addressed Li Fei. "Thank you for your timely intercession. I did not intervene for your sake. You need not express gratitude," Li Fei replied. "Now it is getting late. Since Xu Fei does not wish for our presence, we should not impose. It would be inappropriate for us to linger should it worsen her condition."
Li Fei concluda.
"Sister speaks wisely. Let us depart," she declared, leading the group of concubines away. Observing the unfolding events, Li Aoying realized it was prudent for him to take his leave. No matter the circumstances, Xu Fei remained a noble figure, and witnessing her misfortunes was hardly auspicious. Mingchan followed suit and was intercepted by a palace maid. "Miss Ming, the noble consort Xu has yet to speak. How can you leave without permission?" she exclaimed. "Please let her know that if I do not return soon, the palace gates will close," Mingchan replied hastily, fearing she might miss her chance. Today, 2 palace maids from Weiyang Palace had been dismissed, and the remaining ones were attending to Consort Xu. At this moment, the defenses of Weiyang Palace were lax, and Mingchan encountered little obstruction as she made her way to the gates. The days felt akin to traversing a tribulation. She needed to devise a plan. Chapter 24. Serving His Highness delightfully. Fortunately, Mingchan was swift in her departure, almost missing the closing of the palace gates. Upon returning to the royal residence, dusk had already settled. Luckily, in recent days, the household had been too preoccupied to seek her out, and no one dared to trouble her at Suelua courtyard, allowing her a brief moment of peace. Xiaoyu had prepared meals and warm water for her. Mingchan had dined contentedly at the palace today. The young man had brought her an ample supply of exquisite dishes and pastries, leaving her not hungry at all. "How did you fare with the task I entrusted you?" Mingchan inquired. "As instructed by the princess, I have already procured everything," Qianzhou replied, presenting the medicinal herbs for her inspection. Mingchan casually picks them up to examine their quality. Qianzhou remarked, "Truly, the princess has remarkable foresight. The silver you provided was just sufficient for these herbs, with a mere 3 taels remaining. I had no idea the medicines from Jishintang were so costly. I only knew that when my mother fell ill, the medicines were not cheap, costing dozens of taels without yielding good results. In hindsight, perhaps it was due to insufficient expenditure that we could not acquire truly effective herbs, leading to her demise." Qianzhou seemed to recall past regrets and let out a gentle sigh. "My condolences," Mingchan said, glancing at her. Qianzhou, taken aback, soon smiled. "That was long ago. I have long since come to terms with it." Mingchan remained silent, continuing to scrutinize the herbs Qianzhou had brought back. After thoroughly examining all the materials, she nodded. "You have done well. Keep the remaining silver as your travel expenses."
"Ah?
"Thank you, princess." Qianzhou was taken aback by this unexpected fortune. Feeling it was a stroke of luck to have aligned with the princess, Mingchan cautioned, "Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. Take this list to His Highness and request the reimbursement." But wouldn't it be better if you spoke to His Highness directly?" Qianzhou hesitated. "You are my trusted maid. Your words will suffice." Qianzhou mused. Is this what they call joy turning to sorrow? Remembering His Highness's cold demeanor yesterday, she couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Yesterday, when she merely asked for 10 taels, His Highness was displeased. Today, requesting several hundred, would he not cast her out? Suddenly, she found the 3 taels in her hand to feel particularly burdensome. At Tingyu Pavilion, Shen Shiyun had yet to depart. Qianzhou approached, holding the list of the herbs purchased today. Chonghui presented the list to Shen Shiyun, who could not help but chuckle upon seeing it. 607 taels. Your princess truly knows how to spend, Shen Shiyun remarked sarcastically. Qianzhou trembled, not daring to breathe. Let her come to me, Shen Shiyun commanded. Qianzhou had no choice but to return and report to Mingchan. Mingchan seemed unfazed. Shen Shiyun was known for his capricious nature, adhering to numerous protocols, and relished being catered to. After a few days of tribulation in the palace, she had intended to retire early, which prompted her to send Qianzhou to collect the funds. However, it appeared she must go in person after all. Time was precious, and she needed to rise early the following day. Thus, Mingchan proceeded directly to Tingyu Pavilion. Coincidentally, she also required Shen Shiyun's assistance for her visit to Weiyang Palace the next day. Upon arriving at Tingyu Pavilion, Mingchan offered a simple bow. This humble servant greets His Highness. Yet, Shen Shiyun did not lift his gaze, engrossed in his scroll, showing no inclination to acknowledge her. Mingchan, patient, stood quietly by. After a considerable time, she ventured, Your Highness, it is late. Finally, Shen Shiyun raised his head and cast her a fleeting glance. Mingchan pondered for a moment and tentatively asked, Could you settle the silver for the herbs purchased today? Is this how you request funds? Shen Shiyun replied, puzzled. Mingchan was momentarily bewildered by his words. Come here. Shen Shiyun, noticing her confusion, felt a wave of irritation. Mingchan approached him. I am weary, he stated. Mingchan did not understand why he expressed such fatigue. She remembered that when Shen Shiyun was in Qianzhou, he seldom shared such sentiments. Nevertheless, she had always found it challenging to comprehend his thoughts, so she replied, If Your Highness is tired, why not rest early? My mind is troubled, preventing me from sleeping. He sighed. Your Highness is burdened with state affairs. I am not versed in court matters and cannot alleviate your woes, Mingchan said earnestly. Alleviate my woes? If you did not create trouble for me, I would not be so fatigued, Shen Shiyun retorted, his tone less than kind. Mingchan, seemingly oblivious to his hint, felt a pang of shame and lowered her head, adopting a compliant demeanor. You may give me a shoulder massage, he instructed. While Mingchan could not discern his intentions, her medical skills were indeed remarkable, with abilities that surpassed those of others. Her acupressure and acupuncture techniques were commendable, though she seldom showcased them. Shen Shiyun had first-hand experience of her talents. 3 years prior, during his exile in Qianzhou, he had faced death, and had it not been for Mingchan's attentive care, he might not have survived. However, his body had suffered during his imprisonment, and although he had regained some health, he was not as robust as in his youth. Now, he could not work at his desk for too long without experiencing shoulder and neck pain. The court physicians had examined him, but found no conclusive diagnosis, merely prescribing tonics that proved ineffective. This reminded him of Mingchan's medical prowess. During his discomfort in Qianzhou, she would administer acupuncture and prepare medicinal meals for him. Perhaps in those leisurely days, devoid of burdensome tasks, he had not felt the weight of his condition as he did now, back in the capital, often feeling utterly exhausted. His health not as it had been in Qianzhou. Mingchan obliged and began to massage his shoulders. Have you not eaten? Apply more pressure, Shen Shiyun instructed. Such a lackluster force felt ineffectual against him. Your Highness, my hands ache, Mingchan explained. Why do they ache? Shen Shiyun frowned. Consort Shu commanded me to play the zither, and if I do not master it, I cannot leave the palace. I have practiced for 2 full days, see. She extended her hands toward Shen Shiyun. Her slender fingers reddened, indeed appearing rather pitiful. How can playing the zither result in this? I know not. Perhaps I am inherently dull and ill-suited for such refined pursuits. She lamented. Humph. Shen Shiyun scoffed, his meaning ambiguous. Inherently dull? I see you simply lack the desire to learn. Mingchan, with a woeful expression, pleaded. Is that acceptable? I truly wish to cease learning. However, Shen Shiyun laughed, recognizing her tendency to climb the ladder of favor. If you can serve me well and bring me joy, I may consider it. Chapter 25. I am here to serve His Highness, nevertheless, Mingchan lamented, but my hands truly ache. I wonder if I can serve His Highness adequately. Shen Shiyun felt a heaviness in his chest. Is your only means of service through your hands? Mingchan, momentarily perplexed, then remembered something. I shall fetch my needle pouch. Shen Shiyun swiftly grasped her, pulling her into his embrace. Mingchan, lacking his strength, found herself drawn into his lap. She blinked in confusion, looking up at him. Your Highness? The two individuals were in close proximity, and Shen Shiyun gazed into her clear eyes, which shimmered like a lake disturbed by a stone, reflecting a disarray that shattered the tranquility. Although she concealed her emotions adeptly, she could not escape the discerning gaze of Shen Shiyun. Are you avoiding me? He inquired. I would not dare, she responded softly. It is not a matter of daring, but rather of desire, he mused. Her evasion and flustered demeanor displeased him, leaving him perplexed by his own feelings. While he harbored no fondness for Mingchan and held her in low regard, her pretense of ignorance and avoidance ignited an inexplicable ire within him. The woman before him, though of ordinary appearance and lacking in charm, had a body that could be deemed supple. Yet, he could find no redeeming qualities, and perhaps due to her previous punishments in the palace. Her complexion had returned to its previous pallor, rough and marred by a few unsightly blemishes. Yet, in the depths of her eyes, he perceived a hint of disdain. Was she truly looking down upon him? What right did she have to do so? As this thought emerged, he instinctively tightened his grip. Your Highness, please be gentle. It hurts, Mingchan implored. I truly am not avoiding you. My legs and hands ache. Perhaps you could guide me tomorrow instead? She gazed at Shen Shiyun's brooding face, her tone tinged with tentative inquiry. You cannot even serve properly, yet you wish for me to instruct you? Do you not think your expectations are rather lofty? Shen Shiyun retorted. Having just clarified some matters concerning the Ministry of Revenue, his mood was relatively bearable, and he exhibited a fraction more patience than usual. Then perhaps you should find me another teacher? The one that Consort Shu found for me, Mr. Li, is utterly irresponsible. He deems me foolish, and leaves me to grasp things on my own. Consort Shu has confined me to a desolate garden. I truly lack the innate understanding to learn without guidance. She subtly expressed her grievances, implicating both Mr. Li and Consort Shu. Shen Shiyun scoffed. You administered laxatives to my mother, and she spared your life. You ought to be grateful, rather than blame her for your confinement in the cold palace. But I did not add the laxative, Mingchan weakly countered. She understood that any deception would be futile against him, thus refraining from discussing her own culpability. If it wasn't you who administered it, does that absolve you of responsibility? If someone were to drug me one day, would you also stand idly by? Shen Shiyun inquired solemnly. Mingchan lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting shadows over her eyes. Your Highness, would you not choose to remain indifferent while I am wronged? Impudence. Shen Shiyun's patience waned, and he cast her aside. Mingchan fell to the ground, remaining silent, slumped in a submissive posture, offering no defense, explanation, or apology. Observing her obstinate and unresponsive demeanor, a fresh wave of indignation surged within him. She truly could not utter a single pleasant word. It seems I have been too lenient with you, allowing you to grow increasingly insolent. Shen Shiyun declared coldly. Mingchan kept her head bowed in silence. Since you are so ungrateful, you shall kneel here tonight until you acknowledge your wrongdoing, he commanded before striding away.
Shangri.
Witnessing the furious Shen Shiyun emerging from the study was momentarily taken aback. In truth, the crown prince seldom exhibited anger. He was well-read and exceptionally talented, often appearing aloof but generally showing leniency towards his subordinates, with such emotions rarely surfacing. Noting that only Shen Shiyun had emerged, Chang Hui surmised who had provoked the crown prince's ire. However, the crown princess appeared to be a remarkably gentle woman. How could she have incited such fury? Your Highness, the princess. Chang Hui hesitated, unsure of what to say in such an unusual circumstance. Keep a close watch on her, without my permission. She is not to leave this place. Shen Shiyun commanded coldly. Yes, Chang Hui complied. As the sound of footsteps faded, Mingchan adjusted her attire. Reflecting on how similar the mother and son were, both quick to punish others with kneeling. Fortunately, today neither Mu Shuang nor the two matrons were present. Shen Shiyun had only left one close attendant to guard her. She could hardly believe her fortune in receiving such treatment, being attended to by a close servant of the crown prince. Mingchan mused with a touch of irony. Regrettably, she had not only failed to secure any silver, but had also been punished to kneel by Shen Shiyun, akin to losing more than she gained. Mingchan moved to the desk, leaning against a corner to take a nap. Thanks to her extensive experience with kneeling punishments and sleeping in the woodshed during her time with the Ming family, this rain-listening pavilion was indeed a much more pleasant environment compared to the woodshed and ancestral hall. In comparison to serving the demanding crown prince, she felt that enduring this minor hardship was negligible. Moreover, it provided her with a valid excuse to skip the morning audience at Wei Yang Palace, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. However, being near the lake, she worried about catching a chill sleeping there at night. After pondering, she glanced outside and approached the window, calling to the attendant stationed at the door, Chang Hui. Hearing her soft voice, Chang Hui turned and asked, "What does the princess require? Could you fetch me a thin blanket? I feel a bit cold, or even a cloak would suffice," she requested candidly, appearing unperturbed by the crown prince's punishment. In fact, Chang Hui thought she seemed somewhat content. "I apologize, but the prince has ordered me to guard you, and I cannot take liberties," Chang Hui replied. "I won't leave this place. Where else could I go? I merely wish to avoid falling ill." Having grown weary of taking medicine in Qianzhou, Mingchan lamented, "If you truly do not wish to, then forget it." After a moment of hesitation, Chang Hui recalled Mingchan's grievous injuries in Qianzhou for the crown prince. She did not seem particularly robust, and if she were to fall ill, he would bear the blame. After deliberating, he replied, "Then the princess must not wander. I will return shortly." Chang Hui, possessing exceptional skills, soon returned with a cloak, albeit an unfamiliar one, a dark-colored male garment. "I have not used this cloak, but the princess may make do with it for one night," he offered. The prince had commanded him to stay here. If he ventured to Qianzhou courtyard to fetch another, he would undoubtedly be discovered, bringing unnecessary trouble upon both himself and the princess. Mingchan was unbothered. "Thank you, Chang Hui. You are truly kind." She beamed at him, taking the cloak and retreating into the room. Chang Hui cast a glance at her, utterly baffled by her seemingly simple joy. However, it was the first time someone had praised him as a good person. This princess was truly perplexing. Inside, Mingchan leaned against the corner of the table, and soon fell into a light slumber. Even after punishing Mingchan, Shen Shiyun remained vexed. She had learned to weigh her own interests against his. He had always believed that Mingchan, despite his lack of affection for her, would be a woman he could trust. She had stood by him through trials for 3 years, asking for nothing in return, shielding him from blades and even taking lives. Though he recognized that Mingchan was unworthy of the position of princess, he had contemplated preserving her standing within the household. Yet, she had grown increasingly arrogant, even harboring resentment towards him for not aiding her. Shen Shiyun was acutely aware that, given her temperament, if she ever truly harbored such grievances, she would indeed be capable of standing by and doing nothing. It was precisely for this reason that he did not intend to let her off easily this time. As Shen Shiyun made his way from the rain-listening pavilion towards the Wenxin Hall, he chanced upon a beautiful young woman. "I have seen your highness," she greeted, performing a graceful bow. "And who might you be?" Shen Shiyun furrowed his brow, his patience thin as he was still in a foul mood.
I am Su Yuan.
"From the Jiangxue Tower, serving your highness," she replied. Hearing this, Shen Shiyun recalled her as one of the concubines arranged by Consort Shu. Shen Shiyun scrutinized the woman before him, noting her delicate powder, finely drawn brows, and crimson lips, adorned with a celestial hairstyle. She wore a sheer green veil, her beauty far surpassing that of the coarse woman. Mingchan. In that fleeting moment, he recalled that had it not been for his exile 3 years prior, his life would have been one of marrying a princess whose beauty and lineage matched his own, along with a few gentle concubines. How foolish he had been to forsake such a radiant beauty and seek discomfort in Mingchan instead. "Rise," he said, offering a hand. Su Yuan expressed her gratitude and stood upright, her autumn-like eyes gazing affectionately at him. "Your Highness, you returned so late. It must have been a tiring day. I have prepared some ginseng tea to soothe your nerves and aid your sleep. Would you care to try it?" Her soft voice was like a flower speaking words of concern. Shen Shiyun nodded slightly, acknowledging her offer. Su Yuan led him to her quarters, where the decor was exquisite, with fragrant mist wafting through the air, a stark contrast to the old-fashioned charm of Cui Luo courtyard. He settled onto a low couch, and Su Yuan poured tea from a delicate jade pot into a white jade cup, presenting it to him with both hands. Your Highness, please enjoy this tea. Her slender fingers, complemented by the jade cup, heightened her allure. He took a sip, but whether it was due to Mingchan's indulgence during his time in Qianzhou or Su Yuan's mediocre skill, he found the tea lacking the exquisite taste he had come to expect. It certainly did not match the delightful brews Mingchan had once prepared for him. Noticing his distraction after a mere sip, Su Yuan cautiously inquired, "Does your Highness not find it to your liking? If so, I shall brew another pot for you." While he found it less than satisfactory, he was still willing to endure it. "It's fine," he replied coolly.
Su Yuan similet biraytli, her gentle demean orunla vering.
Having toiled through the day, you must be weary. Would you like me to massage your shoulders? As he regarded her for a moment, she felt as if he could see through her very soul, leaving her uncertain of her misstep. "Your Highness?" he responded, his expression unreadable. "Your Highness must be fatigued," she murmured, her soothing words igniting a tumult of desire within him. Shen Shiyun met her gentle gaze, his thoughts clouded by uncertainty. Su Yuan, feeling the weight of his stare, was at a loss as to his true feelings. Yet, his willingness to enter her quarters for tea and to allow her to tend to him suggested acquiescence. The influence of the Hehua scent surely stirred his desires as well. He was a proud and aloof prince, rare among the elite. Having never shown interest in women until his return to the capital, where only Mingchan had occupied his thoughts. Such a distant figure would naturally be reserved in matters of the heart, making it unlikely that he would openly acknowledge his desires. Just as he had not explicitly consented to her offer of a shoulder massage, he had not objected either. Buoyed by her newfound courage, Su Yuan reached for his hand. However, the moment her cool, delicate skin brushed against his palm, it sent a chill through him reminiscent of the cold, damp dungeons of the Dali Temple. Stirring feelings of distaste, all burgeoning desires were quelled in that instant. His body reacted instinctively, and he pushed her away with a flick of his wrist, almost in disgust. "Your Highness?" Su Yuan looked at him, bewildered by the storm of emotions on his face. "Do not be angry. I have failed to serve you properly. Please punish me." Her panic-stricken plea was laced with vulnerability. Shen Shiyun's cold gaze landed on the tear-streaked woman before him, yet his mind wandered to another stubborn, uncomprehending Mingchan. Unlike Su Yuan, Mingchan would never seek to placate him, unaware of the rules of propriety, unreflective of her own faults, and even reluctant to share his bed. She was akin to a thorn bush, wild and unrefined, lacking any aesthetic appeal, and one could easily be pricked by her carelessness. Shen Shiyun's expression darkened further as he recalled Mingchan, dismissing the pleading woman on the floor as he strode out of the building. Back in Wenxin Hall, he vigorously washed his hands, striving to rid himself of the unsettling sensation. He abhorred the foreign touch that evoked his most humiliating and darkest memories. Yet, as the nauseating feeling subsided, an intense heat surged within him, escalating in urgency. He spent an agonizing time attempting to soothe his discomfort, but found no relief. Before his exile, his ambitions had been lofty. He had been consumed by thoughts of his homeland and the affairs of the court, entirely indifferent to romantic entanglements. During his exile, he had never envisioned a future shared with Mingchan, yet gradually, she had touched his heart, leading him to entertain the notion that if he were destined to perish in Qianzhou, he could settle for a simple life with her. Now, having returned to the capital, one would expect a fresh start, yet he had overlooked the profound impact of those 3 years. The heat within him remained unsatisfied, and he grew increasingly restless, feeling as if he were ablaze, unable to find solace in sleep. He donned a cloak and stepped outside, heading directly to Tingyu Pavilion. Why should he continue to suppress his desires for Mingchan? As he approached the entrance, Chang Hui, stationed at the door, noticed the prince's agitated demeanor and felt a tightening in his chest. He had not anticipated the prince's swift return. "Your Highness," he exclaimed, bowing deeply, raising his voice in hopes that the princess within would hear his call and prepare herself. "What troubles you?" Chang Hui, observing the unusual flush on Shen Shiyun's face, felt an inkling of concern. Shen Shiyun, consumed by turmoil, brushed past Chang Hui. "Where is Mingchan?" "She remains inside," Chang Hui replied, worry creeping into his tone. "Your Highness, she is straightforward in her ways. Though not eloquent, her loyalty to you is unwavering. Please allow me to step aside." Shen Shiyun snapped, surprised by the impertinence of his closest attendant. Chang Hui complied, stepping aside to let him pass. Upon entering Tingyu Pavilion, Shishing's gaze fell upon Mingchan, kneeling on the ground, and a complex array of emotions washed over him. She would rather endure a night of kneeling than yield to him in any way. This was not the temperament she had displayed before returning to the capital. In Qianzhou, their relationship had been relatively harmonious, with Mingchan acquiescing to him. Even if she was not particularly enthusiastic about intimacy, she would not have repeatedly rebuffed him. Perhaps the change in environment had emboldened her, leading her to desire exclusivity. Shiyun settled onto a low couch by the lakeside window and beckoned, "Come here." Mingchan slowly rose, rubbing her legs, and approached with hesitant steps. Shiyun's unwavering gaze scrutinized her. A brief period of kneeling should not have rendered her so fragile. She ought to learn her lesson. Standing before him, Mingchan felt the weight of his intense scrutiny. "Am I to consume you?"
Come closer.
Shen Shiyun admonished, his irritation palpable. She complied, inching closer, but remained a few feet away. With an exasperated gesture, Shen Shiyun pulled her into his embrace, leaving her momentarily unsteady. The searing embrace enveloped Mingchan tightly, causing her to shiver from the heat. "Your Highness, you have a fever," she remarked. "Allow me to assist you." However, Shen Shiyun held her close, exuding impatience. "Did I command you to move?" Thus, Mingchan resigned herself to his grasp. Shen Shiyun buried his head in the crook of her neck, his lips brushing against her warm, soft skin, leaving behind scorching marks. It seemed that only in this manner could he ease the tumultuous emotions raging within him. Mingchan subtly stiffened her body, and Shen Shiyun noted her slight reaction, yet he did not relent. Instead, he released one hand to unfasten her garment. Although Mingchan was not particularly remarkable in appearance, the tactile sensation of her body was exquisite. Her figure was well-proportioned, with no excess flesh where it was unnecessary. Perhaps due to her years of handling medicinal herbs, a faint scent of medicine lingered on her, pleasant to the senses and delightful to kiss. In truth, Shen Shiyun was not one for physical contact, and even proximity could irritate him, yet Mingchan was the exception. Perhaps it was because when they first met, he was bedridden and despondent, too preoccupied to harbor any aversion. Later, as she accompanied him during his exile to Qianzhou, he became accustomed to her presence. However, they consummated their union only a year prior. During the first year of his exile, Shen Shiyun fell gravely ill, isolating himself in his chamber. Living like a mere shell of a man, loathing everything in the world. The unjust fate that had cast him into disgrace as a son of the Ming family's concubine. In the second year, they encountered assassins. Mingchan nearly lost her life rescuing him, and gradually he began to accept this daughter of the Ming family. He thought to himself that if she was willing to risk her life for him, he could afford to bestow a measure of compassion and affection in return. On the night of their consummation, Shen Shiyun had prepared himself mentally, extinguishing the lights to avoid looking at Mingchan's face, fearing his own inability to proceed. He had once believed he would recoil from the sordid acts between man and woman. To his surprise, that night, he was the one who succumbed to overwhelming desire. Mingchan's body was intoxicatingly fragrant, alluring like an aphrodisiac, enchanting him further with each moment of passion. He reveled in the profound satisfaction of their union, a bliss unmatched by any earthly delight. He took her repeatedly, greedily, like a beast insatiable in its hunger. Eventually, Mingchan, unable to endure any longer, pleaded beneath him. "Husband, no more," unaware that her cries for mercy were the most potent aphrodisiac of all. He overwhelmed her until dawn, the bed strewn with traces of their passionate encounter. Uncertain of why these memories resurfaced, Shen Shiyun had never yearned to hear Mingchan plead beneath him as he did at this moment. "Your Highness, you are under the influence of an aphrodisiac," Mingchan stated. The words hung in the air for Shen Shiyun, as if they bore a hook. Holding her close, he murmured in a husky voice, "Yes, help me alleviate it." Mingchan sighed softly, "If you hold me so tightly, how can I assist you?" Shen Shiyun slightly loosened his grip, gazing into her clear eyes before kissing her fervently. He despised seeing the purity and clarity of those eyes during such moments. He desired to taint them with a haze of desire, to witness their owner succumb to him. He savored the sweetness of her lips. Akin to a parched wanderer in the desert, unaware if other women were similarly delectable, but Mingchan's sweetness was undeniably pleasurable. Yet, gazing upon her unremarkable visage, such pleasure was tinged with a sense of self-degradation. He was entrapped in the physical ecstasy bestowed by such an ordinary woman, allowing himself to sink into depravity for the sake of desire. A myriad of complex emotions flickered in Shen Shiyun's eyes: disgust, struggle, and self-loathing. Just as he grappled with these tumultuous feelings, a dull pain shot through his back, rendering him utterly powerless. All the struggles, the depravity, the ecstasy, and the self-loathing transformed into an all-consuming fury. Mingchan, how dare you treat this prince so? Shen Shiyun's eyes burned with anger, almost rendering him speechless. Yet, Mingchan remained composed. Your Highness is under the influence of an aphrodisiac. Allow me to help you detoxify. With that, she produced a pouch of acupuncture needles she always carried. Chapter 27. Your Highness, this time it truly is quick. Mingchan did not gaze into Shen Shiyun's eyes. Merely sighing, I know my appearance is unworthy of you, Your Highness. Today, your actions stem from the aphrodisiac. I do not wish for you to regret this later.
Hence I resort to this method.
Her earnest words conveyed a sense of self-doubt. You truly consider my well-being. Yet I did not see such self-awareness during our time in Qianzhou, Shen Shiyun mocked coldly. Mingchan chuckled lightly, her clear black eyes glimmering like stars in the candlelight. You were but a commoner then, Your Highness. I believed we would lead a simple life together. Thus I ought to fulfill my wifely duties, she explained. But now you are my consort? Shen Shiyun continued his sardonic remarks. Times change. Back then, I was alone by your side. And now, you have other concubines. In the future, there will be even more. Besides, the antidote to this aphrodisiac is not solely within my means. The two ladies from Jiangxue Tower could assist as well. Should I send Changhui to invite them over?
Mingchan.
Shen Shiyun nearly ground his teeth. Are you testing my limits? Why would Your Highness say such a thing? I genuinely wish to help you detoxify, Mingchan replied. At that moment, Shen Shiyun found himself immobilized on the low couch, unable to move due to the needle she had used on him, and could only fix her with a cold stare. Your Highness is still so obstinate. Yet I truly care for you, Mingchan persisted, as if her words alone would prove her sincerity. Knowing Shen Shiyun was sensitive and particularly concerned with his pride, she refrained from saying more. Turning, she beckoned Changhui to enter. Shen Shiyun was taken aback. Mingchan, what are you doing? Your Highness is unwell. I must prescribe a remedy to aid your recovery, so Changhui can gather the necessary ingredients, she explained. With that, she called for Changhui to prepare the ink. Observing her nonchalant command of her attendant, Shen Shiyun felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Changhui wished to become invisible, sensing the tension between the prince and the princess. He instinctively thought it best not to pry, lest he provoke Shen Shiyun's ire. In the study, it seemed only Mingchan felt at ease. She swiftly penned the prescription, handing it to Changhui, and returned to Shen Shiyun's side. He remained feverish, prompting her to remove his clothing and administer acupuncture to his abdomen. Her focus was unwavering, devoid of distraction, as she treated him, her expression as impassive as if gazing upon a mere piece of meat. No, that was not quite right. Had it been a piece of meat fit for consumption, she might have salivated, viewing his body like a statue, devoid of emotion. Shen Shiyun felt a deepening sense of discomfort. Mingchan, diligently seeking the acupoints, remained oblivious to the intensity of his gaze upon her. The potency of the aphrodisiac was challenging to dispel. She administered several needles, her gaze drifting downward. It must be said, though the Prince of Chu appeared aloof and untouched by worldly desires, he possessed considerable allure and vigor. Mingchan paused, needle in hand, uncertain of her next move when a cold warning echoed from above. Dare you pierce that spot on me? Mingchan looked up, her expression conflicted. But she knew that if she refrained from treatment, the effects of the drug would remain in his system, causing harm. Such shameful words she uttered without a hint of embarrassment. Shen Shiyun was utterly flustered, his ears tinged with a rosy hue. Mingchan, do you possess no sense of shame? He inquired, taking a deep breath. Mingchan, puzzled by a sudden question, speculated that perhaps she had sullied him in some manner. As several acupuncture points began to take effect, Shen Shiyun felt a discomfort below, yet he found no relief. A fine sheen of sweat formed into beads on his smooth forehead, ultimately cascading down his handsome visage. He grimaced, enduring this arduous torment. Your Highness, Mingchan called gently. Shen Shiyun gazed at her with intensity, finding it difficult to articulate his needs. Your Highness is truly demanding. You wish for me to have a sense of shame while also requiring my assistance, she lamented, her expression one of helplessness. Shen Shiyun was nearly amused by her audacity. Despite her provocative words, her hands obediently reached out. Only then did his expression soften, akin to a fish finally able to breathe freely after a long drought. The room was enveloped in silence, save for Shen Shiyun's soft gasps. Alas! This sound soon came to an end. Your Highness, that was rather swift, Mingchan remarked candidly. Shen Shiyun's countenance darkened suddenly. She retrieved a handkerchief to cleanse her hands. Is Your Highness feeling better now? Mingchan asked again. Shen Shiyun, however, felt far from well, his face a mask of silence. Mingchan washed her hands with clear water before tidying up the silver needles. The study fell into a profound silence. After a fleeting moment of pleasure, Shen Shiyun was left feeling utterly exhausted, accompanied by a deep sense of regret. Where did the aphrodisiac that afflicted Your Highness originate? Mingchan inquired. Speak plainly, Shen Shiyun urged, his mind tumultuous and unwilling to beat around the bush. Though the aphrodisiac might offer him unparalleled ecstasy, it also posed health risks. Prolonged use or excessive dosage could impact his progeny, Mingchan explained. Shen Shiyun's gaze turned icy, a murderous intent brewing within him. Mingchan tucked the blanket around him, saying, Your Highness should rest well. I shall remain here to watch over you. The effects of the aphrodisiac have been purged. Yet the numbing needles will require an hour to lose their potency. By the time you awaken, all will be well. There was sincerity in her words, even a rare warmth and concern. Shen Shiyun found himself drifting back to that year when he first arrived in Qianzhou, with Mingchan devotedly attending to him. During that time, he had never treated her kindly, yet she had never abandoned him. A flurry of complex emotions surged within him. Perhaps Mingchan's aloofness and refusal upon returning to the capital was merely restraint, a rebellion against the prospect of sharing a husband with numerous concubines and secondary wives. Mingchan, Shen Shiyun said wearily. What is it, Your Highness? She replied, having just finished tidying up. He looked at her and said slowly, As long as your heart is not overly greedy, there will always be a place for you by my side. Mingchan, however, appeared somewhat displeased, her expression one of disappointment. Alas, when I asked for a few hundred taels for medicine, did Your Highness think me greedy? Shen Shiyun inhaled deeply, suddenly realizing how foolish he was to engage in such banter with her. Indeed, from now on, every single coin of mine must be accounted for, he replied curtly. What about the past? Mingchan asked cautiously, recalling how she had sold him medicinal materials during their time in Qianzhou. Shen Shiyun's expression shifted dramatically. All that is now null and void, Mingchan exclaimed in disbelief. Your Highness, you are being unreasonable. Shen Shiyun closed his eyes, no longer wishing to engage with her. Chapter 28. I only wish to bear offspring for Your Highness, perhaps due to exhaustion. Shen Shiyun soon fell into a deep slumber. Chang Hui entered with a bowl of dark, potent medicine, only to find the previously tempestuous Prince of Qiu now resting on a small couch. He was somewhat astonished, as the prince had been suffering from poor sleep lately, often staying up late and experiencing insomnia. Given the prince's earlier agitated state, Chang Hui had expected him to struggle to find rest tonight. He placed the medicine on a nearby table and glanced at Mingchan, who was dozing beside the desk where the prince usually sat. Their relationship seemed to possess an intricate nuance. If their rapport were harmonious, the prince would not express anger towards her, nor impose harsh punishments. Conversely, if their bond were strained, despite the prince's fury, he would still choose to sleep beside her. This enigmatic demeanor of the princess, appearing unperturbed by the prince's tempers, left Chang Hui perplexed. Your Highness, he called softly, noticing Mingchan's stillness. She lifted her eyelids, appearing drowsy, and upon seeing Chang Hui, replied, Is the medicine ready? The prince has already fallen asleep, so place it here for him to drink upon waking. Chang Hui had no objections, for no one dared to rouse the sleeping prince. However, his call was not merely for this purpose. Casting a glance at the slumbering figure, he reminded her, Might I inquire if the cloak is still with Your Highness? I shall fetch you a blanket. Mingchan, however, replied, Bring it to me first. Chang Hui hurriedly complied, never having anticipated that the prince would return to the listening rain pavilion. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act so boldly. Fortunately, the prince remained unaware of his delivery of the cloak to the princess, or else he would have found himself at a loss for words. Chang Hui swiftly returned with the bedding. Mingchan stood at the courtyard entrance, receiving the blankets, with a gentle smile. Your cloak is in a safe place. But I fear I cannot return it to you tonight. Chang Hui was puzzled. Why not? Because it lies beneath Your Highness, she replied. Would you like to retrieve it personally? Chang Hui responded, I sincerely thank you for the reminder. Otherwise, I would have failed to conceal your cloak in time. The prince is quite suspicious and possessive. I can only imagine how he would react upon seeing me draped in the cloak of his most trusted attendant. Mingchan replied, Your concerns are well-founded. Chang Hui felt a surge of regret, realizing that he had acted imprudently by taking a cloak he had never worn for convenience's sake. In hindsight, it was indeed inappropriate. You need not reproach yourself. The prince has yet to discover it, Mingchan casually remarked. Though I am quite curious about the prince's reaction when he does. Chang Hui, at that moment, felt his perception of the princess completely upended. You must think carefully. Your Highness, he urged. I merely express my thoughts. There is no need for such alarm. I distinguish clearly between gratitude and grievance. You have aided me, and I would not harm you, Mingchan assured him. Is such a notion even conceivable?
Chang répondait.
Well, I shall return to accompany the prince. You need not remain here. It would be prudent for you to rest early, for the prince seems unlikely to awaken tonight. Mingchan embraced the blankets and turned to enter the study. Chang Hui remained rooted in place for a long while, silently resolving to keep his distance from the princess in the future. The princess appeared to possess two faces, one gentle and harmless, the other cunning and dangerous. Far from the honest and dull image portrayed in rumors, Shen Shiyun was awakened by the cold. He opened his eyes to find the dawn yet to break. Only a faint hint of light on the horizon. The breeze from the lake swept through the half-closed window, brushing against him, prompting an involuntary sneeze. Raising his hand, he discovered he was covered only by two cloaks, one he had thrown on the previous day and another that seemed unfamiliar, one he had never seen before. Judging by its style, it appeared to belong to Chang Hui, who often wore similar dark cloaks. However, he could not fathom why Chang Hui had not provided him with a blanket but instead draped a cloak over him. Had he become so negligent in his duties? Shen Shiyun furrowed his brow and, upon rising, noticed Mingchan sleeping on the floor beside him. It dawned on him that it was not Chang Hui's negligence. Rather, his bedding had been commandeered. The woman on the ground curled up under the quilt, enveloped not only by the blanket but also by a thick layer of bedding beneath her. At this moment, she was sleeping soundly. The events of the previous night suddenly flashed before her eyes, causing Shen Shiyun's expression to darken. Mingchan, the greedy and selfish woman. With a grim face, Shen Shiyun rose and exited the room. As he stepped out, he encountered Chang Hui, who was approaching with a bowl of rich medicinal soup. Your Highness, why are you up so early? Since today is a day of rest, you could sleep a little longer, Chang Hui remarked. Shen Shiyun cast a faint glance at him, replying, I would indeed like to sleep longer, but I fear the cold may bring me harm. Chang Hui was taken aback. Why does Your Highness fear the cold? Is there an issue with your health? The events of the previous night had left Chang Hui hesitant to inquire further, as Shen Shiyun's condition at that time was clearly beyond normal explanation. Seeing Chang Hui's ignorance only fueled Shen Shiyun's irritation. Can't you bring an extra blanket? Chang Hui appeared somewhat bewildered. This subordinate is foolish and did not consider this. Please punish me, Your Highness. After all, the bedding was meant for Shen Shiyun. And who would have expected the Princess Consort of Chu to keep it all to herself, leaving the prince to sleep under merely two thin cloaks? However, Shen Shiyun was not one to quibble over such trivial matters. Gather the staff, we're going to Qianzhou Tower. Having returned just a few days prior, he could not tolerate those who dared to drug him. Chang Hui complied, presenting the medicine to Shen Shiyun. This is the prescription the Princess Consort prepared yesterday. Your Highness should drink it while it's hot. Shen Shiyun frowned, accepting the bowl and drinking it all in one gulp. At Qianzhou Tower, Su Yuan was filled with trepidation and had not slept a wink all night. She had been too rash the previous evening. But who could have imagined that the Prince of Chu had already succumbed to the effects of the love-inducing fragrance, having clearly been moved yet ultimately leaving coldly. The effects of the love-inducing fragrance were not immediately apparent. It was merely meant to enhance intimate encounters. However, if one repressed their desires without relief, the person under its influence would grow increasingly uncomfortable. Su Yuan had not anticipated that the Prince of Chu could endure so much. She had meticulously prepared herself, yet received not a shred of affection from him. In the end, he had even gone to Tingyu Pavilion, where the Ming family's illegitimate daughter had been present that night. What did she lack compared to that illegitimate daughter? In terms of status, she was a legitimate daughter of a scholarly family. In terms of beauty, even the illegitimate daughter of the Cui Luo courtyard could not compare to her. Having seen the Ming family's illegitimate daughter in Weiyang Palace, Su Yuan noted her appearance as exceedingly ordinary and her disposition far from charming. It was merely because she had lingered by the prince's side for 3 years that he had allowed her to remain in the residence. The thought of her carefully laid plans benefiting the Ming family's illegitimate daughter only fueled Su Yuan's jealousy and left her in a daze. Just then, the courtyard door was suddenly flung open. Su Yuan hurriedly approached and bowed. "This humble servant greets your highness." Shen Shiyun did not even glance at her, directly instructing Chang Hui, "Search." Chang Hui complied, leading the palace attendants into Su Yuan's room to begin their search. Su Yuan felt a surge of panic. She had not anticipated the consequences would be so severe. Many households in the capital used such love-inducing substances in their inner quarters merely to enhance their marital bliss. And many men found joy in this. Su Yuan could not comprehend why the Prince of Chu was so concerned, even going so far as to send guards to search her quarters. "Your Highness, I recognize my error. I merely wish to retain your favor and bear your offspring."
Su Yuan quickly repented.
Unfortunately, Shen Shiyun regarded her with the disdain one would reserve for a snake or scorpion, his eyes devoid of anything but contempt. "Your Highness, we have found this," Chang Hui said, presenting a small porcelain vial to Shen Shiyun. Shen Shiyun did not take it, simply stating, "Let Lord Zheng examine it." Chang Hui handed the vial to a middle-aged man, who opened it and sniffed, addressing Shen Shiyun, "Your Highness, this should be what you seek." It is known as night charm, similar in nature to the love-inducing fragrance, but its potency is greater and can easily lead to addiction, harming the body. Su Yuan's face turned pale, and she quickly began to weep. "Your Highness, I see my mistake. I will never again resort to such schemes. This medicine is the love-inducing fragrance, not night charm. It is merely intended to enhance intimacy and poses no danger to your health. Please be merciful." "Are you implying that Lord Zheng is mistaken, or that I am wrongfully accusing you?" Shen Shiyun asked, regarding her from a lofty position. Su Yuan, drenched in cold sweat, prostrated herself in supplication. "Your Highness, I was unaware. I admire you and wish to bear your child, with no intention of causing you harm."
Su Yuan.
"I had thought you of decent upbringing, possessing some understanding of propriety and shame. I never expected you to resort to such despicable tactics against me," Shen Shiyun replied. Su Yuan regretted her earlier actions, her hairpin askew from her prostration, her once neat hair now in disarray, and her pristine attire now sullied, losing the elegance and dignity of the previous day. Shen Shiyun, however, paid her no heed. "Chang Hui, see that Su Yuan is returned to the Su family. I cannot have someone so presumptuous and audacious by my side." "Yes," Chang Hui complied, leading the weeping Su Yuan away. Su Yuan could no longer maintain her composure. Given her current predicament, if sent back to the Su family, her father, who valued reputation and propriety above all, would certainly not keep a daughter who brought shame to the family. Clinging to her last hope, Su Yuan struggled. "Your Highness, spare me. I cannot return to the Su family. This medicine will not endanger your life. It was a gift from Consort Shu, who insisted I keep you close and bear your child. How could Consort Shu wish you harm?" It was precisely because she relied on Consort Shu's arrangement that she had acted so boldly and confidently. Chapter 29. You wish for equal treatment. Why must I resort to such means? Upon uttering these words, everyone fell silent. "You dare. Even facing death, you still slander Consort Shu."
Chang Hui reprimanded. Su Yuan obeyed. "Your Highness, even if you gave me 100 lives, I would not dare to slander the consort. This medicine truly was given to me by Consort Shu. How could I, a mere concubine in the inner quarters, possess such influence? Please see the truth." Seeing that Shen Shiyun did not stop Su Yuan, Chang Hui asked, "Your Highness, should we detain her? This concerns the reputation of Consort Shu." Shen Shiyun's expression darkened slightly as he replied, "Keep an eye on her and take her to Weiyang Palace shortly." Chang Hui pondered Shen Shiyun's intentions and acknowledged with a yes. Mingchan had enjoyed a good night's sleep, awakened by an enticing fragrance. She opened her eyes and found herself face to face with a tall, aloof figure. Her sleepy gaze sharpened instantly, and she quickly climbed out of her warm cocoon. "Your Highness, you are awake. How do you feel? Do you wish for me to feel well, or not?" Shen Shiyun asked enigmatically.
Of course, I hope for your well-being. I always long for your health, Mingchan replied. Perhaps sensing that Shen Shiyun would hold her accountable for the previous night's events, she sweetened her words more than usual. Unfortunately, Shen Shiyun was not swayed by such tactics. You monopolize all the blankets, leaving me to suffer in the cold all night. Mingchan, I see you are becoming increasingly audacious. Mingchan responded, Your Highness. You are suffering from internal heat. It is unwise to cover yourself too warmly. Besides, do you wish to see me sleeping under another man's cloak? Shen Shiyun narrowed his phoenix eyes, a rare glint of menace flashing within. Mingchan, what are you implying? Mingchan scrambled to her feet, exclaiming, Oh dear. It's already this late. Why didn't you wake me sooner? I'm sure I'll face punishment in Weiyang Palace for oversleeping. I must take my leave. With that, she attempted to exit. Stop. Shen Shiyun commanded before she could leave the room. Does your highness have further instructions? Mingchan asked. Consort Shu does not favor me. I delayed my morning greeting to you last night while assisting you with the antidote. Surely, Consort Shu will punish me. Her tone was pitiful, subtly shifting the blame for her tardiness onto him. Shen Shiyun found himself nearly laughing in anger. You seem quite adept at playing games with me now. Your Highness, why do you think so ill of me? Mingchan asked innocently. Consort Shu will truly punish me. Mentioning Consort Shu only served to darken Shen Shiyun's expression further. Today, this prince will accompany you to the palace. Mingchan was momentarily taken aback, then expressed her gratitude. I did not expect His Highness to still cherish me. I am truly delighted. Shall we have something to eat before we depart? Shen Shiyun glanced at her unremarkable demeanor, feeling a surge of irritation. Straighten your collar. His gaze swept over her fair skin beneath the collar, prompting him to speak. Although Mingchan's face was not particularly attractive, the skin concealed beneath her clothing resembled exquisite jade, a stark contrast to her sallow complexion. Perhaps the sun and wind had darkened her exposed skin during her labor in Qianzhou. Logically, upon returning to the capital, she should have been able to regain her fair complexion, but after a brief respite on the journey, she had once again transformed into a rustic country girl over the last 2 days. Her lack of beauty was further exacerbated by this darkened hue. You should wear a veil when you go out. As Mingchan adjusted her attire, she was taken aback by Shen Shiyun's suggestion. Why should I wear a veil? Shen Shiyun, displeased by her questioning, insisted that she wear it anyway. Very well. Mingchan tidied her clothes, washed up briefly, and joined Shen Shiyun for breakfast. The low table on the rohan bed was laden with an assortment of delicacies, yet Shen Shiyun only served himself a bowl of lotus seed porridge, sampling it with a white jade spoon. He seemed to have little appetite, putting down the spoon after only a few bites. Aren't you eating, Your Highness? Mingchan inquired. I have no appetite. Oh, perhaps the aphrodisiac from last night has upset your stomach. After saying this, Mingchan resumed eating. Shen Shiyun observed her devour the food with abandon, utterly lacking the grace expected of a noblewoman, let alone consideration for her husband's lack of appetite. Did your mother not teach you manners? Eating like that, one might think I am depriving you. With her mouth full of golden shrimp cakes, Mingchan replied indistinctly, Did you not want to settle accounts with me, Your Highness? Since you have no appetite, it would be a shame to waste this food. I shall help you consume it, and I will save on meal expenses as well. Shen Shiyun thought that perhaps dining with Mingchan early in the morning was a grave mistake. After breakfast, the two set off for Weiyang Palace, accompanied by Su Yuan and several of Shen Shiyun's attendants. After 2 consecutive days of running to the toilet, Consort Shu appeared notably weakened, her complexion worse than the previous day. Fortunately, this morning, she was finally free from the torment of needing to rush to the lavatory. Given her esteemed position, it was humiliating to suffer such indignities. Her dislike for the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family deepened with each passing moment. Upon seeing Mingchan and Shen Shiyun arrive together, Consort Shu's expression soured further. I was wondering why she had not arrived, even though the sun was already high. It seems she has summoned a savior. Consort Shu remarked sarcastically. Mingchan hurriedly explained, Your Highness, you misunderstand. Last night, His Highness was under the influence of an aphrodisiac, and I stayed up late to detoxify him, which is why we are late today. Consort Shu's anger surged, her eyes darkening as she slammed her hand on the table. You shameless vixen! How dare you sully my ears with such matters? You have brought the prince here today to flaunt your power over me. Haven to you? Consort Shu advanced menacingly toward Mingchan, her face a mask of fury. She had conjured a vivid scenario in her mind of Mingchan and Shen Shiyun engaging in scandalous acts throughout the night, even believing this was the reason for their tardiness. If that were all, perhaps Consort Shu would not have been so furious. What truly infuriated her was that this shameless vixen had the audacity to bring Shen Shiyun along, deliberately voicing these words for her ears to hear. And Shen Shiyun had indeed followed her, offering no reprimand for her words. Consort Shu was determined to establish her authority over this vixen today. She raised her hand, intending to strike Mingchan. Mingchan quickly ducked behind Shen Shiyun. Your Highness, every word I speak is the truth. I have concealed nothing. Why are you so enraged? Consort Shu, hearing this, felt her anger intensify. Hold her down. Shen Shiyun furrowed his brow. Enough. Several palace maids, who were about to intervene, halted at his commanding presence, glancing at Consort Shu, uncertain of how to proceed. Consort Shu looked at Shen Shiyun in disbelief. Are you truly willing to hurt your mother's heart for this woman? Shen Shiyun did not respond to Consort Shu but addressed Chong Hui, who stood at the door. Bring Su Yuan in. Soon after, a bloodied and disheveled Su Yuan was brought in, and Consort Shu felt a sense of foreboding. Even if you are discontent with the people I have arranged, there is no need to hurt my feelings like this. Your Highness, the one who drugged me was Su Yuan. She claimed the medicine was meant for you, which is why I came to inquire with you. Shen Shiyun stated. So, what if the medicine was given by me? The Ming family has delayed you for 3 years without producing a single child. Do you wish to continue being held back by her? It is perfectly normal for ordinary families to have multiple wives. Moreover, as a prince, you should have already begun to expand your lineage. If she cannot bear you children, she is unworthy of the title of consort. If you are willing to share your affections, why would I resort to such measures? As the truth emerged, Consort Shu abandoned any pretense, laying everything bare. Her words offered no consideration for Mingchan, yet Mingchan remained unfazed, hiding behind Shen Shiyun and silently observing the spectacle, as though Consort Shu's accusations were directed at someone else. Shen Shiyun felt an indescribable weariness and disappointment. The words he had spoken to Consort Shu upon returning to the capital had evidently fallen on deaf ears. In these 3 lost years, he felt the chasm between himself and Consort Shu growing wider, her temperament having changed significantly, becoming more reckless. Do you know that the drug Su Yuan administered to me is the forbidden night charm? Shen Shiyun inquired. Chapter 30. The position of principal consort, none other than her. What? Consort Shu's face drained of color, her whole being swaying precariously. The matron Lu hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Your Highness, take care of your health. Your Highness, the consort is your biological mother, the one person in this world who would never harm you. There must be some misunderstanding. Su Juan, naturally, would not dare accept the blame. Kneeling and weeping, Your Highness, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. After you gave me the medicine, I have kept it close, not daring to neglect it in any way. Your Highness, you must help me. Su Yuan thought simply, believing that if she gained Consort Shu's favor, she would secure protection. Aware that Prince Chu had completely grown weary of her, Su Yuan had no choice but to seek assistance from Consort Shu now. Consort Shu steadied herself, asserting that she had personally overseen this medicine, entrusted only to reliable individuals. How could there be an error? She glanced at Mingchan, who was still hiding behind Shen Shiyun, but the latter appeared as a mere spectator, coldly observing the unfolding drama. Suddenly, Consort Shu seemed to recall something, her gaze turning sharply toward Mingchan, her eyes filled with intimidation. You claim you detoxified His Highness? Mingchan nodded earnestly. Humph. Consort Shu could not suppress a cold laugh. How would you know that His Highness was poisoned? Upon reflecting on how she had inadvertently consumed the tainted pastry, and now the replacement of Huan fragrance with a forbidden drug, Consort Shu found the coincidences too uncanny to ignore. Moreover, both incidents shared a common thread. Entangled with this illegitimate daughter of the Ming family, the tainted pastry had been brought into the palace by her, and this time, the prince had succumbed to the charm because of her detoxification. There cannot be so many coincidences. This Ming family illegitimate daughter, seemingly innocent, is actually highly cunning. Yesterday, Consort Li had come to her rescue. Consort Li, that vixen, had whispered in the emperor's ear, enjoying such favor for years. Her tactics are undoubtedly formidable. Consort Shu had no idea how this Ming family illegitimate daughter had managed to collude with Consort Li. Suspecting that the Huan fragrance had been swapped for night charm through Consort Li's influence, In the face of Consort Shu's interrogation, Mingchan remained calm. It was when His Highness came to see me that I inadvertently discovered it. Worrying that the potency of the drug might harm His Highness's health, I had no choice but to inform him honestly, and he requested my assistance in detoxification. Shen Shiyun, there is no need to be so detailed. Those present felt their faces flush. This Ming family illegitimate daughter was indeed shameless. Audacious enough to make such revelations public. Silence. The noble consort could no longer tolerate the situation, exclaiming, "How brazen of you to disregard the dignity of His Highness." Shen Shiyun understood that their misunderstanding was evident, and thus, with an impassive expression, added, "Mingchan possesses some knowledge of pharmacology. She utilized needles and medicine to counteract the poison affecting me." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted. It seemed that this illegitimate daughter of the Ming family was indeed neglected, for even after the prince had been afflicted by the seductive night charm, he still refrained from engaging with her, opting instead for medicinal remedies. Upon reflection, it was hardly surprising, with her unremarkable appearance. The prince would certainly not be drawn to her. The prince, a paragon of elegance, akin to a rare flower atop a frigid mountain, would never settle for a woman of such mediocrity. The consort's countenance fluctuated, as the Chuang had come seeking answers today. Not only concerned about the night charm, but likely harboring dissatisfaction towards her as his mother. He resented her interference in his affairs. As someone who had nurtured the Chuang since his youth, the consort believed she understood her son well. "Mingchan, you claim to understand pharmacology and can thus assist His Highness in detoxification. Yet, on the day you presented pastries to me, why did you not mention your knowledge of pharmacology, instead deliberately serving me pastries laced with poison? You are bold indeed to toy with both my life and that of His Highness." The consort accused Mingchan vehemently. Mingchan recoiled slightly. Shen Shiyun did not intervene in the consort's accusations, nor did he offer any defense for Mingchan. "Your Majesty, the pastries that day were prepared by my household, managed entirely by Miss Mu, whom Your Majesty personally appointed. I trusted her and did not scrutinize the pastries closely. When His Highness visited me yesterday, I immediately recognized the signs of the poison's effects on him. I implore Your Majesty and His Highness to discern the truth." Mingchan asserted. "Do you dare to argue? Every word I speak is the truth. If I harbored ill intentions, why would I assist in his detoxification? Shouldn't Your Majesty investigate where this poison originated?" Mingchan countered. The consort, taken aback by her public rebuttal, felt her anger flare once more. Finally, Shen Shiyun spoke. "You all may withdraw. I have matters to discuss with my mother." Mingchan was the first to leave, followed closely by the others. "Is your visit today merely to provoke your mother over that princess?" The consort inquired coldly as she retook her position. Shen Shiyun gazed at her directly. "Is it not true that you, as my mother, also seek to consolidate power, wagering my body and offspring?" The consort's face turned pale as she was confronted. "Everything I have done is for your benefit, yet you think so poorly of me?" Shen Shiyun recognized that she would not easily admit fault nor relent. He merely observed the mother he had come to find somewhat unfamiliar. "I appreciate your good intentions, mother, but I must inform you that I do not wish to see such goodness repeated. Are you threatening me? I would not dare. You would so readily protect that lowly fox from the Ming family while treating me this way." The consort's composure was clearly unraveling. Shen Shiyun, displeased by her insinuations, furrowed his brow even deeper. "Mother, I have stated before that I will determine Mingchan's fate. You should not meddle so. I do not harbor deep feelings for her. She is merely a pawn to me, useful for now. Should you persist in your unwarranted interference, do not blame me for lacking respect." He regarded the consort with an unprecedented seriousness. She stood frozen, feeling a profound sense of loss of control. The son she had nurtured, the future heir she had envisioned, was now fully fledged and drifting beyond her grasp, out into a realm she could no longer retrieve. "Do you truly see her as nothing more than a pawn?" the consort asked, regaining her composure but uncertain. "What do you think, mother? Do you believe I could be so easily captivated by such an ordinary woman?" he retorted with a hint of sarcasm. The consort finally felt a sense of relief. What could an abandoned, illegitimate daughter possibly offer you? She seemed to ponder. Shen Shiyun did not respond to her inquiry, simply stating, "Mother should focus on her health. I will manage the rest." Understanding that he was unwilling to share further, the consort recognized the growing chasm between them and refrained from pressing further. She was aware of Shen Shiyun's nature. If he chose not to speak, No amount of pressure would yield results. With your words today, I shall refrain from acting against the Ming family's illegitimate daughter. However, her lack of virtue and understanding of propriety makes her unworthy of the position of Chu Wangfei. The position of the principal wife properly belongs to the Lin family's daughter. How can you expect me to approach her? The consort insisted. I initially thought the same, but your haste has compelled me to alter my plans, Shen Shiyun replied. You cannot expect me to return to the capital only to be branded as one who cast aside his wife. The consort clenched her fists, acknowledging that her urgency had been misguided. Yet, as she observed the power held by other royal consorts in the capital, she could hardly repress her anxiety. The struggle for imperial power allows no room for hesitation. Su Yuan nearly endangered my lineage. She can no longer remain by my side. Since she is someone you appointed, I leave her fate to your discretion. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. After bowing to the consort, Shen Shiyun turned to depart. As he reached the palace gates, Mingchan hurried after him, obediently trailing behind like a devoted shadow.
Mingchan.
Upon reaching a midpoint, Shen Shiyun gradually slowed his pace. Mingchan followed closely, asking, Does His Highness have any instructions? You have been by my side for 3 years, having saved my life, and I am aware of your ambitions. However, what you desire, I cannot grant. Mingchan listened quietly, her reaction betraying no surprise, as if she had anticipated this. However, I can concede the position of the principal wife to you, but you must not interfere in matters regarding the side consort, nor can you display any displeasure. Mingchan nodded. Having never intended to meddle, has His Highness decided upon a side consort? She inquired casually. Shen Shiyun paused, still undecided. The Lin family's daughter was the offspring of the Lin minister, who might not consent to allow his beloved daughter to be a secondary wife. With uncertainty looming, Shen Shiyun chose not to elaborate. Besides the Lin family, there were numerous noble families in the capital with eligible unmarried daughters. But he had yet to contemplate whom to choose. If you have someone in mind, do share. I hope that any newcomers to the household will get along with you. He added. Very well, I shall keep an eye out for you, Mingchan replied with an air of indifference. Noting her lack of emotional response, Shen Shiyun felt an uncomfortable sensation arise within him. Do you truly have no other thoughts? What thoughts? Mingchan asked, confused. Are you not worried that I might favor a new consort and neglect you? Shen Shiyun queried. After a moment of reflection, Mingchan replied, His Highness is valiant and formidable. I find it difficult to bear such affection alone. If I could share the burden with some sisters, it would indeed be a relief. Shen Shiyun's expression darkened, his face shifting from pale to flushed and back again. Such words must not be spoken again, he exclaimed before hurriedly departing. Mingchan, exasperated, thought it ironic that he had initiated the topic only to cast blame upon her in the end. Chapter 31. Does young Master Xia also gather herbs? Mingchan pursued him for a while but could not catch up, eventually slowing her pace to walk leisurely. After being tormented by the consort and the Chu Wang over the past few days, her legs ached for moving too quickly. In truth, she had not knelt in such a manner for over 3 years, the last time being before her marriage to the Ming family. After joining Shen Shiyun in Qianzhou, he had remained indifferent to her over these 3 years, but he had not displayed such a volatile temper until now. He was becoming increasingly petty. As she pondered this, she ambled toward the palace gates. Outside, Shen Shiyun had already boarded the royal carriage. Jian Chonghui had remained motionless for quite some time, prompting Shen Shiyun to furrow his brow and declare, return to the manor. Yet, Chonghui hesitated, saying, But what about the princess? She has her own feet, Shen Shiyun replied. Displeased, he recalled how Chonghui had pleaded on Mingchan's behalf the previous night and cast a cold glance at him, remarking, You seem quite concerned for her. Startled, Chonghui quickly lowered his head, clarifying, This subordinate merely fears the princess, may have difficulty moving. There are no ulterior motives. Shen Shiyun lowered the curtain of the carriage, believing Chonghui's intentions to be innocent. However, the sight of his own attendant defending that woman, Mingchan, left him feeling somewhat irked. Thus, Chonghui had no choice but to drive away. Inside the carriage, Shen Shiyun sought to calm his turbulent emotions. How could that woman, devoid of decorum and shame, utter such words? Did she not find any pleasure when she moaned beneath him? The more he pondered, the darker his expression became. While other women yearned for their husbands to exhibit unparalleled vigor, she seemed to resent his desires. Besides, he had not been excessive in his demands. Ever since returning to the capital, their intimate encounters had ceased, marking over a month without genuine intimacy. As a young man full of vigor, it was natural for him to have such thoughts, yet Mingchan consistently found excuses to resist him. During their time in Qianzhou, she had not been so consistently reluctant. At times, she would use fatigue as an excuse, yet still accommodate him. Ultimately, her attitude seemed to have shifted since returning to the capital, though she appeared simple. She likely understood that he would eventually have more concubines, thus expressing her discontent in this manner. As the crown prince, even if he never ascended the throne, it was implausible for him to have only one woman. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Shen Shiyun resolved to set aside these vexing thoughts. A sudden clap of thunder shattered the sky, signaling impending rain. The spring and summer seasons in the capital were notoriously rainy, rivaling those in Qianzhou. As a thought crossed his mind, his expression softened. Upon disembarking, he turned to Qianzhou and instructed, "It is about to rain. Return and fetch the princess." Taken aback, Qianzhou promptly accepted the command and departed. After exiting the palace gates, Mingchan did not rush to the Prince of Chu's residence. Having finally escaped the confines of the palace and the scrutiny of the demanding consort Shu, her spirits were remarkably high. She headed towards the Jishintang in the capital. "Xiao Chan?" Just as she reached the entrance of Jishintang, she was called out. Turning around, she was met with a familiar and handsome face. "It truly is you. I did not expect to see you again," Xia Rulin exclaimed with a smile. "Master Xia, have you come to procure medicine as well?" Mingchan engaged in pleasantries. "Indeed. My mother has caught a chill, and after several doses of medicine, there has been no improvement. I have come to acquire some more," Xia Rulin explained. Mingchan nodded in understanding. "Is Xiao Chan unwell?" Xia Rulin inquired. "It is nothing serious, merely a minor injury. I intend to purchase some ointment and common remedies." "Just in case," Mingchan replied. "Where is the injury?" Xia Rulin pressed further. "I scraped my knee. It is nothing grave." "Thank you for your concern," Mingchan smiled. "That is good to hear, but do take care in the future. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out," Xia Rulin offered. Mingchan responded with a smile. "I wonder how Aunt Lon is faring. Does Master Xia have a prescription?" "I do," Xia Rulin replied, handing her the prescription. "You know my mother can be quite stubborn. The doctor I consulted was not to her liking, so this prescription was obtained by her own means." Xia Rulin recounted his mother's situation, and Mingchan's smile faded. She had met Xia Rulin's mother before and could even claim familiarity. When Mingchan had not married Shen Shiyun, Xia's mother had been one of her patients. Xia's mother, frail and impoverished, could not afford a doctor. Meanwhile, Mingchan, constrained by the Ming family's circumstances, often found herself in need of earning a little money on the side to get by. One, lacking funds, could only trust in some cheap folk remedies. The other, unable to openly practice medicine, could only sell prescriptions to make ends meet. Thus, Xia's mother and Mingchan formed an alliance under such circumstances. After using Mingchan's prescription, Xia's mother experienced some improvement in her condition, leading her to place utmost faith in Mingchan. "Xiao Chan, I have an inconvenient request," Xia Rulin said, his expression troubled. "Master Xia has helped me greatly. Do not hesitate to speak your mind," Mingchan encouraged. "I would like to ask if you could assist my mother. Would that be possible?" Xia Rulin inquired, adding, "If it is inconvenient for you, please disregard my request." Mingchan contemplated for a moment, then smiled, saying, "To receive such recognition from Master Xia is indeed a joyous matter. Since you do not mind, let us proceed." "You jest. I was once blind to your talents." "I beg you to forgive my ignorance," Xia Rulin replied with embarrassment. Initially, when Mingchan treated Xia's mother, Xia Rulin had perceived her as a charlatan, leading to some unpleasantness between them, but that was a long time ago. Soon after, Xia's mother's health improved, and their misunderstandings were resolved, with Xia Rulin providing many forms of support thereafter. They had once shared a bond of unreserved friendship. Had it not been for the sudden obligation of marriage, perhaps there might have been even more possibilities between them. Before heading to the Xia residence, Mingchan purchased numerous medicinal ingredients, and the two walked side by side through familiar alleys. Xia Rulin, having achieved the highest honors, was deeply moved by the plight of the poor due to his family's financial struggles to treat his mother's illness, leading the emperor to grant them a residence. However, coincidentally, there were floods in Jiangnan at that time, and Xia Rulin sold the imperial residence, donating all proceeds to aid the victims of the disaster. Later, the court attempted to provide him with a new residence, but he graciously declined. It is no wonder that within just a few years Xia Ruolin, born into poverty and lacking connections, became one of the most admired young talents in the eyes of the emperor. Upon seeing Mingchan, Xia's mother was astonished. Xiao Chan, is that truly you? Aunt Lan almost thought she was seeing things. How have you been these past few years? Thank you for your concern, Aunt Lan. I have been well, Mingchan replied graciously. You seem to have tanned a bit. I heard that Qianzhou is a place of poor conditions. You must have endured quite a bit, Xia's mother remarked with a hint of sympathy. Xia Ruolin interjected, Mother, let us allow Xiao Chan to enter before we chat further. At this, Xia's mother suppressed her emotions and hurriedly invited Mingchan inside. I heard from Master Xia that you have not been well. I came to check on you, Mingchan stated plainly. What Master Xia? He is not of high rank. There is no need for such formality. Here, there are no strangers. You may call him Ruolin as before, Xia's mother replied. Mingchan refrained from commenting and extended her hand for Xia's mother to take. After a while, she withdrew her hand and addressed them. Aunt Lan is not in serious condition. It is merely coldness invading her body. The prescription provided earlier was not incorrect. But Aunt Lan's constitution is somewhat weak and cannot tolerate heavy tonics, hence the medicine's effectiveness was diminished. I will adjust the dosage, and after 2 days of use, you should see results. It is indeed Xiao Chan. I said that during these years without you, I have struggled to find someone to prescribe medicine when I've encountered colds or fevers, Xia's mother remarked. Mingchan replied, Aunt Lan, you overestimate me. Master Xia is now an official, and the doctors at the Imperial Medical Bureau possess skills far superior to mine. You ought not to dismiss Master Xia's good intentions. It is not a life-threatening ailment. There is no need to trouble those esteemed figures, Xia's mother contended. Mingchan paused, realizing that Aunt Lan wished to avoid using connections and incurring obligations. No worries. Should Aunt Lan ever need assistance, you may send someone to find me, Mingchan reassured. Aunt Lan smiled. Now that you are the Princess of Chu, it is not so easy to seek you out. To be frank, I have some spare money now, and I wish to purchase a shop in the city, but I am uncertain where to find a suitable one. I rarely leave the residence. Mingchan expressed with a hint of frustration. Lan Aunt immediately said, This matter is easily resolved. Let Ruan assist you, as he is often away from home. Minister Xia is busy with official duties. I wouldn't want to trouble him. It's not urgent, so I shall inquire at my own pace, Mingchan replied. Xiao Chan interjected. I will keep an eye on this matter for you. Xia Ruan, having prepared tea, presented a cup to Mingchan. She accepted it with gratitude, taking a delicate sip of the tea that was customary in the Xia household. This tea, though commonplace and not expensive, was quite pleasant, light and elegant, much like Xia Ruan himself. After enjoying the tea, Mingchan began to adjust the herbal prescription for Xia Mother. The task was straightforward. They had purchased a variety of medicinal materials, and Mingchan simply needed to make some additions and subtractions to the existing recipe. Xia Ruan assisted with the bandaging and casually remarked, Xiao Chan, I have been feeling restless and unable to sleep lately. Might I request a medicinal pouch to keep with me? Mingchan replied, I fear I must disappoint you, as I do not carry a pouch with me. However, I can prepare a prescription for you, and you only need to gather the herbs. She had also bought the necessary ingredients and prepared a set for Xia Ruan. Thank you, Xiao Chan, he said. As time was passing, Mingchan announced, It is getting late. I must return. She stood up, intending to take her purchased herbs with her. I shall escort you, Xia Ruan insisted. No need. Mingchan was about to decline, but he continued, It appears it may rain again. I cannot allow you to walk in the rain. My family may be humble, but we do possess an old carriage.
Come.
Hearing this, Mingchan had no choice but to accompany him outside. Xia Mother, surprised, asked, Is Xiao Chan leaving so soon? I have some trivial matters at home. I must return, Mingchan explained, aware of her changed status. Xia Mother did not press her to stay, but reminded Xia Ruan to ensure Mingchan's safe return. Inside the carriage, as they made their way to the Prince of Chu's residence, Mingchan teased, To have the esteemed Xia Darren drive me is truly a privilege. Xia Ruan chuckled. It is my honor to drive you, Xiao Chan. He referred to her simply as Xiao Chan, omitting princess, which was quite subtle. Soon enough, they arrived at the street leading to the back gate of the Prince of Chu's residence. However, Mingchan instructed Xia Ruan to stop at the street corner rather than proceeding further. He complied, then took out 10 taels of silver to hand to Mingchan. With a puzzled expression, she asked, What is this for, Xia Gongzi?
Thank you for today.
You still regard me as a friend. Willing to lower yourself to assist my mother, he replied. Mingchan couldn't help but smile. Since we are friends, I cannot accept this money. Please keep it. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. With that, she turned and departed with grace. Just as she rounded the corner, she unexpectedly bumped into someone. How fortuitous, Changhui. What brings you here? Mingchan greeted. Changhui glanced behind her before retracting his gaze. The prince has sent me to find you.
Oh?
Mingchan inquired. Does His Highness seek me for something? He is worried you might be caught in the rain, Changhui replied. Mingchan chuckled lightly. I understand. With that, she stepped towards the threshold of the palace. Noticing her nonchalant demeanor, Changhui questioned, Were you with Siet Darren just now? Mingchan paused, turning to meet his gaze, unfazed. So you saw it all, I see. Changhui said, Your Highness, forgive my boldness, but your current status does not permit you to associate too closely with Minister Xie. Should His Highness discover this, he would surely be displeased. Isn't it simple? If you do not inform His Highness, he shall remain unaware and unperturbed, Mingchan retorted matter-of-factly. You wouldn't intend to report me to him, would you? Changhui replied, His Highness is quite petty. If he knew I had worn your cloak and ridden in Siet Darren's carriage, he would be furious with me. You. Changhui's face reddened slightly. Caught between embarrassment and irritation, Mingchan pressed on, What do you mean by you? Your Highness, please refrain from discussing such matters. It would tarnish your reputation, Changhui admonished sternly. I have not spoken of it to anyone else. I am merely addressing you, Mingchan defended herself. Changhui's cheeks flushed deeper. I beseech you, Your Highness, do not. Do not what? Mingchan prodded playfully. Please maintain decorum and refrain from making such frivolous remarks, he insisted, turning to leave in a huff. Mingchan smiled softly, amused by his pretentiousness. He had been the one to deliver the cloak, and now her candidness was deemed inappropriate? Was it not he who appeared more frivolous for gifting a cloak to a married princess? Returning to Tsuelua courtyard, Chiyue rushed to her. Your Highness, you have finally returned. I feared you might not come back so soon. Oh, I meant to say, I thought you might take longer. By the way, Your Highness, where did you get this umbrella? Mingchan tucked the umbrella aside. Do not damage it. It belongs to someone else, and I must return it. Who is this someone else? Chiyue queried, examining the worn umbrella that bore no signs of royal craftsmanship. A kind-hearted individual, Mingchan replied succinctly. Chiyue glanced out the window. The prince has arrived. Yes. You may leave now, Mingchan instructed. Chiyue exited with the umbrella, and Shen Shiyun entered the room. Why have you taken so long to return? He asked. Did you not instruct me to wear a hood when I go out? I visited the silk-weaving house in the city, and ended up waiting out the rain. Mingchan replied. Were you worried about me, Your Highness? Shen Shiyun did not answer her inquiry, but questioned instead, What of the hood you purchased? I had no money with me, so I could not buy it, she explained. Is it true you are so destitute? Shen Shiyun nearly laughed at her response. Realizing how adept she was at playing the poverty card, Mingchan responded, The last silver you gave me was spent entirely on medicinal materials. Did you buy materials for me? Yet I have not received any, he remarked. Noticing the bags of herbs, she produced one by one for him to see. You are being unreasonable. You promised to reimburse me, yet here I am, having purchased them, and you refuse to acknowledge it, she sighed, a mix of grievance and resignation in her voice. Shen Shiyun, aware of her frugality, remarked, If you serve me well, perhaps I shall grant you a bit more silver. Your Highness, you know I am rather clumsy and not particularly attractive. How could I possibly win your favor? You are making it difficult for me. Moreover, you never mentioned such additional conditions for receiving the funds for the herbs, she lamented. At least you are self-aware now, he observed her shrinking demeanor. Deciding to abandon any further intentions, Mingchan was truly not the type to charm others. Today, I have little appetite and crave the medicinal dish you prepare, he stated. This was likely her only redeeming quality. Perhaps it was the change in environment since returning to the capital that had unsettled him. He had scarcely eaten these past few days, not only due to a lack of appetite, but also because his body struggled to cope. The ordeal in the Dali temple had taken a toll on him, and although he had recovered, he was not as resilient as before. As he recalled the humiliations of his past, a flicker of cold rage appeared in his eyes. He would settle those old scores in due time. Mingchan, sensing his mood shift, refrained from refusing his request and selected some gentle herbs to prepare the medicinal dish. Outside, the rain fell steadily. While Xie Ruan sat by the window, retrieving an old fragrance pouch that was now empty. He carefully packed the fragrant herbs gifted by Mingchan, and a subtle scent wafted through the air, reminiscent of the days 3 years past. As he stood there, his mother, Xia, entered from outside and, noticing her son's demeanor, gently advised him, "Xiaochan is now the princess of Chu. You should put such thoughts to rest." Xia Ruowen tucked the sachet away without responding. "You are no longer young. It is time for you to marry and have children. If you continue to delay, I fear I may never see my grandchildren," Xia mother lamented. "There are many complex affairs in court. My son has no time for romantic entanglements," Xia Ruowen replied. "Do not think your mother is blind. I know well what you are contemplating. Xiaochan is no longer within your reach. She is the wife of the prince, not someone we can afford to pursue," Xia mother cautioned. She had discerned her son's feelings years ago, but back then, they were impoverished, and Xia Ruowen lacked any notable achievements. Even if Mingchan was not favored in her family, she was still a daughter of the Ming family, beyond his reach. Xia Ruowen had originally planned to court her after achieving academic success, but unforeseen circumstances befell the prince, and the marriage that should have belonged to the legitimate daughter suddenly fell to Mingchan. Xia mother had thought that Xia Ruowen would have given up hope by now. But now that Mingchan had returned to the capital, she worried that it was still not over. But what if Xiaochan is not happy? If I do not strive for it, how will I know it is impossible? Xia Ruowen hung the sachet at his waist, the lowered lashes concealing the emotions in his eyes. Xia mother was startled by his words. "What do you mean? What are you planning to do?" "Nothing. If someone does not know how to cherish what they have, then they cannot blame me for seizing the opportunity," he replied, stroking the sachet as he picked up an umbrella and exited the room. Xia mother was left in a daze. "You foolish child, where are you going? Come back." Yet, the figure walking in the rain did not look back. Chapter 33. The Prince of Chu, with a beauty by his side, the former Minister of Revenue, was imprisoned for corruption, and Prince Shen Shiyun took over the ministry, recovering 4 million taels of embezzled funds, causing a sensation in the capital. 3 years ago, the prince was wrongfully exiled to Qianzhou, and upon his return to the capital, he executed the emperor's orders with remarkable efficiency, earning him applause from all quarters. To celebrate his nephew's return, the head of the Ji family hosted a grand banquet at the Drunken Fragrance Tower to welcome the prince. Many officials from the court were invited. The case of the ministry had dragged on for so long, yet Prince Shen Shiyun had managed to resolve it swiftly upon his return, recovering the embezzled funds in record time, which explained why the emperor spoke so highly of him. Prince Shen, with his noble bearing and exceptional intellect, was ill-suited for the obscurity of Qianzhou. The capital was where he truly belonged. From my perspective, the trials of the past 3 years have rendered him more composed and restrained, which is not entirely a bad thing. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Having endured such hardship, he will not easily fall prey to deception again. I raise my glass to the prince, wishing him a future filled with ease and success. During the welcome banquet, officials offered flattery and compliments. Previously, Shen Shiyun did not shy away from such lively gatherings. He even relished the opportunity to connect with distinguished individuals and attract talent. However, after the betrayal he faced 3 years ago, he found himself suddenly disinterested in such festivities. Among the sycophants, how many truly held heartfelt regard for him? Even his own uncle, during the tumultuous events of 3 years ago, prioritized the preservation of the Ji family's interests. Shen Shiyun did not harbor resentment towards his maternal family, recognizing that from a pragmatic standpoint, the Ji family had retained much of their influence, which ultimately aided his swift return to power. These individuals would not forsake him in times of hardship, but would instead rally to his side when it was time to reap the rewards. He required their support, yet his perspective had shifted over time. Now, seated at the head of the banquet, listening to the insincere flattery, a sense of boredom and irritation washed over him. He began to despise such gatherings but found himself unable to sever ties with these individuals, at least not in the immediate future. Shen Shiyun held the white jade wine cup in his hand, his gaze calm yet inscrutable, concealing depths that others could not fathom. As the evening progressed and the performances began, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. The junior official, Xiang Kaiwa, gestured towards the 2 most beautiful dancers, instructing them, "Attend to His Highness well. Ensure he is well fed and enjoys himself." The 2 women complied and approached Shen Shiyun. He remained aloof and silent, his expression unreadable, exuding an unassailable authority. The dancers, unsure of his temperament, served him with utmost caution. One of the delicate dancers poured a cup of wine and presented it to him. "Your Highness, allow me to serve you," she said. Shen Shiyun cast a cold glance her way, and her fleeting hopes were extinguished in an instant. His Highness remains as virtuous and untempted as ever. They are merely dancers here to serve your wine. If they do not meet your preference, Uncle can always send you 2 replacements, Ji Jingshan interjected to diffuse the tension. Meanwhile, Xiang Kaihua, slightly inebriated, boldly jested. "Could it be that your Highness truly harbors feelings only for the princess? I have heard you even sent away the concubines gifted by the noble consort." Shen Shiyun tightened his grip on the cup, his fingers whitening as he shot a cold stare at the drunken Xiang Kaihua, his striking eyes resembling an endless abyss, fraught with danger. Xiang Kaihua, realizing his misstep, quickly stammered, "I spoke carelessly. I shall drink 3 cups as punishment." Shen Shiyun's lips parted slightly. "Minister Xiang has had too much to drink. Someone should assist him home to rest." His tone was devoid of emotion, yet it commanded respect and attention from all present. Ji Jingshan promptly arranged for Xiang Kaihua to be escorted from the drunken fragrance tower. As the banquet continued, an air of caution enveloped the attendees. They refrained from their earlier revelry, wary of provoking the prince's ire. 3 years prior, when Shen Shiyun was exiled, many from the Ji family had also faced repercussions. However, the esteemed Master Ji had once saved the late emperor, and as a mentor to the current emperor, he was met with leniency in light of his recent loss. Yet, this leniency was often extended to the less capable, those present at the banquet, who could not stir much trouble and thus served as a reflection of the emperor's benevolence. The truly talented individuals within the Ji family had either perished or become scattered remnants. Shen Shiyun understood that these mediocre individuals had not fared well during the past 3 years, which is why they turned to him for hope upon his return to the capital, though the Ji family's disciples were unlikely to bear significant responsibilities. Shen Shiyun could not afford to dismiss them entirely, as they could serve as a means for others to bolster their own agendas. He sought out a few genuinely capable individuals to assist him, while still needing these lesser figures to sing his praises and create momentum in his favor. As the music resumed, the 2 dancers respectfully knelt beside Shen Shiyun, serving him dishes and pouring wine. The banquet was filled with the aromas of food and drink, mingling with the warm scents that stirred the hearts of many. Some officials began to covertly flirt with the dancers, emboldened by Shen Shiyun's apparent indifference as he leisurely sipped his wine. After sitting for about an hour, Shen Shiyun rose to leave. Ji Jingshan saw him to the door, asking, "Your Highness, will you not stay a little longer? I have a headache and must take my leave. I trust you will manage things here." Shen Shiyun replied succinctly before departing. Ji Jingshan Dao, "It has come to my attention that the consort arranged for His Highness by the Empress has committed an offense. Hence, I propose these 2 dancers be assigned to His Highness. Given His Highness's esteemed status, it is only fitting to have more attendants by his side. Both dancers hail from fallen families, possessing some talent, and are of unblemished character. I trust His Highness will not decline, lest they find themselves sold to the brothels." Shen Shiyun furrowed his brow. He did not possess an abundance of compassion. However, his courtyard was indeed lacking in women, so he made no objections and turned to leave. The 2 dancers exchanged glances, uncertain, before looking to Ji Jingshan for guidance. Ji Jingshan urged, "Hurry, go and serve His Highness." The 2 dancers obediently followed. As Shen Shiyun emerged from the Zui Xianglu, the wind greeted him, amplifying his intoxication, leaving him feeling somewhat disoriented. After 3 years of hardship, he realized he was no longer accustomed to such environments. The swirling fragrances overwhelmed his senses, making him feel ill at ease. "My lord, you appear intoxicated. Allow me to assist you." A gentle voice chimed from beside him, as the 2 dancers supported him on either side towards a carriage of the royal residence. As Shen Shiyun inhaled their strong scent, a wave of discomfort washed over him. Just as he was about to push them away, a voice interjected, "Oh, what a coincidence. His Highness the Prince of Chu is also at Zui Xianglu. I have yet to extend my congratulations on the prince's splendid handling of the ministry's case. Not only has His Highness been rewarded with vast tracts of land and treasures by the emperor, but now he is also flanked by beauties, truly the epitome of success in life." Shen Shiyun raised his gaze to see Xie Mingwei, the 9th son of the Xie family, along with the crown prince and the currently favored Xie Ruoan, making their way towards him. It was Xie Mingwei who spoke. During the lifetime of Grand Tutor Ji, the Ji and Xie families were at odds. The Xie family was aligned with the crown prince, and 3 years ago, when the Ji family fell, Shen Shiyun was exiled, not without the Xie family's opportunistic interference. Now that Shen Shiyun had returned to the capital to investigate the ministry's case, while the Xie family had not acted overtly, they had certainly laid many traps behind the scenes. Shen Shiyun remained as still as a mountain, his expression as cool as water as he regarded them. The crown prince approached, saying, "Congratulations, third brother. Come, let us enter and share a drink. I have yet to celebrate your return properly. Your brother appreciates your sentiments. Serving the emperor is the duty of a subject. I must also express my gratitude for your encouragement. Without it, I might have taken longer to resolve the issues." He emphasized the word encouragement with a hint of sarcasm. With that, he gave a slight bow, embodying a sense of detachment. "I shall return home to rest. Fare thee well." With beauties by His Highness's side, it would be prudent for the crown prince to refrain from insisting further. Delaying His Highness's pleasant evening would be unwise. A warm voice interjected. The crown prince immediately understood. "Ah, thankfully Ruowen has reminded me. I was so preoccupied with celebrating third brother that I forgot he has matters to attend to. Do take care, third brother. The sixth brother is about to become a father, yet there has been no news from your residence. Perhaps I should send a few beauties your way?" "No need," Shen Shiyun replied coldly. "You should keep them for yourself." With that, he took his leave. However, as he passed by the group, he suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar medicinal fragrance. He paused, glancing at the person he brushed past. His indifferent gaze swept over before landing on the pouch of medicinal herbs hanging at the person's waist. In that instant, Shen Shiyun's eyes darkened like a deep abyss. He reached out, grasping the arm of the youth who had just passed him. Chapter 34. Lord Xia's heart belongs elsewhere. This action astonished everyone, especially given the inscrutable expression in his eyes. Anyone else under such scrutiny would have likely been filled with unease. Yet, Xia Ruowen remained unperturbed, even jesting. His Highness the Prince of Chu seems reluctant to let go of this humble official. Soon, I may find myself at a loss for words. He was handsome and exuded a warmth akin to jade. Though he possessed an unblemished reputation, he was not the type to shun adaptability. Nor was he an antiquated figure who prided himself on being a paragon of virtue. In fact, he was well-liked within the court. Xie Mingwei, the second son, emboldened by the support of the Xie family and the crown prince, followed Xie Ruowen's lead with a jest. Who would have thought that His Highness the Prince of Chu harbored such refined tastes? No wonder, after 3 years of marriage, the prince's household boasts only a nominal consort sent by the Ming family. Crown Prince, do you not find it rather unfair to put such pressure on His Highness? Xie Mingwei, the youngest son of the Grand Tutor, had been spoiled by his grandmother since childhood, securing a leisurely position in the court. He was accustomed to speaking without regard for weight or consequence, given his familial connections. Shen Shiyun let out a cold laugh, releasing Xie Ruowen and casting a disdainful glance at Xie Mingwei, remarking, "Indeed, I cannot compare to your Xie family, where any lineage and any woman may be welcomed into the courtyard. It is no surprise your family thrives thus. I was taught from a young age that a gentleman must uphold integrity and refrain from such sordid affairs." Xie Mingwei's face flushed with embarrassment at the rebuke. In a prominent family like the Xies, with numerous offspring, it was inevitable that some peculiarities would emerge. Debauchery was merely the tip of the iceberg, with rumors of moral decay surfacing as well. Outsiders might not be fully aware, yet Shen Shiyun was privy to the truths beneath. He deliberately emphasized the word sordid, which only served to heighten Xie Mingwei's agitation. Shen Shiyun's cold gaze bore into him. "What? Does young Master Xie wish to challenge me?" Despite his reckless demeanor, Xie Mingwei dared not confront Shen Shiyun directly, clenching his teeth and reddening in frustration. The crown prince interjected, "Third brother, Mingwei was merely jesting. There is no need to take it to heart. I only wish to confirm what I have heard about him," Shen Shiyun replied, clearly confronting him. Xie Ruowen remarked, "It seems the fault lies with me. I am well aware of His Highness's noble status and untainted nature. Surely, no one could catch His Highness's eye. Though I hail from humble beginnings, I have my own affections and hold no delusions of grandeur regarding His Highness." "What? Ruowen, you have a woman you like? How did I not know of this?" Xie Mingwei, who had just been indignant moments ago, was now utterly astonished. It was no wonder Xie Mingwei was taken aback. If one traced the lineage, Xie Ruowen was a distant branch of the Xie family. Due to disparities in wealth and status, the two families had little interaction. 2 years ago, upon graduating with high honors, Xia Ruowen garnered the affection and favor of Emperor Yanfeng, thus catching the attention of Grand Tutor Xia, who began to mentor him, facilitating a closer relationship with the Xia family and the crown prince. Though Xia Ruowen came from a modest background, he carried himself with poise and grace, steadfast in his principles. Even someone as frivolous as Xia Mingwei enjoyed his company. However, despite their long acquaintance, Xia Mingwei had never witnessed Xia Ruowen show interest in any woman, and the Xia family had considered matchmaking for him, only to be politely declined. Xia Ruowen had openly stated that he did not wish to burden others with his circumstances and preferred to establish his career before seeking a family. Though affable, he was resolute in his choices, leading others to abandon such hopes. To hear Xia Ruowen admit to having affections today was indeed a surprise. If not for Xia Ruowen's penchant for solitude and lack of close relationships, Xia Mingwei might have even suspected him of having an inclination towards the same sex. Xia Ruowen, unfazed by Xia Mingwei's astonishment, replied, "Is it so strange for a man to have affections for a woman? Why do you always present yourself as indifferent whenever marriage is mentioned? I thought you were preparing to become a monk." Xia Mingwei retorted, "Now, do tell me, which lady has captured your heart? I shall have the matriarch arrange your match." The crown prince and Shen Shiyun could not help but gaze at Xia Ruowen, eagerly awaiting his response. The crown prince's curiosity was purely genuine. He had previously discussed this matter with Xia Ruowen, who was undeniably one of his most important advisors. Aside from his humble beginnings, Xia Ruowen bore no other flaws. Numerous noble ladies in the capital aspired to marry him, and should he choose a suitable match, it would undoubtedly serve as a significant advantage for them. However, until now, Xia Ruowen had shown no interest in matrimony, consistently evading or politely declining such opportunities. The crown prince's curiosity was piqued, eager to discover the identity of the woman who could elicit admiration from the talented scholar. In contrast to the excitement and anticipation radiating from the crown prince and Xia Mingwei, Shen Shiyun's expression was taut. He bore no interest in whom Xia Ruowen fancied and had never considered any intersection between their lives. Although Xia Ruowen was a distant relative of the esteemed Xia Taisher and shared a cordial relationship with the crown prince, it was not one of intimacy. During his return to the capital to handle the Ministry of Revenue's affairs, the Xia family had covertly thrown numerous obstacles in his path, with Xia Ruowen's influence among them. Were it not for the familiar scent of medicine emanating from Xia Ruowen, Shen Shiyun, a paragon of virtue and aloofness, would hardly have paid him any heed. Now, Shen Shiyun suspected that the woman Xia Ruowen admired might be connected to that very fragrance. Yet, at that moment, Xia Ruowen chose to remain cryptic, deflecting inquiries about the matter. Concerned for the reputation of the young lady, he urged them not to pry, promising that should he indeed win her heart, he would formally invite them. With a graceful gesture, he declared his unabashed affection. Afterward, he bowed slightly toward Shen Shiyun, stating, "On that day, Your Highness, do not decline my invitation." Shen Shiyun had no intention of socializing with the students of the Xia family, but given Xia Ruowen's earnestness, to refuse would seem petty. Ultimately, it was merely a matter of courtesy, and the prince's household could easily afford it. "Then I shall await news of your triumph, Hanlin Xia," Shen Shiyun replied, his tone indifferent. The crown prince and Xia Mingwei did not dwell on the exchange, as it was quite reasonable for Xia Ruowen to extend an invitation in the presence of the prince. Shen Shiyun then remarked, "The fragrance of medicine on Hanlin Xia is quite delightful. May I inquire about its origin?" So Your Highness has detained me for this matter?" Xia Ruowen responded amicably, though he only offered a vague explanation. "Might I take a look?" The more Xia Ruowen concealed it, the more Shen Shiyun desired to uncover the truth. He was unsure why he felt this way. He did not believe that the familiar scent bore any connection to Mingchan, but an insatiable curiosity drove him to seek clarity. Xia Ruowen, exuding confidence, replied, "If Your Highness wishes to see it, how could I deny you?" With that, he unfastened the pouch of medicinal fragrance from his waist and presented it to Shen Shiyun. As Shen Shiyun examined it, he noted the exquisite embroidery of the pouch, adorned with bamboo representing the noble spirit of scholars, beautifully complementing Xia Ruowen's gentle demeanor. However, what truly captured Shen Shiyun's attention was the pouch's design, reminiscent of one that Mingchan had once crafted for him. Yet, Mingchan's craftsmanship was crude and lacking patience, incapable of producing such intricate patterns. Her handiwork was akin to that of a child's, a sheer waste of materials. Xie Mingwei observed the exchange between Xie Ruowen and Shen Shiyun, his gaze ultimately settling on the pouch in Shen Shiyun's hand. He scrutinized it from various angles, unable to discern what made this pouch so remarkable that it warranted such scrutiny from two talented youths. The Jingxiafang had many pouches more aesthetically pleasing than this one. Perhaps it was due to Shen Shiyun's prolonged gaze or the pressure of his grip that Xie Mingwei began to speak with veiled sarcasm. Your Highness, since you have just received a royal gift from His Majesty, even if you are fond of Rowan's possessions, must you be so possessive? The term possessive was deliberately chosen to mock Shen Shiyun for the earlier slight he had endured. The Crown Prince feigned reproach. Mingwei, do not be rude. Rowan is a man of modest means. What valuable possessions could he possibly have that Your Highness would covet? Moreover, it is merely a pouch. Shen Shiyun averted his gaze, his expression returning to its characteristic coolness. I merely found the fragrance on Master Xie to be quite familiar and wished to inquire about the source. I too would like to procure one. He spoke lightly, as if his interest lay solely in the pouch.
11e rue en shekel? Ah.
That might disappoint Your Highness. This pouch was a gift from a very dear friend, and I cannot part with it. If Your Highness truly desires one, I can send someone to Jingxiafang to procure another for you. There is no need to trouble yourself, Master Xie. I was merely inquiring, Shen Shiyun interjected. For reasons unbeknownst to him, upon hearing that it was a gift from friend, he inexplicably thought of Mingchan, a notion that left him feeling somewhat unhinged. How could a man of Xie Ruowen's caliber possibly be enamored with a woman as unrefined as Mingchan? Not to mention, Mingchan was still his consort. In such a vast world, was it conceivable that only Mingchan could craft such a fragrance? Unlikely. Mingchan had learned it from elsewhere, and the formula was hardly a closely guarded secret. Furthermore, even if it were true that Mingchan had created it, would he truly feel jealousy? Seeing Xie Ruowen's ostentatious pride in the pouch, as if they were competing for it, Shen Shiyun found it laughable. It appeared that this pouch was a token from the woman he admired, a trivial gift that Xie Ruowen cherished, revealing him to be a mere romantic. Shen Shiyun casually returned the pouch to Xie Ruowen and called for Changhui to bring a handkerchief to wipe his hands. He had received countless medicinal pouches from Mingchan, each with a myriad of fragrances, none of which had ever struck him as extraordinary enough to contend over. Xie Ruowen dusted off the pouch, as if brushing away non-existent dirt. The Crown Prince observed the scene with great amusement. Xie Mingwei exclaimed, Brother Ruowen, this pouch is undoubtedly a gift from a skilled and beautiful woman. No wonder you treasure it so. The lady who could capture your heart must be extraordinarily beautiful. You truly are fortunate. Xie Ruowen refrained from elaborating, simply responding, Your Highness is still here. Brother Mingwei, do not tease me. If we are to speak of fortune, who in the capital could rival Your Highness? Glancing at Shen Shiyun, he added, You see, Your Highness attracts admiration wherever you go, surrounded by beauty. Shen Shiyun cast a cold glance at them. Since Master Xie revels in such admiration, they should cater to him and ensure he is well attended. With that, Shen Shiyun left, his expression frosty. He felt he had wasted far too much time and words here. Every moment spent felt like a squandered lifetime. The two dancers stood rooted, unsure of how to respond. Xie Ruowen's smile faded, and he remarked, I have long been taken. You should return to serving your prince. Chapter 35. Give the prince a little air. Prince Chu is indeed a peculiar character, difficult to please, Xie Mingwei remarked after Shen Shiyun's departure. The Crown Prince replied, Prince Chu has endured hardships during his 3 years of exile in Qianzhou. It is only natural for his temperament to be unpredictable. Your Highness, he does not regard you as an elder brother. Why do you still defend him? Xie Mingwei expressed his dissatisfaction. A ruler should not be so petty. The Prince of Chu, a paragon of elegance and intellect, was favored even by the emperor himself. He was destined to be the most resplendent scion of the capital. Yet, ultimately, he faced exile due to his transgressions and was compelled to wed a mere commoner. Such a stark contrast and disappointment are beyond your comprehension, the Crown Prince remarked. But midway through his statement, he glanced at the now serious Xie Ruowen. Ruowen, what is the origin of your fragrant pouch? Why does the Prince of Chu seem particularly intrigued by it? Xie Ruowen replied, I am uncertain. Perhaps the prince merely finds the scent reminiscent of something from his past. What memory? Xie Mingwei pressed. I am not the Prince of Chu. How could I possibly know what he has experienced, or what thoughts occupy his mind? Xie Ruowen countered. Yet you suggested it stirred his memories. I assumed you held some insight. Xie Mingwei expressed his confusion. Xie Ruowen continued. Did not His Highness mention that the scent was familiar? This implies he has encountered a similar aroma before, leading me to deduce such a connection. Indeed, that holds some merit. But who bestowed this fragrant pouch upon you? Share it with me and His Highness. We shall keep it confidential, Xie Mingwei inquired. However, Xie Ruowen strode into the Zui Xiang building, sensing that the moment was not yet ripe for further inquiries. The welcome banquet had not brought much joy to Shen Shiyun. Upon returning to the royal residence, the effects of wine surged within him once more. Two dancers approached, offering support, but he brusquely pushed them away. Disliking the cloying scent of their makeup, Changhui assisted him into the palace, intending to guide Shen Shiyun back to the Wenxin Hall for rest. Yet midway, Shen Shiyun suddenly declared, "Tonight, to the Tsuelua courtyard." Changhui paused slightly, then turned to accompany Shen Shiyun towards the Tsuelua courtyard. Upon entering, they were met with disarray. The courtyard was strewn with freshly disturbed soil. Shen Shiyun, known for his tidiness, found the mess intolerable. A maid, hearing the commotion, hurried out to pay her respects. Changhui inquired, "What has caused such disorder in the courtyard?" Qiyue trembled, explaining, "It was not my intention, but the princess insisted that we turn over the courtyard for planting. She commanded the servants to tidy the courtyard and cultivate some plants," Qiyue replied earnestly. Changhui could not retort further. Shen Shiyun's brow furrowed deeper. Recognizing Shen Shiyun's aversion to dirt, Changhui instructed Qiyue, "Hurry and clean the courtyard. His Highness is entering." Qiyue promptly summoned several maids to tidy up. Once the courtyard was clean, Changhui signaled for Qiyue to assist the prince inside, as he, being an outsider, should not enter the princess's quarters. Shen Shiyun felt a surge of displeasure. He had lingered at the entrance of the Tso courtyard for quite some time, yet Mingchan had not come out to greet him. Back in Qianzhou, Mingchan had not displayed such a temperament. Even when he returned late, she would be there to welcome him. "Summon your princess," Shen Shiyun commanded coldly.
Qiyue,
Timid and anxious, thought to herself that although the prince resembled a celestial being, his demeanor was equally aloof and unapproachable. Only the princess dared to assist him, which she deemed the most suitable course of action. Mingchan had just finished washing up, her hair still damp when Qiyue entered to relay the message. Reluctantly, she dropped her fan and followed outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, she saw Shen Shiyun in a slightly tipsy state and expressed concern, "Your Highness, how could you have drunk so heavily?" Yet Shen Shiyun's gaze fell solely upon her disheveled attire and her long, dark hair. "Why did you come out dressed like this?" Mingchan, perplexed, replied, "Did you not summon me?" Shen Shiyun inhaled deeply. "I did not ask you to appear in such a manner." Changhui, standing nearby, bowed his head, not daring to glance around. "Oh, Your Highness refers to my clothing? The weather has been sweltering, and I perspired while working in the soil, thus I dressed casually." "You never minded my attire back in Qianzhou." At the mention of Qianzhou, Shen Shiyun's irritation escalated. "Can Qianzhou be compared to the capital? Back then, it was just the two of us, and you, like an ordinary woman, had little need for finery. But this is the capital, and now Changhui is present. How can you appear like this? Do not dress so frivolously in the future," Shen Shiyun admonished, his frustration boiling over. From the welcome banquet to encountering the Xie brothers and the crown prince, nothing had gone smoothly for him. "Understood," Mingchan replied, seemingly unfazed, complying without protest. The maids nearby whispered amongst themselves, shocked at how mercilessly the prince reprimanded the princess, even using the term frivolous. Only the princess, with her thick skin, seemed unaffected. Any woman of refined sensibility would likely be mortified. Standing idly at the entrance was not an option. After his scolding, Shen Shiyun added, "Come, help me inside." Mingchan stepped forward, taking Shen Shiyun's arm from Changhui and guiding him through the courtyard door. After a few steps, she turned back to Changhui. Changhui, sensing her voice, tensed up. "What is your command, princess?" Shen Shiyun frowned. Mingchan, in her familiarity, had forgotten her boundaries by addressing his attendant so closely. "Do not forget to prepare medicine for His Highness," Mingchan instructed. At once, Changhui replied, feeling a strange sense of relief. Shen Shiyun's expression softened slightly. At least she remembered to prepare his medicine. Once in the room, Mingchan helped him lie down, instructing Qiyue to fetch warm water. Shen Shiyun lay on the bed with half-closed eyes, the faint aroma of medicine in the air far more pleasant than the heavy scent of makeup from the dancers. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to it. After finishing her tasks, Mingchan sat on the rattan bed, absent-mindedly arranging her hair. What are the medicinal sachets you used to make? She asked casually. Mingchan looked up, seemingly puzzled by the question, and replied honestly, I discarded them. At the time, you thought them excessive and deemed them too ugly for our status. Once we return to the capital, we could acquire more exquisite ones. By the way, when will you buy me some? Shen Shiyun realized he had forgotten about that. When Tang Qing had come to Qianzhou to fetch them, Mingchan had insisted on bringing everything, packing an entire room full of inconsequential items. Shen Shiyun had been irritated by her lack of worldliness and had ordered her to discard everything. Mingchan had protested, claiming each item was hard-won, even wanting to take along the large yellow dog that guarded their courtyard. Shen Shiyun could not allow such folly and ultimately permitted her only a simple bundle when they departed. Yet now, he inexplicably recalled Xie fragrant pouch and confirmed, You did not take even one with you? Indeed, there are countless beautifully crafted sachets in the capital, far more attractive than what I made, Mingchan replied. Shen Shiyun's expression brightened slightly. Create one for me, ensuring it is more aesthetically pleasing. Mingchan said, bewildered. You are aware of my sewing skills. How could I possibly make something beautiful? It would be better to buy one. They do not cost much. Shen Shiyun remained non-committal, his gaze fixed upon her. His intent unmistakable. Should I make one that is not up to your standards, you would only find fault. Why must you put me through this? Mingchan said, somewhat helplessly. Shen Shiyun responded, put forth more effort. If it pleases me, I shall reward you. Oh, but you have yet to pay for the medicine from last time. Mingchan murmured, her tone tinged with grievance. Shen Shiyun narrowed his eyes. She was starting to haggle with him again, observing her calculating demeanor as if she might weep if denied. He pondered and finally removed a jade pendant from his waist, tossing it to her. The jade pendant fell gracefully into Mingchan's embrace. Shen Shiyun remarked, This is top-quality Hetian jade, worth far more than your medicinal expenses. Thank you, Your Highness. Mingchan carefully stored the pendant, a smile immediately lighting up her face. Shen Shiyun observed her, his understanding of her superficiality deepening. As Qianzhou brought in hot water, Mingchan assisted Shen Shiyun with his ablutions. Will Your Highness be staying here tonight? She inquired. Shen Shiyun remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, despite the slight intoxication in his phoenix eyes. His authority was undiminished. Realizing his unspoken thoughts, Mingchan explained, Your Highness, do not overthink. I merely believe this place is too humble, fearing you might not sleep well. Humble? Shen Shiyun echoed. Is it that you find this place too simple and wish for me to furnish it with something valuable? I did not say that. Mingchan protested. However, Shen Shiyun merely chuckled, fully aware of her character. Serve me diligently, and you shall not suffer, he assured her. Oh, she responded readily. Yet her actions belied her words. My head aches. Come and massage it. Shen Shiyun realized that without prompting, this foolish woman would not consider such things. Her thoughts seemed solely focused on wealth. Obediently, Mingchan approached, diligently massaging Shen Shiyun's temples. Her touch was neither too firm nor too gentle, and the areas she pressed felt wonderfully soothing. Lying on her lap, Shen Shiyun inhaled her fragrance, a scent distinct from medicinal herbs, possessing a subtle sweetness that was neither cloying nor artificial. Initially, he had questioned whether this fragrance originated from a perfume, but he later dismissed that notion. When they first arrived in Qianzhou, they were so impoverished that they struggled to afford food. Mingchan had no means to purchase any perfumes. Moreover, this aroma was most delightful after she bathed, making it irresistible. Shen Shiyun had tasted the essence of Mingchan when she was passionate. It was this sweet, intoxicating fragrance, an aroma that, once experienced, became addictive. Shen Shiyun grasped her slender fingers resting on his temple. Your Highness, is something wrong? Did I apply too much pressure? Mingchan asked, perplexed. Though not conventionally beautiful, her eyes were clear and pure, like an untainted spring that reflected the world's impurities. Yet, Shen Shiyun found her excessively clear gaze disconcerting, as it portrayed him as the one in desperate need. This woman, lacking in distinction, was also shallow, foolish, and greedy. He could never find affection for such a woman. Yet, looking into Mingchan's clear eyes stirred within him a twisted desire to see them clouded with confusion. As if only by dragging her into despair could he prove he was not the one in need. With a slight tug, Shen Shiyun pulled her down onto the bed. Your Highness? Mingchan, taken by surprise, found a tall, warm body covering her. In her ear, Shen Shiyun's voice, cool yet slightly husky, whispered, "Bear me a son." Chapter 36. Whom did you learn this skill from? Mingchan remained stiff as a log in Shen Shiyun's embrace, allowing him to explore her body. He buried his head in her neck, inhaling her delightful scent, and his fatigue began to dissipate. Although he held no affection for Mingchan, he was drawn to the exquisite beauty that enveloped her. From behind, Shen Shiyun embraced her, gently pushing aside the thin fabric of her garment. Beneath this delicate material lay skin as white as mutton fat jade, smooth, warm, and perfectly proportioned. If one were to overlook her ordinary, dusky features and focus solely on her alluring shoulders, they would surely perceive her as a breathtaking enchantress. Shen Shiyun pressed his lips to her luminous shoulder, his burning mouth trailing along her attractive collarbone, where a stark contrast in skin tone began to emerge, from delicate white to a rough, yellowish hue, transitioning over a mere finger's breadth. His lips lingered there, and he began to explore this peculiar skin with his fingers, as if searching for hidden secrets within this unique body. Alas, aside from the color and texture differences, he found nothing amiss. Shen Shiyun pinched the skin between his thumb and forefinger, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from the woman in his arms. "Your Highness, what are you doing? It hurts," she exclaimed. Not detecting any signs of disguise, Shen Shiyun felt a twinge of disappointment. "I am merely curious as to why your body bears two skin tones." Mingchan covered the pinched area with her hand, rolling away into the bed. "If your Highness finds me too dark and unattractive, you need only say so. I am aware I am unworthy of you. Yet I do not hinder you from seeking other women. Why must you humiliate me so?" Wrapped in the blanket, she resembled a silkworm cocoon. Shen Shiyun, rarely witnessing her vulnerable side, remarked, "You feel ashamed and know you are unworthy of me. Yet here I am, willing to favor you. You should serve me well and seek to please me. Your Highness only seeks to humiliate me. I no longer wish to please you." Mingchan retorted, sitting up from the cocoon, her cheeks puffed in indignation as she attempted to leave the bed. Shen Shiyun seized her wrist, pulling her back. "Your temper seems to have grown. I did not see such airs in Qianzhou. Back then, your Highness never complained about my looks," Mingchan replied sullenly. If one disregarded her ordinary face, her little temper possessed a certain charm. Shen Shiyun thought to himself that in Qianzhou, he merely kept his thoughts to himself. Their lives then were simple, free of such conflicts. Each day, Mingchan toiled in the fields, returning only to cook. If the day's labor had not been too taxing, she would spend evenings with him, reading or helping him with his baths. Given her diligent service, how could Shen Shiyun voice any complaints? His demeanor towards her had always been indifferent, only shedding the facade of restraint in the intimacy of their bed, disregarding her pleas as he sought her again and again. It was only in those moments of passionate entanglement that he could truly feel alive. Mingchan. Shen Shiyun held her close. "I am not a patient or kind man." Mingchan, nestled in his embrace, offered no immediate response. Yet she did not seem eager to depart. "In your position and circumstances, without my protection, you cannot remain in this palace for long, nor can you survive." Shen Shiyun spoke calmly, as if stating a mere fact, which indeed it was. Mingchan rested her head on his arm, seemingly yielding. "You have endured much hardship for me. Though I may not love you, I hold some gratitude. Bear me a child, and I shall ensure your place in the palace is secure. Even should circumstances change, you will have the support of our offspring." Shen Shiyun spoke slowly. His voice, as cold and detached as ever, bore a rare gentleness, perhaps due to their close proximity or the softness of his tone. Yet this gentleness was fragile, for upon closer inspection, it revealed itself as even more chilling. With her eyes cast down, Mingchan obediently rested on Shen Shiyun's arm, unsure if she had fully absorbed his words. The two nestled together beneath the lamp, presenting a tender scene that reflected their bond forged through trials, even in the absence of love. After a considerable pause, Mingchan finally lifted her gaze, her clear eyes devoid of ripples. "Yes, I too cherish children. I will listen to your Highness and bear our child, so that we may rely on each other in the future." Her words were somewhat peculiar, yet the essence was clear. She would bear him a son. Shen Shiyun reached out to smooth her disheveled hair, his heated lips descending upon her exquisite collarbone. He seldom kissed her lips, yet he was fervently devoted to exploring every inch of her body, savoring the intoxicating and decadent sweetness that enveloped her. Just then, a voice from outside broke the moment. Your Highness, the medicine is ready. Sir Xie has brought it and is waiting outside. To her surprise, it was Chonghui himself delivering the medicine. Mingchan gently nudged Shen Shiyun, saying, Your Highness, the medicine has arrived. You should drink it while it's warm. However, a sudden sharp pain shot through her collarbone. Your Highness, it hurts. Shen Shiyun arched his back, staring intently at her. If it hurts, that is good. Mingchan, feeling aggrieved, replied, I am merely thinking of you. The medicine must be taken warm for it to be effective. Noticing her lack of understanding, Shen Shiyun remarked, such familiarity with Chonghui. Yet you do not show me the same affection. Mingchan widened her eyes slightly. I have already been intimate with your Highness. Is that not close enough? Shen Shiyun adjusted her collar gently. Have your maid bring it in. Mingchan quickly got off the bed and instructed Qiyue to bring in the medicine. Qiyue noticed the wrinkles on Mingchan's clothing, suggesting she had been pressed down, and was momentarily surprised, but quickly feigned indifference and lowered her head. Your Highness, I will wait outside and not disturb your rest. The clever maid understood well what was to transpire that evening and hastily left space for the couple. Mingchan added, Please bring me the white candied fruit jar before you go. This medicine is quite bitter, and I fear your Highness may feel unwell afterward. I shall fetch it at once. Qiyue responded eagerly. Accompanying the princess was indeed a fortuitous choice. With such affection from the prince, Mingchan was sure to rise in status and secure her place as the principal consort. Before long, Qiyue returned with a jar of sweets. Mingchan assisted Shen Shiyun in taking the medicine and handed him a piece of candied fruit. Though Shen Shiyun had no particular fondness for sweets after the bitter medicine, a morsel was permissible. Remembering the days in Qianzhou when he was incessantly given medicine, and Mingchan had to forage for herbs to maintain their household, he felt a mix of bitterness and sweetness as nostalgia washed over him. Once the prince had consumed the sweet, Qiyue retreated with the jar and bowl. The enchanting atmosphere dissipated. Shen Shiyun, having taken the medicine, seemed less spirited than before. Mingchan observed his demeanor and suggested, Perhaps it would be best for your Highness to rest early. You seem fatigued. I shall stay by your side and sew a sachet before sleeping. Shen Shiyun replied nonchalantly. Mingchan retrieved her sewing materials and sat under the lamp, diligently crafting the sachet. Shen Shiyun leaned against the headboard, lazily watching her. With her head lowered, she appeared deeply focused, yet her stitches were crooked and unrecognizable as any pattern. He found himself associating the scent of the sachet with Xie Ruin and mused that perhaps he had indulged in too much drink that day. Whom did you learn this craft from? Shen Shiyun inquired softly. Your Highness, are you interested in needlework? She questioned, perplexed. I merely noticed that your sachet is quite unique. Unlike those sold in the market, he replied. Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. I shall strive to create a beautiful and distinctive sachet for you, she responded, unaware of his sarcasm. Seeing her earnestness, Shen Shiyun refrained from dampening her enthusiasm. After a while, fatigue overcame him, and he said, Stop sewing and come to bed. Mingchan, engrossed in her work, replied, You may sleep first, Your Highness. I am not tired. Accompany me to sleep, he insisted. Reluctantly, she set aside her task and lay beside him. Shen Shiyun embraced her from behind, his eyelids growing heavier until he soon fell into a deep slumber. Mingchan, hearing his steady breaths, carefully moved her arm and rose from the bed. In the courtyard, Qiyue waited, ever diligent. Though inexperienced, she had heard that after intimate moments, the master might summon the servants to tidy up. As the favored maid, Qiyue dared not slack off during such times. However, before she could hear any call, she saw Mingchan emerge alone, causing her to pause. Why is the princess out? Where is his Highness? He is asleep, Mingchan replied. Qiyue gasped. Has he fallen asleep so quickly? Yes, he is tired, Mingchan confirmed. Qiyue, feeling awkward, said, Princess, please ensure his Highness's health is taken care of. Mingchan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? You have been with his Highness for over 3 years, and with such affection, yet there is no sign of a child. If his Highness's health is not properly tended to, no matter how favored you are, it may be difficult to conceive the little heir. Mingchan finally grasped the implication. The maid had remembered her previous words. Qiyue, sensing her nonchalance, continued to urge, Princess, I only wish to see you well. Indeed, his Highness is quite weak, Mingchan acknowledged. But he is still a prince. I cannot press him too hard. If I do, he might resent me, thinking I am unsatisfied. Qianzhou stuttered, Princess. Please do not speak of yourself so. This matter is indeed tied to His Highness's dignity. What can we do? Hearing that the sixth Princess Consort was already with child, it was no wonder the noble consort was anxious. Then let the noble consort worry about it, Mingchan suggested.
Ah?
But the noble consort holds a deep prejudice against you, and trusting this to her may jeopardize your future. Qianzhou protested. Even if I have a chance now, what good is it? With His Highness in this state, such opportunities will only bring envy. Let others have it. At least we may find peace, Mingchan replied. Qianzhou pondered, realizing Mingchan's words held truth. If His Highness regained his vigor, perhaps she would still have a chance. Alas, despite His Highness's tall and handsome appearance, why must he be merely a pretty face with no substance? Enough lamenting. Where are the pastries I asked you to prepare? I thought you were attending to His Highness, so I assumed you would not have time for them. Qianzhou explained, I shall fetch them now. Mingchan nodded. However, just as Qianzhou reached the courtyard entrance, she was startled. Mingchan approached her. What is it? Qianzhou, looking pale, stammered, Thank you, Sir Xia. It turned out that the walls had ears. Mingchan remarked, Qianzhou, you truly have a knack for bringing up sensitive topics. Qianzhou felt her life was hanging by a thread. Those words had been overheard by Shen Shiyun's most trusted guard, and the implications were the same as if the prince himself had heard. Despite the tension, Mingchan remained composed and instructed Qianzhou, hurry and fetch the pastries. I wish to speak with Sir Xia. Qianzhou felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and hurried away. Mingchan turned to the solemn-faced Xia Chonghui and teased. Who would have thought you possessed the habit of eavesdropping? Xia Chonghui furrowed his brow, seemingly restraining himself. Princess, you have meddled with the prince, have you not? Why do you say that? Mingchan inquired, her expression unperturbed. Seeing her demeanor, Xia Chonghui tightened his grip on his sword. His Highness is neither a slumberer nor as incapable as you and that maid have suggested. Even with Xia Chonghui's maturity and composure, these words took him a moment to articulate. He pressed his thin lips together, his expression cold and stern, as if he were facing a criminal under interrogation rather than the Princess of Chu. His loyalty is solely to His Highness, the Prince of Chu. Anything detrimental to him is intolerable, even from the princess herself. Observing the serious demeanor of Chief Guard Xia, who seemed poised to apprehend her, Mingchan wisely nodded in understanding. I recognize your commitment to your prince. What I previously stated was indeed untrue. Your Prince of Chu is formidable, absolutely unyielding. It was I who was unworthy. Thus I offered him a confection that might induce sleep. This sweet will not harm him. It merely ensures he enjoys a restful slumber. Xia Chonghui, taken aback by her brazen admission, felt his ears flush, yet his countenance remained stern. Your Highness is virtuous, a paragon of integrity, and should not be sullied by such slander. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of respect. I knew you wouldn't believe me, without evidence. Behold, these bite marks are a testament to your virtuous prince, still quite fresh, she declared, slightly adjusting her collar to reveal a striking array of teeth marks on her delicate collarbone. Xia Chonghui was unprepared for her audacious gesture and was about to reprimand her when Mingchan promptly fixed her collar. However, the ambiguous marks, juxtaposed against her otherwise fair complexion, lingered in Xia Chonghui's mind, impossible to erase. It is unbecoming of a princess to display such indiscretion, especially to a man outside your intimate circle, he stammered. His face flushed. Mingchan retorted, I do not wish to behave so, yet you refuse to trust me, and instead seek to hold me accountable for the actions of your pristine Prince of Chu. I would not dare, Xia Chonghui replied, turning away to avoid her gaze. The prince, a figure of elegance and virtue, is indeed a rare beauty of this world. To be favored by such a prince is a blessing for the princess. Many covet what you possess. You ought to cherish it dearly. Do you believe me ungrateful? She challenged. Surely, you cannot think that your prince is easily deceived. Your schemes will not go unnoticed. I must insist, Your Highness, Xia Chonghui stated firmly. My loyalty lies solely with the prince. I implore you to refrain from placing me in a difficult position. With a sigh, Mingchan lamented, will you truly stand by and allow me to suffer? The prince values his reputation. Should he discover my attempts to evade him, he would imprison me and torment me day and night. With his unyielding temperament, I fear I may not survive his wrath. Chapter 38. His Highness feels no compassion for me in this chapter. Xia Chonghui's ears turned not only red but his entire face flushed as he implored the princess to conduct herself with decorum. How could this woman speak with such nonchalance about matters that would cause any man to blush? How have I been undignified? He questioned. The one lacking decorum is clearly your virtuous prince, Mingchan replied, her demeanor unfazed, as though discussing the night sky. Xia Chonghui, overwhelmed by embarrassment, inhaled deeply. Your Highness should not speculate about His Highness. He is not of that disposition. Have you experienced this firsthand? She pressed, provoking a swift denial from him. Your Highness, I must caution you. My relationship with the prince is strictly one of master and servant. Should you continue with such unfounded claims, I cannot be held accountable for my actions. Oh? And how do you intend to hold me accountable? Mingchan inquired, intrigued. In matters of argumentation, you are no match for me, Xia Chonghui asserted, sensing her playful challenge. Mingchan perceived his rising agitation and decided to relent. You have yet to witness the darker side of His Highness when he sheds his pretense. To you, he may seem pure and noble. However, after 3 years of close companionship, I have seen him despondent and desperate. He harbors no affection for me. I am merely a vessel for his carnal desires, devoid of any compassion. The most tragic instance left me bedridden for 3 days. Xia Chonghui was not interested in hearing about the prince's prowess in such intimate matters. He had never encountered a woman so forthright, especially one who now held the title of Princess of Chu. His head throbbed as the image of the aloof, virtuous prince began to warp in his mind. Please, Your Highness, do not speak further, he implored. His Highness's devotion to you is a blessing. He is a man of loyalty and will not abandon his wife. He wishes for me to bear him an heir, which I fear may seal my fate, she countered. If I were to conceive, those who resent me would undoubtedly conspire to eliminate me. Even if they cannot kill me, they may harm my child, leaving me in agony, wishing for death. That will not happen. His Highness will protect you, Xia Chonghui insisted. Protect me? Mingchan laughed softly. If I could truly rely on him, even a sow could climb a tree. You, who are so close to him, must understand his attitude towards me versus that of concubine Shu. Xia Chonghui found her words rude, yet could not refute them. Not to mention concubine Shu, even Miss Muxiang in the residence, I cannot compete against. His Highness would confine me within the walls of the prince's estate for the sake of his reputation, but would not contend with other women on my behalf. That would be beneath his noble stature. Xia Chonghui was left speechless. I have said all I can. I am aware of your unwavering loyalty to your prince. If you wish to divulge my secrets to him, I will not object. I cannot selfishly ask you to conceal them, as that would compromise your loyalty. I understand I lack the charm to persuade you to betray your virtuous prince. I will not hold it against you, she concluded. Now that Qianzhou has returned, I must take my leave. With that, she turned and entered the courtyard. Xia Chonghui stood beneath the dim shadows of the trees, feeling the lingering warmth on his face. His usually stable emotions now in disarray. Qianzhou glanced at Mingchan, and then back at the darkened shadows with curiosity. What were the princess and chief guard discussing? Some mundane conversation, he replied. Oh, did he overhear our discussion? Qianzhou asked anxiously. Indeed, Mingchan confirmed. Qianzhou's face fell. What should we do? Will Chief Guard Xia inform His Highness? Perhaps. He is His Highness's trusted confidant, Mingchan replied. Qianzhou's worries intensified. Mingchan took the food box from her hands, walked to the stone table in the courtyard, and began to sample the contents. Your Highness, how can you still eat at a time like this? Qianzhou exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. His Highness is still asleep. Even if he were to be angry, that would be tomorrow's concern. Let's focus on today, Mingchan stated nonchalantly. Are you being pragmatic or simply oblivious? Qianzhou mused. If I were to plead with Chief Guard Xia, perhaps he would pretend not to have heard. Mingchan nodded. Go ahead. Yet Qianzhou hesitated, fearful of the cold demeanor and imposing presence of Chief Guard Xia. Perhaps it would be better if you approached him instead, Your Highness. Let it be then. Chief Guard Xia's heart is as hard as stone. As an insignificant concubine, I cannot sway him, Mingchan replied. The pastries tonight were quite decent. Though this lily and bird's nest porridge needs better attention, it ought to be simmered slowly over low heat. She continued to critique the meal as she savored each bite. Qianzhou was exasperated, feeling as though she would burst from anxiety, while Mingchan remained composed. Yet, despite her turmoil, she found herself calming down in response to the princess's tranquility. "Your Highness, do you not fear indigestion with such an abundant evening meal?" Qianzhou pondered the princess's remarkable appetite. Having heard that the daughters of affluent families were typically delicate and dined with the restraint of a cat. Yet, the princess's consumption starkly contradicted such rumors. Strangely, she was not plump. Indeed, if one overlooked her visage, her figure could be described as graceful and slender. Where did all that food go? Mingchan leisurely sipped her bird's nest porridge, stating, "It is rare to enjoy such carefree days without worries about sustenance, so I must seize the moment and relish it. Who knows when these fortunate times may come to an end, and I may find it challenging to savor such exquisite delicacies again." Qianzhou was aware that the princess did not hail from a particularly esteemed background, although she was a miss of the Ming family. She was a lesser-born daughter who had fallen out of favor. Following her exile to Qianzhou with a third prince, it was likely that the princess had endured significant hardships there. It was no wonder that, even now, despite her royal status, she could not resist the allure of fine food and wealth. Qianzhou found herself at a loss for words. She ought to advise the princess to maintain her image, as many more fortunate days lay ahead, and as long as she retained the prince's affection, she would lack for nothing. However, seeing the princess enjoy her meal so heartily, Qianzhou ultimately abandoned this thought. After all, they were alone, and the prince was already asleep. Perhaps this indulgence was merely a compensation for the princess's past hardships. Shen Shiyun slept soundly, awakening in the morning feeling considerably refreshed. However, he recalled that he had not felt particularly fatigued the previous night, yet, after taking the medicine, he soon succumbed to drowsiness. Upon rising from his bed, he noticed that Mingchan was not there. Where could she have gone at such an early hour? Sounds of voices drifted from outside. Clearing his throat, he caught the attention of those outside, who promptly entered. "Your Highness, you're awake?" Qianzhou said, her eyes casting down, overwhelmed by the aura of the prince. "Where is the princess?" Shen Shiyun inquired. "The princess has gone to prepare medicinal cuisine for your Highness," Qianzhou replied. "You have been working tirelessly. Your body truly requires nourishment." Shen Shiyun did not pursue the matter further. "Let the servant assist you with your washing and dressing," Qianzhou offered. Shen Shiyun, however, did not seek such extravagance. He had official matters to attend to that day. "Is Guard Xie present?" "Guard Xie is waiting outside," she responded. "Once the princess has prepared the medicinal dish, have her bring it to the study," he instructed, and proceeded to dress himself. Just as he was about to wash his hands, a sachet fell from beside him. Picking it up, Shen Shiyun remarked, "Princess, this was hastily made by the princess for you last night. Her affection for you is profound." Of course, she could not disclose that the princess had indulged herself to the point of sleeplessness, thus compelling her to join in crafting a sachet. Shen Shiyun examined the sachet for a moment, expressing a hint of disdain. It was embroidered with a bird, rather gaudy in its appearance, while amusing to behold. It paled in comparison to the one crafted by Xie Rowan. "Mingchan's needlework is quite lacking. How can I present this in public?" He returned the sachet to the bedside, instructing the princess to redo it, as he preferred simpler designs. After washing up, he stepped outside. Xie Chonghui stood at the entrance of the courtyard, casting a glance at Shen Shiyun, his emotions somewhat complex. "Do you have something to say?" Shen Shiyun asked. Xie Chonghui averted his gaze. Have you also learned to conceal matters from me?" Shen Shiyun's voice turned cold. "Your subordinate dares not," Xie Chonghui replied hastily. "Then speak. What troubles you so?" Xie Chonghui hesitated. Shen Shiyun did not press him but stated, "It must be related to Mingchan, is it not?" Xie Chonghui remained silent. Shen Shiyun snorted again. "What has she done?" Chapter 39. Has General Gu received any news? Xie Chonghui deliberated. The princess seems reluctant to please. Shen Shiyun narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh, she fears for her life?" "Indeed," Xie Chonghui added. Regarding Mingchan's opinions of Shen Shiyun, Xie Chonghui chose to remain silent. Humph. Shen Shiyun found it not difficult to deduce that Mingchan had certainly been scheming, given how soundly he had slept the night before. He strode forward, pondering that while she appeared docile, she possessed considerable cunning. Was she truly so fearful of death? When in Qianzhou, she had not shown such timidity. Ultimately, this must stem from her concerns regarding his intentions to take a concubine. As Shen Shiyun contemplated, a coldness flickered in his gaze. He intended to observe how long Mingchan could persist in her antics. Xia Chonghui followed closely behind, hesitant to speak further. Fortunately, Shen Shiyun did not press him for more information. Upon returning to the courtyard, Qianzhou asked Princess, "Is the medicinal dish ready?" "The kitchen staff are still simmering it." "It will take some time," Mingchan replied. "The prince has gone to the study and requested that you send it there once it is ready. Then you may deliver it to the prince later," she instructed.
Ah?
"Will the princess not go personally? This is a splendid opportunity to enhance your bond with the prince." Qianzhou exclaimed, puzzled. "I did not sleep well last night, so I shall not go. I wish to catch up on some rest," Mingchan explained, feeling somewhat weary after a late night and an early rise. Seeing her in this state, Qianzhou refrained from further persuasion and simply acquiesced. "You insisted on staying up late to stitch a sachet for the prince, and now it has cost you your rest." Additionally, Qianzhou hesitated. "The prince mentioned he does not favor this design. He suggested you embroider a more elegant one." In truth, Qianzhou had previously mentioned such an idea. Even without familiarity with the prince, it was evident that he preferred refined items. Yet the princess insisted on crafting a flamboyant peacock, claiming it was the most fitting for him. Qianzhou could not comprehend how the prince could be likened to a peacock. If any creature were suitable, it would surely be a phoenix. Fortunately, the princess did not seem disheartened by the prince's disdain. She merely tucked away the peacock sachet, filled it with medicinal herbs, and hung it on herself. "The prince has high standards. Let's procure some elegant sachets from the embroidery shop. Surely one will please him," Mingchan suggested. Qianzhou considered the princess's needlework and agreed that purchasing from the shop would be preferable. However, the sachet had not been solely crafted by the princess. In fact, Qianzhou had sewn a significant portion. Regrettably, the princess insisted on adhering to her own vision, resulting in the poorly executed peacock sachet. It was no wonder the prince found it unappealing. Who would not? "Shall the princess accompany me to the embroidery shop? You should select a more beautiful one." Yesterday's was indeed poorly made. Qianzhou deftly deflected blame onto herself. Mingchan shook her head. "I shall not go. I want to rest. Let us be frugal. A few sachets for the prince will suffice. I believe this one will serve its purpose well. It can hold these fragrant herbs without leaking, which is quite satisfactory." Qianzhou remarked, "The princess's standards are rather low." However, since the princess had expressed her wishes, Qianzhou felt it inappropriate to insist further. Mingchan settled onto the bed to rest, and Qianzhou, noticing her evident fatigue, chose not to disturb her. Once the medicinal dish was ready, Qianzhou took it to Tingyu Pavilion. Shen Shiyun looked up at Qianzhou, causing her to involuntarily shrink back. "Where is the princess?" Shen Shiyun inquired. "The princess is unwell and has gone to bed," Qianzhou replied truthfully. "How can she be unwell?" Shen Shiyun asked, perplexed. "The princess stayed up late last night stitching a sachet and rose early to prepare medicinal cuisine for Your Highness," Qianzhou explained. Shen Shiyun responded with a cold indicating she should withdraw. This woman, Mingchan, was becoming increasingly delicate. In Qianzhou, she would toil until the early hours and awaken at dawn without complaint. Yet now, after merely stitching a sachet, she required a full day's rest. Frustration simmered within Shen Shiyun. Since Mingchan wished to play coy, he would allow her to stew in her own whims for a while. The imminent birthday celebration of the Empress Dowager draws near, and it is certain that the unmarried noble ladies of the capital will be present, which may lead to a resolution regarding the matter of the side consort. Once new faces grace the rear courtyard of the Prince of Chu's residence, Mingchan might indeed behave more wisely. Shen Shiyun, after consuming a medicinal dish, returned to diligently attending to the official documents. Although he has assumed control of the Ministry of Revenue, he still pales in comparison to several other influential princes. The students from the Ji family appear to be of use to him, yet there are very few among them who possess genuine talent. He is in dire need of a capable right-hand person to help him truly establish himself in the capital. Unconsciously, Shen Shiyun's long fingers tapped lightly on the desk. "What news do we have from Gu Yanchan?" Xia Chonghui responded, "General Gu is currently engaged in battle with the Western Rome. If he emerges victorious, he shall soon return to court. Let Chong Feng and the others go assess the situation," Shen Shiyun instructed. Should Gu Yanchan return to the capital sooner, it would indeed be the most favorable outcome for him. Among those he can fully trust, Gu Yanchan stands as his only true friend. He eagerly anticipates their reunion. Since that fateful night, Shen Shiyun has been consumed by official duties and has not set foot in the Tsuelua courtyard. Meanwhile, Mingchan has enjoyed a period of tranquility. No longer needing to pay her respects at the palace, She faces no trouble from anyone in the residence and spends her days tending to the courtyard of Qianzhou. Although the courtyard is somewhat secluded within the prince's estate, its ample space allows for some cultivation. Given the lack of exotic flowers and plants, Mingchan has resolved to prepare the area for the planting of medicinal herbs. Occasionally, she would brew some herbal dishes herself, keeping one portion for herself while sending another to Qianzhou through Qianzhou. After a span of 10 days, the long-awaited birthday of the Empress Dowager finally arrives. Shen Shiyun, once among the Empress Dowager's most favored grandsons, knows that such an occasion requires the Prince of Chu's residence to be grandly prepared. Even before the day of the Empress Dowager's birthday, preparations for gifts and suitable attire for the celebration had already commenced. Having not seen each other for a long time, Wang Posey reappeared in the Qianzhou courtyard, though this time the capable maid by Miss Mu's side had shed much of her previous arrogance, becoming significantly more proper. With the Empress Dowager's birthday approaching, Miss Mu declared, "As we step outside, we represent the prince's residence. We must be mindful of our every word and action to avoid becoming a laughingstock. This is a new gown personally made by the embroidery workshop for you, using the finest silk and satin. Given the festive occasion, it would be inappropriate for the princess to dress too plainly," Wang Posey remarked. Although her tone was less haughty, the underlying arrogance remained unchanged. Qianzhou accepted the gown from Wang Posey, frowning slightly. "Wang Mama, this color is too dark. I fear it may not suit the princess." The princess already has a complexion that leans towards the darker side, yet Wang Posey presented a gown in a deep plum color that accentuates this. Wang Posey, forcing a smile, replied, "How could that be? This is made from the finest materials in the residence. How could it possibly not suit the princess? Do you know how much this fabric costs per bolt? Just for this gown, it cost several hundred silver." Qianzhou wanted to argue further, but Mingchan interjected, "Qianzhou, since this is Miss Mu's good intention, let us accept it. The old servant must also deliver clothing to Jiangxue Tower, so I shall not disturb the princess any longer." Wang Posey feigned politeness while deliberately mentioning Jiangxue Tower, lest Mingchan forget that the residence also housed a concubine. Mingchan showed no particular reaction, waving her hand for her to leave. As soon as Wang Posey departed, Qianzhou unfolded the deep plum gown. Upon seeing it, Qianzhou's expression soured even further. The fabric was indeed of superior quality, yet both the color and style appeared exceedingly antiquated, unsuitable for a princess with a complexion that was already dark. "Princess, do you not think that Wang Mama and Miss Mu are intentionally trying to embarrass you? This gown is simply not fit for you," Qianzhou protested. "Why don't we go to the Jingxiafang and see if there are any new ready-made garments?" Chapter 40. I only trust myself, be frugal. We do not have much silver on hand. Even if we go to Jingxiafang, we cannot afford anything too extravagant, Mingchan replied. Although Shen Shiyun had gifted her a valuable jade pendant, it could not be directly exchanged for silver and would need to be pawned. Alas. But this gown is far too old-fashioned, and the color does not suit you. In such an important occasion, with the noble ladies and matriarchs of the capital present, the princess must not be outshone, Qianzhou argued. The princess's status was already sensitive, and so many awaited the opportunity to witness her misfortune. If she were to be slighted at tomorrow's event, would His Highness distance himself from her as a result? Qianzhou was deeply concerned, for someone of His Highness's stature could not afford to disregard appearances. The concubine Shu was already dissatisfied with the princess. It was possible she would seize the opportunity to make life difficult for her. Considering all this, Qianzhou felt that the gown was nothing short of a trap. However, in contrast to Qianzhou's indignation, Mingchan remained remarkably composed, stating, "Purple signifies great wealth and nobility. I actually find this gown quite appealing. It brings good fortune. Princess, do you not think the style is a bit too antiquated? Moreover, given your dark complexion, this color is hardly suitable for you," Qianzhou remarked. Though she kept her thoughts to herself, knowing that voicing them could be hurtful. Having worked in the laundry department, she understood the nuances of what should and should not be said. Yet, Mingchan completed her thought, "And it will make me appear even darker, won't it?" Qianzhou replied. "So, you are aware that such colors are typically worn by those of advanced age. You are still quite young. This color does not suit you at all." "No matter. I find it quite suitable. I have never worn such fine fabric in my life. How could I disdain it for being old-fashioned? In another 10 or 20 years, this gown will still suit me. It will never go out of style," Mingchan asserted. If not for her nonchalant demeanor, Qianzhou would have thought she was being sarcastic or jesting. Princess, I genuinely do not wish to see you ridiculed by others. With so many present, including the Empress Dowager, you ought to leave a good impression. It is merely a gown. It is not that serious. Besides, I am not particularly pretty, and my background is humble. It is natural to be looked down upon. Were I a legitimate daughter of a prestigious family, even wearing a tattered cloth would garner praise, Mingchan replied. While her reasoning held some truth, Qianzhou still felt something was amiss. The princess had a commendable figure, with curves in all the right places, and if she could accentuate her strengths while concealing her weaknesses, she could certainly draw the attention of others. Unfortunately, this outdated gown obscured her graceful silhouette. Qianzhou wanted to persuade her further, but Mingchan seemed resolute and greatly satisfied with the garment. Qianzhou found it utterly perplexing to understand the princess's mindset. Did she accept it from Suelua courtyard? Mu Shuang casually selected from the new garments tailored by the residents, comparing each piece to herself, and nonchalantly inquired of Wang Pozi upon her return. Wang Pozi replied, what could she do if she did not accept it? Could she truly wear her own shabby clothes? Do not underestimate her. It was my oversight that led to her taking advantage of me. Reflecting on the frustrations and pains of these past days, a shadow of coldness crossed Mu Shuang's gentle and soft face. She is a wolf in sheep's clothing, feigning foolishness and innocence while harboring numerous schemes. Otherwise, how could the Prince of Chu have been ensnared by her? Since the last incident where concubine Shu inadvertently consumed drug-laced pastries, the Prince of Chu quickly dispatched someone to investigate the matter. After personally confirming the situation, he could not let Mu Shuang evade responsibility. Although concubine Shu did not take her life for this transgression, it ultimately harmed her health and left her greatly disappointed in Mu Shuang. Concubine Shu ultimately punished Baihe with 20 lashes, while Wang Pozi received 15, and Mu Shuang herself was dealt 10 lashes. Fortunately, the person with the cane was well acquainted with Mu Shuang and did not resort to severe measures. After recuperating for over 10 days, she could now move with difficulty. However, the situation for Zheng Pozi and Baihe was far less optimistic. Zheng Pozi, being elderly, had endured 15 severe blows and spent her days weeping in bed, likely unable to rise for a month. As for Baihe, her condition was even graver. It was said that her health had deteriorated significantly. In the beginning, she managed to endure through sheer will, but later she developed a high fever, which seemed to have left her delirious, as she lay in bed all day, babbling incoherently, as if tormented by evil spirits. Rest assured, Miss Mu, if she embarrasses herself tomorrow, her days will surely become unbearable. Even if His Highness is kind enough not to dismiss her, the rumors will be enough to humiliate her, and she may find herself unable to leave. Wang Pozi declared through gritted teeth. Indeed, she is quite thick-skinned. If we do not put her in an extremely awkward position, she might pretend to be oblivious. We must exert more effort. Mu Shuang narrowed her eyes, her usual calm demeanor replaced with a steely resolve. Fear not, Miss Mu. I have already arranged everything, Wang Pozi assured her. Mu Shuang nodded and chose a light green silk dress adorned with hibiscus patterns. I shall wear this tomorrow. Miss Mu is beautiful. You would look lovely in anything. This water green gown perfectly complements your complexion, radiating freshness and grace, certainly outshining that unsightly country bumpkin, Wang Pozi vowed confidently. Yet, Mu Shuang did not display much enthusiasm. If His Highness were a man who valued beauty, we would not need to toil so hard. Given the hideous appearance of that lady from Cui Luo courtyard, anyone in this mansion could surpass her in looks. Yet, His Highness seems not to place importance on appearances. It is likely due to Prince Chu's own exquisite looks. If he were to seek a match of comparable beauty, he would struggle to find many suitable candidates. Wang Pozi contemplated. Though His Highness does not prioritize beauty, he values reputation. His favor towards the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family is merely to avoid scrutiny when he is with her. If she were to disgrace herself publicly, it would reflect poorly on His Highness, and he would undoubtedly come to despise her for being unpresentable. Let us hope for that,
Mu Shuang replied,
beginning to anticipate the palace banquet the following day. That night, many found it difficult to sleep, as numerous individuals eagerly awaited the day's arrival, particularly the ambitious young ladies of the capital. Currently, the palace was in the midst of selecting brides for 2 princes. One was the esteemed Rui Wang, favored by Emperor Yanping, and the only child of his beloved consort, Li Fei. Rumor had it that Rui Wang was exceptionally handsome and, lacking a female head of household. This banquet would surely see the emperor and Li Fei seeking suitable young ladies from the capital for him. The other prince, however, was the recently returned Prince Chu, who had rectified the financial disarray of the Ministry of Revenue, alleviating the emperor's fiscal concerns. Though Prince Chu was not without a wife, his consort was an extraordinary case, an illegitimate daughter offered in marriage by the Ming family during his lowest times, lacking legitimacy. Fortunately, Prince Chu was a man of loyalty and affection. Despite the mismatch, he had not abandoned his wife. Now, after 3 years of marriage, they remained childless. And there were no other concubines or mistresses, leaving the inner quarters empty. Given this, it was understood that the esteemed consort would surely select a lady of both noble lineage and beauty to match Prince Chu, likely using the primary consort as a standard. As this future bride would be expected to manage the household of the Chu family, potentially even becoming the primary consort later on. No one held any high hopes for the Ming daughter to remain in the position of Chu Wangfei for long. Mingchan had gone to bed early the previous night and enjoyed a restful slumber. Early the next morning, she was awakened by Qianzhou, who urged, "Your Highness, rise and freshen up. We must head to the palace shortly." Stretching and rising from bed, Mingchan allowed Qianzhou to assist her with dressing and grooming. "I feel as if you've gained a bit of weight, looking much better than when you first returned," Qianzhou remarked. "You are quite the flatterer. I appreciate your words. Here, have this piece of purple perilla cake as a reward," Mingchan replied, appearing in good spirits. "Thank you, Your Highness," Qianzhou said as she meticulously dressed her. Noticing that the gown no longer fit properly, she decided to style Mingchan's hair in a more elegant fashion. Bored while Qianzhou busied herself, Mingchan retrieved the last aromatic pouch, filling it with medicinal herbs and spices. "What are you doing with that?" Qianzhou asked. "You aren't planning to take such an unsightly pouch with you, are you?" "Unsightly? How can you say that?" Mingchan retorted. "One must not judge by appearances, otherwise all you see is the surface. The precious herbs hidden within are the essence of this pouch. Wearing it will help ward off disasters and malevolent forces. It's not a talisman obtained from a temple. It can't possibly have such miraculous effects," Qianzhou remarked skeptically. Mingchan smiled gently. "A talisman is merely a psychological comfort. I trust in my own abilities." Chapter 41. Unexpectedly. "You have developed an eye condition." Mingchan had finished preparing and was about to step out when she unexpectedly encountered Xia Chonghui outside Chui Luo courtyard. "Ah! What a coincidence! What brings you to our humble abode, Commander Xia?" Mingchan greeted, with a smile. The title Commander Xia uttered from her lips held an indescribable nuance, reminiscent of teasing, yet also laced with an underlying challenge. Though she smiled warmly, Xia Chonghui immediately recalled her previous unconventional remarks and could not help but adopt a serious expression. "His Highness sent me to inquire about the aromatic pouch prepared by the consort." It is for your illustrious prince." Mingchan elongated her tone. Hearing the term illustrious, Xia Chonghui felt a shiver run down his spine, and his expression grew even more solemn. Qianzhou, standing by, felt a pang of anxiety. She wondered what the consort was doing. Though it was accurate to describe Prince Chu in such a manner, it was hardly appropriate for this occasion. "Commander Xia, the consort has indeed prepared it for His Highness. We were just discussing when to deliver it to him. Unfortunately, His Highness has been too busy these past few days, and we have not had the chance to present it," Qianzhou quickly interjected to ease the tension. Xia Chonghui's expression softened slightly. "Then I must trouble you, Miss Qianzhou, to fetch it." Qianzhou hurriedly returned to retrieve the aromatic pouch. Unsure of the prince's preferences, yet knowing his standards were high, she purchased all the pouches from the embroidery workshop. Mingchan had prepared 5 or 6, and Qianzhou brought them all back. Just as Qianzhou was about to hand them to Xia Chonghui, Mingchan interjected, selecting 2 pouches for herself and returning the rest to Qianzhou, stating, "The medicinal properties of these pouches are meant to be potent. These 2 will suffice. The prince will not require more, so please put the others back." Qianzhou hesitated but took the remaining pouches back. Mingchan presented 1 pouch embroidered with orchids to Xia Chonghui, remarking, "His Highness, with his refined taste, should appreciate the gentlemanly nature of flowers." Xia Chonghui replied, "Refined taste is not meant to be used in this context." Thankfully, the prince did not hear the consort use such a term to describe him. Xia Chonghui accepted the pouch, and Mingchan then offered him another, adorned with plum blossoms that bravely withstand the frost and snow, reflecting his own fortitude. "This plum blossom pouch is for you." Xia Chonghui was momentarily taken aback and stepped back. Thank you, Your Highness, but I cannot accept your kindness. Are you afraid I might poison you? Mingchan teased. While poisoning is indeed a concern, my reluctance to accept is far more due to the propriety of the situation. As a close attendant to His Highness, how could I accept gifts privately from his consort? Xia Chonghui bowed respectfully. Chonghui is indeed excessively modest. My gesture of gifting you this is not without reason. It serves as a token of my gratitude for your assistance in weaving a lie for me last time. Otherwise, how could I endure the wrath of His Highness? Thus, this fragrant sachet is my humble offering to you, Mingchan proclaimed. Her words were earnest. Yet Xia Chonghui could not help but recall Mingchan's previous jest about the prince confining her and subjecting her to daily torment. My lady has misunderstood. I did not aid you in fabricating a falsehood. His Highness simply refrains from holding you accountable. Xia Chonghui subtly retreated a step. His Highness is not so tender-hearted and magnanimous. You have concealed many truths on my behalf. Xia Chonghui implored. I kindly ask you not to malign His Highness. He is a rare and virtuous ruler, valuing loyalty and righteousness, never meting out punishment without cause. Indeed, he does not punish others lightly. He only does so with me. Mingchan replied. Xia Chonghui wished to counter her assertion but was reminded of the night Mingchan was punished to kneel, and thus, he refrained from voicing his rebuttal. Take this. I wish to own no one, Mingchan stated, shoving the plum blossom sachet into Xia Chonghui's hand. He instinctively attempted to decline, but she grasped his hand, cautioning. You must keep it hidden. The prince is not only possessive but also exceedingly jealous. Should he discover this, we would find ourselves in a precarious situation. Releasing his hand, she turned to walk toward Qiyue. Xia Chonghui felt the heat radiating from his hand, as if he were gripping a hot potato. The phrase about occupying a latrine without relieving oneself was likely something only this princess of Chu would dare utter. Was she implying that she herself was the latrine? Xia Chonghui found himself in a state of confusion. Qiyue, just emerging from Tsuelua courtyard, wore a bewildered expression, glancing between Mingchan and Xia Chonghui. Let us depart. It is getting late, Mingchan instructed Qiyue. She hurried to catch up, unable to suppress her curiosity. My lady, what were you and the guard doing just now? Did you not witness it? Mingchan replied ambiguously. What did I see? I saw you holding the guard's hand. Qiyue could hardly bear to recall the scene. My lady, although I know there is nothing between you and the guard, it would be wise to maintain some distance to avoid gossip. Who says there is nothing between us? Our story is quite substantial, Mingchan exclaimed. Ah? Qiyue nearly bit her tongue. My lady, you wouldn't have done something to wrong His Highness, would you? I merely wished to express my gratitude to the guard in my own way, Mingchan clarified. Qiyue sighed in relief, reasoning that even if the lady had the audacity, the guard would not dare to betray His Highness. Moreover, given Mingchan's appearance, she was unlikely to attract scandalous affairs. With Qiyue present, Xia Chonghui felt it inappropriate to return the sachet, so he accepted it, intending to find an opportunity to return it to the lady later. Upon arriving at Wenxin Hall, Shen Shiyun was already dressed. Your Highness, this is the sachet from the princess. Xia Chonghui presented the orchid sachet. Shen Shiyun took it, glancing at it with a cold snort. She certainly knows how to be lazy, merely purchasing one to placate me. Xia Chonghui dared not respond, secretly relieved that it was merely a purchase by Mingchan and not something she had personally embroidered, thus lacking any special significance. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Though he feigned disdain, Shen Shiyun nonetheless wore the sachet. The recent sweltering weather had been oppressive, and the delicate fragrance provided some comfort. Before his exile, he had not been accustomed to carrying a sachet. However, during his years in Qianzhou, Mingchan would occasionally prepare medicinal sachets for him, and he gradually developed the habit. Yet, in recent times, with the rush to return to the capital, Mingchan had ceased making them. As he examined the intricately crafted orchid sachet, he found it somewhat commonplace, lacking uniqueness. However, considering Mingchan's limited embroidery skills, he would likely need to wait several months for her to create something presentable. Thus, Shen Shiyun resolved to make do with it. Outside the Wang residence, a row of carriages awaited. Mu Shuang, elegantly attired, could indeed be considered a beauty. Next to her stood 3 exquisite maidens, presumably the consorts of the Wang residence. One was sent by the noble concubine, while the other 2 were said to have been brought back by the prince from Zui Xianglu. However, Mingchan had never encountered them. Likely, in their eyes, She was not regarded as the princess. Given the current dynamics of the Wang residence, Mu Shuang, managing the household affairs, appeared more like the lady of the house. "Oh dear, my sister has emerged. I nearly failed to notice," a flamboyant maiden remarked. Though the comment seemed innocuous at first, Qianzhou sensed an underlying implication regarding the princess's complexion. Mingchan cast a fleeting glance at the speaker, sighing. "I did not expect you to be so young yet suffer from poor eyesight. How pitiable." The maiden's smile instantly faltered. "Ah, sister, what a regal appearance you present today. Mu girl and the rest of us have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Let us hasten to the carriage and proceed to the palace." A more diplomatic maiden intervened, skillfully navigating the conversation to avoid offending anyone. Mingchan, disinterested in engaging in rivalry, chose to conserve her energy, giving a slight nod before boarding the carriage. Today was a momentous occasion, for a grand performance was to unfold. Before long, Shen Shiyun also emerged. Mingchan, hearing them greet His Highness with bashfulness from within the carriage, chose not to disembark, feeling out of place. With everyone gathered, Shen Shiyun asked no further questions and headed toward the imperial palace. The formalities of the royal birthday banquet were intricate. By the time the ceremonies concluded, Mingchan was famished and utterly exhausted. It was peculiar. She had toiled from dawn till dusk in Qianzhou, enduring various hardships, yet never felt so fatigued as she did now. Perhaps the solemnity and tedium of such rituals did not suit her, leaving her feeling stifled and weary. Empress Dowager Lin occupied the main seat, as the palace ladies, princesses, and the esteemed women of noble families presented their well wishes. In addition to familial gifts, many distinguished ladies would offer their own tokens of goodwill to express their closeness to the Empress Dowager. These gifts need not be extravagant, but should be thoughtful to signify a warm relationship. However, no one had informed Mingchan of this unspoken rule, so she had not prepared anything in advance. By customary standards, as the Wang residence had already sent gifts, she was not obligated to give another. Noble concubine Xu sat beside Empress Dowager Lin, exchanging congratulations. "Your Majesty, this is the rare 1,000-year-old ginseng that Shiyun specially brought back from Qianzhou. Said to grow atop high mountains." She presented a beautifully wrapped gift box to the elderly lady. The Empress Dowager's face lit up with joy at the sight, remarking on Shen Shiyun's thoughtfulness, lamenting, "Alas, he must have endured considerable hardship these past few years." Her ire rose as she recounted the injustices inflicted upon him by the detestable Zhuqiujia, who had deceived and slandered him, causing Shen Shiyun to bear the weight of baseless accusations. As she continued, her indignation deepened. "Noble lady, do not let anger affect your health," noble concubine Xu soothed, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Shiyun harbors no resentment. He was merely too brilliant, which led to his entrapment. A few years of hardship may temper his sharpness. Besides, the emperor has cleared his name, and the scoundrel Zhuqiujia has met his downfall, so there is a semblance of resolution. What resolution? Shen Shiyun has lost 3 entire years. Look at those young princes and grandsons, who have already begun their families, while he, nearing 20, remains childless. With no one close to him in the household, lamented Empress Dowager Lin. "Your Majesty, do not speak so. The prince has a devoted Chu princess by his side." A lively young girl interjected. This girl, adorned with vivacity, sat beside a woman with a noticeable pregnancy. They were the sisters of the Xie family. The expectant woman was the crown princess, Xie Lingzhu, while the sprightly girl who spoke was the youngest daughter, Xie Lingyao. Only a daughter of the Xie family would possess the audacity to challenge the Empress Dowager's sentiments openly. Upon hearing Xie Lingyao mention the Princess of Chu, the expressions of those present grew quite serious. The noble consort and the Empress Dowager immediately concealed their smiles. However, being of high status, they managed to maintain their composure in such a setting. Yet, Mingchan, who had just entered, appeared rather awkward. At that moment, someone inquired, "Which family does this maidservant belong to? Why are you here instead of attending to your mistress?" The crowd turned to look, only to see a woman with dark yellow skin clad in a deep purple garment, standing in the hall. In contrast, another elegantly dressed lady beside her looked ethereal. Even her maidservant appeared notably charming in comparison. "Ah, Sister Caixia, this is our Princess of Chu, not just any maidservant. The princess merely has a darker complexion and appears somewhat older. Please refrain from making such comparisons in the future," Mu Shuang hurriedly explained, following closely behind them. With this clarification, The gazes directed at her became even more complex. The esteemed Prince of Chu, with his dragon-like bearing and phoenix-like grace, had once been the object of desire for countless noble women in the capital. To think he married such an unattractive princess. This princess truly seemed coarse and dark, utterly unworthy of the Prince of Chu. Miss Mu Shuang, this girl Saixia simply lacks discernment. I hope you won't take offense. She was unaware that this is the Princess of Chu, which led to her indiscretions, remarked a lady dressed in the attire of a noblewoman. Miss Lin, you are too kind. Ignorance is no crime, Mu Shuang replied politely with a smile. Clearly, they were the main figures here, while Mingchan, the object of ridicule, was entirely overlooked. Mingchan interjected. Miss Mu Shuang, did you not say this garment exudes wealth and is characteristic of a royal consort? Why does it seem that I am the only one wearing it, and that I am mistaken for a maidservant? I am aware of my looks, but surely this attire should be recognizable. Is it possible that Miss Saixia is intentionally mocking me? Her words were so direct that the attendees exchanged incredulous glances. After all, they all hailed from prominent families, and even if there were disagreements among them, such matters could not be aired openly. This commoner princess was truly fearless. She likely did not comprehend the identities of those present. Miss Lin was none other than the daughter of the esteemed Minister Lin Pingting. And as for Miss Mu Shuang, she was merely a servant in name, but held a significant position in the household of the noble consort, perhaps destined to become a woman of the prince's residence herself. Yet, this Ming family illegitimate daughter might simply be naive, perhaps even foolishly deceived, voicing her confusion so plainly. Her dark complexion, coupled with the garish purple attire, was indeed unbecoming, and even mature ladies would find such clothing distasteful. The fabric and craftsmanship were evidently not fit for a maidservant. As a senior maidservant to the Lin family, she should possess at least a modicum of discernment. The more they pondered, the more nuanced their gazes became. Haha, Princess of Chu, are you really that gullible? Do you believe everything others say? Who told you that royal consorts must wear such aged and unattractive garments? If any servant dared to ruin my sister's image in such a manner, they would have been dealt with most severely. Xia Lingyao laughed, as if hearing a jest. Mingchan's expression shifted to one of astonishment, then disbelief as she looked at Mu Shuang. Miss Mu, I trusted you implicitly. How could you deceive me like this? As she spoke, she was unable to suppress her tears. Mu Shuang was momentarily at a loss, both furious and exasperated. I never said such things. Don't slander me. Mingchan appeared even more shocked. Have you forgotten so soon? Xiaoyu remarked that this color does not suit me, and it was your encouragement that led me to wear it. The crowd's glances towards Mu Shuang now bore a knowing quality. After all, even the most naive daughter of the Ming family would not select such an unattractive outfit for herself. Looking back at Mu Shuang, she was merely a servant, yet she was adorned more exquisitely than the Princess of Chu. Any discerning individual could likely deduce the underlying dynamics at play. Chapter 43. A duet with my sister-in-law. Mu Shuang was utterly incensed, realizing that this seemingly foolish woman was casting baseless accusations. To make matters worse, Mingchan's earnest and honest demeanor suggested she was not one to lie, thus many present instinctively sided with her, especially with Xia Lingyao supporting her. As the situation escalated unfavorably, the noble consort's face darkened. What is all this commotion? Do you not comprehend the decorum of such an occasion? You are merely inviting ridicule. Her words were a clear reprimand directed at Mingchan, yet she retorted, Miss Mu, do be more mindful in the future and avoid causing further embarrassment. Look at how disappointed the noble consort is with you. Alas, you have truly disgraced her teachings. Laughter erupted among the attendees, with some openly chuckling. This foolish princess of Chu was truly amusing, unable to discern whom the noble consort was chastising. No wonder she had been easily influenced by Mu Shuang. Perhaps she simply could not grasp the subtleties behind others' words. Mu Shuang's face flushed with humiliation. The noble consort's expression darkened further, and with so many witnesses present, all the noble women of the capital observing, she could not openly chastise Mingchan and was forced to swallow her indignation. After all, to outsiders, Mingchan was the Princess of Chu, while Mu Shuang was merely a maidservant. The Empress Dowager interjected, Everyone, please take your seats. This is hardly appropriate behavior. With the matriarch's intervention, the farce was momentarily quelled. Pingting, come sit beside me, the Empress Dowager said to Lin Pingting, her tone somewhat softened. Lin Pingting moved to sit beside the Empress Dowager, warmly greeting the noble consort, exuding the grace of a true noblewoman. Mingchan glanced around, finding no suitable seat available. Just as she contemplated where to sit, Xia Lingyao waved her over. "Princess of Chu, come here.
We have a spot for you."
Mingchan offered her a faint smile and made her way over. Mu Shuang observed the scene, finding Xia Lingyao's invitation to Mingchan rather comprehensible. This young lady from the Xia family was notorious in the capital for her temperamental nature. Prior to the downfall of the Ji family, the Xia and Ji families were rivals, and after the Ji family's decline, the Xia family turned their animosity towards the Lin family. Thus, the crown princess and the Empress Dowager were not particularly close, leading Xia Lingyao to harbor disdain for both the Empress Dowager and the noble consort. Given this context, it was likely that Xia Lingyao found Mingchan quite agreeable. Seeing Mingchan indeed approach Xia Lingyao, Mu Shuang felt a sense of satisfaction. Mingchan was truly unsophisticated, believing that proximity to the crown princess conferred protection. What a farce! Though the crown prince and the Prince of Chu were brothers, the royal family held no genuine brotherhood. The Prince of Chu would undoubtedly resent her for such blatant favoritism. With these thoughts, Mu Shuang found herself delighting in the prospect of witnessing a spectacle. She approached the noble consort, presenting a gift to the Empress Dowager. The offering was an exquisite jade Buddha of immeasurable worth. "Your Majesty, I know you are devoted to goodness, and this Buddha, blessed by a renowned monk from the previous dynasty, is said to ensure your longevity and fulfill your desires." The Empress Dowager's eyes sparkled with delight upon receiving the gift. "You are a thoughtful girl." She had always enjoyed meditating and had a fondness for the Buddhist teachings. To find an item blessed by such a revered monk was indeed rare. Lin Pingting remarked, "Sister Mu, your gift is too generous. I fear mine pales in comparison." "Do not speak such nonsense, dear Pingting. Whatever you give, I shall cherish," the Empress Dowager replied, as Lin Pingting presented an embroidered tapestry depicting phoenixes among peonies. Upon seeing it, the Empress Dowager's eyes glistened with tears. She had once given birth to a daughter, the late Princess Chongping, who was exceptionally skilled yet tragically short-lived. She once embroidered a tapestry depicting a phoenix entwined with peonies for the Empress Dowager. Yet a devastating fire over a decade ago consumed the only piece created by the Princess of Chongping. The Empress Dowager was deeply saddened, and now, upon seeing this familiar design, she was reminded of her own daughter. If reincarnation were a reality, her daughter would be about the same age as the young Lin Pingting. This child, Pingting, bore an uncanny resemblance to Chongping, not only in appearance, but also in her interests and temperament. "My dear child, this gift is the finest I have received today," the Empress Dowager said, embracing Lin Pingting and shedding a few tears. It was only after everyone took turns to console her that her spirits began to lift. "By the way, why have we not seen any gifts from the Princess of Chu?" Kai Xia remarked, seemingly oblivious to the sensitivities of the moment, as if eager for everyone to know that Mingchan had not brought a present. Mingchan replied, "I was unaware that I needed to bring a separate gift. And the prince did not provide me with any silver. I truly had no means to purchase a gift, and I hope your majesty will forgive my oversight." Her bluntness left everyone at a loss for words. To hold this against her would seem overly mercenary. The Empress Dowager was clearly not one to covet gifts, and it was unlikely she would punish her for not presenting one. Furthermore, she was not the only one who had failed to bring a gift. Many guests of lesser status were not expected to do so. However, her remark about not having money to buy a gift felt quite pointed, especially when one considered that a maid like Mu Shuang could afford a jade Buddha from a renowned master of the previous dynasty, while the esteemed Princess of Chu could not even manage a simple gift. This revelation stirred a wave of gossip among the onlookers. Whether one gives a gift is a matter of the heart. It has little to do with money.
感谢地多.
The gift from our young lady was not purchased with silver, but rather took her half a year to embroider. You, a mere servant, speak as if needlework and fabric do not cost anything. Those golden and silver threads are quite expensive, Xia Lingyao interjected with a sarcastic tone. Kai Xia fell silent, then seemed to recall something. I heard that the Princess of Chu recently learned to play the guqin. Why not perform a piece for the Empress Dowager to lighten the mood as a gesture of goodwill? Your Lin family is indeed well informed, even regarding the affairs of the Chu royal household, Xia Lingyao remarked. The other noble women present could easily deduce the underlying tensions, but with the likes of the Xia family, the Lin family, and the Empress Dowager involved, it was prudent to remain uninvolved. What a lively gathering! What are you all discussing? A commanding voice resonated from the entrance of the hall. Everyone hastily rose to pay their respects as the emperor, clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, entered with a retinue of princes and ministers. Your Majesty, we were just discussing the matter of gifts for the Empress Dowager. A young concubine replied. Yuan recognized this concubine from an earlier encounter at Weiyang Palace when she had appeared alongside Li Fei. I see. Have you reached any conclusions?
Li Fei,
who had followed the emperor, inquired, sensing the gossip in the air. Just as the young concubine was about to respond, the Empress Dowager interjected, At my age, comparing the worth of gifts would only elicit laughter. It is the sentiment that counts. The Princess of Chu has come empty-handed, and I am pleased nonetheless. I heard she has learned to play the guqin and would like to perform. I would love to hear it. Oh, then I shall join in the revelry. Emperor Yanping said, aware of this particular daughter-in-law, despite having never met her. This was the only one among his daughters-in-law he had yet to encounter. Shen Shiyun couldn't help but frown. He thought Mingchan was unlikely to possess any guqin talents, and being thrust into the spotlight would surely embarrass her. Father, Mingchan cannot. How fortuitous. I too have brought a guqin, and was planning to perform for grandmother. Why don't I play alongside my sister-in-law? Shen Xingye interjected, interrupting Shen Shiyun mid-sentence. Shen Shiyun cast a dark look at Shen Xingye, his expression turning ominous. Chapter 44, Sister-in-law, please do not make me copybooks. Not only Shen Shiyun, but also the Empress Dowager's expression darkened considerably. Li Fei, however, seemed intrigued, while the others wore expressions of amusement. Mingchan kept her head bowed, lost in thought. Shen Shiyun did not believe Mingchan was particularly skilled at the guqin. He had heard in Weiyang Palace that her playing caused even the Empress Dowager distress, requiring her dismissal to avoid annoyance. During their time in Qianzhou, Shen Shiyun had a guqin as well, though it was hardly exceptional, having been purchased cheaply by Mingchan from a pawnshop. He had never seen her play. It was merely a pastime for his own idle moments. However, the quality of Mingchan's guqin skills had become irrelevant. What infuriated Shen Shiyun was Shen Xingye's remark. She cannot play, nor will she perform with you, he said coldly. Shen Xingye was about to retort when Mingchan, still with her head lowered, spoke up. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for your kind invitation, but I truly cannot play. She directed her words toward Shen Xingye, who quickly grasped the implications. It was previously agreed that she should not disclose anything about the matters concerning the courtyard. If he defended her by claiming she could play, it would inevitably raise suspicions from the Prince of Chu and the Empress Dowager. Shen Xingye's face fell in disappointment. What a pity. The moment I saw you, I sensed you must be an interesting and talented woman. Thank you for your generous praise, Your Royal Highness, Mingchan replied humbly. Emperor Yanping, who had been observing the developments quietly, found himself scrutinizing Mingchan more than the other princesses. After all, though she was not the match he had envisioned, she was indeed the most unique. Having lived in exile with the Prince of Chu for 3 years, her departure and return to the capital had been the subject of much gossip. In terms of appearance, the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family was a stark contrast to the Prince of Chu, especially considering her status. However, her courage was commendable, despite appearing somewhat dull. She maintained her composure in the presence of the astute Prince Rui. My seventh son, your guqin skills are lacking as well. You mentioned wanting to give me a surprise today. Why are you now hesitating? Emperor Yanping asked. Noble women are usually proficient in various arts, and those who claim otherwise are often being modest. Mingchan replied, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager recently arranged for Lord Li to teach me. Alas, I am too foolish. I spent 2 days trying to comprehend it alone, without success. Lord Li also said that someone like me, lacking in talent, is not suited for playing the guqin. Alone trying to comprehend? How does one do that? Emperor Yanping found her response amusing and pressed further. Lord Li played for me first, allowing me to listen closely. But I could not grasp it. Perhaps my thoughts were not pure enough, Mingchan explained. Which Lord Li? The emperor inquired again. Finally, the Empress Dowager could no longer hold her tongue. Your Majesty, today is the Empress Dowager's birthday. Let us refrain from discussing such trivialities. It is a rare opportunity to steal a moment of leisure. That is why Your Majesty is here to listen to such matters.
Li Fei kuntarat.
I only wish to enjoy myself. These trivial matters can be discussed another time, the Empress Dowager interjected. Mingchan then said, I have never touched a guqin since childhood and possess no talent for it, but I can play a tune using leaves. If your majesty would not mind, I could perform a piece for the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was displeased, as she did not wish to pass this opportunity to Mingchan. She preferred to see Pingting dance, while Shiyun played the guqin. Emperor Yanping stated, I have heard many instruments, but I have never heard anyone play using leaves. Since the Empress Dowager wishes to see dancing, let the third and Miss Lin perform first, while the seventh and the Princess of Chu will play together. Whoever performs best shall receive generous rewards. Shen Shiyun wanted to decline, but he saw Mingchan's face light up. Then I shall go prepare some suitable leaves, she said. Emperor Yanping nodded in agreement. I will accompany my sister-in-law, Shen Shiyun promptly declared. Shen Shiyun's expression turned slightly green upon hearing Shen Shiyun refer to Mingchan as sister-in-law. Though he did not believe there was anything between them, he was exasperated by his younger brother's antics. This matter need not trouble the seventh prince. Mingchan is my consort. If companionship is truly required, it is I who shall accompany her. Shen Shiyun remarked. This woman, Mingchan, only brings him trouble. At such a time, what is there to gain by stepping forward? Lin Peiting's eyes were cast down, reflecting a blend of melancholy and confusion. Why do both the third and seventh princes revolve around such an unremarkable woman from the Ming family? It is merely a matter of plucking a few leaves. Must so many attend? The Empress Dowager was decidedly displeased. Thank you for your kind intentions, my lords, but I am capable of going alone. Mingchan sensibly excused herself. Xia Lingyao rose and said, I have yet to see leaves that can produce music. I shall go to broaden my horizons. Her spirited nature led her to follow suit swiftly. Shiyun, the Empress Dowager wishes to hear you play the guqin. Do grace us with a piece. The concubine Shu remarked. Indeed, it has been quite some time since I have had the pleasure of your music, the Empress Dowager added. Among the younger generation, your skill is unparalleled and most pleasing to me. With the Empress Dowager's request, Shen Shiyun could not decline and seated himself before the guqin. The sound of the guqin alone felt somewhat monotonous. The Empress Dowager expressed a desire to witness Peiting's dance. She gazed at Lin Peiting with affectionate eyes. Since my great aunt enjoys it, I shall offer my humble performance, Lin Peiting replied, gracefully bowing before stepping into the center of the grand hall. Shen Shiyun played the guqin with a casual touch, his eyes lowered to conceal his emotions, appearing somewhat distracted. Lin Peiting danced gracefully, earning resounding applause. Indeed, Peiting's movements are as ethereal as a startled swan. No wonder she is renowned in the capital, concubine Shu praised. The current atmosphere is not overly conservative. With many noble ladies possessing some artistic talents, those proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting can earn the title of talented woman. The first prince's music paired with the first beauty's dance makes for a perfect match. If Miss Lin were to mature a few years earlier, perhaps a splendid union could have been formed. Two noble women near concubine Shu began to converse with mirth. Not necessarily, concubine Li interjected. Anyone can play in hindsight. Can Miss Lin endure hardship in her privileged life? Concubine Li's words were blunt, reflecting her arrogance born of favor, and only she would dare speak so. The Empress Dowager held a profound dislike for concubine Li, as they had clashed many years prior. It was not surprising that concubine Li would disregard the Lin family and the Empress Dowager. There is no need to revisit matters that no longer exist, Emperor Yanping stated. Where is the Princess of Chu? Why has she not returned? As soon as the Emperor's words fell, Mingchan and Xia Lingyao appeared at the grand hall's entrance. We apologize for the wait, Mingchan said, holding two slender leaves. Can such simple leaves produce music? Emperor Yanping inquired, evidently intrigued by the notion of leaf music. Shen Shiyun, brimming with confidence, declared, Sister-in-law certainly can. I am eagerly anticipating our duet. Shen Shiyun furrowed his brow, perplexed by Shen Shiyun's eagerness. Although the rivalry between concubine Li and concubine Shu was well known, he felt little conflict with Shen Shiyun, who was several years his junior and had been a mere child when Shen Shiyun departed the capital. In Shen Shiyun's eyes, Shen Shiyun posed little threat, for although concubine Li was favored, her humble origins left her without substantial support. Her years of prominence relied solely on Emperor Yanping's affection. She can play alone. The guqin sound mingling with the leaves would be discordant, Shen Shiyun asserted. How can one know without trying? Shen Shiyun countered, appealing to their father. Emperor Yanping, fond of his lively son, nodded slightly. You have boasted before me. Today, I shall assess your progress. If you have indeed improved, I shall reward you handsomely. If not, you shall copy the imperial edict 10 times. Shen Shiyun summoned his qin and playfully remarked to Mingchan, sister-in-law, please do not let me be punished with writing. Mingchan, not one to be modest, nodded, I shall cooperate earnestly. As Shen Shiyun played his instrument, Mingchan placed the slender leaves to her lips, producing a clear sound from the qin and a lingering melody from the leaves. They performed When Will the Moon Be Full, a piece Mingchan had taught Shen Shiyun in the wild garden. Their harmonious collaboration enchanted many, drawing them into a trance. Shen Shiyun observed this scene, feeling an unsettling discontent. He had heard this melody before. Mingchan occasionally plucked leaves to play during her labor in Qianzhou. All tunes were unfamiliar to him. When he inquired about their origins, Mingchan simply stated she had learned them by ear from others. The women who sang mountain songs in Qianzhou were numerous. Yet, Shen Shiyun had never sought to question them further. However, why did Shen Shiyun know melodies that even he was unfamiliar with? And why did they play so in sync? Shen Shiyun's gaze darkened. Yet, he was not alone in his displeasure. Concubine Xu and the Empress Dowager also listened with dissatisfaction. Though reluctant to admit it, the duet between Shen Shiyun and the Ming family's illegitimate daughter was indeed well executed. As the music concluded, Xia Lingyao remarked, who would have thought ordinary leaves could produce such a beautiful melody? Emperor Yanping nodded slightly. Seventh Prince, you have indeed made considerable progress. Then I shall request a reward from father, Shen Shiyun replied. What is the name of this piece? It is my first time hearing it. This piece is called When Will the Moon Be Full, Shen Shiyun responded. Why is it called When Will the Moon Be Full? Emperor Yanping inquired with interest. The melody's charm was enough to pique his curiosity. Shen Shiyun turned to Mingchan, and this moment caught Shen Shiyun's eye. This melody must be a mountain song from Qianzhou. How did the seventh prince come to know it? Shen Shiyun questioned. Shen Shiyun had studied music from a young age, and given the piece's melodic quality, it was impossible for him to be entirely unaware of it if it had ever graced the capital. Since it had not been heard in the capital, the Prince of Rui could not possibly know it either. All clues pointed to Mingchan, for Shen Shiyun had only heard her play it. Shen Shiyun's piercing gaze shifted from Shen Shiyun to Mingchan, as if attempting to bore a hole through her. Chapter 45. She was unworthy of her position as the rightful consort. Chapter 45. All eyes turned with curiosity. Mingchan replied, Your Highness, the other day, when I was in the wild garden east of Weiyang Palace, I played this piece while attempting to grasp the essence of the guqin. Unfortunately, I am rather foolish and could not discern the commonality. It seems that the Prince of Rui must have heard it and memorized it. Yes, exactly. The Prince of Rui immediately echoed. Shen Shiyun scoffed internally, while Emperor Yanping appeared pleased, asking Mingchan, Did you learn this from Qianzhou? Mingchan replied, I learned it from the mountain women while foraging for herbs. In the mountain valleys of Qianzhou, there are no instruments, only mountain songs and leaf music. I am tone-deaf and cannot sing mountain songs, so I would entertain myself when tired from foraging. Sometimes when faced with danger or a patch of herbs, I would play certain tunes to alert my companions. Why do you forage for herbs? Emperor Yanping inquired. To sell for money, some I keep for personal use. Mingchan answered. The Empress Dowager, uninterested in such matters, shifted the topic. Your Majesty, Shiyun has endured hardships in Qianzhou for years. My heart aches for him. He is nearly 20, and yet his courtyard remains empty. While the crown prince is about to welcome a child, and the sixth prince is also to become a father. Among my grandsons, Shiyun's household has shown no signs of activity. The Empress Dowager's bias toward the Prince of Chu was evident, yet none dared to question it at this moment. After all, the Prince of Chu had indeed faced 3 years of hardship in Qianzhou, and his courtyard, compared to the other princes, was indeed quite vacant. Emperor Yanping voiced no opposition, as he also favored many children and felt a twinge of guilt toward Shen Shiyun, saying, Does the third prince have someone he admires? Shen Shiyun's expression remained cold and indifferent. Your Majesty, Empress Xu remarked, Shen Yunji has always been composed and reserved. How could he possibly express his affections openly, even if he has someone he admires? If one truly loves, there is no need for veils and pretense. Emperor Yanping pondered this. Shen Yunji replied, I have been away from the capital for quite some time and have had no contact with the young ladies here. It seems unlikely that I will ever develop feelings for anyone. Before I wed, I did consider taking a virtuous noblewoman as my primary consort, but reality is often ironic. The notion of a secondary consort is not inherently objectionable. Every prince must eventually take this step, as it is a natural course of life. One cannot expect to have only Mingchan by his side forever. It is neither fitting in sentiment nor propriety. I have no special demands for a secondary consort, as long as she is virtuous and comes from a reputable family. Emperor Yanping contemplated this, and then turned to Shen Shiyun. Did you not mention before that you have someone in mind? Has your beloved made an appearance today? It would be an opportune moment for your father to assist you. Shen Shiyun replied, I wish to pursue the lady I admire on my own. I do not require my father's intervention, as long as he does not impede my efforts. The emperor chuckled. You two are keeping your affections hidden. Is it truly so difficult to speak of your feelings? Shen Shiyun appeared somewhat uneasy. I am not in a hurry. The empress observed, I believe Pingting and Xin Yunji are quite well suited. Both children have grown under my watchful eye, and their appearances and backgrounds are rather compatible. Even during that recent dance, their synergy was quite striking. Xia Lingyao could no longer contain herself. Your Majesty, you cannot simply matchmake at will. The Princess of Chu is still present. Even if the secondary consort and His Highness are well matched, can they truly compare to the primary consort? The Empress responded, Mingchan has been with Xin Yunji for over 3 years. His courtyard is devoid of any other companions, and he has no heirs. She has truly neglected her duties as primary consort. Mingchan interjected, Your Majesty, you may not be aware that my intentions are not driven by jealousy or a desire to monopolize His Highness's affections. Rather, he holds lofty aspirations and does not prioritize romantic entanglements. Furthermore, for the past 3 years, he has been in Qianzhou, a desolate place where suitable matches are scarce. How could Xin Yunji, with his lofty disposition, ever find interest in a woman from such a humble background? Were it not for the perilous circumstances that bound us in marriage, perhaps His Highness would not have glanced my way at all. I recently discussed the matter of a secondary consort with him. I am willing to keep an eye out for him, Mingchan stated candidly. Xin Yunji felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Emperor Yanping inquired, Third son, what is your perspective? Shen Yunji replied, I leave the decision to you, father. I have agreed with the Empress regarding the matter of a secondary consort and shall not go back on my word. The Emperor then asked Lin Pingting, Do you have feelings for the Prince of Chu? Lin Pingting's face flushed crimson. Regarding marriage, it is a matter of parental decree and matchmaker's words. How could I presume to make decisions on my own? On this joyous occasion, I shall take it upon myself to arrange your union with Shen Yunji. You shall select a date for your wedding, and I shall personally serve as your witness, the Empress declared, patting Lin Pingting's hand. Lin Pingting expressed her gratitude. While Shen Yunji felt little joy, it all seemed to him merely a formality. He glanced at Mingchan, but found her demeanor unchanged, which inexplicably soured his mood. The banquet continued. Shen Yunji was beckoned by the Empress to sit beside her, while Lin Pingting occupied the other side. Should this marriage come to fruition, it would indeed be a union of childhood companions and would be seen as an auspicious match by society. Xia Lingyao scrutinized Mingchan, noting her engrossed enjoyment of the delicacies. Curiosity overcame her. Does the Princess of Chu truly not mind? The Prince of Chu is set to take a daughter of the Lin family as a secondary consort. Mingchan chuckled lightly. It is quite normal for a prince to take a secondary consort. Does not the crown prince also have secondary ladies? This is different. No matter how many beauties the crown prince takes, he can never surpass my sister. But this Lin girl is not one to be trifled with. She cannot be easily subdued. Besides, sharing a man with another woman is rather stifling. The crown prince treats Xia Lingyu well. Yet Xia Lingyao still believes her sister is not as fortunate, let alone Mingchan, who is already neglected. Thank you for your concern. I have no intention of overshadowing anyone. Mingchan replied with a smile, secretly hoping Xin Yunji would surround himself with more women, thus providing her with an opportunity to extricate herself. After finishing a plate of exquisite dishes, Mingchan remarked, It feels a bit stuffy here. I shall take a stroll outside. Having said that, she rose to leave. Perhaps it was the overwhelming number of guests that made her feel suffocated. Being outside was much more refreshing. Little sister, she heard a youthful voice call. Turning around, she saw Shen Shiyun, full of youthful vigor, and greeted him politely. Your Highness, did I not say to call me Shiyun? You are being rather formal with me. I've been visiting the deserted garden daily, waiting for you, only to find you in the residence of third brother, Shen Shiyun remarked. Mingchan smiled. You've learned well. I have little to teach you. And what of the itching powder you promised to make for me? Shen Shiyun inquired. Mingchan had indeed forgotten this matter. Surprised by his sharp memory, itching powder is not something one should carelessly bring into the palace, and I lack the necessary materials to produce it. Perhaps I could offer you something else in exchange. What might that be? Mingchan removed a sachet she had brought out that morning. The herbs within can ward off evil and toxic influences. It may be of use to you. Please bring something to carry it. May I take the sachet with me as well? I have silver today, Shen Shiyun replied. Very well, Mingchan acquiesced. Shen Shiyun purchased the sachet from Mingchan for 10 taels of silver, and both felt it was a worthwhile transaction. What are you two doing? A cold voice suddenly interrupted their light-hearted conversation. Mingchan turned to see Qianzhou approaching with an icy expression, uncertain if it was her imagination. She felt a chilling aura emanating from the Prince of Chu at that moment. Chapter 46. Unfamiliar, Shen Shiyun explained to the approaching figure. I was just thinking, little sister. She has significantly improved my musical skills, otherwise I would not have received praise from father. Little sister? Qianzhou's expression shifted to one of incredulity. She is your third sister-in-law. Oh, sister-in-law, Shen Shiyun promptly corrected himself. Yet Qianzhou found this even more irksome. He turned to Mingchan and asked, What are you doing out here? Mingchan replied, I felt a bit unwell and needed some fresh air. Qianzhou scrutinized the two of them. Though Mingchan's demeanor was too nonchalant to reveal anything unusual, the bright sunlight outside illuminated Mingchan's darkened complexion, making it appear as though she wore a mask, especially against her unflattering dark purple attire. Beside her stood the youthful figure of Shen Shiyun, who had inherited the beauty of his mother, with fair skin and handsome features. It was inconceivable that Shen Shiyun could harbor feelings for someone like Mingchan. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Qianzhou suppressed those absurd thoughts. Mingchan was unremarkable and of lowly status. Who else would genuinely wish to be with her? Why has third brother left his seat? Are you not accompanying the Empress? She dotes on you the most, Shen Shiyun remarked. Qianzhou did not respond to Shen Shiyun's question, instead focusing on Mingchan. You should return with me. How can she have had enough rest when she has just come out? Shen Shiyun said, looking perplexed. Ignoring him, Qianzhou fixed his gaze on Mingchan, awaiting her decision. With a soft sigh, Mingchan replied, Thank you, Your Highness, but I must take my leave. Shen Shiyun said, Very well, take care, little sister. Sister-in-law, take care as well. His awkward correction caused Qianzhou's brow to furrow. Qianzhou turned to leave, with Mingchan following closely behind. Once they were at a distance, Qianzhou asked, Are you quite familiar with the Crown Prince? Mingchan replied, Not at all. Not at all, yet he is so protective of you? Qianzhou questioned. Mingchan chuckled softly. Are you very familiar with Miss Lin? Not at all, Qianzhou answered without a second thought. In essence, he and Lin Pingting could be regarded as distant cousins, yet they were not particularly close. Furthermore, with Lin Pingting being younger than him, Shen Shiyun had little familiarity with his cousin, encountering her only occasionally at banquets. When he was negotiating a marriage with the Ming family, Lin Pingting was merely an 11 or 12-year-old girl, not within the realm of his selection for a primary consort. The prominent families in the capital often held some familial ties, and the connection between Lin Pingting and him was rather ordinary. In fact, before Shushi mentioned that a young lady from the Lin family was to marry into the Chu Wangfu, Shen Shiyun had scant impression of the future bride. He could recall Lin Pingting's name, yet her appearance was a mere blur in his memory. Mingchan smiled even more brightly. Your Highness, you are to wed Miss Lin. Yet you are still unfamiliar with her. Are you truly suspicious of my relationship with Prince Rui merely because he spoke a few words to me? Shen Shiyun replied. Miss Lin and you share a childhood bond. Does your Highness genuinely not know her well? Mingchan raised her head, meeting Shen Shiyun's gaze directly. Unhappily, Shen Shiyun retorted. Are you questioning me? I would not dare, she responded. I merely state the facts. Shen Shiyun coldly stated, I have already informed you that there cannot be only you by my side forever. Your jealousy is futile. Mingchan ceased her protests. Shen Shiyun did not dwell on the relationship between Mingchan and Shen Shiyun anymore. It was only natural for Mingchan to feel envious as he prepared to expand his harem. You have accompanied me in exile for 3 years, out of sentiment. I have shown you much leniency. However, do not mistake my kindness for a license to forget your place. My tolerance has its limits. He spoke with a hint of frostiness. Mingchan listened with her head bowed, appearing obedient. Upon returning to the banquet, the Empress Dowager promptly called Shen Shiyun over. Where have you been? Pingting is unfamiliar with the palace. Take her for a tour. After a moment of silence, he obliged. Lin Pingting followed him, her face flushed with shyness. Mingchan sat beside Xia Lingyao, nonchalantly enjoying the delicacies on the table. Xia Lingyao remarked, "The Empress Dowager is so eager. One might think that the young lady from the Lin family is unable to find a husband." Xia Lingshu retorted, "Io, do not speak so disrespectfully. Such matters are not for us to casually discuss. This birthday banquet feels more like a matchmaking event. It lacks excitement. Sister, shall we see what the Crown Prince and the others are entertaining themselves with?" "That sounds good." The relationship between Xia Lingshu and the Empress Dowager was quite frosty, so she sought an excuse to take her leave. As she stood, Xia Lingshu turned to Mingchan, asking, "Would the future princess of Chu care to join us?" Not wanting to be subjected to the scrutiny of the Empress Dowager and Shushi, Mingchan stood and left with Xia Lingshu. Halfway through, Xia Lingshu broke into a cold sweat, her complexion pale. Startled, Xia Lingyao inquired, "Sister, are you unwell again?" Xia Lingshu grasped her hand. "Help me to the side to rest." "Shall I summon the physician?" Yet Xia Lingshu shook her head. "You know it would be futile. I will feel better after a short rest." Mingchan followed them, supporting Xia Lingshu slightly, resting her hand on her wrist, quietly checking her pulse. "The Crown Princess did take medicine before becoming pregnant?" Mingchan asked. "What kind of medicine?" Xia Lingyao was alarmed. "Sister, what have you taken?"
"Io."
"Please fetch me a glass of water," Xia Lingshu instructed. However, Xia Lingyao refused to leave. "You are trying to send me away again. I will not go until you clarify everything today." Xia Lingshu forced a faint smile. "The physician said I have difficulty conceiving. I long for a child. So I took a medicine that would hasten conception, but it will make my pregnancy quite painful. Nevertheless, it's nothing serious, Io. It only causes me discomfort." Yet Xia Lingyao would not believe it. "I have never seen anyone suffer as you do during pregnancy. If you desire a child, why not adopt one instead of enduring such torment?" Xia Lingshu gently shook her head. "Io, you are thinking too simplistically." As she spoke, cold sweat poured down her forehead, looking increasingly fragile. "Sister, please do not speak. Rest for now," Xia Lingyao urged, her heart aching for her. Indeed, Xia Lingshu fell silent, her condition worsening and the intervals between episodes growing shorter. Mingchan observed the two, lost in contemplation. Xia Lingshu leaned against Xia Lingyao in the cool breeze pavilion, her eyes shut, face contorted in pain. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Xia Lingshu showed no signs of improvement, and Xia Lingyao grew anxious. "Sister, I will go fetch the physician." Only then did Mingchan offer, "If you trust me, I could attempt acupuncture for the Crown Princess." Xia Lingyao looked at her with suspicion, hesitating. Mingchan continued, "I learned some techniques from local midwives and healers in Qianzhou." Amid her suffering, Xia Lingshu replied, "Then I shall rely on you." Mingchan produced a small bag of needles she always carried, instructing someone to prepare the necessary sterilization tools, and began to administer acupuncture to Xia Lingshu earnestly. After a quarter of an hour, Xia Lingshu's pain finally subsided, and her forehead ceased to ooze cold sweat. "I did not expect you to possess such skills." "Thank you." Xia Lingyao expressed her gratitude sincerely. "It was no trouble. You have helped me before," Mingchan replied, however. "The Crown Princess's condition may not be optimal. It would be best to find her a quiet place to rest." Seeing that Xia Lingshu's complexion had improved slightly, yet still appeared weak, Xia Lingyao nodded. "You saved my sister today. I will remember this kindness, and we shall repay you properly another day." Chapter 47. Does Xiao Chan like Prince Chu? Yet Mingchan replied, "It was merely a small act of kindness. However, I ask you to keep today as events confidential. I do not wish for it to be known."
"Why?"
Xia Lingyao questioned, perplexed. Given Ming Chan's current situation, if her medical skills were acknowledged, perhaps her circumstances would improve. Mingchan stated, "I merely wish to lead a quiet and stable life, without drawing attention." "The Princess of Chu is humble and selfless, a true heroine," Xia Lingshu praised. Mingchan clarified, "You misunderstand. I never aspired to be a heroine. My mother hopes I lead a simple and stable life. The title of Princess of Chu does not suit me. You may call me Mingchan or Miss Ming." "Very well. Thank you, Miss Ming," Xia Lingshu responded with a slight smile. Xia Lingyao added, "From now on, I shall call you Sister Mingchan, and you may call me Io. I am glad to have made a friend." Xia Lingyao had not anticipated that her few unintentional remarks on behalf of Mingchan would lead to such a friendship. Initially, her intent in defending Mingchan was merely to counter Shushi, for she could not abide Shushi's haughty and bullying demeanor towards the honest. After their interaction today, Xia Lingyao felt her actions were entirely justified. Miss Ming, is there a remedy for my sister's condition? As they were leaving, Xia Lingyao asked with a hint of hope. Since Mingchan had alleviated her sister's suffering, perhaps she could help resolve the underlying issue. Mingchan shook her head. I fear I must disappoint you. My skills are still lacking, and I am unable to provide a solution. Do not trouble Miss Ming. I am well aware of my own body, Xia Lingshu interjected. Having prepared herself for the limitations of the physicians at the Imperial Hospital, Xia Lingyao led Xia Lingshu to rest, while Mingchan sought a tranquil spot to pass the time. Xiao Chan, what a coincidence. We meet again. Mingchan smiled as she noticed Xia Ruan approaching and greeted her warmly. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. How has Aunt Lon been faring? Much improved. She has been mentioning you often, Xia Ruan replied. Mingchan did not respond, her gaze inadvertently falling upon the sachet at Xia Ruan's waist. Having been preoccupied with sachets lately, it truly felt serendipitous. Xia Ruan noticed her gaze and smiled, explaining, the herbs and fragrances you provided have indeed worked wonders. I have been feeling much better lately. It is my fortune to assist Lord Xia, Mingchan replied. Xia Ruan chuckled. You are deliberately flattering me. Mingchan glanced elsewhere, surprised to find that young Master Xia still kept the fragrant pouch. How could I casually discard something given to me by Xiao Chan? It is only natural that I cherish it, he replied. Lord Xia, I am now a person close to the King of Chu. There is no need for such formality. Mingchan stated. Xia Ruan remained silent for a long while. In the distance, on the lake surface, a pair of beauties lounged in a pleasure boat, those being Shen Shiyun and Lin Pingting, who had come out for leisure. Does Xiao Chan truly have feelings for the King of Chu? Xia Ruan inquired. Mingchan smiled lightly. Such a question was not typical of the carefree Lord Xia. My feelings are not of great importance. I have lived with the King of Chu for 3 years. At one time, I even believed we would grow old together. Thankfully, we have returned to the capital. And this dream has finally come to an end. She spoke with a smile, revealing no trace of sorrow, perhaps even a hint of relief. Xia Ruan could not fathom why she felt this way, but sensed that Mingchan's heart must be heavy with unspoken pain. Shen Shiyun sat in the boat, gazing distantly, seemingly lost in thought. Your Highness, would you care to try the tribute pears from Qianzhou? Lin Pingting asked. Yet, Shen Shiyun appeared not to hear her. Lin Pingting's expression dimmed. The King of Chu was indeed too aloof, quite different from what the Empress Dowager had described. Your Highness? Shen Shiyun finally turned to her, his gaze indifferent. Is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Pingting's eyes glimmered with a hint of grievance. Nothing. Shen Shiyun chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, his attention was drawn to an unsettling sight. In a pavilion by the lake, a familiar figure conversed with his political rival. What could Mingchan and Xia Ruan possibly discuss? Just as he pondered, Mingchan vanished, leaving only Xia Ruan in her stead. Was there a story between them? Their time together had been too brief. Perhaps it was merely a chance encounter. Shen Shiyun recalled the fragrant pouch Xia Ruan possessed. Perhaps Mingchan had paused out of curiosity to ask a few questions, much like the day he had met Xia Ruan at the entrance of Zui Xianglu. Realizing he had invested too much thought into Mingchan, Shen Shiyun's expression darkened once more. What troubles you, Your Highness? Why the sudden change in mood? Lin Pingting inquired with concern. It's nothing. I thought I saw the Princess Consort just now. You and she have lived together for over 3 years, without other concubines by your side. Surely you share a deep bond? Lin Pingting suggested. Deep bond? Shen Shiyun chuckled lightly. What is it that you wish to ask? Older sister Ming holds a deep affection for you, and I fear that if you marry me, she may be unhappy, Lin Pingting admitted. If you do not wish to marry, I will not force you. I can speak with the Empress Dowager about it, Shen Shiyun replied. Forming an alliance with the Lin family has its pros and cons. He had no intention of insisting. That is not my meaning, Lin Pingting quickly clarified. Perhaps Your Highness is unaware, but I have been enamored with you since I was 11. It was you who saved me when I got lost in the city. Shen Shiyun had long forgotten that incident, but her words stirred vague memories. It was my guard who saved you, not I, he stated. But it was you, Your Highness. They all follow your orders. Who else could it be? Lin Pingting replied, her expression radiant with innocence, her gaze filled with admiration for Shen Shiyun. As he regarded her, Shen Shiyun found himself gradually less resistant to her charm. When Mingchan returned to the estate from the palace, it was already evening. Upon her arrival, she was presented with a significant amount of gold and silver treasures, specifically entrusted to her.
Who sent these?
She mused. Is it from His Highness? There seems to be an excess. Qianzhou exclaimed in surprise. His Highness would not be so generous. Mingchan casually picked up a brocade box and glanced inside, discovering a string of lustrous pearls. Beneath the pearls lay a piece of paper, which she opened to find herself smiling gently. She had assumed these items were sent by the Xie family or the Eastern Palace, but to her surprise, they came from the Prince Rui's residence. It was fitting, she thought. If it were the Xie family or the Eastern Palace, they would not have concealed their gifts in such a mysterious manner. Please convey my gratitude to your master. These items are far too extravagant. I cannot accept such honors. I will keep the silver, but return the rest to your master. Mingchan instructed, placing the pearls back in the brocade box and taking only 1,000 taels of silver. Qianzhou, perplexed, asked, Your Highness, who sent these? Why do you only want the silver? Mingchan had already stepped into her inner chamber. It's none of your concern. Speaking too much can lead to trouble. Knowing too much may cost you your head. Qianzhou trembled at the warning, nervously falling silent. As a month passed by unnoticed, the monthly silver for the Qianzhou courtyard seemed forgotten. Your Highness, my father has fallen ill and urgently needs money. When will the monthly silver be distributed? A maid pleaded before Mingchan. Mingchan surveyed her and replied, I am not in charge of the household. You should seek Miss Mu. She is responsible for your monthly payments. The servants of Qianzhou courtyard had indeed become more subdued, but only after witnessing the fates of Baihe and Luvzu did they learn to behave. Of course, their compliance may have displeased certain individuals. Even if these individuals merely appeared obedient, it still caused discontent among others. Mingchan chose not to intervene in such matters, as she had yet to receive her own monthly silver. The maid, having failed to secure the funds, walked away with a glum expression. What did the princess say? The waiting matron quickly inquired, concerned about their precarious situation without the monthly silver. It was said that the servants accompanying Miss Mu received not only more silver each month, but also greater rewards, with some acquiring more than even the daughters of minor households. The comparison was infuriating. The princess instructed me to seek Miss Mu, the maid replied. Why would you need to find the princess if you had the courage to approach Miss Mu? Miss Mu was clearly trying to assert her authority over them. Alas, it must be our shortcomings that have led to this treatment. The rear courtyard is entirely under Miss Mu's control. It is troubling if we cannot receive our monthly silver even once. Hearing the matron's words, the maid's face paled further. What shall we do then? Since the princess has directed us to find Miss Mu, we should go. We cannot forfeit our monthly silver. The two resolved to seek out Mu Shuang. Mu Shuang was leisurely seated in the courtyard, sipping chilled plum soup, attended by two maidservants fanning her. Compared to the princess, who dealt with medicinal herbs daily, Mu Shuang seemed to embody the essence of a true mistress of the estate. Surely no one in the Chu royal residence could rival her elegance. Miss Mu, we have come to inquire about the monthly silver. We heard that other sisters have received theirs. Why have we not? Your princess spends lavishly. That last outfit of hers cost a pretty penny, and recently, she spent a significant amount on Bird's Nest. His Highness cannot match her expenditure. All the funds have gone to her, so you must bear with it for now, Mu Shuang replied nonchalantly. Miss Mu, my father is gravely ill and urgently needs funds. I am not your master. Your master is Miss Ming. If you serve her so devotedly, can she not assist you with this small favor? Your master-servant relationship seems rather worthless, Mu Shuang remarked. Miss Mu, you are our true master. We follow your lead. We beg for your mercy, the maid implored, tears in her voice.
Mu Shuang merely snorted coldly.
Beside her, Wang Posey leisurely remarked, What good are sweet words? If you truly hold loyalty to Miss Mu, you should place this in the princess's chamber. As she spoke, Wang Posey handed an object to the maid, who, upon closer inspection, gasped in shock. It was a stuffed doll, needled and inscribed with birth dates and other details, a tool of witchcraft that had once stirred turmoil within the imperial palace. And no, I cannot, the maid stammered. If you cannot, then let it be. Take her away, Wang Posey commanded coldly. The other matron who had accompanied the maid assessed the situation and advised.
Xiao Hong, do not be foolish. This object may hold power for those who believe, and if we take it, the princess has shown us no loyalty. Despite our diligent service, she has offered us no compassion. We are on Miss Mu's side. Do not misplace your allegiance. It is wiser to recognize who our true master is.
Mo es hawaenge interjectet, vank momo, arrivard.
Wang Posey, in front of the maid named Xiao Hong, presented 50 taels of silver to the other matron. Most servants in the Wang residence earned merely 3 or 4 taels a month, and Wang Posey's generous gesture left Xiao Hong envious. The matron quickly expressed her gratitude and departed with the silver and the doll. Outside, Xiao Hong hesitated. Are you truly going to do this? The princess is not to be trifled with. Do you not see? We must choose between Miss Mu and the princess. Had we not come today, we might have relinquished the silver for the princess's favor, but after what Wang Momo has shown us, we have no choice. Do you think they would let us leave unscathed? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong appeared despondent. Let us split the silver evenly. Since you are aware of this matter, you cannot extricate yourself. I cannot enter the princess's chamber. You must place this in her room. The matron continued. Xiao Hong, though timid, was not foolish and nodded in agreement. Xiao Yu expressed her concern. Princess, when Xiao Hong came to plead for your help, why did you not assist her? Your position here is precarious. I must speak bluntly. The servants all act according to Miss Mu's whims. Few regard you as their princess. Seizing this opportunity to win over a few could benefit us greatly. To win them over with profit is to invite betrayal in the future.
Besides,
I cannot compete with Mu Shuang in that regard. Our monthly silver has yet to be received. Should we not inform His Highness? His Highness is preoccupied with matters regarding the consort, and we should not trouble him with such affairs. Mu Shuang's audacity indicates she has a backup plan. Mingchan replied. Should we allow her to bully us? You are the true princess. What is she? Qiu Yu retorted angrily. In terms of cunning and strategy, I am no match for Mu Shuang. I understand their desire to please her, as long as they do not act out in my presence, nor you in yours. Mingchan stated. Qiu Yu quickly shook her head. I recognize you as my true master. I am clumsy and cannot outmaneuver others. Being with you is sufficient. Although your methods may sometimes be strange and unexpected, I find you to be quite amiable. You do not hold grudges for minor mistakes. And you have a fondness for sharing delicious food. Being with you feels like being with a sister, and I am content to follow you for a lifetime. Even if you are not in a position of power, it is far better than being bullied in the laundry house. Mingchan showed no particular reaction to her loyalty. Simply instructing, recently, the Chui Luo courtyard may become turbulent again. Keep a close watch. I understand. I must step out to procure some items. You need not accompany me today. Guard the Chui Luo courtyard well, and we will discuss any developments upon my return. Qiu Yu nodded in agreement. Mingchan left the residence, needing to replenish her supplies as her medicinal ingredients had run low. However, as she exited the Wang residence, a young girl called out to her. Princess of Chu, I have finally awaited your arrival. The girl exclaimed joyfully. Mingchan scanned her. You are Hong Rui, Miss Xia's attendant? How fortunate that you remember me, princess. My lady and the crown princess have been waiting for you for days. But your people in the Chu Wangfu have been unwilling to deliver our messages, or have made excuses to dismiss us. My lady had no choice but to send me to wait here.
Hong Hui explained.
Do you have business with me? Mingchan inquired. Not anything of great consequence. My lady and the crown princess wish to properly thank you. Might you honor us with a visit? Miss Xia and the crown princess are being too courteous. If they extend such a sincere invitation, how could I refuse? Mingchan smiled lightly. She had few friends in the capital, and forming a bond with a couple of sisters would be quite pleasant. Chapter 49. The lady that Lord Xia fancies Xiao Chan. These are but a small token of my intentions. I hope you will not find them lacking. Xieling Shu pushed a delicate brocade box towards Mingchan. Mingchan glanced at it and replied, This is a mere trifle. The crown princess need not be so formal. To you it may be a small gesture, but to me, it is of great significance. Why not take a look first? Mingchan then opened the brocade box to reveal a deed. Xieling Yao remarked, Sister Ming, do not be so modest. My sister heard from Wan Ge that you wish to purchase a shop, and thus she wishes to grant you this favor. This shop is part of my dowry, and I have no use for it. I lack the acumen and energy to manage it. With your fine medical skills, this shop may serve you well. At this point, Mingchan no longer declined. Then I shall graciously accept.
This is what you deserve, Xia Lingshu affirmed. Since you last treated me, I have felt much better. I have long wished to thank you in person, but the opportunity has eluded us. Mingchan examined the deed. It was for a thriving shop located in a bustling area of the capital. Though not vast, it was substantial enough that it would not falter regardless of what was sold. Grateful for such a boon, Mingchan produced a small porcelain vial and handed it to Xia Lingshu recently. I have made some pills to stabilize and nourish the fetus. If the crown princess trusts me, you may take one each day. I certainly trust you, sister. If you intended me harm, you wouldn't have saved me that day. Xia Lingshu replied. After that day, she recognized Mingchan's abilities. In truth, upon reflection, it was clear that Mingchan was no ordinary woman. 3 years prior, when the Prince of Chu left the capital in disgrace, he encountered assassination attempts in Qianzhou. Had he not had someone reliable by his side, how could he have survived 3 years of exile? Alas, the men in this world are often so callous. Sister, let us not linger on conversation. Let us order some dishes and eat while we talk, Xia Ling Yao suggested. How thoughtless of me. Please, Sister Ming, take a seat. The sisters from the Xia family had prepared a lavish spread. Mingchan sipped on chilled plum soup, relishing the delightful refreshment of summer. Sister Ming, do you not have ice in your residence? Xia Lingshu asked, surprised. Everything I use is accounted for by His Highness. How could I use ice freely?
Fortunately,
I am not overly sensitive to heat. I can endure it. Mingchan smiled, showing no sign of grievance. However, the Xia sisters felt deeply for her situation. The Prince of Chu is truly too excessive to treat you this way, Xia Ling Yao exclaimed indignantly. His treatment of me is not entirely unkind. You still defend him? With how the Shushi and the Empress Dowager treat you, and now even the Prince of Chu bullies you, they see you as too easy to intimidate. Xia Ling Yao retorted. I have no power or influence. Why should I fight for these things? The trials I have endured in Qianzhou, exposed to the elements, seem unjust in light of my current situation, where I am well-fed and clothed, yet unable to thrive. It is merely a matter of ice. Excessive use brings dampness. And while occasional use is manageable, daily reliance is unbearable, Mingchan explained. Yet, the more she spoke, the more the two sisters of the Xia family felt her pain. Xia Lingshu, being the more composed of the two, remarked, I am aware of your predicament, Xiaochan. We share a bond, and both I owe, and I will serve as your support. Should you ever feel wronged, do not hesitate to seek us out. I shall share half of what I possess with you. Thank you, Princess Consort. I do not truly feel wronged, Mingchan replied. Is that not a form of grievance? Your temperament allows you to endure, but were I in your position, I would demand upheaval at the Chu Wang residence, Xia Lingyao interjected. Mingchan merely smiled at her. How fortunate that you are here. It makes it easier for me to find the prince. Just then, Xia Mingwei, the prince, and Xia Ruoan approached. Old Nine. You arrived at the perfect time. This is the Xiaochan I mentioned. Her medical skills are remarkable, Xia Lingyao introduced enthusiastically. Miss Xia, you flatter me. It is an honor to meet His Highness, Mingchan said, bowing to the prince. There is no need for such formalities, sister-in-law. I must thank you for saving Lingzhu, the prince replied. As they exchanged pleasantries, Xia Ruoan's gaze fell upon Mingchan. Miss Ming's medical prowess is beyond doubt. The miraculous physician I wish to introduce to His Highness is none other than Miss Ming. Oh, so you and my sister-in-law are acquainted? The prince inquired with mild surprise. I once treated Lord Xia's mother, Mingchan explained.
Ah, I see.
It appears that sister-in-law and we share a deep connection, the prince remarked. Unfortunately, Miss Ming has married a heartless man, Xia Lingyao interjected. Do not speak so recklessly, Io, Xia Lingzhu interrupted quickly. How is that reckless? If Prince Chu is in such a rush to marry Lin Pingting, why does he treat Miss Ming so poorly? Xia Lingyao challenged. What happened? The prince asked, puzzled. Mingchan replied, it is merely a small misunderstanding. Prince Chu is simply very busy and has not mistreated me. There is no need for Miss Ming to defend the prince. In this sweltering heat, he does not even provide you with ice, Xia Lingyao countered. Perhaps His Highness has just returned to the capital and is a bit tight on resources. He cannot even supply monthly silver, let alone ice. In time, I am sure things will improve, Mingchan smiled. Throughout the conversation, she exhibited no signs of grievance or resentment, almost appearing to believe the notion that the Chu residents lacked funds. However, the prince quickly discerned the discrepancy. After the return of Prince Chu, he swiftly took control of the Ministry of Revenue and received ample compensation from the emperor. It seemed the Chu residence should now be leased in Wana silver. Moreover, even the least favored prince would still be able to provide for monthly silver and ice. As the grandson of the late Grand Tutor Ji, it was implausible for Prince Chu to be lacking in wealth. Yet, the prince refrained from voicing his thoughts in front of Mingchan. Xie Ruowen calmly commented, "Even if one is financially strained, it should not come at the expense of a rightful wife. From my observations, Prince Chu does not strike me as a man of scarcity, and I find it difficult to comprehend this. What you say holds merit. Whoever marries you will undoubtedly be fortunate," Xie Mingwei added. "However, is it true that your beloved has revealed nothing at all? Has Lord Xie taken a liking to someone?" Mingchan inquired with interest. "Indeed, it is the girl who received the charm pouch from Ruowen. That pouch is of great significance to him. He hardly parts with it. And it was almost taken by Prince Chu last time," Xie Mingwei candidly stated. Mingchan was unaware of this and asked, "What pouch?" "Do not speak nonsense, Mingwei," Xie Ruowen retorted. Xie Mingwei ignored the warning and continued, "How could I be speaking nonsense? Last time, Prince Chu admired this pouch, and Ruowen himself acknowledged that it was a gift from his beloved, unable to bear parting with it. His Highness was present and can attest to this, can't you?" "Your Highness?" The prince gave Xie Ruowen a knowing look and smiled. "Yes, I can attest to that." Xie Ruowen's ears turned slightly red, and he seemed at a loss for words, ultimately deciding to remain silent. In such a moment, further explanations appeared futile, only serving to draw more attention. Mingchan paused for a moment and silently smiled. Xie Lingyao exclaimed, "Ruowen has a crush? Why did you not share this good news with us? I cannot guarantee anything else. But when it comes to matters of the heart, Ajay, Miss Ming, and I are far more knowledgeable than you. Just tell us, and we will surely help you uncover the young lady's feelings and bridge the gap." Xie Ruowen replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Io. But this matter does not require your assistance. Come now, we are family. Why speak so formally?" Xie Lingyao teased. Yet, regardless of their banter, Xie Ruowen remained tight-lipped. As evening approached, Mingchan rose to take her leave. Xie Ruowen offered, "I have a few matters I wish to consult with the Princess Consort about. So, allow me to escort her home." "What do you wish to consult with Miss Ming about?" Xie Lingyao asked curiously, for it was rare to see Xie Ruowen take such initiative. "It is nothing significant. My mother has some chronic ailments, and the last prescription Miss Ming provided proved effective. I wish to seek her advice on additional matters." "Indeed, Miss Xiaochan's medical skills are remarkable," Xie Lingyao conceded, believing wholeheartedly in her abilities. Mingchan expressed no objections. The prince remarked, "Then I shall leave it to Ruowen to escort my sister-in-law home." Xie Ruowen bowed and took Mingchan's arm, leading her away. As they walked partway, Xie Ruowen explained, "Xiaochan, I happened to encounter Prince Chu, who expressed interest in the charm pouch I carry. I felt compelled to share that it belonged to a dear friend, not anticipating Mingwei would misconstrue it." Mingchan listened quietly. "I understand, Ruowen.
And you need not dwell on it.
It is merely a charm pouch. I have sold many in Qianzhou over the years." Xie Ruowen felt a pang in his heart. "You have endured much suffering over these years. Fortunately, it has been far easier than my time at the Ming residence. Though life remains frugal, I no longer face daily humiliation and oppression. The local customs are relatively simple, devoid of the hidden struggles of more affluent households, making it a safer existence," Mingchan replied. Xie Ruowen fell silent. "I often ponder, had I been braver back then, would our lives be different today?" "You jest, Ruowen. We are both well, in our own ways. You have your ambitions realized, and I am at peace. Prince Chu is a sentimental man. He assures me that I will always have a place in the Chu residence. My current situation is far better than when I was at the Ming residence. Look at me. I am at least dressed more decently than before, am I not?" Mingchan smiled gently. Yet, Xie Ruowen found that smile somewhat disconcerting. "Xiaochan, is this truly the life you desire?" he asked. Mingchan replied, "Certainly not. But I am diligently striving towards the life I envision. Lord Xie need not worry or feel sorrow for me. I can manage quite well." She gazed earnestly into his eyes, filled with sincerity. Xie Ruowen was momentarily speechless, as any further words felt superfluous. Lord Xie should also embark on a new chapter in life. You have achieved a high position and possess greater options. There is no need to remain shackled by past regrets, Mingchan encouraged with a smile. Her demeanor was candid and remarkably unburdened. Xiaoran tightened his grip in secret, but unlike Xiao Chan, he could not be so magnanimous. This had already become a lingering affliction in his heart, one that would likely never heal in this lifetime. Why must you trouble yourself? Mingchan remarked, one should always look forward. Just as she spoke, she noticed a figure, cold as ice, standing ahead. She smiled, saying, Please leave me here. My guards from the Wang residence have come to fetch me. Xiaoran followed her gaze and saw the familiar dark-clad guard standing not far away, his gaze frosty and exuding an aura of chill. Mingchan approached Chang Hui, asking, What brings you here? Did His Highness send you to find me? Chang Hui responded evasively, The princess should maintain a distance from Lord Xia.
Oh?
And why is that?
Mingchan feigned surprise.
Could it be that you dislike Lord Xia? She continued, He is a man of great knowledge and integrity. I believe that cultivating a friendship with such a gentleman could broaden my horizons.
Chang lui froned.
You are the princess. It is prudent to keep a proper distance from other men. But my proximity to Lord Xia is far less than my closeness to you.
Chang Hui, she countered.
Chang Hui realized her words were laden with double meanings. He knew she was being intentionally provocative, yet he felt powerless to respond. You seem rather jealous, he remarked. I am not. Chang Hui dared not accept such an accusation, knowing well that the woman before him was the princess. And he implored her not to seek amusement at his expense. If you are not jealous, then why concern yourself with my affairs? You could simply pretend you didn't see me conversing with Lord Xia, who is merely a family member of my patient. Is it not normal for me to speak with him? I overheard your conversation, Chang Hui replied. Mingchan's smile brightened. Eavesdropping is not the behavior of a gentleman. I did not eavesdrop. I merely have keen hearing. Well, it seems I must keep my disparaging remarks at a greater distance from you in the future. Chang Hui then asked, What does His Highness want with me? After their playful banter, Mingchan shifted the conversation back to serious matters.
Chang Hui fell silent.
In truth, it was not the prince himself who sought her. He had merely seen Mingchan leaving with a maid from the Xia family and, noticing the sun setting and her absence, remained there to wait. However, he could not convey this truth to Mingchan. The prince wishes to have the medicinal soup from last time. Chang Hui fabricated a lie. Yet it was indeed true that the prince enjoyed the medicinal soup she prepared, and he would surely be pleased to receive it tonight. Unaware of Chang Hui's ulterior motives, Mingchan remarked, I have run out of the medicinal ingredients from last time. I must purchase more. Would you accompany me? After a moment of thought, Chang Hui offered, Tell me what ingredients you need, and I shall procure them for you. That would be good, Mingchan replied, listing a few names of the herbs for him. Then, under Chang Hui's escort, she entered the prince's residence. Upon returning to Cui Luo courtyard, Qiu Yu greeted her. Princess, you have finally returned. Is there something amiss? A grave matter. Someone seeks to harm you and has placed unclean items beneath your bed, Qiu Yu whispered.
Oh.
What unclean items? Mingchan inquired. Come in and see for yourself. Qiu Yu led her into the room and closed the door behind them. She then retrieved an item from beneath the bed, revealing a doll marked with her birth date, which appeared somewhat eerie. Qiu Yu felt as if something sinister had ensnared her. She cast it to the ground, exclaiming, What a vile scheme. To use such means against you. Yet Mingchan remained indifferent, not even raising an eyebrow, as she calmly picked up the doll from the floor. This doll not only bore her birth date, but also had numerous poison needles embedded within it. With a cold smile, Mingchan remarked, Such base sorcery, and still, there are those who believe in it. If that is the case, we shall make good use of these tools. Chapter 51. I shall visit my sister-in-law. Shen Shiyun was engrossed in meticulously copying a painting. It had been a long time since he had indulged in such leisurely pursuits. During his time in Qianzhou, he often turned to poetry and painting to alleviate his inner turmoil. Unfortunately, in that remote place, no one appreciated his art, and he had no friends to share his thoughts with. As for Mingchan, she had no taste for the arts, being solely focused on making money. Now back in the capital, he had encountered many learned friends and recently befriended a group of literati at the Lin family residence. After finishing the final stroke, Chang Hui entered, carrying a bowl of porridge. Even from a distance, Shen Shiyun caught a strong medicinal aroma. What is this? He asked. It is the medicinal soup prepared by the princess for His Highness, Chang Hui replied. What sort of medicinal soup has she concocted? It smells dreadful. Shen Shiyun expressed his confusion. He had high standards when it came to food, and even medicinal dishes could not be overly pungent, otherwise, he would find them inedible. Recently, Perhaps due to acclimatization to the capital's environment and Mingchan's occasional preparations of light medicinal soups, Shen Shiyun's health had improved significantly. However, the soups Mingchan usually made were never so overpowering. The princess.
Qianzhou hesitated.
What ails her? Shen Shiyun inquired. The princess mentioned she is not feeling well today, Chang Hui recalled, finding it difficult to articulate. He could not fathom why Mingchan, who had appeared fine upon her return, seemed unwell when he returned with the medicinal ingredients. Shen Shiyun rose, moving around the table. If she is unwell, let her rest. I do not wish to compel her to prepare medicinal dishes for me.
Qianzhou remained silent.
Shen Shiyun approached the low table beside the rattan couch, took a sip of the medicinal soup, and found it utterly unpalatable, promptly spitting it out. I have no appetite today. Take it away, he commanded. Do you wish to see the princess? Chang Hui ventured to ask. Shen Shiyun frowned. No. She understands medicine herself. My visit would serve little purpose. Chang Hui wished to say more but felt it would be inappropriate, so he took the medicinal soup and left. Shen Shiyun moved to the window, gazing at the shimmering lake in the distance, a hint of melancholy crossing his face. Since returning to the capital, Mingchan had repeatedly undermined his authority. Perhaps it was time to teach her a lesson. The matter of a secondary consort was only natural, yet Mingchan had repeatedly taken offense, misdirecting her displeasure toward him. Since he had resolved to distance himself from her, she had not sought him out again. More precisely, since returning from Qianzhou, her attitude toward him had grown increasingly indifferent, and she no longer expressed concern for him or sought him out. Shen Shiyun was not one to take the initiative, but he believed he had been sufficiently proactive in his dealings with Mingchan, having never shown such favor to any other woman. Yet she had shown no gratitude or sentiment in return. Nonetheless, he chose not to dwell on this, remembering that Mingchan had once treated him well, even willing to risk her life for him. Out of respect for their past, he could tolerate her quirks. However, if she remained obstinate and fixated on trivial matters, the kindness he once bestowed upon her would eventually be eroded. Shen Shiyun privately hoped Mingchan would change, returning to her former compliant and uncomplaining self. They had endured the most arduous days together, and it seemed unreasonable that their relationship should grow colder now that conditions had improved. Recently, with the floods in Jiangnan, the emperor had entrusted him with the matter, leaving him much to attend to. If he managed the situation well, his reputation would soar, bringing him closer to his goals. However, the floods were not easily resolved. Otherwise, they would not have fallen to his lot. He needed external assistance to advance toward his objectives, and the most suitable ally was undoubtedly the Lin family, now capable of contending with the Xie family. The prospect of marrying Lin Pingting had become imperative. Reflecting on this, Shen Shiyun could not help but think of Mingchan. Surely, she felt a twinge of disappointment in secret. Yet, what of it? She had merely been a pawn used by the Ming family to placate him, and he had already shown her ample benevolence. He could not offer her more than that. In Shen Shiyun's eyes, the so-called romantic sentiments expressed in the tales of old are utterly ludicrous. He would never bow down for any woman. He had already invested too much time and attention in Mingchan, and he was unwilling to squander any more on her. Not only was Mingchan of ordinary appearance, but her character also lacked the grace and poise he desired. Should they bear offspring, it would likely become a considerable burden. Having come to this realization, Shen Shiyun relinquished the notion of siring an heir with Mingchan. One day, after court, the crown prince stopped Shen Shiyun, inquiring whether the third prince's household was in dire straits. Uncertain of the crown prince's motives, Shen Shiyun remained silent. The crown prince continued, expressing his awareness of the third prince's troubles concerning disaster relief, yet he found it hard to believe they could not afford a bit of ice. Though his own estate was not as affluent as his elder brother's, he had enough to spare, suggesting that perhaps his brother was misdirected in his concerns. Shen Shiyun, not particularly close to the crown prince, found this sudden engagement rather unusual. However, they harbored no deep-seated animosity. At most, a rivalry existed between them. Oh, perhaps I have misjudged, the crown prince replied, recalling a recent conversation between Ling Yao and the third prince's wife, who had mentioned not using ice and nearly succumbing to the heat. I thought your household genuinely lacked ice, and intended to send some to the third prince. Shen Xingye, surrounded by a group of ministers, appeared behind them. Shen Shiyun furrowed his brow, asserting that the matter was of no concern to them. If I do not inquire, I fear my sister-in-law may perish from the heat. Though she has endured much hardship, There is no need for her to suffer further upon returning to the capital. Shen Shiyun found it outrageous that any prince would allow his legitimate wife to be reduced to such a state, unable to afford food or ice, confined in a cold chamber by a throng of maidservants. Shen Shiyun's frown deepened. This was a matter concerning his own household. As the younger brother of the third prince, is it too much for me to visit your estate as a guest? When did you become so miserly? Shen Shiyun, ever the favored son of Emperor Yanping, had a reputation for defying convention, often doing what others forbade. Unable to deter him, Shen Shiyun had no choice but to follow him to the residence of the Duke of Chu. Your Highness, let us go and see, Xie Ruan exclaimed. How can we miss such excitement? I wish to join as well, Xie Ming said with enthusiasm. Then let us proceed, the Crown Prince replied. And thus the group made their way to the Duke of Chu's residence. Chapter 52. Do you truly feel no remorse? Upon arriving at the Duke of Chu's residence, Shen Shiyun encountered an elderly matron. I wish to pay my respects to your lady, he declared, and I have a message for her. Shen Shiyun was known for his arrogance and disregard for etiquette, yet as the most beloved son of Emperor Yanping, no one could reprimand him. The matron, unsure of the reason for the Duke's interest in the lady, speculated it might be due to his previous encounter with a daughter of the Ming family at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. The Ming family girl was quite ordinary in appearance. It was perplexing why the Duke had developed any affection for her. Your Highness, it may not be convenient for the lady to receive guests, the matron replied. She has been unwell for several days and has not left her quarters, bedridden due to a serious illness. Finding a sense of satisfaction in this news, the matron thought it remarkable that the monk's predictions had proven true. However, it was not surprising, for the monk was known to possess some skill. Shen Shiyun frowned. Why is it not convenient for her to receive visitors? The matron explained, the lady has fallen ill and is in need of rest. How could she fall ill without reason? Shen Shiyun pressed, this is most peculiar. The matron responded, illness is a natural part of life. The lady is not invincible, and perhaps she will recover in due time. Shen Shiyun, displeased by the matron's evasiveness, insisted, I must see my sister-in-law. Lead me to her, at once. The matron, sensing his determination, warned, Your Highness, while the lady may be your sister-in-law, propriety must be observed. It is not appropriate for you to intrude upon her private quarters. What sort of nonsense is this? My sister-in-law is unwell, and I intend to visit her. Regardless of your objections. Shen Shiyun's temper flared, and he kicked the matron aside. Ouch! The matron stumbled and fell, humiliated by his defiance. Shen Shiyun summoned another servant. If you do not wish to share her fate, you will obediently lead me to my sister-in-law. I must see her today. The servant, intimidated by Shen Shiyun's imposing presence, complied without protest, guiding him toward the lady's quarters. The matron, ignoring her pain, hurried to find Mu Shuang. Miss Mu, trouble is brewing. The Duke has arrived. Mu Shuang, savoring the ice lychees she had received as tribute, replied nonchalantly, What is all this fuss about? Be careful not to frighten Shuer. Beside her was a delicate cage containing a pure white fox, a gift from the Lin family. Mu Shuang had developed a friendship with Miss Lin at a recent court banquet and had been in contact with her since. She adored the little fox, though it was timid and easily frightened. The Duke has come, the matron announced. The Duke? What business would he have with us?
Mu Shuang poset harpilin.
Pondering the implications, most male guests sought the Duke. Their visit had little to do with the inner chambers. The Duke has come to see the one in the Qianzhou courtyard, and even kicked me. Mu Shuang was taken aback, then collected herself. Did he come alone? Was the Duke of Chu not with him? Just the Duke. He brought no attendants, the matron replied. Then it is simple, Mu Shuang said, setting down the lychee. Let us go see for ourselves. In the Qianzhou courtyard, Shen Shiyun disregarded all objections and strode inside. To his surprise, he found Mingchan sitting beside a cluster of bamboo, her complexion and demeanor far from well. Sister Chan, he called, what has happened to you? You look dreadful. Mingchan forced a smile upon seeing him. What brings you here? I heard you were unwell, so I came to check on you. Your household guards are as vigilant as watchdogs, he replied, visibly displeased. Mingchan responded, I beg your pardon for the oversight, Your Highness. I am not blaming you. Shen Shiyun said with a sigh, but truly, what is wrong? In this sweltering heat, why are you outside sweating instead of resting indoors? Is it because you lack ice? I can bring you some from my estate. There's no need, Your kindness is appreciated, but I fear I will not benefit from it, she replied.
Do not speak nonsense.
I shall fetch a physician for you, Shen Shiyun insisted, alarmed by her poor condition, realizing she truly was ill. Your Highness, Our Lady is knowledgeable in medicine herself. She cannot ascertain the cause of her ailment. Each time she enters her quarters, she feels unwell, and thus she has been forced to remain in the courtyard. Alas! It seems as though this place may be cursed, Qianzhou interjected. Mingchan admonished, Qianzhou, do not speak so carelessly in front of His Highness. There are no such things as curses. Perhaps it is simply a matter of incompatible fates between myself and the Wangfu, for upon my return, I felt a profound discomfort. Qiyue remarked, the notion of incompatible fates is no different from the superstitions surrounding ghosts and deities, is it not? They are all mere fallacies. Nevertheless, Qiyue, being quite rational, chose not to interject. Shen Shiyun inquired, could it be that something resides within your chamber? Your Highness, the Duke of Rue, truly enjoys jesting. What could possibly be in the princess's room? The maidservants attend to it daily, and the princess's meals are delivered from the kitchens. Should she leave any uneaten, she generously shares them with the maidservants, and we have suffered no ill effects. As Shen Shiyun turned to respond, he noticed a maidservant approaching with tea. Her smile was present, yet her hand trembled slightly as she carried the tray. Shen Shiyun couldn't help but scrutinize her further. How could he ascertain there was nothing amiss without a thorough investigation? His biological mother, Consort Li, was the emperor's favored concubine. Yet her humble origins had subjected her to considerable hardship in the palace. Women in the harem would resort to every conceivable means in their power struggles, employing tactics that, though seemingly outrageous, were very much plausible. When Consort Li was pregnant with him, she nearly met a tragic fate. Fortunately, a physician saved both her and him. And that physician happened to be Mingchan's mother. Thus, he could not allow the daughter of his benefactor to suffer such indignities. The maidservant grew increasingly anxious. I was merely speaking carelessly. Shall I go and take a look? No need, Shen Shiyun interjected. I have discerned enough. There are few trustworthy individuals in the Qi Wangfu. They are all blinded by ignorance, even daring to neglect their master. I shall conduct a personal inspection, Shen Shiyun declared with arrogance. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from the entrance. Your Highness, this is the Qi Wangfu. How dare you intrude upon the inner sanctum? What regard do you hold for our master? The onlookers turned to see the elegantly attired Mu Shuang, accompanied by the ever-moody Chu Wang, entering the scene, followed by a retinue. Mingchan, clutching a handkerchief, stifled a retch. Shen Shiyun hurriedly inquired, Sister Xiaochan, are you all right? His heartfelt concern successfully cast a shadow over Shen Shiyun's countenance. Mingchan steadied herself and replied, I am fine. Please do not engage in conflict with them. Very well, I am a reasonable individual. I merely wish to inquire of my third brother. Do you truly feel no remorse for treating your wife, who shares your life and death, in this manner? Shen Shiyun challenged. As these words left his lips, Shen Shiyun's expression darkened further. Mingchan interjected. Ahem, His Highness treats me well. There is no need for you to speak up on my behalf. Her demeanor was feeble, her complexion pale, and her once bright eyes appeared dimmed. Yet, even in her weakened state, she defended the Chu Wang, which only served to deepen Shen Shiyun's displeasure. Sister Xiaochan, do not fear him. His treatment of you is nothing short of ingratitude. Humph. Third brother, I had thought you to be merely aloof. Yet you have proven capable of such mistreatment of your faithful wife. I must seek an explanation for Sister Xiaochan today. As he persistently referred to her as Sister Xiaochan, Shen Shiyun found it increasingly grating. When did the matters between my wife and me require your interference? Shen Shiyun retorted coldly. Shen Shiyun was momentarily at a loss for words. He was indeed an outsider in this situation. Your Highness, this is a matter between our master and the princess. Your intrusion into our master's private quarters is already a breach of decorum. Out of brotherly affection, our master has chosen not to pursue this matter. Should you continue to meddle, it may tarnish both your and the princess's reputations, Mu Shuang added. Shen Shiyun shot her an annoyed glare. Are you threatening me? Mu Shuang quickly lowered her head. I would not dare. Your intentions are quite transparent. You, a mere servant, flaunt your attire more finely than the princess. Are you not bullying my sister-in-law? Shen Shiyun accused. The maidservant, startled by Shen Shiyun's outburst, realized that her attire, while not extravagant, appeared opulent compared to Mingchan's meager clothing. You cannot deny it. You were clearly threatening me just now. Had I not come to check on my sister-in-law, who knows what you would have subjected her to? Shen Shiyun was adamant, unwilling to leave quietly. Shen Shiyun's brow furrowed in concern. Halt. If this matter escalated to the emperor, the Chu Wangfu would certainly face dire consequences. Shen Shiyun was known for his impulsiveness, and Shen Shiyun could not guarantee that he wouldn't recklessly seek out the emperor. His anger towards Shen Shiyun's recklessness and his defense of Mingchan had surpassed the bounds of what was acceptable between brothers-in-law. However, there was merit in Shen Shiyun's observations. Mu Shuang's attire indeed outshone Mingchan's. This disparity was likely exacerbated by Mingchan's own disposition. She had never been one to care for her appearance, having seldom adorned herself throughout their 3 years together. Perhaps Mingchan was aware of her own lack of beauty, leading her to neglect her attire and grooming altogether. She favored dark clothing, which only served to emphasize her pallid complexion. Mu Shuang, having been personally favored by the consort, naturally carried herself with grace and poise. Yet, considering Mu Shuang's status as a servant, her attire was somewhat excessive, akin to that of a mistress from a wealthy household. Shen Shiyun, typically indifferent to such matters, found this contrast particularly striking when Shen Shiyun pointed it out. My sister-in-law is not one to indulge in vanity. I have never forbade her from doing so. Shen Shiyun explained coolly, his gaze shifting back to Mingchan. Now that we have returned to the capital, you must pay more attention to your status and refrain from such casual attire. You now represent the image of the Chu Wangfu. I understand, Mingchan replied, only to be overcome by nausea once more. Shen Shiyun observed her with concern. What troubles you? Shen Shiyun interjected. Is it not evident that your own kin are oblivious to the situation? Shall I inform you, the outsider, that I am aware of my sister-in-law's distress? Autumn Moon, trembling with fear, noted that the Duke of Rui had audaciously referred to the Duke of Chu as the princess's kin, revealing his lack of discretion. The princess has been unwell of late. Upon entering her chamber, she becomes distressed. Only in the courtyard does she find some relief. Might your highness attend to the princess? Autumn Moon ventured, gathering her courage. Shen Shiyun, wishing to avoid entanglement with someone as obstinate as Shen Shiyun, turned his attention back to Mingchan. Seeing her genuine weakness, he stepped closer until he stood before her. Why do you feel discomfort upon returning to your chamber? He inquired. I do not know. It feels as though something is entangling me, causing me great unease. Mingchan replied weakly, her nausea returning.
Mu Shuang scrutinized Mingchan,
pondering whether such effects could truly stem from sorcery. However, her reaction seemed more akin to that of a woman with child. The terrifying possibility dawned on Mu Shuang, filling her with dread at the thought of such a scenario. Princess, it may be a matter of the heart. The recent untimely deaths of Green Pearl and Bai He could easily give rise to peculiar occurrences. Perhaps you should spend a few days at the temple? I know a venerable monk who could assist in dispelling your troubles, Mu Shuang suggested, deliberately invoking the names of the deceased maidservants to steer thoughts in that direction. What nonsense! My sister-in-law is clearly unwell. There must be something amiss in this house. Shen Shiyun countered vehemently. Shen Shiyun remained silent for a moment before summoning Changhui to search the chamber. Mingchan languidly reclined upon a rattan chair, appearing utterly drained. In Shen Shiyun's memory, Mingchan had always possessed a tenacious spirit, rarely displaying such weakness. Even when she had taken a blade for herself, teetering on the brink of life, her eyes remained bright and resilient, unlike now, when they were shrouded in a layer of gray, appearing somewhat lifeless. Changhui remarked that she was ill,
and it was not merely an act.
What troubles you, sister-in-law? Is there anything I can do for you? Shen Shiyun inquired earnestly as he leaned closer. Shen Shiyun observed his attentiveness to Mingchan with growing displeasure. Mingchan offered him a weak smile. Thank you. I'm feeling a bit warm. Shen Shiyun snatched the fan from Chuyue's grasp and began fanning Mingchan with diligence. Sister Xiaochan, is this better? Yes, much better, Mingchan replied softly. Though her appearance was ordinary, her voice was melodious, clear, and pure, especially when she spoke in such a gentle manner. Shen Shiyun stood beside them, his face darkening with displeasure. Is there no ice in the Tsuelwa courtyard? He asked coldly. There is. I'll send someone to fetch it right away, Mu Shuang hastily replied, her expression betraying a hint of panic, lacking her usual composure. Chuyue blinked in surprise. So there is ice in the residence? Weren't we just told there was none? Has the residence recently come into wealth? Does that mean my monthly stipend with the princess will be dispersed soon? Yes, it should be. Mingchan echoed. Mu Shuang's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, creating a striking contrast. However, her mind was in turmoil, and she had no time to explain anything. The little person in Mingchan's room must not be discovered. If it were just Prince Chu present, it might be manageable, but now not only was Prince Chu here, but also Prince Rui and the Crown Prince and others had also arrived at the Tsuo courtyard's entrance. How had this situation escalated so? With so many people present, and with Prince Rui relentlessly pursuing her, how could she possibly evade this calamity? Mu Shuang felt a surge of guilt, and at this moment, she could not seek help from the concubine Shu. Your Highness, it is evident that the princess is under some malevolent influence. Should I invite a high monk to perform a ritual? As soon as Mu Shuang finished speaking, Xia Chonghui, a close attendant of Shen Shiyun, stepped forward. Your Highness, I have found this beneath the princess's bed. Chapter 54. A thorough search of the rear courtyard. Xia Chonghui presented a grotesque and terrifying doll, causing everyone to gasp in horror. Who could be so malicious as to curse Princess Chu in such a filthy manner? No wonder she had fallen so ill and felt unwell upon entering the room. But who could be plotting against the princess? Many cast their suspicious glances toward Mu Shuang. The enmity between Miss Mu and the princess was no secret within the Chu Wangfu. Now that this disgraceful method had been unveiled, and with several princes and the young Master Xia present, it would be difficult to settle this matter without a thorough investigation. TSK, TSK, TSK. The ancestors ordered the eradication of such witchcraft, yet here we are decades later, and such abominable practices have re-emerged in your residence, third brother. Surely, you aren't completely oblivious to it? Shen Shiyun mocked. At this rate, if anything were to happen to my sister Xiaochan, I fear there would be no recourse for her. Shen Shiyun's expression turned icy. He had initially believed someone had tampered with the Tsuelo courtyard, but he had not anticipated such wickedness. Upon seeing the outrageous doll, he turned his gaze toward Mu Shuang, his eyes cold as ice. What is the meaning of this? How could such a thing appear in the residence? It was evident that he was genuinely enraged, and Mu Shuang felt a chill run down her spine. She knew she must remain composed, even if this object had been discovered. No one could prove she had placed it. After being punished by concubine Shu over the laxative incident, Mu Shuang had become far more cautious and had not set foot in the Tsuelo courtyard since. Even if suspicion fell upon her, she had plenty of reasons to exonerate herself. It is my failure, and I shall investigate immediately, Mu Shuang stated. I've heard of thieves accusing others. Today, I have witnessed a thief investigating their own crime. Let us see how you investigate yourself, Shen Shiyun derided. Mu Shuang's eyes brimmed with tears as she replied, Your Highness, I understand your desire to defend Princess Chu. I acknowledge my shortcomings, and if Prince Chu wishes to punish me, I accept it. But I never intended to harm the princess in this manner. I come from humble beginnings and have been entrusted by concubine Shu to assist in managing the Chu Wangfu. I would never dare to act so treacherously, not just for my own reputation, but also for the honor of concubine Shu. Her words dripped with feigned sincerity, each reference to concubine Shu crafted to ensure others recognized her connection. Concubine Shu must be blind to have sent someone like you to manage the vast Chu Wangfu. TSK. Third brother, do you have no one else to rely on? Shall I send you a steward? Rest assured, no one from my household, no matter how incompetent, would dare to neglect the princess or conspire against her, Shen Shiyun retorted. Shen Shiyun's face darkened ominously. No need. After dismissing Shen Shiyun, he turned his cold gaze back to Mu Shuang. Since you claim it was not you, I will give you a chance to uncover the truth. Mu Shuang felt a chill run through her at his icy stare but dared not show any sign of grievance or refusal, steeling herself to comply. As she turned to leave, Shen Shiyun interjected. Where do you think you are going? Are you contemplating how to find a scapegoat? Though Shen Shiyun appeared nonchalant among Emperor Yenfeng's many sons, he was far from foolish. Having witnessed enough palace intrigues due to his mother's influence, he was all too familiar with Mu Shuang's petty tricks. Mu Shuang found herself ensnared. Compelled to explain, I am going to seek someone to investigate the leads. This matter is undoubtedly connected to those closest to the princess. Only those most trusted by the princess could freely enter and exit her chambers. As she spoke, Wang Mama interjected, I recall seeing Chiyue, that maid, entering and leaving the Wangfu alone not long ago. She was chatting with someone dressed as a monk at the back door, behaving suspiciously. I thought she was one of the princess's people and refrained from asking too many questions. Now, recalling it seems rather odd. Qianzhou was taken aback by the slander, her face flushing with anger. When did I ever meet a monk? I was unaware of any such thing. Are you trying to frame the princess, while also attempting to sow discord between her and me? The princess treats me like a sister. She has never scolded or beaten me. Why would I wish to harm her? Who knows who has sent you? You were seen meeting a monk that day. I am not the only witness. Wang Mama glanced at the cowering Xiaohong and another maid. The two were servants of the Tsuelua courtyard, and the other maid quickly responded. Your Highness, I can indeed testify that Qianzhou met with a monk and exchanged something with him. That something must be this doll that is entangled with the princess's fate. Xiaohong, too timid to raise her head, stammered. I didn't see clearly, but I believe it to be true. Qianzhou, her eyes red with anxiety, protested. I did not. The princess can vouch for me. You have exploited the princess's trust to inflict such harm upon her. Confess before you suffer further punishment.
One mama attendant.
Mushuang covertly observed Shen Shiyun's expression and then glanced at the weakened Mingchan, contemplating for a moment before saying, though the princess can be strict with her subordinates, you should not harbor resentment for it. You have committed such a vile act and will naturally deny it. Your Highness, with both witness and evidence present, this maid cannot remain by the princess's side. Cough, cough. Mingchan cleared her throat, interrupting Mushuang. I believe Qianzhou. She is honest, cautious, and would not engage in such behavior. My lady, knowing a person's face does not reveal their heart. This girl only pretends to be innocent before you, Wang Mama remarked. Is that so? Even if she only acts demure in front of me, it suffices, as it is preferable to those who do not show sincerity even before me. What do you think?
Mama Wan?
Mingchan asked, her tone enigmatic. The words of the princess are indeed astute. There exists no conflict of interest between Qianzhou and yourself. After all, Qianzhou is someone you personally promoted, and she harbors no motive to harm you. Moreover, the witnesses just now spoke in unison, leaving open the possibility that they may be shielding one another and colluding. At the entrance, the crown prince and others who had been eavesdropping entered, prompting Xie Rowan to share her thoughts. Shen Shiyun regarded the group of intruding men in his courtyard, his expression a dark shade of green. However, neither the crown prince nor Prince Rui were easily placated. Given the current circumstances, they would likely not depart without a resolution, especially Prince Rui. Changhui, take them away and inquire about the details separately, Shen Shiyun commanded. With careful questioning, the truth of any mutual protection would soon be revealed. The old woman and her companions visibly panicked, while Mu Shuang remained notably composed and exchanged glances with them. Mingchan observed them coolly, then spoke. During my time in Qianzhou, I encountered some practitioners of witchcraft and gained a modicum of understanding regarding it. This small figurine represents the yin aspect, and there should be a corresponding figurine representing yang. Such sorcery can absorb the yin energy to bolster another, and that other would be the holder of the yang figurine. Her explanation, though somewhat convoluted, resonated with the historical prevalence of witchcraft in the previous dynasty, lending credence to her words. Those who employed such sorcery likely believed in these esoteric teachings, thus no one questioned Mingchan's assertions. However, Mu Shuang, who understood the implications, felt alarm bells ringing in her mind. The calm facade she had maintained crumbled. What the princess claims is unheard of. Moreover, witchcraft is fundamentally untrustworthy and cannot be taken seriously, Mu Shuang asserted. Mingchan looked at her with a feigned frailty and smiled gently. Since you are so certain, it seems you are not the one responsible. If it is not you, then searching your chambers should pose no issue, yes? This presents a splendid opportunity to clear your name, Shen Xingya interjected, smoothly picking up on Mingchan's thread.
Complexion palette.
Everyone turned to Shen Shiyun, while Mingchan averted her gaze, feigning a dry heave. Shen Shiyun's expression darkened, and Mu Shuang looked at him with a plea. Your Highness. I did not, Shen Shiyun coldly commanded Changhui. Search. Thoroughly investigate the courtyard. Chapter 55. I concede with sincerity. Mu Shuang was genuinely anxious now, but at this juncture, speaking further could only worsen her predicament, perhaps even intensifying the implications. The old woman was also in a state of disarray, having left numerous valuables and treasures in her room, which could lead to her expulsion from the royal residence. Your Highness, family matters should not be aired in public. Now that these items have been uncovered, it would be prudent to investigate behind closed doors, she implored, her panic leading her to utter nonsensical pleas. Shen Xingya scoffed. If today, third brother, You cannot uncover the truth. It would be truly embarrassing to face the world. These watchdogs, deceive above while concealing below, even daring to bite the hand that feeds you. If this continues, it will only lead to further chaos. Shen Shiyun's demeanor remained impassive since his return. The courtyard had been rife with conflicts, and if he did not seize this opportunity to rectify matters, future troubles would be inevitable. Mu Shuang and others were all placed here by Xu Fei, and emboldened by her support, they acted without decorum, becoming increasingly brazen. Shen Shiyun had never favored Xu Fei's excessive interference in his courtyard affairs. Now, these individuals not only disregarded propriety, but also continually tested his limits. He had no intention of granting anyone leniency. Changhui had already received orders to commence the search. Within the Tsuelua courtyard, many were gripped by trepidation. Mingchan occasionally retched, appearing exceedingly weak. "Sister-in-law, are you truly unwell?" Shen Xingya inquired with concern. "It is of no consequence. As long as these witchcraft practices are dispelled, I shall recover," she replied. Shen Shiyun cast a cold glance her way, stating, "Do not place blind faith in witchcraft. I shall summon the esteemed physician of the Tai Hospital for your treatment." "I am grateful for Your Highness's kindness," Mingchan replied, now exhibiting a docile demeanor. However, this compliance only left Shen Shiyun feeling uncomfortable, as if she had begun to distance herself from him. Shortly thereafter, a subordinate arrived to present items discovered in the old woman's quarters, a box that had been locked and could not be opened. Shen Shiyun drew a guard's blade and swiftly severed the lock, spilling a trove of silver and jewels across the ground. "I did not realize your royal household harbored such a large and gluttonous rat. The possessions of an old woman surpass even those from the princess's quarters," Shen Xingya mocked. The old woman, now terrified, could only kneel and plead, "Your Highness, this is not mine. I do not know how it came to be in my quarters." Shen Shiyun's countenance had turned as cold as ice. "Take her away, administer 50 strikes with the rod, and if she survives, sell her off." The old woman fainted on the spot. Mu Shuang wished to voice something but found herself utterly speechless. Beyond the old woman's quarters, various unexpected items were also uncovered in the rooms of several maidservants. Shen Shiyun's expression darkened further. "Prince Chu, we shall remain here, should anything be uncovered. There may be those who adamantly deny it. It would be wise for us to accompany you, serving as witnesses to the search's outcome," Xie Ruowen suggested. The crown prince nodded, acknowledging Ruowen's thoughtful consideration to prevent others from behaving like the old woman. "What do you think, third brother?" Shen Xingya inquired. Shen Shiyun wished to avoid becoming a source of amusement for them, yet if this matter did not escalate, Xu Fei might still shield Mu Shuang and others. He had no desire to allow such troublesome individuals to linger in his residence. Thus, he tacitly approved of the proposal. "Sister Chan, are you well? Would you care to join us?"
Shen Xingya asked.
"I am unwell and shall refrain from joining this commotion. I trust that you princes will uncover the truth," Mingchan responded. Shen Xingya felt a twinge of regret. Such a grand spectacle, and she remained entirely indifferent. However, considering her current state, the others felt it inappropriate to press her further, and they regarded her pitiable condition with sympathy. The crown prince and Shen Shiyun walked side by side, listening to Changhui report on the findings, and soon they arrived at Mu Shuang's courtyard. Upon entering, they were greeted by the fragrance of flowers and a refreshing coolness. Shen Xingya remarked, "Third brother, your maidservants enjoy splendid treatment at the Chu Wangfu. I believe it is far superior to being your legitimate consort." Shen Shiyun shot him a frosty glare. The crown prince interjected, "Seventh brother, do refrain from teasing third brother. It is clear he has been kept in the dark. Third brother's aspirations are lofty, and such domestic affairs surely do not occupy his thoughts," Xie Ruowen added nonchalantly. "Yet it is my first time hearing that these household matters are entrusted not to one's lawful wife but to an outsider. Indeed, this maidservant is but a maidservant, lacking the decorum to respect her mistress," Shen Mingwei remarked. Mu Shuang knelt in the courtyard, feeling as if she had fallen into an ice pit. Shen Shiyun maintained his stoic expression, neither responding nor glancing at the kneeling Mu Shuang. He had always been aware of the friction between Mu Shuang and Mingchan and knew of her covert attempts to undermine Mingchan. However, he had not anticipated her actions would be so egregious. Although she was ostensibly sent by Xu Fei to manage affairs, she was ultimately just a servant. Yet her quarters were furnished with luxuries far beyond that of Tsuelua courtyard. Mu Shuang's room was equipped with cooling ice and a basket of lychees from the southwestern tribute. half consumed, with fresh lychee peels scattered about, indicating she had been eating just before being interrupted. Observing this scene, Shen Shiyun's eyes grew colder than the ice within the room. This basket of lychees had been a royal gift to him, but given Shen Shiyun's constitution, he could not indulge in many. Hence, he had not brought them to his own quarters. Little did he expect they would end up here. Besides these items, the courtyard was adorned with exotic flowers and extravagant furnishings, all exuding opulence. My dear brother, your maidservant seems to indulge in an abundance of lychees. Could it be that your residence harbors a lychee treasury? Might I shamelessly request a few baskets from you? Shen Shiyun was becoming increasingly animated in his speech. However, Shen Shiyun's patience appeared to be reaching its limit. At that moment, Changhui emerged from Muxiang's chamber with a nearly identical figurine, which bore Mingchan's birth date and was similarly pierced with needles. Muxiang, witnessing this scene, was struck with disbelief. How could there be an identical doll in her room? Memories of Mingchan's earlier words flooded her mind, and at that instant, she seemed to grasp the entirety of the situation. Realizing her predicament was utterly hopeless, Muxiang ceased her pretense, stopped her explanations, and no longer begged for mercy. She began to laugh, not the composed laughter of her usual self, but a deranged, haunting cackle. The princess is truly cunning. I underestimated her, belittled her, and this is the consequence I now face. Chapter 56. Reside with this prince. It is truly vile that you have committed such despicable and malicious acts, yet you dare to accuse my sister-in-law. You shameless wretch. One might think your audacity is emboldened by those in high favor who deliberately instigate you. For I have never witnessed nor heard of such a disgraceful affront to a lady of the house. Shen Shiyun was seething with rage. Sierra Oyan interjected, without evidence. Your Highness the royal prince should refrain from such conclusions. After all, this wicked maid was appointed by the noble consort. If the consort so indulges this vile servant, does it not reflect poorly on her virtue? Though Sierra Oyan's words seemed to defend the consort, they subtly filled in the unspoken parts of Shen Shiyun's accusation. Shen Shiyun's expression darkened ominously. Now that the truth had surfaced, could everyone please take their leave? Shen Shiyun, undeterred, retorted, Is my brother merely going to let this matter rest? This is my family affair. How I choose to settle it is of no concern to you. Changhui, see our guests out. Shen Shiyun no longer extended his courtesy and issued a direct dismissal. The crown prince cautioned, seventh brother, with such an incident occurring, the third must be feeling quite distressed as well. We should take our leave and allow him to handle this matter. Very well, I shall visit my sister-in-law, Shen Shiyun said, hastily making his way to the Tsuelua courtyard without waiting for Changhui to escort him out. Shen Shiyun clenched his fists, his gaze as deep and dark as an abyss. The maidservants and matrons present all knelt in unison, too fearful to breathe. The guards wore solemn expressions. Today, the chaos within the royal residence had summoned forth countless cries of anguish. Shen Shiyun coldly regarded Muxiang, whose delirious ramblings resembled the mindless chatter of an insect. Muxiang had betrayed her mistress, oppressed her, and used sorcery to bring shame upon the Chu royal house. She was to be punished with 20 strokes of the cane and delivered to the authorities. Upon uttering these words, he cast her a final glance of contempt and departed with indifference. Realizing her impending doom, Muxiang, now deranged, understood that no divine intervention could save her. Sorcery contravened the law, and given that her victim was the princess, the authorities would undoubtedly pursue her case to the end. Even the noble consort could not shield her from this fate. In a fit of desperation, Muxiang lunged towards a pillar, but Xia Changhui, quick-witted, pushed her aside. You, Miss Mu, if you believe you have been wronged, can seek justice from the authorities, but there is no need to perish within the royal grounds and soil them. After receiving Xia Changhui's blow, Muxiang felt her inside shift. The lychees she had consumed earlier erupted forth. The onlookers grimaced at the foul stench. This vile servant truly believed herself to be of importance, daring to consume royal gifts meant for the prince. She deserved every bit of her punishment. 2 guards stepped forward to apprehend Muxiang. Be careful not to kill her. We still need to report this to the authorities, Xia Changhui warned. The guards complied and dragged Muxiang away. In the Tsuelua courtyard, Jiuyue squatted before Mingchan, fanning her with tearful eyes. Soon, ice meant to cool the sweltering heat arrived, alleviating the discomfort of the courtyard. Not long after, Minister Zheng was summoned to check Mingchan's pulse. Shen Shiyun returned, his concern palpable.
What has happened to my sister-in-law? He inquired. Minister Zheng, frowning as he examined her, only stood to respond when Shen Shiyun joined them. Your Highness, I must confess my medical skills are lacking, and I cannot ascertain the cause of the princess's ailment. The pulse I detect is quite peculiar. It resembles a joyous pulse, yet is not. I dare not make hasty conclusions, for a misdiagnosis would ruin my reputation as a physician. On his way to the royal residence, he had heard rumors regarding the day's events at the Chu royal house, and it appeared that sorcery was indeed at play. He remained uncertain of the nature of the poison within the figurine. Without knowledge of its toxicity, he could not formulate an appropriate remedy. However, his words inadvertently confirmed that sorcery had indeed caused the princess's affliction. Shen Shiyun furrowed his brow. If you are unable to help, what should we do? I have heard that this type of sorcery can be resolved by locating its source and burning it. I wonder if that is reliable, Qianzhou suggested. Minister Zheng nodded. It may be worth a try. Sorcery often relies on these superstitious implements. If such materials are destroyed, the poison will cease to take effect, and the afflicted may gradually recover. This malevolent craft should have long been eradicated from existence, Shen Shiyun declared, setting ablaze the two figurines. Once the dolls were consumed by flames, Mingchan's spirits visibly lifted, astonishing those present. Sister Xiaochan, you have been harmed by treachery. You must recuperate properly. This courtyard is no longer fit for habitation. I possess a country estate. If you do not mind, you may rest there for a time, Shen Shiyun offered. Shen Shiyun's expression darkened. There is no need for the royal prince to trouble himself. My sister-in-law will temporarily reside in Wenxin Hall, where I shall personally attend to her. Shen Shiyun retorted, you are hardly capable of caring for anyone, especially considering you are set to marry a secondary consort. This is my family matter, and you, royal prince, overstep your bounds, as though I am deceased. Shen Shiyun replied without an ounce of courtesy. Mingchan interjected, I appreciate your highness's goodwill. However, I am married to the Chu prince, who will care for me properly. Shen Shiyun felt a surge of frustration at her continued defense of Shen Shiyun. Sensing his irritation, Mingchan added, should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly pay a visit. Shen Shiyun remarked, while Shen Shiyun replied, very well, it is settled then. I wish to consult Sister Xiaochan regarding certain matters. He exchanged knowing glances with Mingchan, sharing secrets only they understood. Shen Shiyun's expression hardened as he turned to Qianzhou. Are you not going to see our guest out? Qianzhou, startled, dropped her fan and nervously escorted the royal prince away. Following this extensive investigation, all the servants in the Tsuelo courtyard, save for Qianzhou, were found to have issues. Xiao Hong and Ning Pozi were implicated in the conspiracy against the princess, subjected to punishment before being sent to the authorities, while the remaining maidservants bore varying degrees of culpability and were dismissed from the estate. Shen Shiyun had already tasked Chonghui with procuring a new batch of servants. In the now desolate courtyard, only Mingchan and Shen Shiyun remained, with the guard stationed at a distance. Shen Shiyun gazed at Mingchan, who sat languidly in a rattan chair, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Mingchan retched into a nearby spittoon and turned to the inscrutable Shen Shiyun. I have caused trouble for you again, Your Highness. Seeing her meek demeanor brought to mind memories of their time in Qianzhou. Evidently, this ordeal had taught her a valuable lesson. Shen Shiyun studied her, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Have someone tidy up, accompany me to Wenxin Hall. Chapter 58. The matter of the secondary consort must be addressed. Chapter 58. Shen Shiyun had no desire to be disturbed. In Qianzhou, due to limited circumstances, he had no choice but to share a roof with Mingchan. In the capital city now, he saw no reason to share a roof with anyone. The courtyard offered numerous rooms, allowing each wife or concubine to have her own space. He could simply visit the courtyard of the one he wished to indulge. Yet, he was perplexed by his own words that suggested Mingchan reside in the Wenxin Hall with him. After uttering those words, Shen Shiyun felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps it stemmed from a sense of guilt towards Mingchan that had prompted such a proposal. However, if Mingchan truly moved into Wenxin Hall, he would lose even his own space. Once he married a secondary consort, would he have to return to face Mingchan after spending time with another? There were many vacant courtyards in the estate. He should allow Mingchan to choose another room. As Shen Shiyun wrestled with his thoughts, Mingchan, displaying remarkable understanding, gently declined. Wenxin Hall is your resting place, Your Highness. I do not wish to intrude. I have grown accustomed to living in the Cui Luo courtyard. Now that the malevolent spirits have been dispelled,
I believe I can find peace here. I have put considerable effort into nurturing this courtyard and cannot bear to leave it. Glancing at the freshly turned soil, some of which had already been sown with grass seeds, and a few green shoots had even begun to sprout, he remarked, "Given your current state of health, this courtyard is not suitable for habitation." Although he did not believe in the power of curses, he felt a measure of apprehension and thought it best to keep his distance. "If Your Highness is concerned, perhaps you could send a Taoist priest to perform a ritual for me," Mingchan suggested. Shen Shiyun frowned, having been well-versed in literature since childhood. He was not particularly superstitious. Mingchan's apparent disinterest in moving to Wenxin Hall inexplicably irked him. Was she truly so foolish? Or did she harbor no thoughts in that regard towards him? It made him feel rather self-absorbed. Moving to Wenxin Hall is not a matter for discussion. Pack your belongings and come over. I am not negotiating with you, Shen Shiyun said, displeasure evident in his tone. He would later find an excuse to send her away when he grew weary of her presence. At present, he had no intention of yielding to Mingchan's wishes. Seeing him grow angry, Mingchan, unsure of the cause, remarked, "Your Highness, it seems you care for me more than I realized." Shen Shiyun retorted, "You certainly know how to flatter yourself." Confused, Mingchan asked, "What do you mean, Your Highness?" Shen Shiyun, observing her naive expression, turned and left. News of the significant upheaval in the rear courtyard of the Chu Wangfu quickly spread. However, due to a thorough purge, Consort Shu was not informed of the events immediately. By the time she learned of them, her confidants, Mu Shuang and Wang Pozi, had already been imprisoned and were suffering immensely. Consort Shu was furious. How dare they silently eliminate all my people? I have underestimated their capabilities. What kind of sorcery does that Ming family girl possess to earn the favor of the crown prince and the Rue Wang to speak on her behalf? In a fit of rage, she overturned the tea set on the table, yet this did little to quell her fury. "Lu Momo, summon the Chu Wang and Chu Wangfei to the palace and tell them I am ill." In her anger, Consort Shu's mind buzzed. In less than 2 months, that woman, Mingchan, had systematically removed several of her operatives within the Chu Wangfu. Now, even her carefully cultivated insiders had been rendered useless. How could Consort Shu swallow this humiliation? Moreover, her most trusted son was siding with that unremarkable Ming family girl, which was intolerable. She demanded an explanation today. She would force the Chu Wang to choose between the Ming family girl and her biological mother. Before long, Shen Shiyun arrived at the Weiyang Palace. Seeing him alone heightened Consort Shu's frown. "Where's that vixen Mingchan?" Hearing this, Shen Shiyun also frowned. "Mother, such words from you are rather indiscreet." Consort Shu could not help but laugh. "Are you attempting to lecture me?" "I would not dare," Shen Shiyun replied. "What do you have to fear? You have eliminated all those I arranged for you, and I did not expect our relationship to reach this point. What spell has that Ming family girl cast upon you to make you so subservient?" Consort Shu scoffed. Remaining calm, Shen Shiyun explained, "My actions regarding Mu Shuang were not solely due to Mingchan. Mu Shuang was under your command, managing the rear courtyard for me, which I had no objection to. However, she abused her authority to amass wealth and power for herself, withheld wages from the staff to fill her own coffers, and deceived me. Furthermore, she engaged in forbidden practices, creating chaos within the Chu Wangfu. Now that both the Crown Prince and Rue Wang are aware, I cannot shield her. She brought this upon herself." Consort Shu merely sneered. "You are clearly enamored with that Ming family harlot, which is why you find fault with my people at every turn. I have stated, I do not have feelings for Mingchan, nor do I favor her. Mother, your judgment is rather flawed. Mu Shuang and Wang Pozi are foolish and malicious, unsuitable for important roles." Shen Shiyun's expression hardened. Consort Shu stifled her frustration, realizing that Mu Shuang and her accomplices had become useless pawns. Continuing this argument with him would yield no results, so she shifted the conversation. "You claim you are not under the influence of that lowly Ming girl, yet why do you never show interest in the concubines I provided for you? That Ming family girl is not only of low birth, but also unremarkable in appearance. Do you not feel repulsed by her face?" Shen Shiyun was handsome, and most people seemed ordinary by comparison. If he judged solely by appearance, few would catch his eye. Having spent over 3 years with Mingchan, he had grown accustomed to her average looks. To be fair, while she was not striking, she was not ugly either. Her figure and eyes were quite appealing, and her body, concealed beneath her clothing, was without fault. Perhaps it was these factors that allowed Shen Shiyun to overlook her plain face, as it did not strike him as particularly unattractive. Now, hearing Consort Shu belittle Mingchan in such a manner, he felt a surge of irritation, as if she were questioning and humiliating him. The last time I visited Zhongshuelu, I nearly fell victim to the poison of Yi Mei Xiang. How could you dare send me there again? I am disgusted at the mere thought of passing by, Shen Shiyun stated with a stern expression. The incident involving Yi Mei Xiang had yet to be clarified. Hearing him mention it made Consort Shu feel a twinge of guilt. She had acted too hastily and nearly harmed her only son. Enough! You have grown distant from me, believing I am excessive in my concerns. Your maternal grandfather and uncle are gone, and the Ji family can hardly rise again. You are my only son, and the only one I can trust not to betray me. After this anger subsides, I hope for your well-being. The Ji family is struggling to regain its footing. It is time to discuss your marriage to the Lin family. We cannot allow that Ming family girl to grow stronger. Even if Mu Shuang is out of the picture, the management of this estate must not fall into her hands. Chapter 59. Your Highness should equally distribute his affections in truth. Shen Shiyun did not mind or reject the idea of taking a secondary consort. It was a commonplace practice for men to have multiple wives and concubines. As a member of the royal family, he had no choice but to marry a concubine. Moreover, considering Mingchan's unique status as the Chu Wangfei, they had not even had a formal wedding. Among the royal princes, he was the only one who had not held a wedding ceremony. Though he had acknowledged Mingchan as the Chu Wangfei, he was fully aware that her title was more nominal than substantive. From the moment he returned to the capital, expanding his household had been part of his life's design. However, such plans had to unfold gradually, rather than being hastily thrust upon him by others. Shen Shiyun's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. If his mother wished to take a concubine, so be it, however. He kindly requested that she refrain from meddling in the affairs of his residence in the future. With that, he turned and exited the Weiyang Palace. His mood was unprecedentedly foul, as if a massive stone weighed upon him, rendering it difficult to breathe. The Shufei, observing her resolute son departing, smashed the only surviving white jade vase nearby with great force. The people of Weiyang Palace fell silent in shock. Lu Momo stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, do not be angered. As the saying goes, when a son grows up, he listens to his daughter-in-law. It is likely this is the case. His Highness, the Prince of Chu, is kind-hearted and easily swayed. That Ming family's illegitimate daughter may appear innocent, yet she possesses a cunning mind. It seems she has taken advantage of His Highness's deep sense of loyalty and affection, serving by his side for 3 years to manipulate him and sow discord between you two. Now, we cannot know whether Miss Lin, having gone to the Prince of Chu's residence, can manage this scheming young woman." This was precisely the cause of concern for the Shufei. This vile vixen must be eliminated. Otherwise, the hatred in my heart shall not dissipate. The Shufei declared through gritted teeth. If this Ming family's illegitimate daughter were merely envious and jealous, it would be one thing, but Lu Momo, casting a discreet glance at the Shufei's expression, chose not to continue her thought. The Shufei, feeling incomplete with only half of the conversation, was irked. "What are you afraid of?" she pressed. Lu Momo then said, upon further reflection, "It seems that the Rui Wang and Li Fei have provided considerable support to the Ming family's illegitimate daughter. I fear she might have already aligned herself with them." Upon hearing this, the Shufei's anger intensified.
No wonder.
No wonder Li Fei, that vixen, suddenly came to Weiyang Palace to support that wretched girl during the Empress Dowager's birthday, and Rui Wang unexpectedly emerged to share the spotlight with that wretched girl. I thought it was just a coincidence. How delightful. These wretched individuals have indeed come together. The Shufei gripped the armrest of her chair tightly, rising in agitation. Pacing the hall, her eyes filled with malice. Lu Momo concurred. Indeed, the Ming family's illegitimate daughter is not a beauty. Rui Wang is in his youth. So what could he possibly want with her, a woman of such plainness?
What did you just say?
The Shufei halted abruptly. Lu Momo clarified. I meant to say that the Ming family's illegitimate daughter is unattractive and lacks grace. The part in the middle, the Shufei interrupted. Lu Momo continued, Rui Wang, being in his prime, is likely to be chosen by the emperor and Li Fei for a wife of unparalleled beauty, akin to a celestial maiden. Lu Momo spoke with a hint of envy. The Shufei suddenly laughed. Unparalleled beauty, akin to a celestial maiden. Ha! Why does your majesty laugh? Lu Momo inquired knowingly. The Shu Fei replied, "My good Momo, you have enlightened me. Li Fei's wretched son is destined to match with a wretched woman. No wonder they have found common ground with that little wretch from the Ming family. It is simply a case of matching pot with lid." The Shu Fei's implication brought a glimmer of excitement and malice to Lu Momo's eyes. The Shu Fei shot her a knowing glance, and Lu Momo promptly leaned in, whispering to each other for a while. Lu Momo smiled. "Your Majesty is indeed clever. This plan truly kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Once this scandal breaks, let us see how these individuals continue to prance about. Yes, this matter must be approached with caution. We must ensure they suffer utter disgrace, leaving them no chance of redemption." The Shu Fei seethed. The Ming family's illegitimate daughter's maneuvering had led to the near eradication of all her informants within the Prince of Chu's residence. Without these eyes and ears, the Shu Fei felt an unsettling loss of control. The Ji family members currently available were inept and useless. She could not rely on them. She needed to take this opportunity to cultivate her own loyal forces to regain a sense of security. Engaging in power struggles with the wretched women of the harem would yield nothing but fleeting favor from the old emperor, a precarious kind of affection. It would be far better to manage her son's household well. At the very least, if the Prince of Chu were to gain power, she could also be in a position to control the future. However, the obstacle before her was the Ming family's illegitimate daughter, a woman she had always despised. This woman must be eliminated for her to gain control over the Prince of Chu's residence. Mingchan's relocation to Wenxin Palace stirred considerable commotion within the royal residence. Yet, at such a critical juncture, no one dared to voice any opinions. The dancers from Jiangxue Tower and the other 2 residing in Soyu Pavilion came to visit Mingchan, each presenting gifts to express their concern and condolences. Mingchan did not rebuff them. Whatever they brought, she allowed Chuyue to accept, showing neither disdain nor eagerness to win their favor. The visitors, having waited for a long time without seeing the Prince of Chu return, noticed Mingchan's indifferent demeanor and Chuyue's subtle hints to hasten their departure, prompting them to leave politely. As Chuyue tidied up, she remarked, "Your Highness, you have been back for quite some time, and they have lingered here for so long without ever visiting you before. Now that you have gained favor, moving to the prince's Wenxin Palace, they scramble to approach you. They truly are sycophants." Mingchan replied nonchalantly, "Previously, Mushuang controlled the rear courtyard and harbored ill feelings towards me. If they dared to visit me then, it would have been a deliberate affront to Mushuang. People are inclined to seek benefits and avoid harm. Their choice is merely a means of self-preservation, nothing more. Your Highness, you are too kind," Chuyue pouted. "At such a time, you still defend them. But do not be too careless. They are clearly filled with schemes, and they likely feign goodwill while seeking to draw closer to His Highness. Not long ago, His Highness had also neglected you for quite a while. I was beginning to worry that he might have grown weary of you. Thankfully, he still holds you in his heart. And this time, he has had a change of heart, allowing you to move into Wenxin Palace. This can be seen as a blessing in disguise. This opportunity must not be squandered by those sycophants." In contrast to Chuyue's dissatisfaction, Mingchan remained remarkably calm. They were all His Highness's women. Even if they genuinely sought to approach him, it was hardly condemnable. He should naturally share his affections with all. Share his affections with all? A voice, laced with hidden ire, echoed from the doorway. Chuyue quickly set down her task and bowed. "Your Highness." Chapter 60. Unexpectedly, the position of the Princess of Chu is highly sought after. Shen Shiyun entered with a solemn expression. Chuyue, sensing the atmosphere, discreetly withdrew. Mingchan remained composed, meeting Shen Shiyun's icy gaze, and politely inquired, "Your Highness is not yet calmed down today? Is it because of your humble servant? I am truly touched. Please do not let your worries affect your health." Shen Shiyun chuckled in irritation. "Feel sorry for you? I am far more concerned about myself." Mingchan replied, "It is indeed wise for your Highness to prioritize yourself. I shall take comfort in that." Shen Shiyun took a seat opposite her, sipping from the teacup on the low table. Mingchan hesitated. "Your Highness, that was the tea I just drank." Shen Shiyun frowned, disdainfully setting down the teacup. "Mushuang has been dealt with. You will temporarily oversee the rear courtyard." Mingchan responded, "I lack experience and fear I may not manage well." Seeing her display such naivety, Shen Shiyun retorted, "Then learn diligently." Such an opportunity was sought after by many, yet Mingchan was now playing hard to get with him. You had me help you deal with Mu Shuang for this reason, did you not? Shen Shiyun pointed out bluntly. Mingchan feigned innocence, Your Highness. You have wronged me. I never intended to bring down Miss Mu. Are you regretting your decision to deal with her? Humph. Shen Shiyun shot her a cold glance. Do not think that a few fabricated tales will deceive me. I am aware of the little intrigues in Mu Shuang's room. Mingchan fell silent. For Shen Shiyun, uncovering the truth was not difficult. Mingchan realized she could not hide the truth from him. Why had he refrained from exposing her earlier? Was he now preparing to deal with her? Shen Shiyun stared at her for a long time. Mingchan, do not think that I am afraid to take action against you. I have never dared to think this way. I did not provoke Miss Mu. It was she who wished for my demise, which compelled me to resort to such desperate measures. I acknowledge my faults, Your Highness. And whether you choose to punish me or not, I will harbor no resentment. Mingchan spoke obediently, her tone softening in such moments.
Given the circumstances,
punishing Mingchan would serve little purpose, especially since it was indeed Mu Shuang who instigated this matter. Furthermore, Shen Shiyun had long intended to expel Mu Shuang and her companions from the royal residence. Mu Shuang's allegiance to the concubine Xu was not a favorable situation and could pose future risks. This incident provided Shen Shiyun with the opportunity to address the issue. Having endured hardships together, he was still capable of extending a final touch of tenderness to Mingchan at this moment. Mingchan, you mentioned that I should share my affections equally, but is that sentiment genuine? Shen Shiyun inquired coldly. Just as Mingchan was about to respond, he added, I wish to hear your most sincere thoughts. Mingchan hesitated briefly before cautiously replying, if I were to claim otherwise, would Your Highness dismiss me from the inner court and vow never to take any concubines or maidservants? Shen Shiyun chuckled. You are indeed greedy. You asked me to speak my mind, yet when I did, Your Highness accuses me of avarice. Perhaps you should dismiss my words as mere folly. Mingchan turned away, expressing her discontent. Shen Shiyun seldom witnessed such a coy display from her. However, he knew that in this lifetime, he could never exclusively cherish any woman, nor could he truly fall in love with one. Wives and concubines were merely embellishments in his life, of little significance. His willingness to converse candidly with Mingchan stemmed from the fact that she was not only his woman but also a companion who had shared in his struggles. Thus, he was inclined to be forthright with her. I shall not pursue the past with you, but I do not wish to witness your scheming in the future, Shen Shiyun declared. Mingchan bowed her head in acquiescence. He continued, the Prince of Chu will soon marry a concubine. You must make the necessary preparations. I do not wish for any further embarrassment. Mingchan obediently replied, I understand. Her voice carried a hint of dejection. Shen Shiyun noticed this, but had no intention of offering comfort. This day was inevitable, and he saw no reason to conceal it. Prepare for my rest, he commanded. On such a significant day in the royal residence, Shen Shiyun had made a trip to Weiyang Palace and was now exhausted, yearning for repose. Mingchan approached dutifully to assist him with his ablutions. It felt as though they had returned to their days in Qianzhou, albeit the surroundings were far superior to the humble thatched cottage. Yet the human heart had changed. Mingchan took charge of the inner court, and a new batch of servants was recruited, all of whom were under the careful scrutiny of Chang Hui, proving to be considerably more diligent. The previous servants, who had committed few offenses, had also become noticeably more compliant, creating an atmosphere of rare tranquility in the Prince of Chu's residence. The date for the prince's marriage to the concubine was set for the end of the month, chosen by the officials of the Ministry of Rites. Although the prince was marrying a concubine, the scale of the event was comparable to that of a primary consort, if not more extravagant. Mingchan busied herself with the preparations, and even the Empress Dowager expressed concern, fearing that Mingchan, with her humble origins, might mishandle the arrangements. Thus, she specially dispatched 2 experienced matrons to assist her. With their support, Mingchan relished her current position of detachment. Regardless of others' opinions, she welcomed the leisure. Occasionally, the Xia sisters invited her to stroll through the capital, enjoying the lakeside scenery. While Mingchan was not particularly interested, it was preferable to remaining confined within the residence. So she accepted their invitations. Every so often, she would take Xia Lingshu's pulse to assess her condition, and in return, Xia Lingshu rewarded her with precious gifts. In a month's time, the shop that Xia Lingshu had prepared for Mingchan was nearing completion, and she planned to sell some medicinal pills there. Time swiftly passed until the day arrived for the Prince of Chu to wed Lin Pingting. As the only daughter of the Lin minister, Lin Pingting could not be a concubine, and it was only on the day of the marriage that Mingchan learned she and Lin Pingting would be co-wives. The Lin family presented a lavish dowry, and the procession was lively, attracting many noble ladies. Miss Ming, you are truly fortunate to stand on equal footing with the Lin family's daughter. You must understand that even the daughters of the wealthiest families are treated as maidservants if born of concubines, and cannot compare to those born of legitimate wives.
Indeed.
Not to mention the disparity between your Ming family and the Lin family. On such a joyous day, did your family come to attend? The Ming family has cast me aside. Why would they participate in such an event? Regardless, Miss Ming is still of the Ming family. We are all one family. How could there be true enmity? A group of noble ladies, while feasting, relished in mocking Mingchan enough. Xie Ling Yao nearly overturned the table. Fortunate that Xie Ling Shu restrained her. Do you not understand that there is an order to things? Sister Ming is the primary consort. When she accompanied the prince during his exile to Qianzhou, it was known to all that she was his only wife. Since Lin Pingting insists on marrying, she can only be a secondary wife. If anyone speaks ill of the Princess Consort again, I shall not let it slide. Xie Ling Shu was not surprised by the current situation. Lin Pingting, as the Lin minister's only daughter and the Empress Dowager's grandniece, could never be subordinate to the concubine Mingchan. However, it was rather excessive for them to conceal this until the wedding day. Miss Xie, we are merely stating facts. Did not the officials clearly declare that Miss Lin is a primary wife, a legitimate consort? Some attempted to defend the situation, but Xie Ling Yao's cold glare silenced them. Mingchan appeared indifferent to the gossip, handling the wedding festivities with grace. Little did she expect the position of the Princess Consort to be so coveted. Had she known 3 years prior, she might have relinquished it to Miss Lin, thereby sparing herself from such an advantageous predicament.
Now,
she could only share the affections of their husband with the noble Lin lady. I feel somewhat ashamed, she admitted. The expressions of those observing the spectacle shifted subtly. By the way, your esteemed Miss Lin must still address our little sister Ming as sister, Xie Ling Yao added mischievously.
with that,
The crowd found it inappropriate to continue their jibes and shifted their conversations elsewhere. It was a grand day for the Lin family, who presented a splendid bridal procession that captivated many noble ladies in the capital, who couldn't help but discuss the grandeur of the occasion. The concubine Shu expressed her satisfaction with the marriage arrangement, finally displaying a smile and a glow of happiness on her face. However, this was only the case when Mingchan was not present. In her absence, she exuded warmth and kindness. On such a momentous day, the concubine Shu was notably absent in seeking trouble with Mingchan, likely fearing that her presence would bring misfortune and taint the day's festivities. Seated at a table with the Empress Dowager, she mingled with the noble women of the capital. However, Mingchan, as the mistress of the royal residence, found herself excluded from their circle. As it was a joyous occasion at the Prince of Chu's residence, wine was in abundance. A group of women approached Mingchan but directed their toasts towards Xie Ling Yao instead, saying, "Come, let us toast to Miss Ming. Our Ping Ting has never faced hardship or humiliation in the Lin family, so Miss Ming must look after her well, fostering harmony as they bear fruit for His Highness." The woman, dressed in soft pink, bore a smile, yet her words dripped with an air of superiority and arrogance. She was Han Xianyu, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Her family was closely allied with the Lin family, and she was currently negotiating a marriage with the Lin family's legitimate heir. However, due to the mourning period for Han's matriarch, the engagement had yet to be finalized. The admiration Han Xianyu held for the Lin family scion was widely known among the noble women of the capital. Regrettably, the scion of the Lin family does not seem particularly enamored with Miss Han, primarily due to her lack of physical appeal, her green bean eyes, flat nose, thick lips, and a square face reminiscent of Lord Han, starkly contrast with the delicate and refined beauty that is currently in vogue. However, for prominent families like the Hans and Lins, marriage considerations extend beyond mere looks. They heavily weigh the benefits of familial alliances. Moreover, a man, aside from his wife, is permitted to take numerous concubines. Thus, even if the Lin heir is indifferent, he must ultimately acquiesce to familial expectations. To curry favor with the Lin family, Han Xingyue has gone to great lengths to ingratiate herself with Lin Pingting, even stepping forward on her behalf in the current situation. Xie Ling Yao, observing the cup of wine presented to her, could not help but furrow her brows. Before she could voice her discontent, a woman beside Han Xingyue interjected, "Miss Han, you have mistaken her. This is not Miss Ming, but rather Miss Xie of the Xie family. The lady beside her is indeed Miss Ming. Han Xingyue quickly apologized. Forgive my poor eyesight. I mistook you for a lady accompanied by a matron from another family. I hope Miss Ming does not take offense. It was merely a case of my eyes deceiving me. Her apologies, however, elicited laughter from those around, as it was abundantly clear that her mistake was intentional. In such a significant gathering, how could she genuinely misidentify someone? It was evident that she had been informed beforehand and was deliberately feigning ignorance to embarrass the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family. Furthermore, both the Han and Xie families are esteemed households in the capital. Although they possess no close ties, they are not entirely unfamiliar with one another. While Han Xingyue may not recognize the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family, it is inconceivable that she would fail to recognize the Xie sisters. She nearly implied that the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family was too dark and aged in appearance to bear the title of Princess of Chu. Xie Lingyao, incensed, rose from her seat and retorted, I see that Miss Han resembles a green bean spirit. Your eyes are so small that you can hardly discern anything. No wonder you cannot recognize who the Princess of Chu is. Perhaps you should find a stick to prop open your eyes, lest your tiny green bean eyes fail you further. Her bluntness, coupled with the well-known fact of Han Xinyue's small eyes, prompted much of the audience to stifle their laughter. Embarrassed by the public humiliation, Han Xinyue's face flushed, fully aware that Xie Lingyao was not one to be trifled with. She dared not confront her directly, but shot a venomous glare at those who laughed. They promptly quieted down. With a tone of feigned innocence, Han Xinyue stated, I did not mean to mistake anyone. Is it not a bit too aggressive of you, Miss Xie? I have already apologized to Miss Ming. So, why must you continue to humiliate me? Indeed, Miss Han did not mean it. Miss Xie, your words were rather excessive. Chimed in the women who had accompanied Han Xinyue. Isn't Miss Xie always like this? Xie Lingyao fumed, ready to retaliate, but Xie Lingshu quickly restrained her, saying, Io. Today is a momentous occasion for His Royal Highness. Let's not further complicate matters for the princess. Xie Lingyao cast a glance at Mingchan and, seeing her composed demeanor, relented, deciding not to pursue the matter further. Han Xinyue then respectfully bowed to Mingchan, stating, Miss Ming, I was indeed blind to not recognize you earlier, and I sincerely apologize for my rudeness. I offer this cup of wine as a token of my apology. She extended the cup with a demeanor far less haughty than before, conveying a genuine sense of remorse. Mingchan regarded her coolly, her gaze landing on the cup she offered. I appreciate your sentiment, but I recently suffered a grave injustice at the hands of a vile servant and nearly lost my life. I am still in recovery and unable to consume alcohol. Han Xinyue's face fell. It seems Miss Ming is unwilling to forgive me. Xie Lingyao could not suppress a mocking laugh. Feeling a surge of satisfaction, why should she be obligated to forgive you? Han Xinyue continued, Today is Pingting's auspicious day. I wish to avoid enmity with Miss Ming. What must I do to earn your forgiveness? I promise I shall not decline if it is within my power. Her tone was such that it implied that Mingchan's refusal to accept the cup was a deliberate act of spite. Xie Lingyao interjected, Very well. Then you must bow thrice to Miss Ming and slap yourself 3 times, and only then will I believe your apology is sincere. A flicker of malice crossed Han Xinyue's eyes. She found Xie Lingyao insufferably irksome. Miss Xie, you're being excessively aggressive. Miss Ming has not spoken, yet you choose to create a scene. Anyone would think Miss Ming has instructed you to act thus. Repeat that, Xie Lingyao warned, her gaze piercing. The man who had spoken retreated, silenced. Han Xinyue continued, This matter has transpired for over half a month. Why has Miss Ming not yet recovered? Perhaps you have sought out an incompetent doctor? This wine is a special brew prepared by Minister Lin for Pingting, infused with precious herbs like ginseng and reishi. Miss Ming, why not try it? It is said to enhance health and longevity, and even the Empress Dowager has praised it highly. Mingchan scrutinized her intently, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she asked, Is that so? The intensity of her gaze made Han Xinyue feel as if her facade was being unraveled. She despised such feelings of vulnerability and being publicly rejected, especially by a mere illegitimate daughter of a servant. What right did this low-born girl have to refuse her? Even if she were the Princess of Chu, what did it matter? Everyone knew she was merely a figurehead, a facade to shield the prince from public scrutiny. Han Xinyue replied, Do you think I would deceive you? This wine is scarce, available only at the Empress Dowager's table, and I procured it specifically for you. Even if you refuse me, you ought to show some regard for the Lin family and the Empress Dowager. Then if I were to decline again, it would appear I am ungrateful, Mingchan stated. Han Xinyu insisted, I genuinely came to celebrate your occasion. With Pingting's support, you shall surely find your burdens lessen. Miss Ming, I present this cup to you. With that, she forcefully placed the cup into Mingchan's hands, a smile plastered on her face that lacked sincerity. Raising her own cup high, Han Xinyu lightly clinked it against Mingchan's. To you, Miss Ming, I drink first in salute. Just as Han Xinyu was about to tilt her head back to drink, Mingchan halted her. In a moment filled with curiosity, anticipation, and a hint of amusement from onlookers, Mingchan gently tipped her cup, pouring half of its contents into Han Xinyue's. Miss Han, my health is still fragile. I cannot consume so much. This wine is exceedingly precious, a gift from the Empress Dowager. It would be improper to waste it. Let us each drink half, and consider this half a resolution to our previous misunderstanding. Mingchan smiled with grace and composure, while Han Xinyue's smile faltered. She stared at the cup, now filled to the brim with the potent concoction, feeling trapped. Drink or not drink. Chapter 62. Does His Royal Highness have any interest in a visit? Mingchan gazed at her. Miss Han, why are you lost in thought? Han Xinyu forced a smile. Miss Ming, you are unaware. I have indulged a bit too much today, and find it challenging to drink further. This wine, infused with ginseng and reishi, is a rare concoction. What harm could come from consuming a bit more? It certainly won't damage your health, or are you concerned about its quality? Mingchan asked, her smile enigmatic. What could possibly be wrong with this wine? Han Xinyu would never admit her fears. With so many illustrious ladies present, any rumor of misconduct could tarnish her reputation. Furthermore, it was imperative that she assuage any doubts that the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family might harbor. She must ensure that Mingchan drinks this wine. Humph. If there is no issue, why don't you drink it yourself? Xia Lingyao immediately sensed the tension. Gritting her teeth, Han Xinyu declared, if I drink, does that mean Miss Ming will no longer refuse? Mingchan remained silent. Han Xinyu steeled her resolve and downed the contents of the cup in one swift motion, while Mingchan, with a gentle sweep of her sleeve, took a sip from her own cup. Han Xinyu, after finishing her drink, feigned calmness and remarked, since I am not welcome by Miss Xia, I shall take my leave. With that, she hurried away, as if unable to linger a moment longer. Xia Lingyao took the empty cup from Mingchan's hands and asked, Sister Xiaozan, are you all right? Just half a cup of wine. I'm fine, Mingchan replied with composure. However, Xia Lingyao remained somewhat uneasy, questioning whether the wine was indeed safe. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Should I summon the physician immediately to examine you? I know my own limits. You all enjoy your meal. I will step outside for some fresh air, Mingchan stated. I will accompany you, Xia Lingyao insisted. No need. You should stay here and keep the Princess Consort company, Mingchan countered. Xia Lingzhu, sensing the unease, added, I am here and will be fine. Let Io accompany you. Trust me, I shall be all right. Although Mingchan lacked certain talents, she prided herself on her knowledge of medicine. She offered a reassuring smile to the Xia sisters. Xia Lingzhu felt slightly relieved. Her trust in Mingchan's medical skills had prevented her from intervening earlier. The formidable Han Xinyu, who was allied with Lin Pingting, posed a challenge. Xia Lingzhu understood that meddling would only exacerbate the situation between Mingchan and the Lin and Han families. Both families were prominent in the capital, and it would be unwise for Mingchan, lacking status, to cultivate enmity with them, as it would only worsen her standing in the Chu prince's residence. Xia Lingzhu, with a softer disposition than her sister Xia Lingyao, preferred to avoid confrontation, hoping to send Han Xinyu away peacefully in the future. Hearing Mingchan's confident words, she thought little of it and said, Io and I will be right here. If you need anything, please come find us or send someone. After all, this was the Chu prince's residence, and with Mingchan overseeing it, who would dare to act recklessly here? Mingchan acknowledged them and called for Chuyue to accompany her as she departed. Once they reached a secluded area, Mingchan instructed Chuyue, go to Tsuo courtyard and fetch me the blue and white porcelain medicine bottle. Confused, Chuyue noticed Mingchan's slightly distressed expression and asked, what is the matter, princess? Just go and do as I say, no more questions. Hurry back, Mingchan replied. Chuyue complied and quickly returned with the porcelain bottle. Mingchan took it, poured a pill into her mouth, and upon seeing a hint of flush on her face, Chuyue assumed she was intoxicated. Do you need an antidote, princess? Mingchan nodded slightly. Please bring me some. Chuyue turned to leave again. Once the pill was ingested, The heat within Mingchan subsided. Leaning against a beautiful support, her expression gradually turned cold. Just then, a voice of impatience echoed from afar. "I told you not to follow me. Why are you still here? Your Highness, you are intoxicated. Allow me to assist you to rest," the attendant urged. "I am not drunk. I have merely had 1 cup. My tolerance is not so poor." Shen Shiyun, irritable, was annoyed by the attendant's persistent claims of intoxication. "But Your Highness, your face is quite red, and you are swaying. Should anything unfortunate happen, it would reflect poorly on the Chu prince's residence," the attendant continued, maintaining a dutiful demeanor. Mingchan, overhearing their exchange, felt a flicker of curiosity. When did the servants of the Chu prince's residence become so diligent? If His Highness does not wish to rest, why do you persist in following him? Mingchan approached them. The attendant jumped at the sound of her voice, startled to see her standing there unscathed, his eyes widening in shock. "Sister Xiaochan," Shen Shiyun exclaimed joyfully, finding her voice particularly comforting and desiring closeness with her. Mingchan offered him a nonchalant nod. "Princess, what brings you here?" the attendant asked, his tone betraying a hint of panic. Mingchan smiled. "Why shouldn't I be here? Or, do you believe I ought not to be? I would never presume such a thing." Mingchan regarded him with a cool gaze. "If you think I shouldn't be here, where do you believe I should be? Should I be lying somewhere unconscious?" The attendant seemed flustered. "What are you implying, Princess?"
I do not understand.
"Do you truly not understand, or are you feigning ignorance? What kind of wine did you give to His Highness?" Mingchan inquired. "I didn't give him anything."
How could I?
"I merely noticed His Highness appeared intoxicated and wished to assist him to rest," the attendant replied. "Oh, such goodwill. Pray tell, where did you plan to take His Highness to rest?" Mingchan pressed. The attendant hung his head, his eyes darting, unsure of where he had gone wrong. His Highness had indeed consumed that cup of wine, yet he showed no signs of intoxication, merely exhibiting an unusual complexion while maintaining a semblance of clarity. Meanwhile, the princess, who should have been resting in the bamboo house, stood here unharmed and alert, questioning him. "Princess is addressing you. Why do you not respond?" Shen Shiyun asked, clearly irritated. "I initially intended to take His Highness to the bamboo house to rest, but if he is not intoxicated, I shall take my leave," the attendant stammered, sensing a shift in the situation that required reporting back. At that moment, Mingchan interjected. "Ah, the bamboo house, indeed a splendid place for repose. Would His Highness care to accompany me there? Since Sister Xiaochan has extended the invitation, I would be remiss to decline," Shen Shiyun replied, feeling an unusual magnetism towards her today. The attendant, observing their approach towards the bamboo house, felt a surge of determination and hastened to follow. He had initially thought the opportunity lost, yet the Ming family's daughter had so willingly suggested the bamboo house. He believed it was a risk worth taking. If he completed this task, a reward of gold awaited him. Even if he met a tragic end, his family would live in luxury for the rest of their days. With this thought, he followed closely behind. Chapter 63. I desire the scent you bear, Sister Xiaochan. What is that delightful fragrance emanating from you? Shen Shiyun inhaled deeply. Do you still carry that medicinal sachet? Mingchan inquired. Indeed. I always have it with me. I am not certain what it is made from, but its aroma is quite pleasing, Shen Shiyun replied, producing the sachet from his belongings. I have taken great care to keep it safe. Earlier, he had felt a wave of discomfort, yet the scent of the sachet had alleviated his unease. Good to hear you have kept it safe, Mingchan remarked.
Shen Shiyun,
puzzled, leaned closer to Mingchan, catching a whiff of her fragrance. I find your scent even more enchanting. What sachet do you possess? I desire the fragrance you carry. I do not carry a sachet, Mingchan replied. You must be jesting. It is impossible for you to smell this exquisite without one. Shen Shiyun refused to believe her. Leaning in even closer, Mingchan gently pushed him back. I have no penchant for deceit. Shen Shiyun leaned in again. Why is it so warm today? Your scent seems refreshing. Allow me to savor it for a while. Mingchan glanced at the medicinal sachet, noticing the materials inside had slightly changed color. She tucked the sachet away and withdrew a silver needle, pricking it into Shen Shiyun's hand. He recoiled, exclaiming, That hurts. Why did you do that? Pain is necessary to keep you alert. Mingchan remarked, You have consumed something you ought not to have, which is why you feel unwell. Just hold on for a little while longer. Shen Shiyun, akin to a persistent adhesive plaster, yearned to draw nearer but was slightly apprehensive of her silver needles.
No wonder I sensed something was amiss today. Sister Xiao Chan, I can hardly endure any longer. May I inch a little closer to you?
No, Mingchan replied.
I am your sister-in-law, and your third elder brother is a rather jealous man who will become envious. But if third elder brother weds another woman, will you not feel jealous? Shen Shiyun inquired. I am not as petty as he is. I do not harbor jealousy, Mingchan responded. Is that truly the case? Shen Shiyun expressed skepticism, pondering how one could remain indifferent upon witnessing their spouse favoring another. Even if his mother, a paragon of grace and favored by the emperor, would feel a twinge of sorrow upon seeing her husband spend the night with another concubine, she simply concealed her emotions from the public eye. Upon his return to the capital, third elder brother is bound to expand his harem. This is merely the beginning. If I were to feel jealous over such trivial matters, I would be consumed by envy for the rest of my life, Mingchan declared. Shen Shiyun's gaze became somewhat dazed, as if he struggled to comprehend the current situation. He voiced his thoughts. Why can there not exist a love that lasts a lifetime, a singular devotion? If one day I find a woman I cherish, I shall marry only her, showering her with my affections, and never entertain the notion of marrying another. Mingchan chuckled softly. Your heart is pure and genuine. You shall undoubtedly encounter a woman you adore and live a blissful life together. Yet, finding a woman I like is no simple feat. Shen Shiyun furrowed his brow. In all these years, I have yet to meet anyone who truly cares for me. All those who approach me do so because I am a prince. And none have sincere affections. Observing his childlike demeanor, Mingchan offered gentle comfort. You need not belittle yourself. Though many may be drawn to you due to your princely status, they will eventually recognize the rare qualities you possess, and someone will genuinely love you. Is that so? Shen Shiyun asked, sounding like a child craving affirmation. I have no interest in deceiving children, Mingchan replied. I am no longer a child. Shen Shiyun expressed his dissatisfaction with being labeled as such. Indeed. Shen Shiyun again leaned forward. I find the air here stifling. It makes me quite uncomfortable. Yes. It will be quite painful. Just endure it, Mingchan warned. Why will it be painful? He questioned, and as soon as he finished asking, his fingertip was pricked once more, a stream of blood flowing from the wound.
Ah!
Shen Shiyun cried out. Why did you stab me again? I shall not come near you anymore. You are so fierce. Yet Mingchan merely smiled, laying him down on the low couch, retrieving some color-changing herbs from her pouch, and offering the remainder to his nose. Be good and remain silent. There are others watching us. If you behave, I shall prepare a more fragrant remedy for you another day. Shen Shiyun wished to retort, but upon gazing into her bright and earnest eyes and inhaling her delicate fragrance, he changed his mind and whispered, I want the fragrance you possess. Very well, Mingchan replied perfunctorily. Satisfied, Shen Shiyun finally closed his mouth. Perhaps due to his discomfort, he was particularly inclined to heed her words at that moment. The faint scent of herbs lingered around him, keeping him slightly alert despite his drowsiness. Mingchan also leaned beside the low couch, resting her head as if preparing to doze off. The bamboo pavilion fell into a tranquil silence. Shortly thereafter, an individual stealthily entered through the doorway, clad in a veil, cautiously approaching the low couch. Upon reaching Mingchan, he surveyed the situation. Noticing Shen Shiyun lying there with his eyes still open, muttering to himself, the esteemed Prince Rue is truly tenacious, even after being drugged and inhaling the fragrant mist. He remains conscious. I must take my leave. The man raised his hand, intending to incapacitate Shen Shiyun, but before he could strike, his body became numb and he collapsed. Just before losing consciousness, he saw the previously motionless Princess Chu standing up. How could this be? Mingchan assisted Shen Shiyun to a sitting position. The air here is too tainted. We must leave at once. Shen Shiyun, in a daze, had no comprehension of the situation and followed Mingchan outside. Qianzhou arrived with an antidote. Princess, what brings you here? What has happened to His Highness, the Prince Rue? Mingchan took the antidote from her. His Highness has been drugged. Quietly informed Lady Li. I will escort him to the warm fragrance pavilion. Qianzhou had intended to inquire further about Prince Rue's condition, but given the urgency of the situation, she hurried off to notify Lady Li. Meanwhile, Han Xinyu, after consuming a drug-laced drink, felt an overwhelming heat envelop her. Unfortunately, she was surrounded by many individuals. Should they discover her attempt to poison Mingchan, it would certainly tarnish her reputation. Seizing an opportunity, she slipped away.
Most pressing was the fact that the drug was a purgative. Should its effects manifest, it would be utterly humiliating for her. Far worse than drugging an unappreciated daughter of the Ming family. This was a matter of her dignity, and she could not afford to disgrace herself in front of others. Han Xinyu hastily bid farewell to the crowd. Her maid inquired, "Miss, how are you feeling? Hurry and fetch a physician for me."
Han Xinyu snapped.
The maid was momentarily taken aback and reluctantly departed. Han Xinyu rushed to locate a nearby lavatory, acutely aware of the drug's potency. Once its effects took hold, she would be unable to restrain herself. Mingchan had inadvertently caused Consort Shu to consume a laxative, resulting in a public embarrassment for her.
Now,
On this day of grand festivities, the daughter of the Ming family would experience the taste of public humiliation. The drug had been procured from Lin Pingting, who sought to exert pressure on the Ming family while simultaneously currying favor with Consort Shu, avenging past grievances. As the bride today, Lin Pingting could not act directly, so she enlisted Han Xinyu for the task. However, Han Xinyu had not anticipated that Mingchan would prove to be such a formidable opponent, ultimately leading to her own consumption of the drug as well. Fortunately, a purgative was not without its antidote. As long as it was taken within a quarter of an hour, the effects could be largely mitigated, ensuring she would not suffer public disgrace. This was the very reason Han Xinyu had dared to drink the tainted wine. Yet, upon her maid's departure, Han Xinyu felt increasingly unwell, her body aflame, resembling a fever rather than the expected purgative effects. As she staggered forward, her vision began to blur. She instinctively pressed on, seeking assistance. But her unfamiliarity with the Prince Chu's residence led her to stray down an unfamiliar path. This route was eerily quiet, yet it bore an inexplicable familiarity. She continued forward until she halted before the bamboo pavilion. Chapter 64. Substitution. Today, Consort Shu, Consort Li, and the Emperor were all present at the Prince Chu's residence. Consort Shu appeared to be in high spirits, engaging in conversation with the Empress Dowager, occasionally chatting with the ladies of the Lin family. However, amidst her duties, Consort Shu frequently glanced towards another area, seemingly awaiting something. The agreed-upon time had long passed without any word. Yet, she remained unperturbed. After all, today was a joyous occasion for the Lin family, and she would not allow the trivial matters concerning Mingchan, a mere servant's daughter, to dampen her mood. It was not until she observed Mingchan's maid, Qianzhou, hurriedly approaching Consort Li, whispering urgently, that Consort Shu's expression changed dramatically. Consort Li's face transformed in response, and she departed the gathering in haste. The anxiety and anger etched upon Consort Li's features did not escape Consort Shu's notice. Consort Li is leaving so hurriedly. It seems she has encountered some trouble. As her sister, I ought to check on her. If I can be of assistance, I shall lend a hand. Consort Shu rose and addressed the Empress Dowager. What incident has befallen Lady Li? Upon hearing the words of Lady Shu, a nearby noblewoman inquired in astonishment. I am not entirely certain myself. I observed her expression was rather poor just a moment ago, which suggests she encountered a rather troublesome affair. Lady Li is a rare guest at the residence of the Prince of Chu. We must not neglect her. Lady Shu spoke with feigned concern.
indeed.
I shall go and see for myself. The Empress Dowager concurred. Lady Li has had a long-standing discord with the Empress Dowager, and it is rare for the latter to witness Lady Li in such a disheveled state, thus her curiosity was piqued. With the Empress Dowager having made her intention known, the surrounding noble women rose in unison, preparing to accompany her. The commotion soon reached Emperor Yanping, who, upon learning of the situation, hesitated briefly but could no longer remain seated. Lady Shu and the Empress Dowager led the way, but they were ultimately a step too late, for by the time they emerged, Lady Li had vanished from sight. It is understandable. With such a scandal concerning her only precious son, Lady Li must have hastened away. Regrettably, with so many people present, including the elderly Empress Dowager, Lady Shu could not afford to walk too briskly, and thus proceeded at a leisurely pace toward the bamboo pavilion. As they approached the bamboo pavilion, Emperor Yanping and a throng of ministers followed closely behind, swelling their numbers. Lady Shu had not anticipated the emperor's personal arrival. Upon reflection, she surmised that the emperor, who favored Lady Li and her son, the seventh prince, had likely deduced that something was amiss between Lady Li and the Prince Rue, prompting his hurried arrival. The thought of the emperor's favoritism pricked at her heart like a thorn. However, This presented an opportunity for him to witness how his most cherished Prince Rue engaged in a scandalous liaison with the lowly-born Mingchan. What is going on? Why has the banquet been abandoned in favor of this? Emperor Yanping inquired. Lady Xu refrained from answering immediately, allowing the Empress Dowager to speak. Lady Li left abruptly in poor spirits. I am concerned for her well-being and came to investigate. Why have you all followed? Emperor Yanping surveyed the area with suspicion. Where is Lady Li? One of the attendants replied, Lady Li departed too swiftly for us to keep up. The emperor furrowed his brow, believing that perhaps Lady Li merely sought fresh air, and that the Empress Dowager need not be so alarmed. He was well aware of the Empress Dowager's long-standing disapproval of Lady Li and could not genuinely care for her. Clearly, there was some ulterior motive at play, and this incident would certainly not bode well for Lady Li. Emperor Yanping did not wish to witness his favored consort humiliated in such a public setting, and preferred to disperse the crowd. Your Majesty, we too are concerned for Lady Li. After all, this is the residence of the Prince of Chu, and as a guest, if anything were to go awry, the prince would be held accountable, Lady Xu explained. The Emperor's frown deepened. I shall send someone to find her. The Empress Dowager is of advanced age and should not be wandering about so. If her health were to be adversely affected due to your insistence on this errand, would you be able to bear the consequences? Following the Emperor's reprimand, Lady Xu lowered her head, her hand clenched into a fist within her sleeve. Amidst this turmoil, a series of scandalous sounds emanated from the bamboo pavilion, causing the noble women and officials to flush with embarrassment. This is truly a disgrace. The Empress Dowager thundered. Who dares to behave so shamelessly inside? The crowd fell silent. The Emperor's expression hardened. Lady Xu then took a surreptitious glance at the Emperor's countenance, a wave of satisfaction igniting within her, and coldly commanded, Who dares to sully the ears of the crowd within? Guards, bring those inside out. Soon, a servant stepped forward to open the door. It was unnecessary for anyone to enter and drag them out. The vivid scene within was visible from outside the door. However, contrary to Lady Xu's expectations, the two entangled figures were not Prince Rue and Mingchan, but rather Han Xinyu, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, alongside an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. The two appeared utterly devoid of reason, lost in their carnal ecstasy, indifferent to the throng gathered outside. Lady Xu's complexion turned pale. Her earlier delight swiftly transformed into disbelief and shock. Outside the bamboo pavilion, numerous noble women turned away, covering their faces in horror, unwilling to witness such impropriety. The Emperor's eyes darkened, and he did not immediately voice his thoughts. Standing not far behind the Emperor, Minister Han was enraged by the spectacle. You shameless scoundrel! How dare you disgrace my daughter? He exclaimed, rushing forward in an attempt to separate the two. Chapter 65. Investigation. How could Miss Han, a daughter of a prominent family, engage in such scandalous behavior? I had heard she was fond of a young man from the Lin family. What then is she doing with another man? Who is this man? He looks unfamiliar. How did he come to this courtyard? Do not look any further. You risk damaging your eyes. Such acts are not suitable for decent folk. This is truly a disgrace to the residence of the Prince of Chu. Many murmured amongst themselves.
Han Xinyu.
Still under the effects of the potent aphrodisiac and having inhaled considerable amounts of incense within the bamboo pavilion, was in a state of delirium, consumed by momentary pleasure. Even as Minister Han attempted to pull them apart, it proved futile. Shen Shiyun arrived in haste, witnessing this debacle of immorality. Han Xinyu clung to the unfamiliar man with all her strength, as if he were her last hope, while Minister Han struggled to separate them, only to be met with Han Xinyue's wailing and thrashing, akin to a child denied satisfaction. Not only the ladies present, but even the men, found it unbearable to watch, covering their faces in shame. Minister Lin and his sons were also present, with the youngest son, who had intended to court Han Xinyue, now ashen-faced, wishing desperately to disassociate himself from the Han family. Lady Xu's mind buzzed. She had come in high spirits only to find Han Xinyue in a compromising situation with a stranger. As the one who had instigated this gathering, she had now tarnished the reputation of the Han family's only daughter, inevitably incurring their wrath. The Empress Dowager's expression tightened. What is happening here? Where is Ming, the one responsible for today's affairs? With such a significant incident, why is he absent? Indeed, where has the princess gone? The condition of Miss Han does not appear voluntary. She seems to have been set up, remarked a lady from the Lin family. Hurry and summon Ming. Lady Xu ordered with a stern face. Today, The prince marries, and she creates such a scene. It is truly unbecoming of a princess. Now that the Prince of Chu has wed the Lin family's daughter, the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family is no longer suitable to be referred to as the princess. Though outwardly they remain equal consorts, however, the way the Empress Dowager and Lady Shu addressed her clearly revealed her diminished status. Shen Shiyun arrived with Dr. Zheng from the Imperial Hospital, urging him to assess the situation of the two within. Just then, a servant rushed in with urgent news, stating that Prince Rui had succumbed to intoxication and collapsed, and the Princess of Chu had ordered him taken to the warm fragrance pavilion. At this moment, Prince Rui, Lady Li, and the Princess of Chu were all in the warm fragrance pavilion, where the physician was checking Prince Rui's pulse, and the situation was not looking optimistic. Upon hearing that Prince Rui was in trouble, Emperor Yanping could no longer concern himself with the ongoing debacle and hurried towards the warm fragrance pavilion. As the host of today's wedding, Shen Shiyun felt compelled to ensure the aftermath was handled properly, thus he remained behind. What is their condition? Shen Shiyun inquired. Dr. Zheng, not daring to withhold the truth, replied candidly. Both individuals have succumbed to potent aphrodisiacs, with Miss Han being particularly affected. If relief is not administered, she may be in grave danger. With Lord Zheng's words, Lord Han dared not forcefully separate them. What kind of aphrodisiac was it? Where did it come from? Shen Shiyun inquired again. Lord Zheng replied, this man inhaled a type of seductive incense, while Miss Han merely consumed drug-laced wine. Lord Han was both furious and agitated, demanding to know who was behind this. He had only one daughter, Han Xinhua, whom he cherished dearly, and he could not fathom that his precious gem had been so violated. He could not let this go. He sought justice for his daughter. The young ladies from noble families who accompanied Han Xinhua to toast now recalled certain details. Just moments ago, Xinhua had shared a drink with Miss Ming. Afterward, she mentioned needing some fresh air, insisting that they stay behind. Indeed, it was Miss Ming who had insisted on pouring that drink for Xinhua, practically forcing her to drink it, leading them to suspect that the issue lay with that very cup. Xinhua had kindly gone to offer a toast to Miss Ming. Many had witnessed it. When Miss Ming feigned disinterest in drinking, why did she instead seek to harm Xinhua? Such malice was truly despicable. The noble ladies were indignant, aware that although the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family held the title of princess, she was not favored at all, often referred to simply as Mingshi by the empress and the concubine Shuhua. In contrast, Han Xinhua, the only daughter of the Minister of Personnel, was cherished beyond compare, far exceeding the hollow title of the so-called princess. Upon hearing this, Shen Shiyun's expression grew increasingly grim. Lord Han's anger surged. Your Highness, my daughter's purity has been so tarnished. Even if there are grievances against me in the royal court, you could address them there. But there is no need to ruin my daughter's reputation. How is she to live her life now? In his fury, Lord Han spoke without regard for potential offense to the Prince of Chu. All he sought was justice for his beloved daughter. As the Minister of Personnel, he maintained close ties with many officials in the court, and since the incident occurred at the Prince of Chu's residence, Shen Shiyun could only suppress his own anger. Rest assured, Lord Han, I will get to the bottom of this and restore justice. After saying this, Shen Shiyun proceeded to the warm fragrance pavilion, where he intended to see Mingchan, for she was the key to this matter. In the warm fragrance pavilion, His Highness the Rui Prince lay in bed, attended by several court physicians. Concubine Li wept by his side, while Emperor Yanping wore an anxious expression, fearing for his beloved son's safety. The Empress entered, supported by concubine Shu, and pointed an accusing finger at Mingchan in the corner, scolding, "You troublemaker, jealous woman. How dare you create such a scandal at the Prince of Chu's wedding banquet, ruining Miss Han's reputation? Kneel before me. Your Majesty, you are being unreasonable," retorted Xie Yao, pulling Mingchan behind her. "You come in here without understanding the situation and berate the Princess of Chu. It seems you have lost your faculties. You insolent girl from the Xie family, how dare you insult me?" The Empress exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I merely speak the truth. You are unaware of the events that transpired, yet you choose to scold others. Do you know that His Highness the Rui Prince nearly lost his life? If not for the timely intervention of the princess, today would have seen not only Miss Han's purity lost but also the life of His Highness the Rui Prince." Xie Yao's sharp tongue silenced the Empress, who was left speechless. Concubine Shu felt cornered. Emperor Yanping showed no support for the Empress, and even frowned at her presence. He could tolerate her erratic behavior, but could not allow her to create chaos at such a critical moment when his beloved son lay unconscious. What on earth happened? We must uncover these audacious and treacherous individuals. He directed to the newly arrived Shen Shiyun. Third, this matter occurred in your residence. You shall investigate it. Your Majesty, I implore you to assign this matter to the Crown Prince. Concubine, Li interjected. Those who could orchestrate such an event in the Prince of Chu's residence are surely no ordinary individuals. Today is the day of celebration for His Highness. He has many matters to attend to, so it is more appropriate for the Crown Prince to handle this. The Crown Prince stepped forward, stating, If I can assist my two younger brothers as their elder brother, it is my duty to do so. Emperor Yanping nodded. Then you and Xia Hanlin shall investigate this matter together and ensure it is resolved swiftly. Xia Ruoan and the Crown Prince accepted the task. The joyous atmosphere of the wedding banquet had dissipated, and everyone now awaited the outcome of the investigation. The once excited concubine Xu was now restless. While the Empress wore a sullen expression, glaring at Mingchan as if she wished to extract a piece of flesh from her. Mingchan stood in the corner, flanked by concubine Li and the Crown Princess. In contrast to the varied expressions of those around her, she appeared remarkably composed, showing no signs of the anxiety or panic others expected of her. She did not even glance at the Empress or concubine Xu. Whether out of fear or disdain remained unclear. The waiting felt interminable, and about an hour later, the Crown Prince and Xia Ruoan arrived, bringing with them a group of individuals, including Lord Han and his daughter, as well as the man involved with Han Xinhua. Chapter 66. The banquet is dispersed. How did the Crown Prince fare? Emperor Yanping inquired. The Crown Prince appeared somewhat hesitant to speak, so Xia Ruoan took the initiative. Miss Han brought the drug herself. She intended to poison the princess, but unfortunately, the princess does not handle alcohol well, so she shared half of it with her. Absurd. If Miss Han brought the drug, why would she consume it herself? The Empress interrupted, clearly skeptical. I understand everyone has such doubts. But the drug indeed came from Miss Han. Residues of the substance were found in her clothing at the bamboo house, Xia Ruoan explained. Shortly thereafter, the officials from the Ministry of Justice presented the evidence. As for why Miss Han drank it, it is likely because she was unaware of the drug's potency. Before its effects took hold, she summoned her personal maid to fetch a doctor, indicating she knew the wine was tainted.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Lord Han refused to accept or believe it. Emperor Yanping shouted, silence. Allow Xia Aiqing to finish. With the Emperor's command, no one dared interrupt Xia Ruoan further. The situation is rather complex. The man involved with Han Xinhua is a fugitive, yet he somehow entered the Prince of Chu's residence with her. He was instructed to drug His Highness the Rui Prince and then take him to the bamboo house. However, after His Highness ingested the drug, he did not succumb to its effects. The man followed him, but unexpectedly, the Rui Prince encountered the Princess of Chu on the way. The princess sensed something amiss with the Rui Prince and summoned a physician, bringing him to the warm fragrance pavilion. Meanwhile, the fugitive went to the bamboo house, inhaled the seductive incense, and then met Han Xinhua, leading to the subsequent events. After Xia Ruoan's brief account, the Empress interjected, "This is all a fabrication. You are shielding the true culprit. According to your claims, if Ming also ingested the aphrodisiac, why is she unharmed?" Mingchan explained, "When I was in Qianzhou, I purchased an antidote from the locals. This pill can neutralize various toxins and will prevent repoisoning for 2 hours. There is no such miraculous remedy," the Empress retorted. "You are clearly lying. Your Majesty, please be cautious with your words. The Crown Prince and I have also discovered that Miss Han has been in frequent contact with Miss Lin and concubine Xu. The maid beside concubine Xu, Granny Lu, has previously ventured out of the palace and paid a hefty sum to a merchant for some peculiar drugs, one of which is identical to the residue found on Miss Han today." As Xia Ruoan spoke, all eyes turned towards concubine Xu, who momentarily displayed a hint of panic but quickly regained her composure. "In light of the Prince of Chu's wedding, I did indeed meet with Pingting several times. But our discussions revolved solely around the wedding preparations. As for Granny Lu, she has not ventured outside the palace to purchase any drugs." "Are you certain, concubine Xu?" "As it happens, we have invited that merchant here today," Xia Ruoan asserted. "This matter I shall investigate personally," the Empress Dowager stated with forced composure. "Bring Lady Lu here, and let us interrogate her on the spot," Emperor Yanping declared with fury. Lady Lu was soon brought forward, her former arrogance dissipated, likely having endured some hardship earlier. In the public eye, she gritted her teeth and proclaimed, "Everything was orchestrated by me. I could not tolerate Ming's presence." She repeatedly dared to defy the Empress. "She is utterly unworthy of the title of Princess of Chu. I sought to humiliate her, which is why I deliberately administered the drug," inciting Miss Han to offer a toast. Miss Han was completely unaware that the cup contained poison, which led her to unwittingly drink half of it. "That scoundrel was also arranged by me, yet it is unfortunate that fate intervened, ruining Miss Han. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths." With that, she dashed her head against the table corner, blood gushed forth, and she convulsed before perishing shortly thereafter. The Empress Dowager wept bitterly. Lady Lu had served her faithfully for many years, a loyal maid accompanying her into marriage. It was unimaginable that she would die for her today. Although the poison's effects on Han Xinyu had been neutralized, she appeared utterly spiritless, as if her soul had been extracted, unresponsive to her surroundings. The middle-aged man, a wanted criminal, was beaten nearly to death, yet Lord Han remained unsatisfied and proceeded to castrate him. Lady Lu bore the brunt of all accusations. The Empress Dowager remarked, "An incompetent daughter-in-law can ruin a household. Today, I truly understand this. If Ming were not so irritating, these troubles would not have arisen. I beg to differ. These are merely Lady Lu's one-sided claims. She seeks to tarnish the reputation of the Princess of Chu. As a mere servant, how could she possess such audacity? Your Majesty, I believe further investigation is warranted to uncover the unseen manipulations behind the scenes. Only then might your Majesty avoid any prejudices," Xie Ruoan articulated. "Impudent! You dare threaten me? This is the minister you trust." The Empress Dowager retorted angrily. "Enough, mother. Let us speak less. Since Lady Lu is dead, let this matter rest." Emperor Yanping replied coldly. "Little Seven is still in bed. Father, you must stand up for me," exclaimed Shen Shiyun, who had just awoken. Emperor Yanping hurried over.
How do you feel now?
"I have caused you worry. I merely drank a cup of wine, and it has left me in such a state. Were it not for Sister Xiao Chan's assistance, I would not know whether I lived or died," Shen Shiyun lamented, clinging to his father. Emperor Yanping was strict with his other sons, maintaining a demeanor more befitting a ruler than a father. Yet with this youngest son, he indulged in his whims and grievances, showering all his paternal affection upon him. Hearing his son's pitiful tale filled Emperor Yanping with dread. He ordered all involved in the incident imprisoned, declaring, "I shall not spare anyone who seeks to harm my son." His words were cold and ruthless, clearly indicating he had been provoked. The Empress Dowager dared not speak further. The Empress, too, collapsed to the ground, her former brilliance vanished, her mental state no better than Han Xinyu's. "Father, those deserving punishment must be harshly dealt with, and those deserving reward must be compensated. Sister Xiao Chan has aided me greatly. Please grant her some gifts. She has no support in the capital and is often bullied," Shen Shiyun implored, adding that she had recently been humiliated by the maidservant sent by the Empress and had not even received her monthly allowance. "Is that so?" Emperor Yanping frowned, turning to the silent Shen Shiyun. "Third brother, what is the meaning of this?" "That maidservant who bullied her has been expelled from the manor and imprisoned," Shen Shiyun replied. "You now have 2 princesses, so henceforth matters must be handled equitably. Do not show favoritism, lest it lead to bias," Emperor Yanping admonished. Shen Shiyun acknowledged his words. Subsequently, Emperor Yanping rewarded Mingchan with some items as compensation for his new daughter-in-law. With matters reaching this point, Emperor Yanping lost interest in remaining and departed with Li Fei, taking Shen Shiyun with him. Once he left, the other guests also took their leave. The Empress, having lost her most loyal and capable confidant, left in utter despair. Due to Emperor Yanping's stance and Xie Ruoan's earlier comments, the Empress Dowager did not dare voice further accusations and departed with a stern countenance. Finally, only Mingchan and Shen Shiyun remained in the warm fragrance pavilion. Chapter 67. House arrest. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Shen Shiyun asked, his tone devoid of emotion. Mingchan looked at him in confusion. Why do you say that? Your Highness? I did not desire today's events. Do you truly believe I wish to drink that cup laced with potent poison? Her gaze was clear and unflinching. Shen Shiyun tightened his fists, inhaling deeply. He, too, felt a whirlwind of emotions. Although he had not participated in the investigation, Piecing together the events was not difficult based on the information he had received. This is the last time, he stated, his jaw clenched tightly. Your Highness. I too hope this is the last time. I do not relish conflict, Mingchan replied. However, Shen Shiyun merely cast her a cold glance before sweeping out of the room. After the tumultuous events of the day, he had lost all desire for a romantic evening. He summoned Xie Chonghui to inquire about the day's details. Xie Chonghui contemplated before speaking. Miss Han indeed offered a toast to the princess, who, claiming to be unable to hold her liquor, shared half with Miss Han. Subsequently, both the princess and Miss Han left the table, and the princess instructed maidservant Qianzhou to fetch a pill from the Tsuelua courtyard. Miss Han arrived at the bamboo pavilion on her own, just before the wedding. She had met privately with Miss Lin. Upon hearing this, Shen Shiyun furrowed his brows even tighter. He had initially thought Lin Pingting to be a noble lady of good repute, believing she would possess the grace to behave properly, but it seemed he had misjudged her. Fortunately, today it was only Han Xinyu who had suffered. Had Mingchan been involved in such a scandal, he would have clenched his fists, anger simmering in his eyes. How did the Prince Rue and the princess meet? Shen Shiyun inquired. Xie Chonghui hesitated for a moment. This matter is beyond my knowledge. Shen Shiyun was dissatisfied with that answer. It seemed too coincidental that Prince Rue had been drugged and encountered Mingchan. He felt certain that she knew more than she let on. However, pursuing these inquiries now seemed futile. The Chu Wangfu had already been disgraced, and he instructed Chonghui, let Mingchan return to the Tsuelua courtyard for reflection. She is not to leave without my permission. Xie Chonghui complied and went to inform Mingchan. Upon receiving the news, she maintained her calm demeanor, as if she had anticipated this outcome. In contrast, Qianzhou was deeply saddened. Princess, you have only just moved to Wenxin Hall less than a month ago, and now you must return to Tsuelua courtyard. Surely many will gossip. They can gossip as they please. It will not diminish my worth, Mingchan replied indifferently. Qianzhou, puzzled, remarked, this is clearly not your fault. Yet even His Majesty and Li Fei have rewarded you. Why must the prince still impose house arrest? The Chu Wangfu has brought shame upon itself, offended Lord Han, and disrupted a wedding. The prince is understandably displeased. If he is unhappy, he will naturally seek an outlet for his frustration. Had it not been for the rewards from His Majesty, the consequences for me today might have been far worse than mere house arrest. Hearing Ming Chan's explanation, Qianzhou felt an even deeper sense of sorrow. I thought the prince treated you differently. He has always been reasonable and would not punish you so. Alas, if the prince holds resentment against you, what shall we do? We were getting along so well in Tsuelua courtyard. Today cannot be compared to the past, Mingchan replied. The situation has changed, and now there is more than one mistress in the back courtyard. Qianzhou hesitated, not daring to voice further thoughts. The mistress of the Chu King's residence can do as she pleases. We can simply tend to our flowers and grasses, Mingchan said nonchalantly. The more composed she appeared, the more anxious Qianzhou became. The princess was far too indifferent. Today's events seemed to suggest that Han Xinyu had sought trouble with the princess, only to harm herself instead, yet this matter did not withstand scrutiny. A little contemplation would reveal that there must be an unseen hand at work behind the scenes. Han Xinyu's close friendship with Miss Lin, who had just married into the Chu royal family, raised questions about whether today's incident had any connection to the new princess. No one could say for certain. However, Lin Xiang enjoyed considerable prestige in the capital, and with the Empress Dowager being a member of the Lin family, people would naturally consider the broader implications of the situation. Princess, you should not have spoken so recklessly before. You said you would be back soon, and now here you are. Did you foresee this day? Which is why you left so many things behind. Nonetheless, this did save them a great deal of trouble. When Shen Shiyun had asked Mingchan to move to Wenxin Hall, she only allowed Qianzhou to take 2 sets of clothes, leaving everything else behind. At the time, Qianzhou had found this puzzling, but Mingchan had remarked that perhaps one day she would return, a prediction that had surprisingly come true. His Highness is meticulous and capricious, often contradicting himself. Having been by his side for 3 years, I have come to understand him somewhat. Therefore, in the future, you should only trust half of what he says, Mingchan advised. Qianzhou glanced around and quickly whispered, Princess, Sir Xie is still following us. Please refrain from speaking ill of His Highness, lest he overhear.
Oh?
No matter. Although Sir Xie is rather dull and rigid, he is a gentleman and surely would not report me to His Highness, Mingchan replied. Xie Chonghui noted that the guests had departed. leaving behind a few untouched delicacies and a disheveled courtyard. Shen Shiyun had consumed a fair amount of wine that day. The cool breeze exacerbated his inebriation. The royal wedding was grand yet cumbersome. He had risen early and busied himself for much of the day, now left with nothing but fatigue. Shen Shiyun sought a place to sit and quietly relished this moment of tranquility. Uncertain whether his 3 years of leisurely life in Qianzhou had altered his habits. Even after returning to the capital for 2 to 3 months, he still found himself somewhat ill at ease in such overwhelming merriment, which left him feeling drained. He propped his head to ease the drowsiness brought on by the alcohol as the sun began its descent, gradually sinking below the horizon. The matchmaker, noticing his prolonged silence, approached cautiously. "Your Highness, the bride awaits you in the bridal chamber." Shen Shiyun feigned ignorance, not even opening his eyes. "Your Highness, it is time to consummate the marriage," the matchmaker urged again. "Let Miss Lin retire first. She need not wait for me," Shen Shiyun replied. "But today is the day of your joyous union with the princess." "This is rather improper," the matchmaker ventured, summoning her courage. Only then did Shen Shiyun lift his eyelids, his sharp gaze scrutinizing her. The matchmaker faltered, losing her confidence. "I shall inform the princess at once." With a weary sigh, Shen Shiyun rose and made his way to Wenxin Hall. Upon entering, he casually instructed, "Assist me in washing up and preparing for bed." A maid entered promptly to help him out of his garments. Shen Shiyun frowned. "Where is Mingchan? Is she confined to the Tsuelua courtyard by Your Highness?" The maid replied uncertainly, recalling that this was indeed the case. Shen Shiyun rubbed his throbbing temples and decided, "Never mind, go prepare a hangover remedy for me." The maid complied and exited. Shen Shiyun closed his eyes, seeking solace in the stillness of the room. Before long, a fragrant aroma wafted in. He opened his eyes to see a woman clad in bridal attire approaching him with a bowl of hangover remedy. She stood before him, her face filled with concern. "Your Highness, the hangover remedy is here. Drink it while it's warm." Chapter 68. Suspicion. Shen Shiyun cast a detached glance at the woman, as if appraising her. Lin Pingting, with a gentle smile, asked, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" "I am your newlywed wife, Pingting. Do you not recognize me?" Her voice was soft and tinged with a hint of shyness, making her seem quite endearing. Under different circumstances, he might not have found her displeasing. After all, before his exile to Qianzhou, his ideal princess was meant to embody such gentleness and grace. Unfortunately, the day had unfolded with far too many unpleasant events, some of which were linked to this seemingly gentle woman. Shen Shiyun's interest waned, and her softness seemed insincere in light of the day's troubles. He accepted the bowl of remedy from her but set it aside without haste to drink, merely uttering, "Thank you for your efforts. If I can alleviate Your Highness's worries." "It is not laborious at all," Lin Pingting replied. Shen Shiyun offered no comment. Noticing that he had placed the remedy aside without any intention of consuming it, she insisted, "This remedy is still warm. Please, Your Highness, drink it." "I am already sober and have no need for it. You must be tired as well." "Return to rest," he stated coldly. "I am not tired. I only wish to stay by Your Highness's side," Lin Pingting said as she crouched beside him, resting her head on his knee. Shen Shiyun frowned. "I do not favor disobedient women." Lin Pingting was taken aback, raising her gaze to him, her eyes brimming with tears. "Why, do you dislike Pingting?" As the beloved daughter of Lin Xiang, she had never experienced such neglect or grievance. In her eyes, although the Chu King seemed aloof, he rarely caused anyone such discomfort. She remembered the times he had gently taken her hand as a child, leading her to see the lanterns at the market. Shen Shiyun did not answer her question. Before today, he had held no objections to Lin Pingting becoming his concubine. However, after Lin Pingting's elevation to primary consort and her encouragement of Han Xingyue to serve Mingchan a strong drink, his perception of this seemingly gentle new princess had soured. He harbored a distaste for manipulative women, especially when Lin Pingting employed such underhanded tactics. His impression of her plummeted, and given his prior experience with Su Yuan, he was wary of consuming anything offered by a woman. Yet, lacking sufficient evidence and knowing Lin Pingting was backed by the Lin family and the Empress Dowager, he could not treat her as he had with Mingchan. Still, he would not touch her either. "I am in a foul mood today and wish to be alone," Shen Shiyun declared coldly. Lin Pingting swallowed her tears of grievance and left the room, unable to fathom what had gone awry. Being spurned by her husband on their wedding night, who even refused to consummate the marriage, would be a disgrace if word got out. From the moment she learned the Chu king was returning to the capital, she had eagerly anticipated marrying him, only to find that the reality of being wed to her dream man yielded such disheartening results. Lin Pingting wept inconsolably. Do not cry, Miss. His Highness may truly be in a bad mood. Given the many significant events that transpired today, he is surely troubled, Saixia consoled. I heard that the Chu king sent the Ming family as illegitimate daughter back to the Cuelua courtyard and forbade her from leaving. Compared to her fate, your situation is hardly anything to lament. Once His Highness calms down, he will surely come to see you. Lin Pingting felt somewhat soothed by these words. Yet, it was unfortunate that the Ming family's lowly daughter had managed to entwine herself with the esteemed Rui Wang and Li Fei, emerging unscathed from such grand events, while the Chu king merely confined her without addressing her transgressions. Conflicting emotions churned within Lin Pingting, leaving her feeling quite unwell. How is Han Xinyu faring? She asked, shifting the topic. Upon mentioning Han Xinyu, Saixia's expression darkened as well. When I saw her, she was like a wooden puppet. The man who defiled her is a prisoner, considerably older. Miss Han is currently in a dire state, which is what worries me the most. Do you think she will blame us? After all, that medicine humph. This matter was instigated by her own hand. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Pingting interrupted Kai Xia's words. Yet she was unaware that it was a potent aphrodisiac. Otherwise, she would not have shared it with the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family.
Kai Xia di ma?
Her greatest concern being that they had initially informed Han Xinyu that it was a laxative, intending for Mingchan to suffer embarrassment in public. Had Han Xinyu known that the medicine was not a laxative, but a deadly potent drug that would lead to demise without relief, the subsequent tragedies would have surely been averted. Lin Pingting dismissed the idea, a hint of mockery flickering in her eyes. What potent aphrodisiac? We clearly did not administer any drug. As for how it transformed into an aphrodisiac, what concern is that of ours? The illegitimate daughter of the Ming family seemed unscathed after drinking it, did she not? If it were truly a potent aphrodisiac, why did she remain unharmed? Perhaps it was the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family who administered it. After pondering for a moment, Kai Xia finally grasped the implication and clapped her hands, exclaiming, Miss, you are indeed astute. As for the marriage between Miss Han and the young master, how could she, having committed such a shameless act, ever show her face to marry into our Lin family? Lin Pingting scoffed. Although she and Han Xinyu were on good terms, it did not mean she held affection for her. As a supporting character who highlighted her own brilliance, Han Xinyu was indeed a commendable friend. However, it was unfortunate that such a supporting character developed unwarranted feelings, aspiring to marry into the Lin family as her sister-in-law. Han Xinyu should take a good look in the mirror. What part of her is worthy of the Lin family's elegant young master? If this marriage were to be jeopardized, Lin Pingting found it rather agreeable. The most pressing matter at hand was to establish her position within the Chu Wangfu, to expel that despicable woman from the Ming family, and to seize control of the inner court. Today, the Prince of Chu was exceedingly enraged, and despite the scandal that erupted within the Wangfu, he still refrained from stripping the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family of her authority. Lin Pingting felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Mingchan returned to the Cui Luo courtyard, seemingly unaffected, continuing to eat, drink, and sleep, even appearing particularly relaxed and content as she no longer had to attend to the picky Prince of Chu. However, this tranquility was soon shattered.
Kai Xia,
a maid from the newly entered princess's side, stormed into the Cui Luo courtyard, carrying a bowl of spoiled lotus root soup. Miss Lin, is this what you serve our princess? Our princess has never consumed such substandard food. If your princess has never tasted it, what better opportunity than today to do so? It can be considered an addition to her life experience, Mingchan replied leisurely. Chapter 87. My sister comes from a prestigious family. She surely wouldn't hold it against me, right? Kai Xia, having come to seek justice, was further incensed by Mingchan's words. What do you mean by that? Miss Ming? I merely stated the facts and offered my opinion. There is no other intention, Mingchan said with an air of indifference, as if genuinely believing so. Kai Xia was utterly speechless. You think our princess is easy to bully, don't you? If you truly believe that, there is nothing I can do. I have already explained that I was merely stating the facts, Mingchan replied. Kai Xia had never encountered someone like this before. Having been by Lin Pingting's side for many years, she wielded her authority like a tiger, No one dared speak to her in such a manner. Yet, despite her disdain for Mingchan, she was still the princess of the Chu Wangfu, and she could not treat her as she would a servant. Thus, she resorted to a tantrum. Is there no justice left? My lady just married in, and you treat her this way. I shall go find the prince for justice. Mingchan remained unfazed, even nodding as if enlightened. I am currently under house arrest by the prince, and cannot interfere in the matters of the estate. If you encounter problems, you ought to seek the prince. He is the true authority of the Wangfu. During my house arrest, please refrain from disturbing my meditation in the Cui Luo courtyard. Kai Xia, her face flushed with anger, declared, we shall see about that. As she turned to leave, Mingchan slightly furrowed her brow. Qianzhou, instruct her on the rules of the Wangfu. Qianzhou was momentarily taken aback, but soon reacted, grabbing Kai Xia, hesitating before delivering a slap. You are merely a servant of the Wangfu, and yet you dare to act so insolently before the princess.
Kai Xia,
struck by the slap, was filled with shame and fury. Although she was Lin Pingting's personal maid, there remained an insurmountable divide between her and Mingchan as mistress and servant. Though she felt indignant, she did not dare retort. Qianzhou's hand tingled from the impact. It was her first time striking someone, and she was left somewhat dazed by the act. Princess, how many slaps should I give? Qianzhou asked, still unaccustomed to striking others. Though she had summoned the courage to do so, a hint of fear lingered. Mingchan glanced at her but responded to a different matter. Does your hand hurt? Yes, a little, Qianzhou admitted truthfully. Do not strike like that again. Let the matrons handle the punishment. You are my chief maid and need not dirty your hands, Mingchan instructed. I understand. Qianzhou sighed with relief. Iskal somon grani lai. Kai Xia, listening to their exchange, was not only humiliated by the slap but also felt further insulted by their mockery. Hatred surged within her. Tinged with fear, if she were indeed handed over to those rough matrons, she dreaded the consequences. Miss Ming, one must respect their master. I am at least the personal maid of the princess. Is your treatment of me a reflection of your dissatisfaction with me, or with the princess? Kai Xia gritted her teeth and demanded, do you still dare to argue? You clearly offended the princess, and now she is teaching you a lesson. Yet you seek to sow discord between the princess and Miss Lin. Qianzhou retorted. However, Qianzhou still felt uncertain. After all, the newly married Miss Lin was no ordinary character. She had the vast Lin family behind her, along with the support of the Empress Dowager Lin and the noble consort Xu. Princess, what should we do now? Qianzhou inquired. Mingchan pondered for a moment and said, since she believes we are making things difficult for her, let her dig this piece of land. She may leave only once she is finished. You think I would do such a thing? Kai Xia refused to comply. Bring Granny Lai here to teach her a lesson, Mingchan commanded. Qianzhou complied, and soon, a robust matron entered, wielding a switch. Kai Xia felt her scalp tingle. After taking 2 lashes, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and get to work. Though she was a maid, she was the personal servant of a Lin family miss, and many regarded her as half a mistress. She had never endured such humiliation. To her astonishment, this illegitimate daughter of the Ming family dared to humiliate her so, especially in the Cui Luo courtyard, where the servants had long been aligned with Mingchan. The maids and matrons previously placed in the Wangfu by the noble consort Xu had all been dispatched to toil in harsh labor by this illegitimate daughter. Kai Xia found herself isolated and helpless, reduced to performing menial tasks typically reserved for rustic folk. Moreover, the matron Lai, resembling a guardian spirit, followed closely, brandishing the switch. Should she show any sign of laxity, she would receive another lash. Kai Xia felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. The indignities she faced today would surely be repaid in kind. Lin Pingting waited in the courtyard for an extended period, growing increasingly perplexed by Kai Xia's absence. This girl was usually prompt and dependable. Why was she taking so long today? Could something have gone awry? Lin Pingting sent another maid to inquire at the Cui Luo courtyard, only to discover that this maid, too, had been absent for quite some time without return. Finally, unable to remain idle, Lin Pingting summoned her entourage of personal maids and matrons to head to the Cui Luo courtyard. Upon arriving at the entrance, she was met with the sight of her 2 personal maids being driven by a matron to dig in the scorching sun. What is the meaning of this? Lin Pingting furrowed her brow and demanded. Seeing Lin Pingting, Kai Xia immediately burst into tears, dropping her hoe and rushing to kneel at Lin Pingting's feet. Princess, please. You must seek justice for me. The servant merely came to inform Miss Ming of an issue with the porridge, yet Miss Ming perceived it as an affront and sought to punish the servant. Being of lowly status, the servant dared not resist. Displeased with the servant's inability to dig properly, Miss Ming sent a matron to administer punishment. The servant lamented her inadequacy and felt she had brought shame upon the princess. Kailon wept inconsolably. Lin Pingting, however, was filled with indignation. Sister, why direct your ire towards me? Why must you make things so difficult for my servant? I merely wished to report an issue with the meal.
You need not be so enraged.
Mingchan remained unperturbed. Sister, your heart is soft. You mean no harm. Merely wished to relay a message. Yet, this impudent servant of yours came to confront me, insisting I wait and see. Such brazen arrogance I cannot abide. And thus I took it upon myself to teach her a lesson. As a woman of noble birth, you should discern right from wrong and not fault me for my actions. Lin Pingting was nearly laughing in anger, incredulous at this lowly daughter's audacity to embellish her own reputation. Kailon Mingyue, is this truly the case? She feigned inquiry. Kailon immediately defended, Princess. We have served you for many years, always adhering to decorum and striving to serve you well. We would never dare to act with such audacity. Mingyue concurred. Indeed. Miss Ming has been with His Highness for 3 years. How could we possibly behave arrogantly before her? Even with 100 lives, we would not dare. The two maidens sobbed, deeply aggrieved. Lin Pingting addressed Miss Ming. I regard you as an elder sister, considering your years of service to Prince Chu. I understand your discontent at my equal standing, but you should not punish my maid. If they have erred, I shall address it myself.
Oh.
No wonder they are so audacious. If you believe I have overstepped, take them away, and do not let them trouble me again. I prefer to avoid conflict. Yet I will not tolerate being provoked, Mingchan replied. Lin Pingting, stifled by anger, fled in tears.
Princess.
Kailon and Mingyue hurried after her, running faster than Lin Pingting, fearing they might be left behind. Chu Yue and Matron Lai felt a sense of unease. After all, they had offended another lady of the household, a member of the illustrious Lin family. Even if His Highness did not favor the new princess excessively, he would still consider the reputation of the Lin family and the Empress Dowager. What should we do now, Princess? It seems the new princess is quite angry with us. Chiu Yue inquired. Do what you must. Fate cannot be avoided. What is meant to come will come, and worrying is futile, Mingchan replied. Chiu Yue remarked. The princess is remarkably calm. Lin Pingting sprinted to Tingyu Pavilion, where Shen Shiyun was reading. Upon seeing Lin Pingting enter in tears, he furrowed his brow slightly. What is the matter? He asked, his tone laced with barely concealed displeasure. Lin Pingting merely rushed forward and embraced him, offering no explanation. His displeasure only intensified at her action. Kailon, arriving breathlessly, began to explain, Your Highness, it's the princess from courtyard. She got no further. Shen Shiyun took a deep breath and gently pushed Lin Pingting away. What's wrong with the princess? He asked. The food delivered to our miss was spoiled. She asked me to inform the princess, but the princess felt it was a slight against her dignity, ordering me to dig earth in courtyard. I did not perform this task, and when I was a tad slow, the princess commanded the matron to punish me. After the miss arrived, the princess spoke harshly to her. Since entering the residence, the miss has never left Xiaoxiang courtyard nor offended the princess. I truly cannot fathom why the princess would target her so. Kailon and Mingyue defended Lin Pingting.
Oh.
What exactly did she say? Shen Shiyun inquired, his tone cold and revealing no discernible stance on the matter. Kailon replied, the princess said to avoid troubling her in the future, indicating she would no longer handle affairs. Shen Shiyun was not surprised. Such directness was typical of Mingchan, who disliked being disturbed. Since she has spoken thus today, avoid seeking her out in the future when issues arise. Shen Shiyun had no intention of intervening further. Kailon wished to say more, but Lin Pingting, sensing the atmosphere, bowed and said, I understand. I did not intend to trouble my sister. It was due to the affairs of the residence falling under your purview. I have consumed spoiled food for several days, prompting me to inform you. Mingchan was indeed confined to Qianzhou courtyard and was unaware of the household matters. If it concerns the meals, you may seek the kitchen for resolution, Shen Shiyun stated. I do not know where the kitchen is, Lin Pingting replied, her head bowed, harboring unyielding resentment. Shen Shiyun's response offered no solace. He seemed to expect her to seek justice for herself. Seeing Lin Pingting's expression, he understood her feelings. Yet the events of their wedding day had created a rift in his heart. Observing her plight only led to further contemplation. Trace the source of your meals, and you shall find your answer, he remarked. Lin Pingting bit her lip, humiliated, and responded with a soft yes. You may leave, Shen Shiyun said coldly. Lin Pingting exited Tingyu Pavilion with her head low. Princess, Kailan and Mingyue cautiously approached to support her. Lin Pingting's eyes brimmed with resentment. Leave me. Kailan and Mingyue were startled into silence, following her without uttering another word. After a moment, Kailan remarked, His Highness seems to favor that ugly girl from Suelua courtyard too much. The princess has suffered such indignity, yet he has not come to her defense. Mingyue, however, held a differing opinion. Perhaps His Highness is merely indifferent. While he did not assist our princess, he has not favored that one either. She remains confined, and it seems he wishes to avoid her completely. Princess, do not be disheartened. Perhaps he feels this matter is not of great importance. With the one from Suelua courtyard under confinement, you should take more initiative. Now that His Highness has dismissed us, how can we be proactive? Kailan questioned. Mingyue replied. Men appreciate gentleness and understanding. His Highness is no exception. I believe the princess need not concern herself with that pretender from Suelua courtyard. Rather, she might consider preparing a dish for His Highness to convey her thoughtfulness. In time, he will surely recognize the sincerity of the princess. Lin Pingting, initially mired in frustration, found clarity in Mingyue's words. She had been too eager to rid herself of the girl from Suelua courtyard, forgetting the importance of cultivating a relationship with His Highness first. The reason that the ugly daughter of the Ming family had gained His Highness's favor and tolerance was precisely due to her 3 years of companionship. With this realization, Lin Pingting felt somewhat relieved. Yet, could someone as cold as Prince Chu be easily swayed? After Lin Pingting departed, Shen Shiyun found little desire to continue reading. His feelings towards the newly wedded princess had shifted from indifference to annoyance, a transformation that had occurred in the span of a single wedding. Shen Shiyun closed his book and summoned Changhui, preparing to step out for some fresh air. Noticing his furrowed brow, Changhui ventured, Your Highness, are you troubled by the return visit tomorrow? Shen Shiyun remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the concern. Changhui continued, Having married a new princess, it is only fitting to show her some affection. When did you become so concerned about my private affairs? Shen Shiyun raised an eyebrow. Changhui lowered his head, aware that the new princess was the daughter of Minister Lin, and if Lin were to find out, it might create a rift with His Highness. I understand the reasoning, but I do not wish for the mother of my firstborn to be a woman of cold heart and cunning disposition, Shen Shiyun remarked. Mingchan was far removed from his ideal of a princess, yet Lin Pingting's malice was even more distasteful than Mingchan's mediocrity. He envisioned a queen who was virtuous and graceful, wise and compassionate, with whom he would nurture their firstborn to inherit his legacy. However, reality diverged significantly from his ideals. Changhui momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Should His Highness ask Lord Zheng to examine the pulse of the princess in Cui Luo courtyard? Changhui pondered aloud. What purpose would that serve? Shen Shiyun replied. Your Highness has been wed to the princess for over 3 years, and she has yet to conceive. Perhaps Lord Zheng could offer some guidance. And there may be good news, Changhui suggested. Shen Shiyun frowned, expressing his desire not to have Mingchan, a woman so greedy and mundane, as the mother of his firstborn. If your Highness does not wish for it, why did you frequently stay overnight at Cui Luo courtyard before? Changhui queried. Perhaps it is precisely because the princess is not conceived that your Highness visited so often? The thought surfaced and Changhui dared not continue. After a prolonged silence, Shen Shiyun abruptly said, You should have Lord Zheng prescribe some medicine for Mingchan to regulate her health. Changhui was taken aback. Noticing the confusion on Changhui's face, Shen Shiyun explained, She suffered from health issues previously. It is a debt I owe her. She understands medicine but is averse to taking medication. Her inability to conceive may be related to this. Shen Shiyun strolled forward at a leisurely pace, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. If she were to conceive, he would secure her position as the primary consort. Chapter 89. The princess has difficulty conceiving in the courtyard. Mingchan was sorting and drying herbs when Xia Changhui arrived with Lord Zheng. Why has Lord Zheng, from the Imperial Medical Bureau, come to Cui Luo courtyard? Qiu Yu wondered aloud. I heard he is here specifically to regulate the princess's health, a maid relayed. But the princess has already recovered. Qiu Yu responded. It was indeed peculiar. Previously, the princess had been afflicted by the witchcraft of Mu Shuang, appearing ill and frequently retching. Yet, ever since Mu Shuang's sorcery was dispelled, the princess seemed to have miraculously recovered without much medication. Perhaps he has come to check her pulse. The prince still cares for our princess, the maid stated. Mingchan displayed no visible joy or sorrow, as if she had merely heard inconsequential news. After inspecting the herbs under the sun, she replied coolly, "Have them wait outside. I am dirty and must wash my hands and change my clothes before meeting them." The maid complied. Approximately 15 minutes later, Mingchan emerged, and Qianzhou jested, "It is not as if you are meeting the prince. Why the formality?" Mingchan retorted, "Though Xie Chonghui and Lord Zheng hold respectable positions, I cannot appear in such a shabby state before them." Qianzhou laughed heartily. "This is the first time I have seen the princess so concerned about her appearance. However, your attire is quite ordinary. Why the lengthy delay?" The princess preferred to manage matters herself, showing no airs of superiority. "What is wrong with wanting them to wait a moment?" Mingchan replied. Qianzhou chuckled in resignation. "Of course, it is your prerogative to keep anyone waiting." It seemed that the princess had encountered some unsightly individuals in Xiaoxiang courtyard, and although she did not display overt anger, it was evident she was displeased. After a lengthy wait, Xie Chonghui and Lord Zheng finally saw the princess. "Your Highness, the prince has sent me to check your pulse and help regulate your health," Lord Zheng stated. Mingchan casually asked, "What prompted His Highness to suddenly send you to check my pulse?" "The prince mentioned that you sustained injuries while in Qianzhou, and your health was compromised, fearing it may affect you. So he specifically requested Lord Zheng to examine you," Xie Chonghui elaborated. Mingchan made no objections and extended her hand. Lord Zheng took her pulse, his brow slightly furrowing. Qianzhou anxiously inquired, "Lord Zheng, how is the princess's health?" Lord Zheng did not answer directly but asked Mingchan to switch hands for another examination. After a considerable time, Lord Zheng finally asked, "Can you assess your own pulse?" "I feel perfectly fine. I can eat, drink, and sleep well, so I believe there is nothing amiss," she replied, cleverly indicating her reluctance to delve further. The ability to eat, drink, and sleep does not necessarily mean one is in good health. Your constitution is somewhat weak. I shall prescribe some tonics for you. And you must remember to take them regularly, Lord Zheng advised. Qianzhou's eyes widened slightly, realizing that the princess was merely putting on a brave face. Mingchan refrained from confirming or denying this, while Qianzhou asked for further details, but Lord Zheng's vague responses left her bewildered. After prescribing the medicine, he departed with Xie Chonghui. Halfway through their departure, Xie Chonghui inquired, "Did Lord Zheng uncover anything?" After a moment's hesitation, Lord Zheng replied, "The princess's pulse is quite peculiar. I am uncertain if my diagnosis is correct." Xie Chonghui, puzzled, asked, "What is peculiar about it?" "The last time I checked her pulse, it resembled signs of pregnancy. Yet upon this examination, it appears the princess has difficulty conceiving. It may be quite challenging for her to bear children." I refrained from stating this in front of the princess and her maid, as she is knowledgeable in medical matters and likely understands her condition. Lord Zheng expressed with some regret. The princess had been by the prince's side for over 3 years. The prince never judged by appearances and continued to favor her. Yet her body posed a challenge for conception, resulting in no offspring thus far. Xie Chonghui's expression grew serious. "Is there a way for you to assist the princess?" "With my skills, the effectiveness would be minimal," Lord Zheng replied. A sense of foreboding gripped Xie Chonghui. Lord Zheng was a close physician to the Prince of Chu, and among the most skilled in the Imperial Medical Bureau. If even he could not help, the princess's situation was likely grave. As Lord Zheng noted, the princess's medical prowess was not lacking. If her health could be restored, why had it taken so long? Xie Chonghui recalled Mingchan's complaints about the prince's indulgence in their intimate life, pondering whether she was aware of her fertility issues and thus reluctant to waste the prince's time. In Cui Luo courtyard, Qianzhou diligently prepared medicine for Mingchan. Noticing the princess sitting under a tree, biting into a chilled autumn pear, Qianzhou hurried over to snatch it away. "Your Highness, Lord Zheng said your health is fragile. You cannot indulge in such treats. This chilled pear is a cooling food that even ordinary people should consume sparingly. For you, it is even more detrimental," Qianzhou chided. Mingchan felt a headache coming on. "Silly girl, I was merely deceiving them." Qianzhou remained unconvinced. "Your Highness, do not think you can trick me for the sake of a fleeting desire. I will not fall for it. How could such a thing be concealed?" Besides, it was Lord Zheng from the Imperial Medical Bureau himself who checked your pulse. He would not be mistaken. You truly do not cherish your health. That is precisely why I must be strict in caring for you. Alas! You would rather believe them than me, Mingchan lamented. You are quite the schemer. I can trust you in many things, but this matter I resolutely cannot. Qianzhou was adamant. Even if you wish to punish me, I will not relent. Then let me finish this half-eaten pear. It is a tribute from Gan Ning, and it would be a shame to waste it. The matter at hand is merely an autumn pear. We, the House of Chu, can afford such trivialities. The princess should set aside such thoughts, remarked Qianzhou. Mingchan responded, what prompted His Highness to indulge in such whims? Causing her to lose her freedom to eat and drink? Just then, Shen Shiyun returned from outside and happened upon the esteemed Zheng, who had just finished gathering medicine. Shen Shiyun made no mention of Mingchan, seemingly having forgotten the matter entirely. It was Zheng who spoke first. Your Highness, I have taken the princess's pulse. Shen Shiyun acknowledged, indicating he was already aware and had no intention of inquiring further. Zheng, unable to fathom the thoughts of the man before him, knew the princess's condition was of great significance and dared not remain silent. Your Highness, there is a matter concerning the princess that I am uncertain whether I should disclose. Shen Shiyun replied, speak your mind. Zheng hesitated and said, the princess may very well be unable to bear children. Chapter 90. She could die for me. Can you? Shen Shiyun paused, his expression momentarily frozen. Zheng continued, though the princess appears fine on the surface, her body is gravely weakened. If I had not taken her pulse today, it would have been difficult to discern. Shen Shiyun remained unresponsive, resembling a statue devoid of emotion. Yet Zheng sensed the atmosphere around him had grown cold. He added, however, it is also possible that my skills are lacking and I have misdiagnosed. Your Highness might consider seeking another renowned physician for the princess. Shen Shiyun still said nothing, perhaps not feeling sorrow, but rather a sense of shock. After all, Mingchan was as resilient as weeds that cannot be easily crushed, aside from shielding herself from danger. She rarely fell ill. It was difficult for Shen Shiyun to associate her with the notion of being physically incapable of conception. However, after a brief moment of doubt, he soon recognized a truth. He and Mingchan had been together for over 3 years, although they had not consummated their union for the first 2 years. The frequency of their intimacy in the last year could be described as frequent. Yet, despite this, Mingchan had not conceived. Zheng's words must hold some truth. Shen Shiyun tightened his grip, acknowledging the revelation. He refrained from elaborating further. Observing his calm demeanor, which belied the turbulent depths within, Zheng wisely took his leave. Shen Shiyun walked a few steps forward, his thoughts adrift. He settled in the corridor, his expression unchanged, quietly lost in contemplation. An indistinct figure slipped away from behind the banana tree, unnoticed by him. In Xiaoxiang Garden, Kai Xia rushed in with excitement. Princess! Wonderful news, truly splendid news. What are you doing? Can't you see the princess is resting? Reprimanded Ming Yue.
Oh.
You'll be wide awake once you hear my news, Kai Xia teased. Lin Pingding sat up from the bed. If your news doesn't invigorate me, I shall penalize you a month's wages. Then if I do invigorate the princess, she must reward me a month's silver, Kai Xia countered boldly. Seeing her exuberance, Lin Pingding surmised it must be something favorable, urging her to continue. Do you know? The lady in Suelua courtyard is like a hen that cannot lay eggs, Kai Xia exclaimed, laughing. Lin Pingding perked up. What do you mean by a hen that cannot lay eggs?
Clarify.
Just now, I inadvertently overheard Zheng speaking to His Highness, mentioning that the lady in Suelua courtyard is gravely ill and will never be able to bear children, Kai Xia explained. Lin Pingding, now fully alert, scrambled out of bed. Is this true? My dear princess, I would never deceive you. It is absolutely true. Think about it. She has been by His Highness's side for so many years, and he has not taken another wife or concubine. She has monopolized his affections for over 3 years, yet not a single child has been born. Convinced? Lin Pingding began to laugh as well. It's fortunate this unattractive woman is barren. No matter how much the prince may pity her, it ultimately hinders my own interests. Now, aside from the 7th prince, all other princes have offspring. Even the 6th princess, who married not long ago, is already showing signs. I refuse to believe the 3rd prince will remain untroubled by this. Even if he is not anxious today, with the passage of time, he will surely grow concerned. Lin Pingding felt elated. Even the pangs of being neglected by Prince Chu were soothed. What you say is profoundly true. This is indeed a blessing for the princess. Since the lady in Suelo courtyard cannot bear children, she poses no threat to you. You should seize this opportunity to spend more time with His Highness and lift his spirits, Ming added. Lin Pingting wholeheartedly agreed, dismissing her drowsiness and rushing to the kitchen to prepare soup for the prince. Unfortunately, having never performed such labor in the Lin household, she soon lost patience and left it to the servants. By evening, Lin Pingting timed her appearance perfectly. Having adorned herself exquisitely and carrying the soup prepared in the dining hall to Tingyu Pavilion. Your Highness, it is late. Why are you still awake? Even if you are busy with affairs of state, you must take care of your health. I have made a nourishing soup for you. Come and enjoy it while it's warm. Lin Pingting spoke gently, embodying the demeanor of a virtuous wife. Shen Shiyun turned the book he had been holding upright and replied coolly, I am not hungry. Just leave it there. Seeing Shen Shiyun's disinterest, Lin Pingting felt a pang of disappointment. What have I done to incur your highness's displeasure? Shen Shiyun looked at her, noting the way her delicate brows knitted together, resembling a pear blossom drenched in rain. She possessed more charm and fragility than the ordinary Mingchan. Yet this was merely superficial. Who could have imagined that such a seemingly gentle woman could resort to administering potent poisons? Once bitten, twice shy. Having learned from his previous encounters, Shen Shiyun was particularly sensitive to such treachery. Although Lin Pingting had not poisoned him, his trust in her had evaporated. Furthermore, he genuinely had no appetite for food. I do not have the habit of dining at night. You need not be so sensitive and suspicious. Rest early. We must return to your family tomorrow, Shen Shiyun stated. What about you, Your Highness? Lin Pingting inquired. Shen Shiyun glanced at her. I have matters to attend to. I shall accompany you. Unnecessary, Shen Shiyun firmly rejected. I prefer to work in solitude. Then I will wait until you rest, Lin Pingting said, biting her lip, feeling a bit shy. We have been married for several days now, yet I still remain untouched. How shall I explain this to my mother? Shen Shiyun fixed his gaze upon her, remaining silent for a long while. The silence hung heavily in the air, and Lin Pingting felt his scrutinizing gaze as if it were a tangible weight, making it hard for her to breathe. She could not fathom why the Prince of Chu had suddenly turned so cold towards her, even harboring a semblance of disdain. Previously, while he had not shown fervor, there had been no hint of aversion. What made her inferior to the daughter of the Ming family? She was prettier, younger, and of better lineage. Why did His Highness not even glance her way? Your Highness, whatever your sister can do for you, I can do too, Lin Pingting said. Her cheeks flushed. Shen Shiyun should have cherished such a lovely person. Having married her, he ought to fulfill his marital duties.
He had prepared himself for this.
Yet a mere glimpse behind the mask of her gentle demeanor revealed a sinister and vile side. Before such a person, Shen Shiyun felt no romantic inclinations, only profound disgust. He rose deliberately from his chair, walked past the table, and stood before Lin Pingting, regarding her with an indifferent gaze. His handsome face, magnified before her, bore an irresistible allure, causing Lin Pingting's heart to race. Would he bestow his favor upon her? They both yearned for a child. Yet the next moment, Shen Shiyun's cold words extinguished her fantasies. She could die for me. Can you? Lin Pingting stood frozen, her eyes reflecting a sense of collapse within. Shen Shiyun curled his lip in mockery, asserting that there was no need for her to compare herself with the other woman, for she held little significance in his heart. He regarded her as mediocre, greedy, and utterly unremarkable. Did she truly believe he would fall in love with such a woman? His perceived kindness towards her was merely a form of charity, stemming from her unwavering devotion and love for him. If she deemed even this meager token of generosity as worthy, perhaps she should learn from her to offer her life for him. What he could grant her would far exceed what he provided to Mingchan. Chapter 91. Magnanimity. Lin Pingting stared at him, momentarily rendered speechless. The man before her was undeniably handsome, so striking that it was difficult to look away.
Yet,
beneath such striking beauty lay a heart as cold as the snow atop Qianzhou, impervious to warmth. In that instant, Lin Pingting found herself devoid of jealousy towards Mingchan. It became clear that the prince's kindness towards her was but a form of charity. Now that Mingchan was barren, how long could this charity endure? As time passed, the 3 years of exile would gradually fade into memory, and all their shared trials and tribulations would be forgotten, while Mingchan's mediocrity would remain constantly before the prince. I am merely overthinking, Lin Pingting said with a hint of grievance. Please do not take offense, Your Highness. I do not envy my sister. I only fear that my shortcomings might displease you, which is why you treat me with such coldness. Such is my nature. You need not suspect me further. Shen Shiyun replied calmly. Lin Pingting had no choice but to remain silent, for continuing would only expose her shamelessness, fixated on matters of the bedchamber. I shall accompany you on your visit home tomorrow, Shen Shiyun declared. Lin Pingting breathed a sigh of relief. She had feared that with the prince's indifferent demeanor, he might refuse to join her even for such a visit, which would have been a source of great embarrassment. Fortunately, her worries were unfounded. Although Shen Shiyun harbored some unresolved feelings, he did not neglect her in matters of etiquette. In fact, this visit home was executed with great dignity, honoring both the Lin family and the new princess. Lin Pingting felt a sense of balance return. Perhaps the prince was merely slow to warm up, needing time to embrace her fully. Once he accepted her, he would surely remember her virtues, much like how he had not cast aside Ming's illegitimate daughter, despite his disdain. Though rationally she understood there was no need to envy a woman like Mingchan. Lin Pingting occasionally found herself imagining how wonderful it would be to stand by the prince through life's storms. She was more beautiful, graceful, virtuous, and of higher status than Mingchan. Surely the prince would not disdain her. They could even forge a heartwarming tale of love together. Alas, there are no ifs in this world. Fortunately, while the prince had not touched her, he had treated her with respect in front of others, unlike how he displayed his aversion towards Mingchan. Lin Pingting reveled in this joy for an entire day, until her mother mentioned the matter of Han Xingyue and the Lin family's marriage, casting a shadow over her elation. Han Xingyue was no longer a paragon of virtue, and the scandal had become widely known. How could she possibly be a daughter-in-law of the Lin family? Lin Pingting frowned. Her mother sighed, explaining, "It is precisely because it is well known that we cannot refuse her. Minister Han is the head of the Ministry of Personnel, overseeing the appointments and promotions of officials. Our families have been negotiating for a long time. To break off the engagement now would cause discord." "But what about our family's reputation?" Lin Pingting retorted. "Who dares to speak ill of the Lin and Han families?" Her mother replied, "As long as we hold power in our hands, our reputation will naturally follow." "Has my brother agreed?" Lin Pingting inquired. What could he possibly disagree with? It is merely a matter of marrying a decorative figure to strengthen ties with the Han family. I have even found several beautiful concubines for him. He is no fool. He understands the balance of power. How unfair to Han Xingyue, that ugly woman. Lin Pingting muttered bitterly. Her mother, though somewhat concerned, retorted, "Were it not for your actions, this scandal would not have erupted. This is my way of making amends. If we do not marry Han Xingyue, the Han family might begin to suspect you, leading to an even greater uproar. How could you have thought of such foolish ideas?" Lin Pingting could no longer argue. "Mother, let's not speak of this matter again. Let it remain buried within us. Besides, I am not solely responsible. It was the idea of the Empress Dowager. If you mention this again, it may reach her ears, and she will blame us." Her mother recognized that Lin Pingting was not solely at fault, but she had played a direct role, being the one closest to Han Xingyue. "Very well. Marrying Han Xingyue will be seen as fulfilling our duty to the Han family. I will not bring it up before outsiders. What matters now is that you must quickly bear a son for the prince," her mother insisted. Lin Pingting's expression darkened at this topic, clearly striking a nerve. Noticing her shift in demeanor, her mother asked, "What troubles you?" "Nothing. It is merely that the prince's disposition is cold, and he still harbors feelings for that illegitimate daughter of the Ming family," Lin Pingting replied, disappointment evident in her voice. Her mother understood that Lin Pingting had always been possessive, reluctant to share anything, especially when it came to the prince she adored. Lin Pingting's feelings were anticipated, and her mother comforted her. The Ming family's illegitimate daughter has been by his side for 3 years. There is bound to be some sentiment there. Why compete for affection with a woman of such low status? She has no power or backing, and her family is like enemies to her. She poses no threat to you. If you wish to displace her and enjoy the prince's affection exclusively, you must first bear him a son. Once you have a son, will you still worry about being overshadowed by her? Lin Pingting's heart was heavy. She longed to bear a son for the prince. Yet they had not even consummated their marriage, making it impossible. Fortunately, the illegitimate daughter could not bear children, which was perhaps the only source of solace. Seeing her silence, her mother assumed She was still troubled and advised, "You must temper your temperament while in the prince's residence. He is a man of integrity, fond of gentle and virtuous women. Do not act as you do at home. The Ming family's illegitimate daughter has not made a fuss about your marriage. She even assisted in arranging it, proving she is capable. You should learn from her and at least put on a facade of grace for the prince to see." Men prefer a harmonious and peaceful household. After their visit home, Shen Shiyun and Lin Pingting departed in separate carriages. Shen Shiyun had official business at the Ministry of Revenue, while Lin Pingting indulged in shopping around the city, purchasing various items, including some inexpensive medicinal herbs. These herbs were bought from an old man at a street stall, clearly foraged by country folk. Only the impoverished in city, who looked down on traditional medicine, would purchase such remedies. Kai Xia could not fathom why the princess would buy such cheap herbs and commented, "Your Highness, if you seek to nourish your health, does the palace not have ample medicinal resources? Moreover, it is far superior to what you have purchased. Perhaps we should refrain from using these unverified street-sourced herbs. We might end up harming ourselves rather than benefiting our health." "Who said I intended to consume them myself?" Lin Yingtong retorted. This led the princess to form a vague guess about her intentions. Lin Yingtong continued, "Of course. They are meant to nourish that hen in Suelua courtyard that has failed to lay eggs, showcasing our generosity and harmony." Chapter 92. It is better for you to avoid my chamber. On this day, the weather had turned cool. Mingchan set up a lounge chair in the courtyard to enjoy the breeze, relishing a rare moment of leisure. It would have been perfect if Qianzhou had not taken away her autumn pears. Ever since Lord Zheng mentioned her severe health deficiencies, Qianzhou had been exceedingly strict with her. It was puzzling how such a young girl could be so worry-prone, akin to a nagging old woman. "Princess, your medicine is ready. Please drink it while it is warm." Mingchan was lost in thought when Qianzhou returned. "Just leave it there. I will drink it shortly," Mingchan replied. "Princess, please do not deceive me again. If I do not keep watch, those flowers and herbs will be ruined by this bowl of medicine." Mingchan sighed in resignation. "So, you have come to harm me. Princess, why do you not take better care of your health? Lord Zheng has mentioned it 35 times. Mingchan interrupted. "Today, I have heard you mention Lord Zheng 35 times. I am beginning to suspect you harbor feelings for him." "Princess." Qianzhou's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I am speaking of serious matters. How can you jest at my expense? This is a reasonable suspicion. You frequently bring him up, and my ears are growing calloused from hearing it," Mingchan said. "You are still young. Worry less, or you will age quickly." Seeing Mingchan's irreverence, Qianzhou could only sulk, declaring, "You must drink this medicine. If you refuse, I will stand here until you do." "Stand if you wish. I do not mind," Mingchan replied. Qianzhou, unable to argue further but hesitant to be forceful, turned away in frustration. In that moment, she spotted Xia Chonghui standing at the entrance. "Xia guard?" Qianzhou was taken aback by his unexpected presence. He was here to see the princess? Since His Highness had accompanied Miss Lin today, it was unusual for Xia guard to seek her out. Xia Chonghui acknowledged her with a slight nod. Noticing he had no further words, Qianzhou understood. He wished to speak to the princess privately. "You arrived just in time. The princess refuses to take her medicine. Perhaps you could persuade her while I fetch the pigeon soup she prefers." With that, Qianzhou exited. In truth, Suelua courtyard was part of the inner courtyard of the palace, and as a guard, Xia Chonghui should not be alone with the princess here. However, Qianzhou hesitated only for a moment. Her status was incomparable to that of the princess, and she felt it inappropriate to question this. Moreover, Xia Chonghui was a trusted attendant of the Prince of Chu and would not engage in anything that could tarnish His Highness's reputation. After Qianzhou left, Xia Chonghui remained at the entrance, refraining from entering the courtyard. Mingchan reclined lazily in her chair, leisurely observing him. Why was he standing at the door instead of entering if he had business with her? "I am an outsider, and it would be improper for me to enter the princess's quarters," Xia Chonghui replied. Mingchan laughed lightly. "Xia guard, you are quite forgetful. You have visited this courtyard more than once. Previously, His Highness and Lord Zheng were present." "Oh? Are you afraid I might consume you? If so, why come alone?" Mingchan asked with a playful smile. Xia Chonghui fell silent, regretting his decision to come. He should not have been here. Yet, drawn by his previous misunderstandings of her, he found himself in this situation. She appeared content, showing no signs of distress over His Highness accompanying the new princess. Noticing the conflicted emotions on his otherwise icy face, Mingchan grew curious. Siegard, is my question so difficult to answer? If you believe it to be inappropriate, you may leave. Do not disturb my confinement. Siet Chonghui fixed his gaze upon her for a prolonged moment. Mingchan remained unbothered, acting as if he did not exist. Ultimately, he stepped inside.
Princess.
Please drink your medicine first, Siet Chonghui urged. So, Siegard is here to persuade me to take my medicine, Mingchan said with a teasing smile. Did your illustrious prince send you? Siet Chonghui did not receive a response, and Mingchan continued, You may leave. I detest taking medicine. Even if your esteemed prince himself were to persuade me, I might still refuse. He neither left nor spoke, merely standing before her like an immovable statue. You are quite peculiar. You arrive without uttering a word. If there is nothing pressing, then you should leave. Do not block my breeze. You are aware of your health condition, are you not? Siet Chonghui finally asked the question he had come to pose. Mingchan chuckled incredulously. What do you mean by that? Am I not aware of my own health? I can eat, drink, walk, and jump. Yet you come here with Lord Zheng claiming I have health issues, ruining my appetite. I understand now. You all wish to torment me in various ways. Siet Chonghui found himself at a loss for words. He gazed at the eloquent woman before him, unsure of what was true and what was false. He would rather she be entirely oblivious, as that would spare her from regret and sorrow. Lord Zheng's medicine is not particularly bitter and will not harm you. You may try a little. If you truly do not wish to drink it, then do not. Siet Chonghui stated. This medicine cannot address the root of the issue. If she truly does not want it, then it matters not if she refrains from drinking. I will take my leave now. Is there nothing else? Mingchan inquired. Nothing more, Siet Chonghui replied. Chonghui, you came all this way just to say that? I did not expect you to care about me, Mingchan remarked, rising as if she had discovered something amusing. Fearing she might misunderstand, he quickly clarified. His Highness is concerned for the princess and instructed me to come. Your illustrious prince has accompanied the new princess today. Chonghui, you are quite poor at lying, Mingchan pointed out. His Highness truly cares for the princess, Siet Chonghui began to say, but his expression suddenly shifted to one of alertness. Someone is coming. I must take my leave. As he turned, he was seized by the sleeve. Siet Chonghui looked back at Mingchan in confusion. Miss Lin from Xiaoxiang courtyard has arrived. If she sees you, it may harm the princess's reputation. I have no reputation. Why should I fear? Siet Chonghui insisted. Moreover, I consider our friendship to be honorable. We conduct ourselves properly. Why act as though we are engaged in some clandestine affair? Mingchan replied, I do not mind. I have no intention of hiding. Siet Chonghui quickly responded, I mean no disrespect to the princess. However, rumors can be dangerous. If they reach His Highness, I may only face some punishment. But if they affect the trust between the princess and His Highness, that would be far worse. Mingchan, rather than feeling anxious, burst into laughter. Is not your prince perfect and flawless? Why then does he harbor such narrow-mindedness and suspicion? Siet Chonghui was bewildered by her ability to jest in such circumstances. She seemed entirely unconcerned about others' opinions, even regarding His Highness. I must take my leave, Siet Chonghui said, but Mingchan pulled him toward a room in the opposite direction. There is no time. You should hide in my chamber instead. But do make sure to conceal yourself well. Otherwise, I will soon discover just how much trust your caring prince has in me. Siet Chonghui was pushed into the room, and it was too late for him to leave. Lin Yingtong and two maidservants had already arrived at the entrance of Zuelua courtyard. Chapter 93. This prince merely wishes for you to rest. Chapter 93. Sister. What are you busy with? Why is it so quiet here? Not even a servant is present? Lin Yingtong entered the courtyard. Mingchan closed the door securely before stepping into the courtyard, where her sister had just returned. Lin Pingting cast a curious glance her way, wondering why her elder sister would close the door in broad daylight. Naturally, it was to conceal treasures hidden within her room, as Mingchan explained. Lin Pingting's expression tightened slightly, while Kaixia, unable to contain her indignation, retorted, Miss Ming, what treasures could our esteemed princess possibly lack? It is no exaggeration to say that if our princess desired the stars from the heavens, the empress would surely procure them for her. The rare curiosities of the palace have long ceased to astonish our princess. As for what this lowly-born daughter of the Ming family possesses, it is hardly worth guarding against us like a thief. It is truly laughable. Not only does the young lady of the Lin family disdain it, but even I, as a mere maid, would hardly covet the possessions of this illegitimate royal consort. Looking around the Cui Luo courtyard, it was filled with worthless weeds, while even a single exotic flower from our Shaoxiang garden would surpass the accumulated value of these trifles. Although this Ming family daughter is nominally the Princess of Chu, who truly regards her as such, just the squalor and remoteness of Cui Luo courtyard are hardly fitting for a genuine princess. Mingchan, unaffected by such mockery, replied calmly, "Your ladyship, born of noble lineage and favored by the empress, would naturally scoff at worldly treasures. However, I have known poverty since childhood, and when I encounter something I cherish, I must conceal it carefully. It would be unfortunate if it were discovered." In a corner of the room, Xia Chonghui furrowed his brow, his ears slightly flushed. What on earth was the princess saying? Lin Pingting, observing her sister's pitiful demeanor, found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. It seemed as though Mingchan spoke as if the Chu Wangfu had wronged her, and such gossip would only tarnish the prince's reputation. If you truly understand the taste of poverty, perhaps you could share some of your treasures with me, and I might rid myself of this shameful habit. Kai Xia, momentarily speechless, interjected, "Miss Ming, our princess's possessions are gifts from the Lin family and the empress. How dare you speak so brazenly? Why should I feel embarrassed?" Mingchan countered. "Didn't you just claim that your lady has treasures as abundant as the stars? If that is the case, as sisters, it would be only natural for us to share." Her words came without a hint of impropriety or embarrassment. Lin Pingting had intended to feign sisterly affection, yet found it increasingly difficult to maintain such a facade. "Sister, there is no need for such formality between us," Mingchan urged. Lin Pingting's eyelids flickered as she realized. "Indeed, upon hearing of your ill health, I specially brought some medicinal herbs for you today. You must remember to take them regularly. Your kindness is truly appreciated, sister." "I shall not refuse them," Mingchan replied without a trace of disdain. Lin Pingting took her hand and continued, "I see you still have some herbs left unconsumed. You really should take them. I know your condition is challenging, but what woman does not yearn for a child? What will you do when you grow old without one?" Mingchan responded with a hint of understanding. "Ah, so it is Lord Zheng who prescribed these remedies. No wonder they seem so unpalatable. I do not believe that a woman must necessarily bear children. Finding fulfilling pursuits is far more enjoyable than rearing a child, which demands immense effort, and childbirth is a perilous endeavor." Lin Pingting regarded her as if she were a curiosity. "Sister truly does not wish for a child?" "Not in that manner," Mingchan clarified. "Of course, if I could nurture a child with someone I love, that would be different, but I fear that may not be in my destiny." Seeing her sister's dejection, Lin Pingting felt a bit more at ease. "Do not be disheartened, sister. Some things are meant to be, and if it is not in your fate, do not force it. Perhaps one day you will conceive." Though she spoke these words, her expression betrayed her disdain. Mingchan shook her head. "Pregnancy brings weight gain and unsightly stretch marks, along with excruciating pain. If given the choice, I would prefer not to bear children." "Sister, is it not a woman's duty to bear children? A woman who cannot conceive is incomplete." "Oh, I almost forgot, sister. You are unable to bear children," Lin Pingting lamented. Kai Xia interjected, "There is no need for the princess to feel sorrow for Miss Ming, since she does not wish to bear children. It aligns perfectly with her desires. It is fortunate that Miss Ming does not like children. Otherwise, her life would be filled with suffering, especially since she cannot conceive." "Kai Xia, do not speak so," Lin Pingting cautioned. "Perhaps sister only speaks thus to mask her true feelings." Mingchan nodded. "Indeed, I do feel some anxiety. Sister, please visit me more often. However, these herbs may not be of much use to me. Their quality is rather poor. Perhaps next time, you could exchange them for silver, allowing me to procure better sustenance." Kai Xia thought to herself, this woman truly has no shame to utter such words. Yet, having grown accustomed to her manner of speaking, Lin Pingting and Kai Xia had transitioned from surprise to indifference. "Sister, you jest. His Highness has not deprived you of silver. Why must you constantly mention such trivialities? These herbs were procured with great effort and should not be dismissed." Lin Pingting glanced towards the door, her smile softening. "If you are truly in need of silver, I shall provide it." "Kai Xia, go fetch the brocade box given to me by the Empress." Kai Xia was about to protest, but Lin Pingting interrupted. "Do as I say. Why the hesitation?" Kai Xia, perceiving the unspoken command in Lin Pingting's eyes, hurriedly exited the courtyard and encountered Prince Chu at the door. Kai Xia bowed to Shen Shiyun and swiftly went to retrieve the item. Shen Shiyun followed her into the courtyard, where he saw Mingchan and Lin Pingting standing together. He merely cast a fleeting glance at them. Lin Pingting approached, her voice soft and gentle. "What a coincidence, Your Highness. You have returned as well. I just purchased some nourishing herbs for sister on my way home to help restore her health." Shen Shiyun looked at her quizzically. "How do you know about her condition?" Lin Pingting's heart raced. Indeed, Mingchan's situation had not been broadly publicized, and logically, she should not have known. "I heard that sister was previously cursed by witchcraft and has been in poor health, so I brought some herbs for her," Lin Pingting explained. Shen Shiyun glanced at the herbs and remarked, "Lord Zheng has already prescribed medicine for her. These should not be taken indiscriminately." Lin Pingting's smile faltered momentarily. Mingchan interjected, "Your Highness, how could you speak so harshly to my sister? Although the quality of these herbs may leave much to be desired, they are nonetheless an expression of her goodwill. Since she has already offered them, I shall graciously accept." Lin Pingting thought to herself, "Mingchan is deliberately speaking in front of His Highness to undermine me. I confess I am no expert in medicine and cannot discern the quality of these herbs. The seller spoke highly of them, and I paid a hefty sum," Lin Pingting said, a touch of grievance in her tone. Mingchan replied, "Sister, you truly are too naive to be easily deceived. You have countless precious herbs in your private collection. Any one of them would be far superior to these fraudulent wares." Lin Pingting's expression darkened. Was Mingchan making it so obvious that she did not genuinely wish to gift her? "Forgive my folly. I thought it wise to provide remedies that would not contradict your needs, fearing that those from my private stock might be unsuitable and inadvertently harm you." Lin Pingting steadied her emotions. "Sister, your thoughtfulness touches me. Knowing I have a sister who understands my struggles with infertility is indeed moving," Mingchan said. Shen Shiyun's brow furrowed deeper. "Who informed you of her infertility?" "She came to tell me," Mingchan replied. Lin Pingting, "Your Highness, I bear no ill intentions." Shen Shiyun's demeanor was cold and stern. "This matter does not concern you. Please return." Lin Pingting wore a look of grievance. Mingchan interjected, "Your Highness, I too believe my sister means no harm. Her maid has yet to return, and she promised to share something delightful with me." Lin Pingting replied, "She no longer wishes to do so." At that moment, Kai Xia arrived with a brocade box. Lin Pingting reluctantly presented a gold bracelet to Mingchan's sister. "This is a gift from the Empress Dowager, my favorite bracelet. I shall give it to you now." "Thank you, sister," Mingchan replied, accepting it but showing little interest as she placed it on the stone table in the courtyard. Shen Shiyun observed them silently, choosing not to interrupt. Lin Pingting closed the brocade box and departed from Cui Luo courtyard. Shen Shiyun remarked, "You truly have the audacity to deceive anyone. Your Highness has misjudged me. I am not a fraud. It was the new princess who gifted it to me," Mingchan asserted. "If you hold no affection for it, why keep it?" "Who says I do not cherish it? It is made of real gold and worth a significant sum." Perhaps having grown accustomed to her mercenary demeanor, Shen Shiyun managed to respond with composure. He had no desire to argue with Mingchan about this. His gaze fell upon the untouched bowl of medicine in the courtyard. "You have yet to drink the medicine I prepared for you? Your Highness, I assure you, I am not ill and have no wish to drink it." "The scent alone makes me feel nauseous," Mingchan replied. Shen Shiyun scoffed, "You deal with medicine daily, yet I have not seen you vomit." "Those medicines are not for me. Naturally, I would not feel sick. But this medicine is meant to enter my body. How could I possibly consume it?" Mingchan countered. Shen Shiyun laughed in disbelief. "A bowl of medicine costs 10 taels of silver. Will you drink it or not?" Mingchan immediately picked up the bowl. "Why did you not say so earlier, Your Highness?" Observing her mercenary nature, Shen Shiyun frowned, feeling an overwhelming complexity in his emotions. Did he genuinely wish to have children with such a woman? He feared that any offspring she bore would be raised to be even more mercenary than she. Perhaps he should be grateful she could not reproduce. Thus, he would be spared the headache of such a predicament. His visit was merely out of guilt, as her current condition was largely a consequence of the hardships he had caused her over the past 2 years. Shen Shiyun pondered deeply, ultimately reconciling with himself. Mingchan had sacrificed much for him, enduring countless hardships. Now, with her ability to bear children taken from her, it seemed her life would remain in this state. Without his protection, she would likely face a dismal fate. Though he held no affection for her, he owed her a lifetime of gratitude. Even if he disapproved of her avarice and mediocrity, he could afford to turn a blind eye and show her a modicum of tolerance. After drinking the medicine, Mingchan looked up at him. "Your Highness, I have finished it. Where is my silver? If you cannot provide it, I can wait here for you to fetch it." Shen Shiyun's gaze softened slightly as he unfastened the jade pendant from his attire and handed it to her. "This piece will suffice for your medicine for half a year." Mingchan examined it closely. "Your Highness, how cruel. You intend to make me consume medicine for half a year without reason?" Shen Shiyun retorted coldly. "I am personally attending to your health. Do not be ungrateful." "The affection your Highness bears for me is truly bittersweet," Mingchan remarked. Shen Shiyun shot her a glance. "Endure the bitterness." Mingchan did not resist. "I understand." Only then did Shen Shiyun feel a modicum of satisfaction. His gaze shifted to the tightly shut door. "Why is your door closed?" "To prevent intruders. Your Highness knows that since I returned to the capital, strange occurrences have plagued this courtyard. I have grown fearful and had no choice but to keep it closed," Mingchan explained. Shen Shiyun observed her with a discerning eye. "There are no outsiders now. You may open it." Mingchan hesitated. "Why should I open it?" "I wish to enter and rest for a while," Shen Shiyun replied. "Would it not be cooler outside?" In truth, he did not feel compelled to enter, but Mingchan's reluctance prompted him to regard her more closely. "I simply wish to take a nap," he reiterated. Mingchan then inquired, "Your Highness does not wish to return to Wenqing Palace?" He had hardly slept the previous night, his thoughts consumed by the fact that Mingchan could not bear children. That morning, he had also made a trip back to the Lin residence with Lin Pingting. Forcing himself to maintain his composure, he arrived at Chui Luo courtyard, only to find that Mingchan would not attend to him and even barred him from entering her room. Shen Shiyun's brow furrowed, and his gaze toward Mingchan grew colder. Mingchan relented. "Very well, Your Highness. If you find my humble abode inadequate, please feel free to rest here." Noticing her reluctance to open the door, Shen Shiyun's displeasure deepened. "You should join me and keep me company." "Your Highness, I am no longer able to bear children." Shen Shiyun inhaled deeply. "What are you thinking?" "I merely wish for you to rest." Mingchan responded with an "oh," and followed his lead. Chapter 94. I forgot to mention, Prince Chu is also here. Shen Shiyun pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was stark and empty, with only a half-closed window softly swaying in the light, while the wind outside blew in the opposite direction. Mingchan trailed behind, surveying the surroundings but finding no trace of Xie Chonghui. Shen Shiyun glanced at her, his tone inquisitive. "What are you searching for?" "Nothing, just checking the room for you." "Your Highness," she replied. He snorted dismissively and approached the window for a look. "Did you discover anything, Your Highness?" Mingchan inquired, seeing her composed demeanor. Shen Shiyun realized he might be overly suspicious. This woman was so ordinary, apart from himself, who would harbor romantic feelings for her. Recalling the mischief done by Mu Shuang previously, Shen Shiyun understood her behavior. Although he remained skeptical of any sorcery, it was understandable that she would be wary given her past suffering. "If you find this room inauspicious, feel free to select another courtyard to move into," Shen Shiyun suggested. After all, there were many vacant courtyards behind the palace, and Chui Luo courtyard was the farthest from Wenqing Palace. Each visit required a long walk, which was quite inconvenient. The adjacent Suihua courtyard would be a better option. To his surprise, Mingchan replied, "Why must we move? I find this place quite pleasant, and Your Highness need not worry about me." Upon hearing this, Shen Shiyun frowned in displeasure. "I do not wish to traverse such a long distance." "Then why not move here instead?" Shen Shiyun was amused by her naivete. "Mingchan, your audacity seems to grow by the day. Your demands are becoming quite bold." How could she suggest he accommodate her by moving? Such words could only come from her. If he had not valued their past years, she might have faced dire consequences for such remarks. Mingchan said, "If Your Highness is unwilling to move, then so be it. Since you wish to rest, I will assist you with your attire." Shen Shiyun scoffed in acquiescence. He had spent a sleepless night, plagued by thoughts of Mingchan, and now felt a sense of guilt. Yet, he found her insufferable, realizing he had been foolishly concerned the night before. With this realization, his expression darkened further. Mingchan remained unfazed as she approached, unfastening his clothing. Shen Shiyun lay on the bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. Mingchan stepped outside the room and found Xie Chonghui in a corner of Chui Luo courtyard. "Chonghui," she said with a bright smile, Why did you sneak away alone? I had a hard time finding you with His Highness. Xia Chonghui replied, if he hadn't run, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. I wonder if she understands the consequences of her actions. However, she seems to act without regard for the outcomes, whether with the new princess or with His Highness. She enjoys treading in others' forbidden territories. I must take my leave now. Xia Chonghui expressed his bewilderment at why he lingered here after leaving the Cueluo courtyard. The moment His Highness arrives, you shall depart. Could it be that you harbor guilt? He inquired. Not at all. I merely wish to avoid misunderstandings. There is nothing between us. What could others possibly misconstrue? Or perhaps, Chonghui, you have developed feelings that are inappropriate? Xia Chonghui. I have not, he replied. Ah, very well. It seems you have merely taken advantage of His Highness's absence to express your concern for me. You are aware that His Highness is rather possessive and prone to jealousy. Should he discover that his subordinate is so attentive to his consort, he would surely be enraged. However, do refrain from jumping out of windows next time. I once believed our relationship was innocent, yet your actions suggest otherwise, Mingchan teased with a sly smile. Take care of His Highness, Wang Fei. I must take my leave. Xia Chonghui said. Mingchan did not attempt to keep him, standing there with her arms crossed as she watched him depart. After a few steps, he turned back to her and said, do not be disheartened, Wang Fei. Lord Zheng possesses exceptional medical skills. There are many renowned doctors in this world, and your health will surely improve. Do not take Miss Lin's words to heart. I have not given them much thought. Furthermore, I have no desire to bear a son. Fearing I would be tethered by others in the future, Mingchan replied with an indifferent expression. Xia Chonghui found her increasingly perplexing. You, Xia Chonghui, seem at a loss for words. His Highness is not that sort of person. Indeed, Your Highness embodies virtue and grace, the most perfect sage in this world. Mingchan replied dismissively. Xia Chonghui realized that he finally understood the feeling of being dismissed as His Highness turned away in anger. He was increasingly puzzled by whether Mingchan truly loved His Highness. He wanted to inquire but felt it unnecessary, so he simply turned to leave. Perhaps she did love him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have nearly sacrificed herself for His Highness. Yet, this love may be tinged with disappointment, knowing that His Highness would not remain devoted to her alone. Suddenly, Xia Chonghui felt he had invested too much attention on the princess, and his expression hardened as his pace quickened. A fragrant pouch fell from him, and he hurriedly picked it up, remembering that it should be returned to her. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against returning to Mingchan, keeping the pouch hidden deep within his clothing. Shen Shiyun awoke in the dead of night to find Mingchan sitting under the lamp, grinding medicinal powder. He lay on his side, observing her. Mingchan possessed an ordinary appearance, so unremarkable that she could easily be lost in a crowd, entirely devoid of beauty. At times, her lack of social awareness rendered her dull and uninteresting. Yet, when she immersed herself in her studies of medicine, an air of calm and composure enveloped her. Perhaps it was because he had spent too long in her company that he sought the rare and elusive qualities within her, attempting to rationalize why he accepted her as she was. Acknowledging this, Shen Shiyun felt a surge of irritation and cleared his throat. Mingchan turned her head at the sound. Your Highness, are you awake? Shen Shiyun rose from his bed, noticing that Mingchan did not approach him. His discontent with her lack of social grace grew. However, rejuvenated by sufficient rest, he chose not to dwell on trivial matters at such a pleasant moment and sauntered over to her. What are you doing? Shen Shiyun inquired. Mingchan did not lift her head, casually replying, preparing medicine. Shen Shiyun picked up a nearby herb and examined it. Did Miss Lin send this? Your Highness has a keen eye. Although the herbs sent by Miss Lin are of little value and low quality, they do serve well for concocting incense to repel insects. Mingchan explained. Perhaps you should prepare some to place in the incense burner as well, Shen Shiyun suggested. With a complex mood, he added no need. There are specific herbs for repelling insects in Wenxin Hall. Oh, then I shall not be polite, Your Highness, she replied. As they conversed, a voice from outside called, Wang Fei, has His Highness awakened? Shall I bring food? Mingchan looked toward Shen Shiyun. Shall we dine together, Your Highness? Feeling a twinge of hunger, he replied, please bring it. Before long, the servant delivered a meal, which was light and nourishing, perfectly suited to Shen Shiyun's tastes. However, just as they began to eat, Mingchan felt a wave of nausea and rushed to the spittoon to vomit. Shen Shiyun immediately lost his appetite but, seeing her in distress, approached to check on her. Mingchan had not vomited much, only a few sour mouthfuls. "What is the matter?" he asked. Mingchan rinsed her mouth with tea and took a moment to recover before responding. "It's nothing, just a side effect of the medicine." Shen Shiyun regarded her with skepticism. "You drank so much medicine in Qianzhou, yet never displayed such symptoms." "The properties of the medicines differ. Thus, the reactions will also vary," Mingchan explained. "Is there an issue with this medicine?" "Not at all. Lord Zheng is a reputable physician. He would not prescribe harmful remedies," Mingchan assured him. "Otherwise, I would not have taken it." "Then continue taking it," Shen Shiyun instructed. "Since your highness desires an heir, why not seek Miss Lin for that purpose?" Mingchan proposed. "Are you testing me, Wang Fei?" Shen Shiyun retorted, displeased. "That is a sincere suggestion. If your highness does not favor Miss Lin, the two young ladies from the Broken Jade Pavilion are also quite agreeable. Wang Fei, this is a favor from me to you. Do not be ungrateful," Shen Shiyun warned coldly. Mingchan fell silent. Mingchan had saved Prince Rui from a perilous situation, and both Li Fei and Prince Rui were immensely grateful. Li Fei even warmly invited Mingchan to the palace to express her thanks in person. However, Mingchan declined, citing her confinement as an excuse. Unexpectedly, just 2 days later, Prince Rui arrived at the Chu Wangfu bearing lavish gifts. The household servants recognized his identity and dared not impede his entrance. Even if someone were to caution against his visit, it would only provoke Shen Xingye's displeasure. This was not Shen Xingye's first visit to Mingchan. As he navigated toward the Tsulua courtyard based on memory,
Your Highness.
Shen Xingye called affectionately upon seeing Mingchan. Mingchan, engaged in her daily routine of sun-drying herbs, greeted him rather nonchalantly. "Prince Rui has arrived." "There's no one else here. You can call me Xingye as before," he replied. No sooner had he spoken than Shen Shiyun emerged from the room, his expression as cold as frost. Shen Xingye's smile faltered, but Mingchan merely smiled brightly and said, "I forgot to mention Prince Chu is also here." Chapter 95. How can a sister-in-law be considered a stranger? Shen Xingye froze for a moment, then reluctantly greeted, "Third brother." Shen Shiyun felt that he should not care about Mingchan's personal associations. However, he could not tolerate such blatant disregard for his presence. "I had no idea that my seventh brother had become so close with my consort," Shen Shiyun spoke coldly. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Shen Xingye glanced at Mingchan, who remained unperturbed, showing no intention to assist him. Shen Shiyun observed this exchange with growing irritation. In his presence, they exchanged glances. Without him, would they not grow even closer? "Xiao Qianzhou saved my life. Of course, I cherish our friendship. I specifically came to visit her today," Shen Xingye stated defiantly. Shen Shiyun chuckled coldly. "Seventh brother, you indeed lack decorum. She is your third sister-in-law, not merely your sister." Shen Xingye bristled at the reprimand. Why is third brother so jealous? "My relationship with my sister-in-law is one of honorable friendship. She saved my life, so why shouldn't I treat her well?" "Third brother, you're being petty." Shen Shiyun was both amused and enraged. "Honorable friendship? Does such a bond entail invading another's courtyard? Is this how you repay your savior?" Shen Xingye found himself at a loss for words, muttering, "Then why does third brother allow his servants to bully his sister-in-law? Shouldn't you reflect on your own actions? Do you truly care for your sister-in-law?" Shen Shiyun's hands, which had been resting at his sides, unconsciously clenched into fists. "When did matters between husband and wife require your outsider's interference? I have addressed you as sister-in-law. How can you still consider me an outsider?" Shen Xingye is being utterly unreasonable, is he not? Sister-in-law, Mingchan, an observer in this familial dispute, was suddenly called upon by Shen Xingye and had no choice but to play the role of a mediator. "I appreciate the kind intentions of His Royal Highness, the Prince of Rui. Your third imperial brother is as radiant and handsome as the sun, drawing admiration from countless women. How could he possibly harbor jealousy towards someone as ordinary as myself? There is no need for you to belittle yourself, sister-in-law. Your musical talent is unparalleled, and your medical skills are exceptional. Many women possess beauty, yet how can they compare to the wisdom and openness of someone like you? Moreover, you are not lacking in physical allure either. Your eyes are the most vibrant and clear I have ever seen, and with those beautiful eyes alone, you deserve the title of beauty." Shen Xingye's flattery was indeed unmatched. Perhaps all his cleverness was spent on his words. It is no wonder he is favored by Emperor Yanping among the many princes. However, Shen Shiyun could not help but frown. Shen Shiyun was truly a sycophant. It would have sufficed if he only lavished praise upon the emperor and the beloved consort Li, but now he was directing such flattery towards Mingchan. Shen Shiyun was utterly disgusted by him. In the eyes of the seventh brother, which woman in the world was not beautiful? Shen Shiyun scoffed. Shen Shiyun retorted. Does your third imperial brother not think so? Shen Shiyun did not wish to engage in this futile war of words. Your sentiments have been conveyed, so please take your leave. Is the third imperial brother in such a hurry to chase away guests? I came to see sister-in-law, and I have other matters to discuss with her, Shen Shiyun replied, showing no intention of departing. If the third imperial brother is busy, please attend to your own affairs. At that moment, Shen Shiyun finally understood why Shen Shiyun and Mingchan got along so well. It was evident that both shared a similar audacity. Hence they gravitated towards one another. Shen Shiyun had planned to attend to some matters, but now he found himself in no rush to leave. He wanted to stay and witness what Shen Shiyun could possibly want from Mingchan. Mingchan remained composed throughout, as if the rivalry between the two brothers had nothing to do with her. Shen Shiyun sat beside Mingchan, adopting the demeanor of a host. With his presence, Shen Shiyun's enthusiasm diminished significantly, yet he could not truly dismiss Shen Shiyun. With Shen Shiyun present, Shen Shiyun felt constrained. He turned to Mingchan, saying, Sister-in-law, you promised to make me another sachet. The one you gave me last time has lost its fragrance. Strangely enough, ever since he had been drugged, the scent of that sachet had faded increasingly until the herbs inside had turned a dark brown, devoid of any fragrance. Before that incident, the sachet had emitted a gentle herbal aroma, and whenever he felt restless and took it out to smell, his mood would calm considerably. Now that he had no scent to rely on, he found himself quite unaccustomed to it. However, what he cherished even more was the fragrance he had faintly caught from Mingchan during that hazy moment. He could not describe it, yet it lingered in his mind. A scent that was deeply comforting and intoxicating. Shen Shiyun, filled with anticipation, failed to notice Shen Shiyun's changing expression. What sachet? Shen Shiyun asked coldly. Directing his gaze at Mingchan, Mingchan explained, previously, His Royal Highness received a gift from the Emperor and shared some with me. Lacking a suitable means to reciprocate, I casually gifted him a sachet filled with calming herbs that soothe the mind. I had no idea you had the leisure to gift such items, Shen Shiyun said slowly, a hint of mockery in his tone. Surely you have forgotten that when we first arrived in Qianzhou, I traded many sachets for food. Mingchan smiled, her expression unfazed. Upon hearing this, Shen Shiyun's demeanor softened slightly. How did sister-in-law trade sachets for food? Shen Shiyun inquired, clearly intrigued by the story. When we first arrived in Qianzhou, unfamiliar with the land and lacking money, we could barely cook at home. I had no choice but to sell some medicinal herbs to make ends meet. Occasionally, I would encounter a few women interested in my sachets, and we would exchange them for various goods, mostly food, Mingchan explained calmly. As she recounted those past events, her expression remained serene, as if she were merely discussing the weather with Shen Shiyun. But Shen Shiyun, listening nearby, could not help but be transported back to those distant days. In truth, it was Mingchan who had shouldered the burden. When they first arrived in Qianzhou, the locals refused to accept them, having heard they were exiled criminals from the capital. In their eyes, they were guilty, and thus they were met with disdainful glances and hushed whispers. Yet Mingchan had never paid it any mind, tirelessly venturing out each day to seek out shops willing to buy her herbs. Sister-in-law, you suffered greatly, Shen Shiyun remarked, his eyes filled with sympathy. I believe that although those times were difficult, they were also liberating and not so hard to bear, Mingchan replied with a gentle smile. How could it not have been difficult? Just hearing about it makes me feel the weight of it. I regret not being able to help you, Shen Shiyun lamented. You did not know me back then. It is entirely natural that you could not assist me. There is no need for you to feel guilt, she reassured him. No. Shen Shiyun seemed to want to say something, but considering the presence of others, he ultimately held his tongue. Shen Shiyun cast a deep glance at him. Shen Shiyun snorted and turned away. Your Highness, allow me to take your pulse, Mingchan offered. Shen Shiyun immediately donned a smile, extending his hand. Thank you, sister-in-law. There is no need for pleasantries, Mingchan said as she examined his pulse. Your health appears quite good. The effects of the previous medication have worn off. I shall prepare some calming herbs for you. Thank you, sister-in-law, but you promised me you would create another sachet with that fragrance of yours, Shen Shiyun insisted. This time, please place it in the same sachet. As he spoke, he retrieved the cherished sachet he had kept close, presenting it to Mingchan. Shen Shiyun regarded the familiar, crudely made sachet, and an inexplicable surge of anger welled within him. This was the very sachet he had asked Mingchan to make for him, which he had deemed too ugly to accept. He had requested her to redo it, yet it had ultimately ended up in Shen Shiyun's hands. Unfortunately, Mingchan remained oblivious to Shen Shiyun's emotional turmoil, continuing to address Shen Shiyun. I seldom use sachets. That day it must have been a figment of your imagination after being drugged. I was not mistaken. I truly caught a whiff of it. If not, let me smell it. Shen Shiyun leaned closer. Shen Shiyun's face turned an ashen hue. Yet Shen Shiyun was lost in his own exploration, drawing closer to Mingchan. I can smell it again. It is the same subtle fragrance, identical to that day. However, in the next moment, a forceful shove laden with anger propelled him backward. Chapter 96. What I do not want, you cannot casually gift to others. Shen Shiyun stumbled and fell to the ground, wincing in pain. Third Imperial Brother. What are you doing? How have I provoked you? Shen Shiyun exclaimed, feeling utterly wronged. Shen Shiyun's expression was as cold as frost as he glared at the fallen figure. This is your sister-in-law. Can you not see clearly? I certainly know this is my sister-in-law. I was speaking with her. Why did you suddenly push me? Shen Shiyun persisted, still oblivious to his wrongdoing. You were too close to Mingchan, Shen Shiyun replied. Shen Shiyun's cheeks flushed. I merely wanted to smell the fragrance from that day. Your father and the beloved consort have raised you with no sense of propriety. There is a difference between men and women. How can you behave like a lecher? Shen Shiyun admonished. How am I behaving like a lecher? Third Imperial Brother, you are deliberately targeting me. Sister-in-law, the third Imperial Brother is bullying me, he complained. Mingchan rubbed her forehead and called to Qianzhou, who was approaching from outside. Please help His Royal Highness up. Your Highness, do not be angry. Your third Imperial Brother is always like this. Please be more tolerant. Regarding the fragrance you desire, I must confess, I have not encountered it and am unable to concoct it for you. However, I recently crafted a new incense designed to repel mosquitoes in the yard. I shall present you with some as a gesture of goodwill. With that, Mingchan retreated indoors to fetch the new incense, which was made from the herbs gifted by Lin Pingting. Upon receiving it, Shen Shiyun's expression softened considerably. Your third royal brother is truly domineering. Were it not for your sake, dear sister-in-law, I would never set foot in the Chu Wangfu again. Shen Shiyun was forthright with his feelings, showing no restraint in his expression. Observing his youthful fervor, Mingchan smiled gently. Thank you for your generous gift, Your Royal Highness. I understand your intentions. I have matters to discuss with your third royal brother, so I must take my leave. Shen Shiyun, feeling a sense of unfulfilled desire, departed reluctantly. After bidding farewell to Shen Shiyun, Mingchan turned to see Shen Shiyun's displeasure etched across his face and couldn't help but chuckle. Your Highness, are you truly envious? Mingchan. Shen Shiyun nearly spat her name through clenched teeth. Very well, I know you wouldn't be jealous over a woman like me. If that is the case, why must you be so angry? If you become ill, I too shall be saddened, she replied. Shen Shiyun retorted. You would be saddened? But, from what I see, you seem quite content. Mingchan, puzzled, responded, I am wronged. Which of your eyes saw me as content? Shen Shiyun, unwilling to engage in a verbal spar, remarked. I was unaware of the depth of your relationship with the seventh prince, especially as you gifted him a sachet you personally crafted. Mingchan replied. Did you not find the craftsmanship of that sachet lacking? I thought it better to sell it to the esteemed Prince Rue as a favor. Shen Shiyun scoffed. In the future, anything I do not wish for, you must not give away casually. Mingchan nodded in acknowledgement. Still feeling a hint of irritation, Shen Shiyun inquired. What is the source of the fragrance that envelopes you? Mingchan was bewildered. What scent do I possess? Perhaps it is the aroma of the dried herbs. It is not the scent of herbs, Shen Shiyun replied definitively. Then what could it be? Mingchan was further confounded. Could it be the fragrance of bath beans? I bathed the day before yesterday. Could the scent still linger? Shen Shiyun knew well that the aroma was not that of bath beans, but rather an elegant fragrance akin to the delicate scent of dew upon orchids in a secluded valley. This fragrance was not confined to a specific moment. It emerged subtly when he was near Mingchan. Only in intimate moments did the scent intensify. If his judgment was correct, this was indeed Mingchan's natural fragrance, one that she herself could not detect. However, The thought that Shen Shiyun could also perceive this scent made him feel as if his prey was being observed. Shen Shiyun commanded, "Do not draw so close to others in the future, especially not to Prince Rui." "Understood," Mingchan replied. Upon learning that Prince Rui had visited the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family, Lin Pingting was filled with both anger and jealousy. She could not fathom why both the Chu Wang and Prince Rui were so enthralled by a woman of such ordinary appearance. In recent days, the Chu Wang had taken to spending every night in the Tsuelua courtyard, and though Lin Pingting attempted to ingratiate herself, she ultimately failed. Although the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family was akin to a hen that did not lay eggs, what if she were to conceive after daily consuming medicinal herbs? What would she do then? Lin Pingting watched as Prince Rui departed from the Tsuelua courtyard, soon followed by the Chu Wang. She hurried to greet the Chu Wang. "Your Highness, Prince Rui has sent a considerable number of gifts to my sister today." The scene was quite grand. "It appears Prince Rui truly regards her differently," Lin Pingting said with a hint of acidity. Shen Shiyun cast her a fleeting glance, but chose not to respond. Seeing his displeasure, Lin Pingting surmised he was quite concerned about the matter, especially since she had received word that the Chu Wang had pushed Prince Rui to the ground. Yet the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family remained so close to him. It would be surprising if the Chu Wang were pleased. Nonetheless, it must be noted that Prince Rui was not a child. Had it not been for the Emperor and Consort Li's favor, he would likely have already taken a wife. If word got out about his frequent visits to her sister's courtyard, others might think there was some scandalous affair which would tarnish his reputation. Alas! Why can't my sister see the truth? Lin Pingting lamented. As Shen Shiyun's expression grew darker, he suggested, "If you have time to spare, perhaps you should learn from Mingchan how to distinguish herbs to avoid being deceived in the future." "Are you implying that I purchased inferior herbs?" Lin Pingting's face flushed with indignation. "I am merely concerned for your reputation," she retorted. Shen Shiyun coldly replied, "I will determine the affairs of my household. I have no fondness for women who gossip behind my back." With that, he left, leaving Lin Pingting in tears. It was the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family who had bewitched him, causing such indifference and favoritism. Yet now, with Consort Shu having lost both Miss Mu and Nurse Liu, she was despondent and had no time to concern herself with Lin Pingting. Lin Pingting's thoughts turned to Han Xinyu. If only she were here. Han Xinyu had always been somewhat naive and had harbored affections for her brother, eagerly trying to please her. Whenever someone she disliked crossed her path, Han Xinyu was always the first to leap to her defense. This thought sparked a cunning idea in Lin Pingting's mind. The Lin family no longer shunned Han Xinyu despite her sullied reputation, and surely Han Xinyu would still trust her. Why not summon Han Xinyu to deal with that Mingchan woman? "Saixia, gather some gifts. We are going to the Han residence." Lin Pingting's eyes gleamed with a hint of malice. Chapter 97. Revenge. Recently, Han Xinyu had appeared haggard and mentally unwell, remaining cooped up at home, becoming increasingly anxious at the slightest disturbance, losing the proud demeanor of a once arrogant young lady. She even refrained from leaving the estate. Han's father, concerned for his daughter, was at a loss for how to help. Fortunately, the Lin family did not disdain Han Xinyue's diminished status and even proactively offered marriage, which brought some comfort to Han's father, elevating his opinion of the Lin family. After all, considering Han Xinyue's current situation, finding a match akin to the Lin family was nearly impossible. While there were certainly noble youths willing to marry Han Xinyue, most would likely be drawn by the Han family's wealth, and the conditions would inevitably be far inferior. Even if Han Xinyue were to marry, she might not receive kind treatment. It was indeed rare to find men who were indifferent to a woman's disgraceful past. When Lin Pingting arrived at the Han residence, Han's father was quite pleased. "Your Highness, you have come at the perfect time. Xinyue has always been close to you and listens to your counsel. Please help me to console her. She has been cooped up for days, and this cannot continue." Lin Pingting readily agreed. "Rest assured, esteemed uncle. Xinyue is also my dearest friend, and I will surely have a good talk with her." Upon reaching Han Xinyue's courtyard, Lin Pingting found the door tightly shut. After a prolonged knock, Han Xinyue finally opened it. Lin Pingting was taken aback by Han Xinyue's appearance. In such a short time, she had lost a noticeable amount of weight, looking almost ghostly, as if she were a mere shell of her former self. "Xinyue, how have you become so thin?" Lin Pingting exclaimed. "It is that wretched illegitimate daughter of the Ming family. She has been scheming and deliberately set you up to drink that cup of wine," she added. Han Xinyue kept her head bowed, remaining silent. Lin Pingting, observing her despondent state, lost her patience. Do not stay cooped up. Let's go out for a stroll. It is all that Ming family's vile womaness doing. I will help you settle the score. If this grudge is not avenged, I will feel wronged on behalf of my brother. At the mention of her brother, Han Xinyu burst into tears. She had harbored feelings for the Lin family's young master for a long time, and now, having been so disgracefully treated and becoming the subject of ridicule, she feared she would never be respected by him again. Why are you crying? Instead of wasting your strength on tears, channel it into seeking vengeance, Lin Pingting remarked. Kai Xia chimed in. Indeed, Miss Han, our princess has long wished to invite you to join her in retribution. It's merely that she has been too occupied to come by until today. Now that she has found the time, could you refrain from weeping? You are aware that the wine was tainted, are you not? It was not a laxative, it was a potent aphrodisiac. Han Xinyu finally voiced the grievances and disappointments that had been festering within her. Lin Pingting paused, her expression hardening. So, you suspect me? That wine was indeed a laxative, but the half you drank was tampered with by that vile woman from the Ming family. If the entire cup had been an aphrodisiac, why did that Ming woman remain unscathed while you suffered? Kai Xia added, yes, Miss Han. This entire scheme was orchestrated by the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family. Why else would she have urged you to drink that half cup? She was well aware that it was tainted, cunningly plotting in the shadows. Apart from her, no one else in the Prince of Chu's residence possesses such cunning. Reflect on it, a mere illegitimate daughter, lacking status or background, managed to outmaneuver the esteemed Xu Fei and her trusted confidants. Such a person is indeed terrifying, with a heart so malicious. I heard that on the night she returned to the capital, she had 2 maidservants executed, and worse still, she denied it all, shifting the blame onto others. Now a servant in the Prince of Chu's residence, Kai Xia had certainly overheard some gossip. Han Xinyu felt a flicker of doubt, and Lin Pingting pressed on. You are to be my future sister-in-law. How could a sister-in-law harm her? Your misfortune reflects poorly on me as well. Had I known the person in the bamboo building was you, I would have done everything to prevent the crowd from catching you in such a scandal. Though Lin Pingting's words were harsh, they held a semblance of truth. Upon reflection, Han Xinyu realized that Lin Pingting had no motive to betray her. The thought of Mingchan ignited a boundless hatred within Han Xinyu. Had that woman not insisted on sharing the drink, she would never have committed such a regrettable act. Meanwhile, Mingchan emerged unscathed, even receiving rewards from the emperor for saving Prince Rue, deepening Han Xinyue's sense of injustice. She was determined to make that woman pay for the misery she endured. I do not disbelieve you. I have become a pariah, all thanks to the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family. But what can I do? Even the trusted Lu Mama by Xu Fei's side has been eliminated by her. If I wish to take revenge, all I can do is think about it.
Han Xinyu spoke bitterly.
She vowed never to set foot in the Prince of Chu's residence again, a place that haunted her dreams. With the Ming family's illegitimate daughter now backed by influential figures like Prince Rue and Li Fei, she felt utterly powerless. Lin Pingting confessed, Xinyu, to be candid, since marrying into the Prince of Chu's residence, I too have faced frustrations, primarily due to that Ming woman's schemes to distance me from the prince. Perhaps the heavens are finally showing justice, preventing her from bearing children to avoid creating another disaster like herself. Hearing this news, Han Xinyu felt a flicker of joy. This woman possesses some knowledge of pharmacology. We should confront her directly. Today, the prince has left the residence. It is the perfect opportunity for us to settle the score. Will you accompany me, Xinyu? Lin Pingting urged. Han Xinyu hesitated. I do not wish to return to that place. Xinyu, my brother is suffering too. He grieves for your plight. As my future sister-in-law, only when that wicked woman faces consequences will both you and he find happiness, Lin Pingting continued to persuade her. Upon hearing that Lin's son cared for her, Han Xinyu found the courage within her. I will make that malicious woman pay. After much convincing, Han Xinyu finally agreed to accompany Lin Pingting to the Prince of Chu's residence. In the Cui Luo courtyard, after Shen Shiyun departed, Mingchan finally found a moment of leisure. As she reclined in a chair, Qianzhou rushed in. Princess, Miss Lin from Xiaoxiang Garden has brought Miss Han from the Han family to the residence. Miss Han appears to have transformed. She looks gaunt and quite gloomy. I thought she would never dare to enter our residence after such disgrace, yet here she is, full of courage. Qianzhou was sharing her discoveries when Mingchan pondered. Summon guard Xia. Tell him I have urgent matters to discuss.
Ah?
What urgent matters could the princess have with guard Xia?
Qianzhou asked, confused.
A dangerous individual is approaching. I need guard Xia to fulfill his duty of protection, Mingchan replied. Though Qianzhou was bewildered, she obediently went to summon Xia Chonghui. Meanwhile, Lin Pingting and the gloomy Han Xingyue made their way towards the Cui Luo courtyard. Chapter 98. Sowing discord halfway there, Lin Pingting said, Xingyue, if I accompany you, there will be no one left to handle the aftermath. The Prince of Chu's residence is still under that Ming woman's control, and the maidservants all heed her command. Lin Pingting's eyes revealed a hint of unwillingness as she continued, We must ensure our safe retreat. I will distract the servants so that no one knows you are here. Kai Xia will escort you to the Cui Luo courtyard. Han Xingyue hesitated. Aren't you coming with me? Lin Pingting replied. I would like nothing more than to witness that vile woman's downfall. However, if I accompany you, the entire Prince of Chu's residence will learn of your revenge plans. Even if your uncle attempts to protect you, it will be exceedingly difficult. After all, that wretched woman has the support of Prince Rue and Li Fei, both of whom are formidable. Han Xingyue was not concerned about others knowing. Having suffered so terribly, she would gladly face Mingchan in a final confrontation. However, Lin Pingting had more to consider, as she was now married to the prince she adored and wished to maintain her standing in his eyes, which Han Xingyue understood. Very well. I will ensure that woman meets a dreadful end. Han Xingyue declared, drawing a dagger that glinted ominously in the light, accentuating her fierce and vengeful expression. Miss Han, we must hurry. If this succeeds, the prince will surely regard you more favorably. The Lin family hailed from a distinguished lineage, and their sons were known for their integrity. Han Xingyue had no doubt about Kai Xia's words. In her heart, she believed that Lin's son was indeed a man of honor, willing to marry her even knowing her tarnished reputation. Lin's son appreciated spirited women who loved fiercely. Han Xingyue was determined not to be a victim any longer. Her life was already ruined. She would ensure that those who destroyed her paid the same price. With a multitude of conflicting emotions swirling within her, Han Xinyue's resolve for revenge solidified. Upon reaching the Cui Luo courtyard, Kai Xia stealthily scanned the area. Miss Han. Fortune smiles upon us. It appears no one is here. To Han Xinyue's surprise, the surroundings were indeed devoid of maidservants. Previously, the Prince of Chu's residence had been bustling with them, but during the recent purge of witchcraft, many had been sold off, and those sent by Xu Fei had been nearly eradicated. One could not deny that Mingchan was quite cunning. Han Xingyue was now even more convinced that it was Mingchan who had plotted against her. She had never endured such humiliation, a woman of noble birth. She was slandered behind her back as a harlot. Moreover, the man who took her virtue was a hideous prisoner. The mere thought repulsed her to the core. Even killing Mingchan would not suffice to quell her rage. She intended to sell Mingchan into a brothel, reducing her to the most despicable of prostitutes, to be ridden by countless men. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Han Xinyue's lips as she approached Mingchan. Mingchan, you wretched woman, die. Han Xinyue fixated on Mingchan's back, ready to plunge her dagger into her. Just then, a glint of cold steel flashed, and Han Xinyue's dagger clattered to the ground. Miss Han, how delightful to see you again. Mingchan turned leisurely, observing her with an air of nonchalance. It seems that after a few days, Miss Han has slimmed down considerably. You vile creature, even if I perish today, I will take you down with me.
Resembling a raving lunatic.
However, in the next moment, Xia Chonghui stepped in, using the rope on the ground to bind her. She is like a rabid dog that must be tethered to a post to learn her lesson, Mingchan stated. Having been pampered her entire life as the daughter of the Han family, Han Xinyue had never endured such humiliation. Mingchan, you wretched woman, if you dare kill me, my father will surely avenge me. Miss Han, I possess no inclination for murder, nor am I as malevolent as you perceive. I am a believer in goodness, and fear that such sordid matters might taint my soul and condemn me to hell after death.
You,
of all people, deserve to descend into hell. Alas, Miss Han, I bear you no grudge. Prior to this, I had never encountered you. So, I wonder why you oppose me at every turn, Mingchan inquired. Han Xinyue had no intention of responding. Mingchan continued, seemingly indifferent to whether she received an answer. I understand now. It must be for your dear friend, Miss Lin. How unfortunate that she entrusted you with such an important matter and sent you alone, Miss Han, a loyal canine to Miss Lin. Do not attempt to sow discord here. Why should I instigate anything? Your feelings for her may be sincere, but her regard for you is far from genuine. In fact, she harbors no affection for you at all, Mingchan said calmly. With her hands bound, Han Xinyu could not cover her ears, so she simply closed her eyes, refusing to look at the plain-faced woman before her, whose words dripped with malice. Mingchan continued, Lin Pingting must have informed you that I was responsible for your poisoning. Correct? If it were not you, who else could it be?
Han Xinyu retorted mockingly.
It seems you are quite dim-witted. I even warned you at the time, suggesting we share a drink, which was a hint that something was amiss. Yet, you insisted on putting me in a difficult position, and thus, you brought this upon yourself. Had you not harbored malicious intent, you would not have found yourself in this predicament. Han Xinyu was thoroughly exasperated by Ming Chan's composed demeanor. Do not feign innocence. If the drink were poisoned, why did you suffer no ill effects? To know is to read more, for my mother hails from a family of physicians, and I possess a modicum of talent in medicine. You may consider me naturally clever. Therefore, I promptly sent my maid for the antidote, so I was, of course, unharmed. You are truly shameless. How dare you boast of your own virtues? I merely acknowledge my strengths. Speaking of shamelessness, I have not displayed the same audacity as Miss Han, who clings to a man without shame, Mingchan replied. Her words struck a nerve, and Han Xinyu felt a surge of rage.
Yet,
she was physically restrained and unable to act. Mingchan, you vile woman, you have ruined my life. How dare you bring this up? May you suffer a terrible fate.
Wrong.
It is you and the person who sent you to offer a toast who have brought this upon yourself. Your lack of purity and your desire to see me humiliated reveal your own malevolence. The one who encouraged you to toast was fully aware that the drink contained an aphrodisiac that would cloud your judgment, yet she allowed you to drink without intervention. Do not shift the blame onto me. I will not believe you. Pingting is my dearest friend. She would never harm me. Oh, so it truly is Miss Lin. Mingchan said leisurely. Are you trying to manipulate me? Han Xinyu realized too late. Mingchan replied, such matters are evident to any discerning person. Why would I need to manipulate you? I merely wish to hear you admit it. You may choose to be Miss Lin's loyal dog, but she shows you no compassion. You are the dog. Your entire family are dogs. Han Xinyu shouted in a fit of rage. If you wish to insult my family, do so. But do not involve me, Mingchan said coldly. Ha ha ha, I just recalled, you are merely a discarded dog of the Ming family. Han Xinyu laughed maniacally, as if she had discovered something amusing. Just as Han Xinyu was laughing maniacally, a gleaming long knife suddenly pressed against her neck.
Miss Han.
Mind your words. The princess is not one to be insulted. Xia Chonghui's voice was as cold as ice. Han Xinyu felt the blade pierce her skin, a sharp sting accompanied by a wave of heat. In that moment, she sensed the chilling aura of the man before her. A flicker of instinctive retreat and fear washed over her, mingled with intense jealousy. Mingchan looked down at her. Lin Pingting merely wishes to use your foolishness to eliminate me. You believe her intentions are playful. Yet she has long harbored a desire to rid herself of both you and me. I consumed the spiked drink, and you certainly cannot escape it either. When the time comes, it will not only be you but also your father who suffers the consequences. Do not speak such nonsense. Why would Pingting want to eliminate me? Han Xinyu argued, her naivety showing. Mingchan smiled slightly. Of course, it is because she looks down upon you, this foolish sister-in-law who clings to her. Feeling as if she were losing her mind, Han Xinyu exclaimed, I will not fall for your schemes. Is that so? Then let us place a bet and see how your dear sister-in-law perceives you. Mingchan said, signaling to Xia Chonghui. Please escort Miss Han to a place where she can hide for a while. Xia Chonghui and Han Xinyu looked toward the direction she indicated, both with grave expressions. Particularly Han Xinyu, for the place Mingchan wished for her to stay was none other than the foul chamber pot located in the corner of the courtyard. Typically used for diluting excrement, a vessel large enough to conceal a person entirely. Mingchan, you wretched woman. How dare you? Han Xinyue's tirade was cut short as Xia Chonghui hurled her into the freshly emptied chamber pot. Chapter 99. Turning against one another. Mingchan. I will kill you.
Han Xinyu kushed vehemently.
In the next instant, a rag was stuffed into her mouth, silencing her protests. I nearly forgot. This will ensure that Miss Han ceases her barking, Mingchan remarked, her voice bright and cheerful, tinged with mischief. Han Xinyue's eyes burned with rage, yet at that moment, Her limbs were bound, her mouth gagged, and the stench of excrement filled her nostrils, leaving her utterly powerless to resist. All she could do was glare hatefully at Mingchan. Mingchan, in high spirits, waved goodbye to her. You must remain here obediently, dear Miss Han. You will soon see your beloved master. Outside, Lin Pingting had waited for quite some time without any sign of Han Xingyue or any noise. Why hasn't Han Xingyue settled this yet? Lin Pingting's patience wore thin. Are you certain she went inside? I saw her enter with my own eyes.
There can be no mistake.
Miss, the illegitimate daughter of the Ming family seems quite sinister. Should we not investigate?
Kai Xia suggested.
Lin Pingting nodded. As they approached the courtyard, they found Mingchan seated there, appearing utterly at ease. Sister, since you are here, why do you not come in? Reluctantly, Lin Pingting stepped inside. Sister, what are you doing? I am enjoying tea. Has my sister not noticed? Mingchan replied. Lin Pingting exclaimed, How can you so insult the princess? Mingchan lifted her gaze to Kai Xia, who appeared somewhat intimidated. It seems my sister's ability to manage her servants requires improvement. If you cannot handle them, I could lend a hand, Mingchan remarked. Lin Pingting interjected, Kai Xia, do not be rude. Kai Xia had no choice but to stand behind Lin Pingting. Sister stands outside, seemingly up to something. Mingchan inquired. What do you mean by being sneaky? Kai Xia immediately retorted. Then let us keep it under wraps. Mingchan responded. Lin Pingting interjected. Sister has misunderstood. My dear friend Miss Han and I got separated just now. I wonder if you have seen her? Yes, Miss Han indeed came by, Mingchan replied. A sudden chill gripped Lin Pingting's heart. Where is she now? Mingchan continued. Miss Han merely asked me a few questions, and after contemplating, she left. Left? Lin Pingting clearly did not believe it. What did she ask you? Lin Pingting pressed further. She was quite concerned about who was responsible for tarnishing her reputation. Mingchan stated. Both Lin Pingting and Kai Xia were taken aback. Speaking of which, I too am curious about the origin of that drugged wine Miss Han consumed. Since you are quite close to her, could it be that you provided it? Mingchan queried. Sister, how could you say such a thing? I have no such items. Lin Pingting vehemently denied. I hadn't even seen Miss Han that day. This was the strength of her sister. Even without being present, she could manipulate the situation. However, Lin Pingting never anticipated her sister's coldness, watching Miss Han drink without intervening, even sending a condemned prisoner to provide the antidote. You speak without thought. How could the princess allow such slander? A crisp slap interrupted Kai Xia's words. I am conversing with my sister. Do you have any place in this? Kai Xia covered her face, seething with anger, but unable to retaliate. Although she looked down upon Mingchan, she ultimately recognized her as the mistress and as a servant. She dared not challenge her. Lin Pingting said, Sister, your storytelling abilities are remarkable. I was not even present that day. How could I have incited her to act in such a manner? Are you jesting? Indeed. It is precisely because you were absent that this incident bore no consequence for you. Poor Miss Han, once a virtuous lady, now has her reputation shattered and her honor lost, all due to your machinations. To fabricate charges, there is no shortage of pretexts. If I am not mistaken, your family has now stepped forward, expressing a willingness to marry Miss Han, which would surely endear you to the Han family. Miss Han could then be utilized by you for your own purposes, allowing you to act without consequence. Sister deliberately deceived her into drinking that drugged wine. Is it not reasonable for Miss Han to seek retribution? Yet in your words, it becomes a matter of my utility? Lin Pingting retorted. It is you who has harmed Miss Han, causing her to target you so fiercely. You ought to reflect on your own actions. Lin Pingting had reached her limit. With the prince absent, she could no longer tolerate Mingchan. As a daughter of the Lin family, she had never endured such indignities. Mingchan chuckled softly, Sister. You truly have a knack for framing others. That wine was a scheme orchestrated by the noble consort, aimed squarely at me. However, as I do not partake in alcohol, she could not have offered it to me directly, and thus sought upon to carry out her plan, compelling me to consume this poisoned chalice. You are so close to the noble consort that you cannot be unaware of her schemes. Yet you sought out your good friend, Miss Han, first. For her status is sufficient to warrant my attention. Additionally, as the beloved daughter of Lord Han, should anything occur, he would undoubtedly protect his daughter and align with you, thereby casting me as the shameless one unworthy of the title of princess. Little did you know your dear friend fell victim in the end.
Miss Han.
Unaware of the nature of the drug, Had your personal maid report back to you. Yet you feigned ignorance. Had you promptly provided the antidote to Miss Han, perhaps her fate would not be so tragic. Sister is indeed clever, so you intend to punish me? Lin Pingting asked confidently. She understood that once this matter passed, no one would wish to revisit it, including Prince Chu. Mingchan replied, I would very much like to. Lin Pingting arrogantly declared, but sister, Miss Han is my dear friend and future sister-in-law. Why would I wish her harm? Such words from you would make you sound deranged. Do you think anyone would believe you? How can you so cruelly exploit Miss Han's trust without a twinge of conscience? She, a noble lady, has been reduced to acting like a mere servant, yet she kneels before you like a dog. If she were to discover your treachery, she would be utterly heartbroken. Mingchan remarked. Lin Pingting's face betrayed a flicker of disdain and delight. So what? I did not force her. Are you envious of my loyal servant? Alas, I pity Miss Han, used as a pawn and left without knowing who her true enemies are. Miss Han, can you see clearly now? Mingchan asked. Lin Pingting felt an ominous premonition. Turning her head, she saw a figure slowly rising from a large chamber pot in the courtyard. It was none other than the very Miss Han they had been discussing. Chapter 100, A Little Gamble in the 100th Chapter, Xianyu. Lin Pingting's eyes flashed with a hint of panic and shock. However, she quickly regained her composure and hurried towards Xianyu, stopping just 2 steps away. Xianyu's face was filled with disbelief, yet perhaps due to her long habit of appeasing Lin Pingting, she did not exhibit much anger, but rather a moment of stupor. Seeing her lack of extreme reaction, Lin Pingting felt relieved and said to Mingchan, Sister, even if you have grievances against me, you should not humiliate Xianyu like this. She is innocent. She, the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, has been kidnapped and thrown into a chamber pot. If Lord Han were to learn of this, he would surely think the prince's residence was bullying her. Do you wish to offend him? Miss Han attempted to assassinate first. This matter will be accurately reported to the prince by guard Xia, Mingchan replied. Lin Pingting finally felt a twinge of fear. Xia Chonghui was a trusted confidant of Prince Chu, and his words carried weight in the prince's court. However, Lin Pingting did not see Xia Chonghui present, leaving her uncertain whether Mingchan was merely trying to frighten her. Xianyu is powerless. How could she have committed an assassination? Sister, do not slander her. You deliberately gave Xianyu that vile drug and now bind her in such a foul chamber pot. You truly have gone too far. I bear no grudge against Miss Han. In fact, we had not even met prior to this. Why would I wish to harm her so? If I truly despise someone, I would confront them directly. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Lin? Mingchan retorted. Lin Pingting knew she was in the wrong and realized that continuing to argue would only deepen Xianyu's doubts. Thus, she conceded, Sister, your methods are so superb that no one in the princess residence seems to satisfy you. Have you not dismissed enough people already? Xianyu, let us leave. She set aside her pride as a daughter of the Lin family and removed the rag from Xianyu's mouth, assisting her and Kai Xia as they helped Xianyu out of the chamber pot. Xianyu resembled a marionette, devoid of her previous fury and vitality. Yet when she glanced at Mingchan, there was still a flicker of hatred in her eyes. However, this hatred had transformed, now intertwined with more complex emotions. The deep-seated resentment had dulled considerably. Lin Pingting had never encountered such a foul stench, and with Xianyu reeking of it, she felt almost faint. Yet, feeling guilty, she dared not express her disgust to Xianyu, fearing it would truly alienate her. Kai Xia complained, this stench is unbearable. How could a daughter of the Ming family treat Miss Han in such a manner? She clearly does not regard Miss Han as a person. I feel outrage and sympathy for her. It is all my fault that Xianyu is in this predicament, Lin Pingting lamented. Xianyu lowered her head, taking a long while before asking, are Mingchan's words true? Lin Pingting was taken aback, and soon her eyes brimmed with disappointment. It turned out that you truly trusted her over me. If that is the case, I have nothing more to explain. I was initially skeptical. I heard everything you said to her earlier.
Hank Signore my kid.
Lin Pingting was utterly shocked to hear her referred to as a lackey. She never imagined such words would emerge from Lin Pingting's lips. Lin Pingting wept uncontrollably, believing that our bond would prevent you from taking these falsehoods seriously. I merely wished to provoke that vile Mingchan. I never expected you to internalize them so deeply. I am sorry, Xinhua, I never intended to hurt you. You have always been my closest friend. How could I possibly exploit you? Her words were heartfelt, and had it not been for these events, had it not been for Mingchan's remarks, Han Xingyue felt she would never have doubted their friendship. Alas, once the seeds of suspicion are sown, they take root and blossom in one's heart, ultimately becoming a source of torment. Kai Xia observed the change in Han Xingyue and indignantly declared, "This Ming family's illegitimate daughter is truly adept at sowing discord. How can she cast such baseless aspersions? Miss Han is the future sister-in-law of the princess. If the Lin family truly looked down upon her, why would they discuss a marriage with her? Even if Miss Han had experienced such misfortune, our princess has never disdained her. In fact, she has sincerely advised the young master and his family to treat Miss Han kindly." Recalling the marriage proposal with the Lin family, Han Xingyue felt a flicker of reassurance. If the Lin family truly scorned her, they would have rescinded the engagement. That woman, Mingchan, was duplicitous and vile, feigning innocence while harboring malicious intent. As for the aphrodisiac incident, it seemed irretrievable. It not only implicated Lin Pingting but also involved the Shufei, leaving her to swallow her grievances in silence. Yet, the memories haunted her like a nightmare, inciting both fear and fury, leaving her feeling aggrieved. "Has the princess sustained any injuries?" Autumn Moon exclaimed in righteous anger. "This Lin Miss harbors too many sinister thoughts. How could she so maliciously scheme to lure others away, setting up Miss Han to assassinate the princess? Is there no sense of justice?" They were the powerful elite, accustomed to their lofty status. Even in times of trouble, their family would shield them, and the law was never meant to ensnare them. Mingchan replied. Autumn Moon often found it hard to comprehend the princess's words. Is it true that the sovereign's laws apply equally to commoners and nobility? Do they truly act with such impunity? Moreover, the ones they dare offend are not ordinary folk, but you, princess, Autumn Moon asserted. I am merely a nominal princess. It is you, my maid, who takes it to heart, Mingchan retorted. Not at all. The prince treats the princess quite differently. If he were to learn of this, he would surely punish them severely. Mingchan chuckled softly, finding Autumn Moon's innocence endearing. The prince merely enjoys my obedience and prompt compliance with his requests. He relishes the sense of control over me, appreciating my lack of trouble. However, he would not advocate on my behalf, at least not against the Lin and Han families, as doing so would jeopardize his interests, Mingchan said with a calm demeanor. Autumn Moon responded, the princess holds a certain bias against the prince. I believe he treats the princess very well. Let us wager, then, on whether the prince will turn a blind eye or deliver punishment. Let us not bet on anything else, but wager 3 months' worth of silver, Mingchan proposed. 3 months' worth of silver? What shall I eat then? Do you have so little faith in the prince? Mingchan inquired, rendering Autumn Moon speechless. Mingchan then turned her gaze to the ever-silent Xia Chonghui. Will you join us in placing a bet for your illustrious prince? No, thank you, Xia Chonghui replied. I am surprised you have so little faith in the prince. Perhaps I should increase the stakes. I possess 2 valuable jade pendants. If you win, I shall gift them to you, Mingchan suggested. I lack for silver. Xia Chonghui stated firmly. Are you so afraid of losing? In any case, losing merely amounts to a few months' salary, Mingchan chuckled. A few months' worth of silver is still considerable, yet winning would yield a valuable jade pendant. It does sound enticing, Autumn Moon mused. Shen Shiyun returned from outside in the evening. Today, he visited the palace to see the Shufei. With the passing of old Madame Liu, the Shufei had been rather despondent, appearing unwell as she spent her days in prayer and meditation, seemingly detached from worldly affairs. His visit to Weiyang Palace was prompted by the Shufei's illness. She appeared quite disappointed in him, leaving only one request, that Shen Shiyun would soon bear an heir. The matter of heirs weighed heavily on him. Sometimes, he even felt that not having one would be preferable. He lacked the patience to raise a son, and currently, neither of his 2 princesses was suitable for producing an heir. Mingchan, of lowly status and temperament unsuited for nurturing a child, was, most critically, unable to bear children. As for Lin Pingting, he had not only met the Shufei today, but also Lin Xiang, who had inquired about his relationship with Lin Pingting. Though not as blunt as the Shufei, Lin Xiang's words hinted at the same concern. Their continued lack of intimacy was unsustainable. Your Highness, a gentle voice called from behind. Shen Shiyun turned to find Lin Pingting's expectant face. It is truly you. I thought I was imagining things, Lin Pingting exclaimed joyfully. Your Highness, please come in. I have brewed tea for you. The Baiyu Guanyin just delivered from the Lin residence is fresh.
Baiyu Guanyin?
Shen Shiyun paused at the mention of the name. Indeed, the Lin residence sent some. It is not much, but I was planning to share some with you. Lin Pingting said as she moved to take his arm. Shen Shiyun discreetly avoided her touch and entered the courtyard with her. Lin Pingting hastily followed, presenting the Baiyu Guanyin that had just arrived. Baiyu Guanyin is a rare delicacy among teas, requiring specific climatic and soil conditions, which results in its low yield, making it a tribute to the court and difficult to procure in the marketplace, often fetching exorbitant prices, yet remaining elusive. However, even the tribute sent to the court was limited, with the emperor receiving only 2 to 3 pounds. Yet, when Shen Shiyun beheld the large box of Baiyu Guanyin Lin Pingting presented, a grave expression crossed his face, for it far exceeded the usual 2 to 3 pounds. Lin Pingting, born into privilege, gravitated towards items that showcased her status, insisting on the most extravagant even in tea. The question of how the Lin family could possess such an abundance of Baiyu Guanyin was perplexing. Does Your Highness also enjoy Baiyu Guanyin? Lin Pingting inquired. At that moment, Shen Shiyun had lost his interest in tea entirely. During his years in Qianzhou, he had seldom indulged in tea. Primarily, this was due to his prolonged medication, which could alter the properties of the tea, and also because of financial constraints, as high-quality tea was not inexpensive. As for the cheaper varieties, their taste left much to be desired. Over the 3 years in Qianzhou, apart from medicine, he had mostly consumed a broth made from erythrinus. However, such ingredients were rarely found in the capital, and this once despised dish had become a staple due to Mingchan's insistence on preparing large bowls of it daily. Erythrinus was inexpensive, found along roadsides and in ditches throughout Qianzhou, and though its odor was unpleasant, it was undeniably appetizing. Unconsciously, he found his thoughts drifting back to Mingchan. After 3 years of daily interaction, she had seemingly become an inseparable part of his life, casting her shadow over his current existence. I hold no particular fondness or aversion towards tea, Shen Shiyun replied coolly. Then I shall brew you a cup, Lin Pingting exclaimed, producing her favorite tea set. Shen Shiyun cast a casual glance and recognized its familiarity, having seen it at the Empress Dowager's residence. Every item in Lin Pingting's room exuded opulence, incomparable to the ordinary quarters of Cui Luo courtyard. Lin Pingting is a person of exquisite taste, thoroughly familiar with every technique of tea brewing, and she exudes a profound sense of ritual. Observing her meticulous nature, Shen Shiyun feels an unsettling annoyance at this moment. Perhaps it is due to his prolonged association with the straightforward and unrefined Mingchan that he has also grown somewhat restless. Why does the Lin family possess so many Baiyu Guanyin? Shen Shiyun inquires casually. Lin Pingting replies. They were gifted by an official from Huizhou when he came to the capital for duty. My father does not favor them, finding their flavor too insipid. My mother, due to her frail health, often consumes medicine and cannot enjoy this tea, so it has all been given to me. Noticing her prideful demeanor, Shen Shiyun realizes she is unaware that the Baiyu Guanyin is an exceedingly rare tribute tea, and thus she revels in her own delight. How much do you have in total?
He asks.
The recent batch sent by the Lin family is not abundant, merely 4 or 5 pounds. If Your Highness likes it, I can gift it all to you. Soon, there will be more deliveries, Lin Pingting responds.